January Window by Philip Kerr. Narrated by Andrew Wincott. Chapter 1. January 2014. I hate Christmas. I'm almost 40 years old, and it seems that I've hated it for more than half my life. I used to play professional football, and I now coach others to do the same. So Christmas is a time of year I associate with a fixture list that's as crowded as Hamlet's toy shop. It means early morning training on frostbitten pitches, niggling hamstrings that don't have time to be properly rested, boozed up fans expecting much more of their team than seems reasonable, to say nothing of the high expectations entertained by an unforgiving club owner or chairman, and so-called easy games against bottom-of-the-table chumps that can end up biting your ass. This year is no different. We played Chelsea away on Boxing Day, with the result that early on Christmas morning, when 99% of the country is busy opening presents, going to church, watching the telly in front of a nice fire, or just getting pissed, we're at our training ground in Hangman's Wood, Thurrock. 2 days later, on the 28th, we're away again to Newcastle before a New Year's Day game at home to Tottenham Hotspur. 3 games in 6 days. That's not sport. That's a fucking Ironman triathlon. When people who are involved in professional football talk about the beautiful game, they generally don't include the Christmas holidays. And whenever I remember that boy's own story about a friendly football match in no man's land during the First World War between British and German soldiers, I think to myself, yeah, I'd like to see them try that without a goalkeeper who's properly fit, and fielding a lazy cunt of a midfield centre who's hoping to get transferred to another club for double his already stratospheric wages during the January window. That's what we call the 4-week transfer period that exists in the middle of the season when FIFA says a European club can register a new player. Frankly, the whole idea of the January window is a stupid idea. But that's typical of FIFA, because it brings on a garage sale mentality where clubs try to offload their dead wood and pay over-the-top money for some flash golden boy who might keep them in with a chance of winning something or just staying in their league. Having said all that, there's no doubt that every manager is looking to buy players. The right deal can decide the league title or save you from relegation. You only have to see which players have been bought in recent January windows to see the value of signing someone halfway through the season. Luis Suarez, Daniel Sturridge, Felipe Coutinho, Patrice Evra, Nemanja Vidic all arrived at their clubs during the January window. If you've ever been part of a housing chain, when a whole series of punters can't buy a new house until they've sold their old one, then you'll begin to appreciate the squeaky bum complexity of what goes on in January. Personally, I think things were better the way they used to be, when the window was always open. But then, I am the kind of person who thinks nearly everything about the game was better before Sky TV, instant replays, and the 2005 IFAB change to the offside rule made it what it is now. But there's another, altogether darker reason I don't much like Christmas. Back in 2004, on the 23rd of December, I was found guilty of rape and sentenced to 8 years in prison. And you don't have to be the ghost of Jacob fucking Marley to explain how that might exercise a negative effect on anyone's Christmas, past, present, and future. But I'll come back to that later on. My name is Scott Manson, and I'm the team coach for London City. Because I always train with the lads, I like to set an example. So for me, this means no alcohol from the 22nd of December until the evening of New Year's Day. It's a bit like being a Jehovah's Witness at some dumb, wags, lavish, hello wedding. No alcohol, no late nights, a sensible diet, and definitely no smoking. God forbid that I, or more likely Maurice McShane, the club's fixer, should see one of my players in a magazine behind the wheel of his car coming away from a nightclub on Christmas Eve with a silk cut in his hand. I've even handed out a bollocking to a centre forward for getting a dragon tattoo, a Christmas present from his brain-dead wife, on the day before a New Year's Day derby. In case you didn't know, tattoos hurt like shit. Plus, the inks and pigments can be contaminated, and these sometimes cause nausea, granulomas, lung disease, joint infections, and eye problems. You've heard of the text in the Bible that says your body is a temple? This is especially true for footballers. And you'd better pray you don't fucking damage yours if you want to keep on being paid $100,000 a week. I mean it. You want to buy a footballer something nice for Christmas? Get him a box set of DVDs and a bottle of Acqua di Parma. Just don't give him a voucher to cover his temple in graffiti. At least not before we're done with the holiday and early January fixtures. In the event, London City drew 0-0 against Manchester United, lost 4-3 to Newcastle, won 2-1 against Tottenham, all of which left us 9th in the Premier League, and drew 0-0 with West Ham in the first leg of the Capital One Cup. But none of that seemed to matter, at least not to me, because in the 5th minute of the match at Silvertown Dock against the Tots, Didier Cassel, our first-choice goalkeeper, suffered a serious head injury after colliding with the post in an attempt to save a powerful curling shot from Alex Pritchard. The impact makes for sickening viewing. At first, everyone thought the sound picked up by the microphone beside the goal was the ball hitting the advertising hoarding, and it was only after Sky Sports had shown the incident several times in slow motion, which must have delighted Didier's family, that people realized the thud you could hear was actually the goalkeeper's skull fracturing against the post. I'm not sure who was more upset, our own lads or the ones from Tottenham. Cassel was knocked unconscious, and he was still insensible when he was carried off the pitch by the St. John ambulance men. 4 days later, he's still unconscious in hospital. No one is using the word coma. No one except the newspapers, of course. They all have him playing in goal for the team Eternal. But with a third-round FA Cup tie away to Leeds United scheduled for the weekend, we're already looking to buy a replacement goalkeeper from my dad's old club, Heart of Midlothian, whose creditors think that paying their debts is more important than not conceding goals. Kenny Traynor is a bargain at £9 million, which is almost 2/3 of what the Jambos apparently owe the banks. Our recently appointed manager, João González Sarco, spoke about Didier Cassel in his usual enigmatic fashion, with all the television cameras and reporters who were waiting on the pavement outside the Royal London Hospital when he and I went to visit him. I don't want to talk about the replacement goalkeepers. Please don't ask me that kind of question. At this particular time, all of our thoughts are with Didier and his family. Obviously, we wish him a speedy recovery. All I can say about what happened is that no matter how many plans you make or how much in control of a team you are, life is always putting the ball in the back of your net. An often emotional man, Sarko wiped a tear from his eye as he added, "Listen, in football, you can't play under the floodlights without there being shadows. And it's essential to know that. Every player, every manager in our league understands what it's like to play under a shadow sometimes. However, I should also like to say this, and I'm speaking now to those of you who have written or said things that shouldn't ever be said when a brave young man is fighting for his life. I'm like an elephant. I don't forget who says what and when. I don't forget. So when all this is over, I will trample all over you, wipe my ass with your words, and then piss on your heads. The rest of you should always remember that at London City we are a close family. One of our favorite sons is sick, yes. But we will get through this. I promise you. This club will walk in the light again. And so will Didier Cassel." I couldn't have put it better myself. I especially like the part about João Sarko wiping his ass with the words of certain journalists and pissing on their heads. But then I would, wouldn't I? I've no reason to like any of the newspapers. A lot of the journalists I know are troublemakers. Only they call it getting a story, as if that justifies everything. It doesn't. Not in my book. Of course, we didn't know it then, but our troubles at the Crown of Thorns were just beginning. Chapter 2. The Crown of Thorns is the nickname local people have for the city football stadium at Silvertown Dock in London's East End. Although the phrase was first used by the sculptor Maggie Hambling, who was the artistic consultant to the building's architects, Ballou and Hammerstein. I like her work a lot, and I own a number of fantastic pictures she painted of the sea. Yes, the sea. They sound crap, I know, but if you saw them, you'd see that they are really something special. The stadium is not dissimilar in construction to the Bird's Nest in Beijing, which was used for the 2008 Olympics, being two structures independent of each other, an orange concrete seating bowl, orange is the colour of the city home strip, and an outer steel frame, which really does resemble a crown of thorns. It's the most distinctive building in the whole of East London, and costs 500 million quid to build. So it's just as well the club is owned by a Ukrainian billionaire who must shit money he's got so much of it. According to Forbes magazine, Viktor Yevgenovich Sokolnikov is worth $20 billion, which makes him the 50th richest man in the world. Don't ask me how Mr. Sokolnikov made his Matterhorn-sized pile of cash. Frankly, I prefer to live in ignorance about that side of things. All I know is what Mr. Sokolnikov told me, that his father worked in a factory that manufactured photographic film in a little Ukrainian town called Shoska, and that he got his first million trading coal and timber, which he then spent on some risky investments that paid off. And then asked me how he persuaded the FA and the Mayor of London to let him take over the debt on a quartet of old East London football clubs that had gone into administration, so that he might relaunch them in the second division as London City either. But money, shedloads other stuff, might have had something to do with it. Sokolnikov has spent a fortune regenerating Silvertown Dock and the Thames Gateway, and the football club, which achieved promotion to the Premier League after just 5 years, now employs more than 400 people. Not to mention the money it brings to a part of London where investment was once a dirty word. As well as the stadium, Sokolnikov has promised that his company, Shoska Solutions AG, will build the new Thames Gateway Bridge that was cancelled by Boris Johnson back in 2008 because it was too expensive. Or at least, he will when the Labour Party cunts on the planning inquiry wake up and smell the coffee he's making. Right now the project is beset with objections. When I got home from the hospital to my flat in Manresa Road, Chelsea, Sonia, my girlfriend, came straight to the door with large eyes and a small voice. "Matt's here," she said. "Matt? Matt Drennan? Christ, what does he want?" "I'm not sure he knows himself," said Sonia. "He's drunk and in a bit of a state, I think." "That is a surprise." "He's been here for an hour, Scott, and I don't mind telling you I've had a hell of a job keeping him away from the drinks tray." "I'll bet." I kissed her cool cheek and squeezed her backside simultaneously. I knew she didn't like Drennan, and I couldn't blame her. She'd never known the Matt Drennan I'd once known. "Scott, you won't let him stay here, will you? Not overnight, anyway. He scares me when he's drunk." "He's harmless, Angel." "No, he's not, Scott. He's a one-man disaster zone." "Leave it to me, love. You go and do something else. You've done your bit. I'll take care of him from here." Drennan was standing in the sitting room, but only just, staring at one of the Hamblings, a huge wave, reminiscent of a tsunami, that was about to crash on a Suffolk beach, close to where the artist lived and worked. I went and stood beside my old teammate for a while, and put my hand on his shoulder to steady him. In the short interval between Sonia leaving the room and me entering it, he had helped himself to a glass of whiskey from the tray, and I was hoping to take it away from him if he ever put it down. His shirt was torn and none too clean, and there was a large berry of encrusted blood on his earlobe where a diamond stud had once been. "That looks exactly how I feel," said Drennan. His breath smelled like a wheelie bin for mixed glass. "You're not going to throw up, are you, Matt, because this is a new carpet?" Drennan laughed. "Nah, I'd have to have eaten something to throw up," he said. "We could go and get a kebab if you like, and then I could drive you home." It had been a long time since I'd visited the kebab kid in Parsons Green. These days I was happier with sushi, but I was prepared to go there if it meant keeping Dreno happy. "Not hungry?" he said. "What are you doing here? I thought you were spending New Year with Tiffany." Drennan regarded me blearily. "I came to ask how that French lad of yours was getting along. You know, the one who cracked his head? I went to the hospital, but they threw me out because I'm shit-faced." "I'm amazed they didn't offer you a bed. Look at the state of you, man. Did someone else throw you out before that? Or is the NHS really as bad as they say it is?" "I had a tiff with Tiff." It was something I'd heard him say before, but I had no idea that it had been much more than just a tiff. That Tiff was herself in the same hospital as Didier Cassell, and that this was very likely the real reason Matt Drennan had shown up at my flat. "She threw a bloody riding boot at me." He laughed again. "Just like Fergie. We could have used her in the dressing room at Highbury, eh? I tell you, Scott, that woman has a mouth on her like a fucking blowtorch. Not like that lassie of yours. Sandra, is it? She's a peach. What is it she does again?" "She's a psychiatrist, Matt, and it's Sonia." "Aye, that's right. A shrink. I thought there was something familiar about the way she looked at me, like I'm a fucking head case." "You are a fucking head case, man. Everyone knows that." Drennan grinned and shook his head like the affable mutt he was, most of the time, and then rubbed his head furiously. "Has she thrown you out again?" "Aye, she has that. But we've been through worse, her and me. I expect it'll be okay. She'll chew my ear off and I'll have to sleep in the garage." "It looks as though she already did," I said. "Chew your ear. There's blood on it. I can put something on that if you like. A plaster, a bit of antiseptic cream, a sun photographer." "Sorry, it'll be fine. Tiff cloated me with a riding boot, that's all." "Normal, then?" "Normal enough, eh?" Overweight and balding, Matt Drennan cut a forlorn figure. Like me, he was a Scot, but there the similarity ended. Well, almost. Looking at him now, it was hard for me to believe that it was fewer than 10 years since we had both been members of the same Arsenal team. A broken leg had ended Dreno's career at just 29, but not before he'd scored more than 100 goals for the Gunners and made himself one of Highbury's heroes. Even today he could show up at the Emirates and have the whole crowd cheering him just by walking onto the pitch. This was more than the bastards ever did for me. Even Spurs fans seemed to like him, which is saying something. Since he'd stopped playing football, however, his life had become a chapbook of very well-publicised fuck-ups. Drink, depression, an addiction to cocaine and Nurofen, 3 months in the nick for drunk driving, and 6 months for assaulting a police officer. I couldn't hold that against him. A flirtation with Scientology, a short and ignominious career in Hollywood, bankruptcy, a betting scandal, a bitter divorce from his first wife, and reportedly a failing second marriage. The last I'd heard of him, he'd checked himself into the Priory Clinic, again, to try and get himself together. Not that anyone gave it a snowball in hell's chance of success. It was well known that Matt Drennan had dried out more often than a Holiday Inn bath towel. For all those reasons, Drennan was the only footballer I'd ever met whose autobiography was a fascinating read, And that includes my own crappy book. He made Sid Barrett look like the moderator of the Church of Scotland. But I loved him as if he'd been, well, not my sister, I don't speak to her much these days, but someone important in my life. So, how is he? You didn't say. Did he ache a cell? Not good. Not good at all. He's out for the rest of the season, that's for sure. And right now I'd say you've got a better chance of playing again than he has. Drennan blinked as if considering this might be a real possibility. Christ, I'd give anything to play a full season again. We all would, pal. Or just one FA Cup final. A sunny day in May. Abide with me. Us against a decent side like Tottenham or Liverpool. The whole Wembley thing. The way it used to be before the Premier League and foreigners and television turned the whole thing into a bloody sideshow. I know. That's the way I feel about it, too. As a matter of fact, it's my intention to make one last headline appearance at Wembley. And then call it a day. Sure, mate, sure. You can lead the community singing. Seriously. Drennan lifted the scotch to his lips, but before it got there I tackled the glass neatly and carried it out of harm's way. Come on, the car's just outside. I'd let you sleep here, but you'd only drink all my booze, and then I'd have to toss you out on your shell like. So it's best I take you home now. Better still, why don't I just drive you straight to the Priory? We can be there in less than half an hour. Tell you what, I'll even pay for your first week. A late Christmas present from your fellow gooner. I might even go too, but they don't let you read in there. And you know me and my books. I get so fucking bored if I don't have something to read. As if in evidence of this statement, he glanced down at a rolled-up paperback in the pocket of his jacket, as if checking it was still there. Why do they do that? Not let you have books? The cunts think that if you read, you won't come out of your shell and talk about your fucking problems. As if that makes it better. I'm trying to get away from my problems, not crash into them head on. Besides, I have to go home, if only to get my diamond stud back. It fell out of my ear when Tiff belted me and the fucking dog thought it was a wee mint and swallowed it. He's very fond of mints. So I locked the bastard in the garden shed to let nature take its course, you know. I just hope nobody's let the thing out for a walk. That stud cost me $6,000. I laughed. And I thought I had all the shitty jobs at London City. Exactly. Drennan grinned and then burped loudly. I like it, he said, pointing to the picture before glancing around the room and nodding his appreciation. I like it all. Your place, your girlfriend. You've done all right for yourself, you canny bastard. I envy you, Scott. But I'm glad for you, too. After everything that happened, you know? Come on, you stupid cunt, I'll take you home. No, said Drennan. I'll walk up to the King's Road and get a cab. With any luck, the driver will recognize me and give me a free ride. That's what usually happens. And that's how you end up in the newspapers for getting yourself thrown out of another pub by the landlord. I took him by the arm. I'm driving you, and that's final. Drennan took his elbow out of my hand with fingers that were remarkably strong and shook his head. You stay here with that nice wee lassie of yours. I'll get a taxi. Straight home. I promise. At least let me come with you some of the way, I said. I walked Drennan up to the King's Road where I hailed him a cab. I paid the driver in advance, and when I was helping Drennan into the cab, I slipped a couple of £100 in his coat pocket. I was about to close the cab door when he turned and caught my hand and held it tightly. There were tears in his pale blue eyes. Thanks, pal. For what? For being a pal, I guess. What else is there for people like you and me? You don't have to thank me for that. You of all people, Matt. Thanks, anyway. Now fuck off home before I go and get my violin. There was a man sitting on the pavement in front of the ATM. I gave him a 20, although frankly it would have been better if I'd given him the 200. The guy in front of the ATM was at least sober. Even as I'd put the money in Dreno's pocket, I'd known it was a mistake. Just as I knew it was a mistake not to drive him home myself. But that's how it is sometimes. You forget what it's like dealing with drunks, how self-destructive they can be. Especially a drunk like Dreno. Chapter 3. When I got back to my flat, I found Sonia preparing dinner in the kitchen. She was an excellent cook, and had made a delicious-looking moussaka. "Has he gone?" she asked. "Yes." I inhaled the moussaka greedily. "We could have given Dreno some of that," I said. A bit of food inside him was probably just what he needed. "It's not food he needs," she said. "Besides, I'm glad he's gone." "You're supposed to be the sympathetic one." "What makes you say that?" "Because you're a psychiatrist. I sort of thought that it was part of the job." "It's not sympathy my patients need, it's understanding. There's a difference. Dreno doesn't want sympathy, and I'm afraid he's all too easy to understand. He wants something that isn't possible. To turn back the clock. His problems will be solved the minute he recognizes that fact, and adjusts his life and behavior accordingly, like you did. If he doesn't, it's plain to see where it will end. He's that rare thing, a self-destructive personality who really wants to destroy himself. He's a classic case." "You might be right." "Of course I'm right. I'm a doctor." "So you say." I put my arms around her. "But from where I'm standing, you're the best-looking wag I've ever seen." "I'll take that as a compliment, even though I regard the idea of looking like Colleen Rooney as anathema." "I don't think Colleen knows anathema." We were finishing dinner at the breakfast bar and considering an early night when the telephone rang. The caller ID showed it was Corinne Rendell on the phone, Viktor Sokolnikov's secretary. He was not someone I was used to speaking to very much, a fact of which I was sometimes glad. Like many people in football, I'd watched the recent Panorama special about Sokolnikov, which was where I'd learned of the rumor that he'd inherited his business from another Ukrainian called Natan Fisanovich, an organized crime boss in Kiev. According to the Beeb, Fisanovich had disappeared along with 3 of his associates in 1996, and it was several months before they turned up in 4 shallow graves. Sokolnikov denied having anything to do with Fisanovich's death. But then you would, wouldn't you? "Mr. Sokolnikov would like to know if you can take a call from him in 10 minutes, said Corinne. Instinctively I looked at my new watch, a brand new Hublot, and reflected I wasn't about to say no to the man who had just spent 10 grand on my Christmas present. I, Sarko, everyone on the team had got a Hublot just like it. "Yes, of course. We'll call you back." I put down the phone. I wonder what he wants. "Who?" "Mr. Sokolnikov." "Whatever he wants, don't say no. I've no desire to wake up in bed one morning and find I've been warming my toes on a bloody horse's head." "He's not like that, Sonia." I put some plates in the dishwasher. "He's not like that at all." "If you ask me, they're all like that," she replied. She pushed me towards the sitting room. "You go and wait for your call. I'll clear up. Besides, you must be tired after wearing that watch all day." A few minutes later, Corinne rang again. "Scott?" "Yes." "I have Victor on the line." "Victor, Happy New Year, and thanks again for the watch. It was very generous of you." "It's my pleasure, Scott. I'm glad you like it." I did like it. But Sonia was right, of course. It was heavy. "What can I do for you?" "A couple of things. First, I wanted to ask you about Didier. You saw him today, right?" "He's still unconscious, I'm afraid." "That's too bad. I'm planning to go and see him as soon as I'm back. But right now I'm in Miami on my way to the yacht in the Caribbean." At 110 meters, Sokolnikov's yacht, the Lady Ruslana, wasn't the biggest in the world, but it was the same size as an international football pitch, a fact that did not go unreported by the newspapers. I'd been on the boat once and was shocked to discover that just to fill the fuel tanks cost £750,000, which was a year's pay for me. He's a strong lad. If anyone can make a recovery, it's Didier Cassell. I hope so. What about Ayrton Taylor? The head that turned out to be a hand? That's right. During the same match against Tottenham, Howard Webb, the referee, had awarded a goal to London City when our centre-forward Ayrton Taylor appeared to head it in from a corner. But almost immediately, while everyone else in our team had been celebrating, Taylor had quietly spoken to Webb and informed him that the ball had actually come off his hand, whereupon Webb changed his mind and awarded a goal kick to the Tots, which was the cue for our own fans to abuse both Webb and Taylor. Was what he did right, do you think? Asked Sokolnikov. Who, Taylor? Well, what happened was clearly visible on the television replay, and the man scores 10 out of 10 for sportsmanship for having owned up to it. That's what the newspapers said. Perhaps it's time there was more sportsmanship in the game. Like when Paolo Di Canio caught the ball instead of kicking it for West Ham at Goodison back in 2000. I know Joao thinks differently, but there it is. I saw Daniel Sturridge put one in for Liverpool against Sunderland in 2013 that quite clearly came off his arm, and it was obvious from the furtive way he looked at the linesman that he knew it wasn't a proper goal. But that goal stood, and Liverpool won the game. And look what happened to Maradona in the '86 World Cup match against England. The hand of God. Precisely. He's one of the greatest players ever to kick a football, but it certainly hasn't helped his reputation in this country. Good point. But Webb had already given the goal, hadn't he? And an accidental handball is held to be different from a deliberate one. Law 5 clearly states that the referee can change his mind until play is restarted, and it hadn't, so Webb was quite within his rights to do what he did. Mind you, it takes a pretty strong referee to do that. If it had been anyone but Howard Webb, I expect the goal would have been allowed to stand, in spite of what Taylor said. Most refs hate to change their minds. It was lucky, I guess, that we won the match 2-1. I might not be so happy about what he did if we'd dropped 2 points. But, you know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Taylor wins the Player of the Month on the strength of that confession. It's the sort of fair play the FA likes to shine a spotlight on. All right, you've convinced me. Now tell me about the Scottish goalkeeper, Kenny Trainor. Zarkos says you've known him for a while, and that you've seen him play. Yes, I have. Joao wants to buy him. So do I. 9 million is a lot of money for a goalkeeper. You'll be glad you spent 9 million on a goalkeeper if we're in a penalty shootout at a European final. It was the Bayern goalkeeper, Manuel Neuer, who saved Lukaku's penalty and delivered the Germans the 2013 UEFA Super Cup. He almost won the Champions League for them against Chelsea the previous year. Christ, he even scored one himself in the shootout. No, boss, when push comes to shove, you don't want to find we've got Calamity James in goal. Calamity James was what Liverpool supporters had called David James, a little unfairly, when he'd played for them. When you put it like that, yes, I suppose you're right. Trainor's the Scotland #1. Not that there's much choice out there, mind. But I saw him make a diving save against Portugal at Hampden that the Scots still talk about. Cristiano Ronaldo hammered one from 18 yards that was going into the top corner all the way, but I swear Trainor must have launched himself 20 feet through the air to fist that ball over the bar. Watching it, you'd believe a man could fly. Check it out on YouTube. The jocks don't call him Clark Kent for nothing. He's a nice lad, quiet, not at all chippy like some north of the border, works hard in training, and he's possessed of the biggest, safest hands in football. His dad is a butcher in Dumfries, and he's got his mitts from him. As big as bloody hams they are, and his hand-eye coordination is superb. When he did the Batak Challenge, he scored 136. The record is 139. If I knew what that was, said Victor. "Not to mention his clearance kick. That boy has a boot on him and no mistake." "I've seen some of the films and I agree he's good. I just feel more comfortable about buying him if Dennis Kampfner wasn't his agent. The man's a crook, isn't he?" Restraining my first impulse, which was to mention something about the pot calling the kettle black, I agreed. "Agents? They're all crooks, but at least Kampfner's a FIFA-registered crook. As if that makes a difference." "It's like evolution, Victor. Agents seem to fulfill a need, and I guess we have to tolerate them. Like those birds that sit on the backs of rhinos and peck the ticks out of their ears." 10% of 9 million is a little more than a tick. "True." "So maybe I'll bring in my own agent to handle it. Sarko thinks I should." "I thought that's why we had a sporting director to help make deals like this." "Trevor John is more of a club ambassador than a deal maker. He helps promote the club and makes it look good when, thanks to the BBC, I don't. Between you and me, he couldn't buy a bag of potato chips without paying too much for it." "I see. Well, it's your choice who you trust to make a deal, Victor. Your choice and your money." "For sure. By the way, did you see the program? Panorama." "Me? Unless it's football or a decent film, I never watch telly. Least of all crap like Panorama." "Just so you know, I'm suing them. There wasn't a word in that program which was true. They even got my patronymic wrong. It's not Sergeyevich, it's Semyonovich." "All right, I understand. They're a bunch of cunts. You won't find me arguing with that. Will you be at Ellen Road to see the match against Leeds on Sunday?" "Perhaps. I'm not sure. It depends on what the weather is like in the Caribbean." Chapter 4. City's training ground at Hangman's Wood was the best of its kind in England, with several full-size pitches, an indoor training facility, a medical and rehabilitation area, saunas, steam rooms, gymnasia, physiotherapy and massage rooms, a number of restaurants, an X-ray and MRI clinic, hydrotherapy pools, ice baths, an acupuncture clinic, basketball courts, and a velodrome. There was even a TV studio where players and staff could be interviewed for London City football television. Hangman's Wood was, however, strictly off-limits to press and public on a daily basis, something the media hated. High walls and razor-wire fences surrounded our football pitches, so that training sessions could not be subject to the attentions of tabloid photographers with tall ladders and long lenses. In this way, bust-ups between players, or even between players and managers, which are sometimes inevitable in the highly charged world of modern sport. Who can forget the hugely publicized shoving match that took place between Roberto Mancini and Mario Balotelli in 2012? Were kept strictly private. And in view of what happened on that particular morning at Hangman's Wood, this was probably just as well. Not that there was usually much to see, as João Sarko preferred to leave training sessions to me. Like many managers, he liked to observe the proceedings from the sidelines, or even through binoculars from the window of his office. Matters of match fitness and teaching football skills were my responsibility, which meant I was able to develop a more personal relationship with all the players. I wasn't one of the lads, but I was perhaps the next best thing. João Sarko controlled the club philosophy, team selection, match day motivation, transfers, tactics, and all of the hirings and firings. He also got paid a lot more than me, about 10 times as much, actually. But then with all his style, charisma, and sheer footballing nous, he was probably the best manager in Europe. I loved him like he was my own older brother. We started at 10 a.m., and as usual we were outside. It was a bitterly cold morning, and a hard frost still lay on the ground. Some of the players were wearing scarves and gloves. A few were even wearing women's tights, which in my day would have earned you 100 press-ups, twice around the field, and a funny look from the chairman. Then again, some of these lads turn up with more skin creams and hair product in their Louis Vuitton wash bags than my first wife used to have on her dressing table. I've even come across footballers who refused to take part in heading practice because they had a Head and Shoulders advert to shoot in the afternoon. It's that sort of thing that can bring out the sadist in a coach. So it's just as well that I happen to believe you'll get further with a kick up the arse and a joke than you will with just a kick up the arse. But training has to be tough, because professional football is tougher. I'd just done a Parlav session with the lads, which always produces a lot of lactic acid in the system, and is a very quick way of sorting out who is fit and who is not. It's a two-man relay, and a team version of a fartlek session. One man sprints 200 meters around the track to tag his partner, who has jogged across its diameter and who now sprints again to tag the same partner, and so on. That leaves most men gasping, especially the smokers. I used to smoke, but only when I was in the nick. There's nothing else to do when you're in the nick. I followed Parlav with a heads and tails routine where a player runs with the ball towards the goal as fast as he can and then shoots before immediately turning defender and trying to stop the next guy from doing the same. It sounds simple, and it is, but when it's played at speed and you're tired, it really tests your skills. It's hard to control the ball when you're also running flat out and knackered. Along the way, I offered explanations for why we were doing what we were doing. A training session is easier when you know what the thinking is behind it. If we're fit, we can open up the pitch and create space. Making space is simply a matter of breaking the wind and the spirit of the man trying to mark you. Get eyes in the back of your head and learn to see who is in space and pass the ball to him, not to the nearest man. Pass the ball quickly. Leeds will defend deep and dirty, so above all, be patient. Learn to be patient with the ball. It's impatience that ends up giving the ball away. Sarko was more involved with the training session than usual, shouting instructions from the sideline and criticizing some of the players for not running quickly enough. It's bad enough to be on the end of that when you're out of breath. It's something else when you're almost puking up from exertion. When the drill was over, Sarko walked onto the pitch, and instinctively the lads gathered round to await his comments. He was a tall, thin man, and still looked like the strong, fearless centre-back he'd been in the 1990s for Porto, Inter Milan, and then Celtic. He was handsome, too, in a rugged, unshaven kind of way, with sleepy eyes and a broken nose as thick as a goalpost. His English was good, and he spoke in a weary, dark monotone, but when he laughed, his was a light falsetto, almost girlish laugh that most people, myself excluded, found intimidating. "Listen to me, gentlemen," he said quietly. "My own philosophy is simple. You play the best football you can, as hard as you can, always and forever. Amen." I started translating for our two Spanish players, Javier Pepe and Juan Luis Dominguin. I speak pretty good Spanish and Italian, although my German is near fluent thanks to my German mother. I could tell this was going to be a bad bollocking. Sarko's worst bollockings were always the ones given quietly and in his saddest voice. "This kind of thinking won't ever let you down. Not like any of those other guys, Lenin or Marx, Nietzsche or Tony Blair. But in the whole of life on Earth, there is perhaps no philosophical mystery quite as profound and as inexplicable as the one of how you can manage to lose 4-3 when you were 3-0 up at half-time to fucking Newcastle." The less wise started to smile at that one. Big mistake. At least, I thought it was a mystery. He smiled a nasty little smile and wagged his finger in the air. "Until I saw this morning's poor excuse for a training session. Scott, no offense to you, my friend. You tried to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, as always. And it suddenly occurred to me, as if an apple had fallen on my head, why this had happened. You're all a bunch of lazy assholes, that's why. You know why a lazy asshole is called a lazy asshole? Because it's not good for shit. And an asshole that's not good for shit isn't good for anything. Someone sniggered. You think that's funny, asshole? I'm not making jokes here. You see me laughing? You think Viktor Sokolnikov pays me millions of pounds a year to make fucking jokes down here? No. The only people making jokes around here are you people when you kick a football. 0-0 against Manchester United, that was a joke. Let me tell you, it's not just nature that abhors a goalless draw. It's me, too. We can't win unless we score. And that's all there is to it, gentlemen. Now, as many of you know, I read a lot about history so that my team can make it. Which is crazy because you people aren't fit to make the tea on the bus home, let alone history. Seriously, I look at you all and I think to myself, why did I bother coming to manage this club when they don't even bother to try? Yesterday, some prick of a journalist asked me some crap about what makes a good manager, and I said, winning, you idiot. Winning is what makes a good manager. Now ask me a better question that doesn't suck like the last one. Ask me what should be the aim of a good manager, and I will give you a longer answer for your readers. I will write your copy for you, you prick. As always, I was doing his job for him, okay? Because that's the kind of helpful guy I am. Zarko is always good copy. The aim of a good manager in football is to show 11 assholes how to play as one man. But today, I think this task is beyond even me. Each manager in this league is a product of the era in which we live. But in my opinion, I'm the only manager who can raise himself up above the ordinary thinking of his time. I can make the impossible happen, it's true. But I'm not Jesus Christ. And today, I think that even I can't make the biblical miracle of getting 11 assholes to play like one man. The biggest assholes I've seen this morning are you, Ron, you, Heavier, and you, Ayrton. Lazy is what you are. Which is to say, lazier than the others. Lazy with the ball and lazy when you don't have the ball. If you can't find the ball, then find space. You remember Gordon Gekko in that movie? Greed is good. That's what he said, and that's what I say too. Be greedy to get the ball back from the opposition, Javier, by any means necessary. Ron, you should want the ball the way you used to want your mama's tit. Yes, boss, said Ron Smithson. Which is probably last week in your case, Ayrton. You play like a stupid baby, not a man. Look at you. Bootlaces undone, socks hanging down. Why don't you suck your thumb as well like little Jack Wilshere? You're not even out of breath, my friend. I look at you and I see an asshole that's not good for shit. An asshole that's not even worth fucking. And another thing, Ayrton. Playing football for the love of the game and because you once read a poem about being an English gentleman is a luxury that even Viktor Sokolnikov can't afford. You want to play football this way? You'd better go and play for Eton College or Harrow or one of those other homo schoolboy sides where they play up and play the game because they really want to win the Battle of Waterloo. But don't do it for London City. Better still go and suck some cock at FIFA and maybe they'll give you a fair play award. Me? I'm not interested in that shit. If you have to get a hard-on to poke the fucking ball in the net with, then you'd better do it. And I don't care if you ruin your chances of ever having children in order to score a goal. That's what you'd better do, my friend. That's why you're being paid $100,000 a week. To win. So, the next time the ball comes off your hand and goes in the net, you'll swear on a stack of holy Bibles it came off your head or your foot, or you're out of this fucking football club. Do I make myself clear? Fuck you, said Taylor. I don't have to take that kind of bullshit from you or anyone. I closed my eyes for a moment. I knew what was coming now. I thought I did anyway. Yes, you do. Sarko took 2 steps forward, stood in front of poor Taylor and shoved him. Yes, you fucking do, you stupid child. My job is to talk, and part of your job is to listen. Even when it's what you don't want to hear, especially when it's what you don't want to hear. Which in this particular case is that you've got to try harder. Fuck off. It had been a while since anyone had really seen Sarko raise his voice in what was popularly known, with apologies to Phil Spector, as the Wall of Sound. Possibly it really wasn't as loud as it seemed, on account of the fact that Sarko usually spoke quietly, but it was loud enough when he was right in your face, and you were close enough to see the plate on the roof of the big man's mouth, not to mention what he'd eaten for breakfast. "Try harder!" he screamed. "Try harder! Try harder!" The best thing to do in these circumstances was close your eyes and take it. I'd seen some take it and cry afterwards. Big men, hard men. Now Taylor was a senior player, a hard lad originally from Liverpool, and not used to people screaming in his face. So he turned and walked away, which was possibly an even worse idea than answering back. Sarko picked up the nearest thing to hand, which happened to be a plastic training cone, and hurled it at Taylor. The cone hit Taylor between the shoulder blades and almost knocked the man off his feet, which had him coming back at Sarko with strangler's hands and real malice in his eyes. "You fucking bastard!" he screamed as some of the other players caught him by the arms and held him close. "I'll fucking kill him! I'll fucking kill that smart bastard!" Sarko just stood there as if he hardly cared if Ayrton Taylor came at him or not, and it was easy to see how when he was a centre-back at Celtic. He had taken a punch almost without flinching from the Hibernian centre-forward Billy Gibson, a punch that had cost him 2 teeth. Gibson had been sent off, but not only had Sarko not retaliated, he had stayed on the pitch and even headed the winning goal. Famed for his brutal scything tackles, Sarko had put many a player back into the stands, and it was no surprise that the Bleacher Report still listed Butcher Sarko as one of the hardest men ever to play soccer, because of his chops. "You're dropped," said Sarko. "Dropped for being a cunt. You're always tweeting things to your 7,000 followers. Now tweet that, you childish cunt." But this wasn't the end of it. The very same afternoon, Sarko put Taylor on the January transfer list, and I quickly formed the conclusion that the Machiavellian Portuguese had engineered the whole incident so that he could make an example of a senior player to encourage the others. So much for sportsmanship in the beautiful game, you might say. But Sarko was right about one thing. Ayrton was lazy, perhaps the laziest player in the team. There were quite a few who thought that Didier Cassel might not have been injured if Alex Pritchard had not been allowed the space to shoot because Taylor hadn't tackled him the way he should have done. Besides, everyone knew we had younger strikers who were just as able as Ayrton Taylor, and on less than half the money. Sometimes getting rid of one player can be as effective a way of improving the team as buying a new one. When I got back to my office, I made a note of what Sarko had said. Not because I disagreed with him, but because I used to jot down as much of what he said about football as I could remember, especially the more colourful stuff. One day, I was planning to write a book about the Portuguese. Most football bios are as dull as arseholes, but that was one thing you couldn't ever say about my boss. Next to Matt Drennan, João González Sarko was easily the most fascinating figure in English football, and probably European football too. He didn't see that, of course, and probably he would have disapproved of me writing anything at all about him, even a note in the programme. Sarko might have been outspoken, but he was also a very private man. That night I watched Match of the Day 2, and there he was again, outspoken as usual. Only this time Sarko, who was a Jew, had been asked about the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. "Speaking for myself, I don't really want to visit a country where I can't drink a glass of wine with a friend from Israel, perhaps, or a gay friend. Yes, I have gay friends. Who doesn't? I'm a civilized person. Being civilized requires that you are also tolerant of people who are different and who enjoy a drink. maybe too many drinks. That is everyone's choice, unless you live in Qatar. Perhaps Qatar will be different in 10 years' time, but I doubt it. Meanwhile, I read in The Guardian that almost 100 Nepalese workers have already died on construction sites in Qatar. Think about that. 100 people are dead just so one little country can host a meaningless football tournament. This is madness. It's a meaningless tournament because it's no longer anything to do with football and everything to do with big money and politics. To my mind, the last World Cup that meant anything was won by West Germany in 1974, which was also the host country that year. Since Argentina, in 1978, everything has been one big, sick joke. There should never have been a World Cup held in a country that was a dictatorship like that one, and where the cup was won by cheating. But everything about this host country, Qatar, strikes me as wrong. It's a well-known fact that to be a woman in an Arab country is not easy. So perhaps it's a good thing that the main stadium in Qatar looks like a giant vagina. Certainly it strikes me as ironic that the biggest vagina in the world should now be in Qatar. Personally speaking, I'm in favor of vaginas. I started my life in one. We all did. And I think it's about time that an Arab country faced up to the fact that half the world has a fanny. Also, you have to wonder why a country where you can be flogged for drinking alcohol wants to play host to a lot of English, Dutch, and German football fans. But am I surprised that FIFA picked Qatar? No. I'm not at all surprised. Nothing about FIFA ever surprises me. Maybe no one told them it gets very hot in Qatar. Even in winter, it's too hot to do anything very much except flog some poor man because he's gay. Now, I hear that the Qataris are planning to use solar power to cool the effect of the sun's rays in their newly built stadia. But I don't think solar power can cool the allegations of bribery quite so easily. Of course, it's easy to make me shut up about all this. You just have to pay me $1 million like some of those FIFA officials. On second thoughts, make it $2 million. Then you know what? I, too, think everything in 2022 will be extremely wonderful. That was typical of João Sarko. The man was always good copy, although sometimes he said too much. Even he would have conceded that. Sometimes he said too much and people kicked back, literally. In a now infamous interview on Sky Sports, Sarko described the Irish football pundit and former player-manager Ronan Riley, who was sitting alongside him at the time, as a piece of crap, and someone who couldn't run a train set, let alone a football team. Riley replied that Sarko had the biggest mouth in football, and that one day the Portuguese would put his foot in his mouth, and if that didn't happen, then Riley would gladly oblige with his own foot. A week or two later, at the BBC Sports Personality of the Year after-party in the XL Arena, the two traded punches and kicks and had to be separated by security staff. But not everyone Sarko criticised publicly was able to fight back like Ronan Riley. Take Lionel Sharp, who refereed a UEFA match we played against Juventus last October, an away tie that City lost. Interviewed on ITV after our 1-0 defeat, Sarko half suggested that Juventus, who were not without form in the skullduggery department, had influenced Sharp at half-time to give a penalty in the second half. Sharp was subsequently the subject of a lot of vicious trolling on Twitter, which caused him to take a fatal overdose of sleeping tablets. Love him or loathe him, João Sarko was always interesting. Chapter 5. After a hard training session at Hangman's Wood, I have an ice bath and a sports massage. But a good sports massage given by the club's full-time masseur, Jimmy Gregg, is always excruciatingly painful. Jimmy has fingers like fire tongs. That's why they call it a sports massage, because you have to be a bloody good sport to endure that level of pain without punching Jimmy in the face. And the older I get, the more painful it is. Much as I try to behave like a Spartan and stoically take the pain without a sound, I always squeal like a frightened guinea pig. Everyone does. And because footballers will gamble on anything, bets are often taken among the lads on who can endure 30 minutes on the table without uttering a groan or a moan. Until now, no one has come through the experience without uttering a sound. Jimmy takes pride in his work. I don't think there's anyone who would disagree with me when I say that there are occasions when the massage seems worse than the training session. Perhaps that's why they call Jimmy's treatment room the London Dungeon. So sometimes when I get home and before I go to bed, Sonia sets up a massage table in my bathroom, puts on a pair of stiletto-heeled shoes, a little white tunic that doesn't quite cover her stocking tops and tiny G-string, and plays the rub-joint whore, with the happy ending included. She has wonderful, light fingers and has fully mastered the technique of touching without quite touching, if you know what I mean. But if the caressing touch of her hands is magical, and it is, it can't begin to compare with her sweet and loving mouth. She likes to drink a very cold martini before putting my cock in her mouth, and the combination of the alcohol, her lips, and her teeth is nothing short of transfiguring. Christ descending into heaven could not have felt better than I feel, as she waits patiently for my ejaculations to end in her mouth, and she always swallows every last drop as if it's the most expensive Manuka honey. Now that's what I call therapy, I said as I climbed down off the table and stepped into the shower beside her. If they ever put that on the national health, the whole of fucking Romania will be living here. After that, I slept like a hibernating bear. My iPhone started ringing just before midnight. Normally I switch off my phone at night and put the landline on answer machine. Sports reporters think nothing of ringing you up at all hours to ask you this or that. That was before Twitter, mind. Nowadays the press are lazier and just use player tweets for all the tributes were being paid quotes they could ever need. But during the January window, I tend to pick up the phone at all hours, in case it's related to a transfer. Players' agents are more nocturnal than their clients, as befits their vampire-like nature. Some of the best deals I've helped make have been as a result of midnight negotiations. I have individual ringtones for different people, of course. Viktor Sokolnikov has the Red Army singing a famous Russian song called Kalinka. Sarko's is the Clash song, London Calling. Sonia has the Pointer Sisters, I'm So Excited. But this time, it was none of these. The Stranglers' song Peaches meant that it was Maurice McShane, after Ian McShane, who was in Sexy Beast. Maurice was City's life coach and fixer, and the club's first line of defence in any off-the-field crisis. It was his job to help our overpaid and often naive players do everything from open an offshore bank account to pay off some skank who they'd knocked up. This meant that Maurice was one of the busiest men at the training ground. Players tend to bring problems to the coach that they wouldn't dream of mentioning to the manager. Only now they bring them to Maurice, who sometimes, if the matter is serious, brings them back to me. It had been my idea to hire Maurice. I'd met him in the Nick, and in the 5 months we'd been together at City, we'd already seen off several scandals. I won't go into these right now. Suffice to say that we never did anything illegal. Just stuff that kept some of our stupid fuckhead players out of the newspapers, for one thing or another. I went into the bathroom, closed the door and sat down on the toilet. I think this is what they call multitasking. There were several texts from a variety of sports reporters asking me to call them, but these I ignored for the moment. Better to get it from the horse's mouth, I thought, already imagining some scandal involving Ayrton Taylor, mouthing off to a newspaper, perhaps, or getting himself into trouble with another player's wife, again. He wasn't such an example of good sportsmanship when it came to shagging someone else's missus. "What's up, Maurice?" "I thought you should know, as soon as possible," said Maurice. "A pal who works for the Met has just given me the heads up on this, and I think you ought to prepare yourself for a shock. The police have found a body hanging from the railings along Wembley Way." He paused. It's Dreno. He's only gone and hanged himself." "Oh, fuck no," I said. "The stupid, stupid bastard." We were silent for several seconds. "You know his wife is in the same hospital as Didier," said Morris. "No, I didn't." "Dreno beat her up quite badly." "Christ, has she been told?" "Yes, the press are there. And given your high-profile friendship, it's safe to imagine that they'll be outside your flat before very long." "Like a pack of vultures," I said, "to pick over the entrails." "That's what generally happens in these situations." "Look, I'll tweet something," I said, "and release a statement to the city press office at Silvertown Dock and to Arsenal." Fuck, he was here, you know, the day before yesterday. Pissed as usual. "Do you want me to tell the police?" "No, I'll do it. But find out who's heading up the inquiry, will you? And text me a number. I don't want to explain myself more than once to these bastards." "They're bound to ask, so I'll ask. Was he suicidal when you saw him?" "No more so than usual." I sighed, because then I remembered what he'd said. But he did say something about making one last headline at Wembley. But I had no idea. Jesus, so that's what he meant. Oh, God, the stupid bastard. "Scott." "Yes?" "I'm sorry. I know you were fond of him." "No," I said. "I wasn't fond of him at all, Morris. But I did love that man." I rang off, wiped the tears from my eyes, washed my face, and looked at myself in the bathroom mirror. I knew what the guy who was looking back at me was thinking, because he looked angry. He was thinking, Dreno came to you for help, but you were too dumb to see that. Too dumb or just too lazy. You thought you were being such a fucking hero volunteering to take him to the Priory and offering to pay for his first week of treatment, didn't you? Christ, that was generous of you, Scott. The man needed a friend. Somewhere to stay for a couple of days until he was ready to face the music. He must have known he was going to be arrested for the assault on Tiffany. He'd been cautioned for that before. And you let him down. When you needed a friend, Dreno was there for you, when no one else would give you the time of day. But when he needed someone, where the fuck were you? Christ, he even visited you when you were in the nick. And didn't. Your own wife. In the 18 months you were inside, Dreno was the only one who visited you, apart from your parents and the lawyers. That's the kind of friend he was. He came to visit you when everyone in the club told him to stay away. "I'm sorry," I said to the guy in the mirror, wishing it was Dreno. "I am so sorry." Being sorry won't bring him back, you bastard. One of the finest, most naturally skilled midfielders this country has ever produced. Certainly the best you ever played with. And now he's gone, aged just 38 years old. What a fucking waste. "I'm sorry, Matt," I said, and started crying again. "What's wrong?" I turned to see Sonia standing in the doorway. She was naked. In the bathroom mirror, she looked as perfect as a woman can look. And if I'd had a golden apple, I'd certainly have given it to her. I felt like Caliban standing next to Miranda. Or something callous and ugly, anyway. "It's Matt," I said. "He's hanged himself." "Oh, my God, Scott. I'm so sorry." She hugged me for a second, and then sat down on the toilet. "That's awful." "He was just 38, I said, as if somehow that made it worse. "You mustn't blame yourself," she said. "But I do blame myself. He needed help. That's obviously why he came here the other night, because he had nowhere else to go." "Yes, he did need help, but the help he needed was the professional kind. Frankly, I've been expecting this for a while. He was ill.
He should have been in a hospital. His family should have had him sectioned a long time ago. And I think we'll find out that it wasn't just depression that he couldn't play football anymore that caused him to kill himself. I'm sure there was something deeper that lay at the bottom of all his psychological issues. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we find that Matt's childhood was marked by instability and tragedy. Perhaps even the suicide of someone who was close to him.
Thanks, I nodded. And you're right, actually. His brother killed himself. Threw himself in front of a train when he was 15. And there was some other stuff, too, that he didn't like speaking about. Like when his best friend and drinking buddy Mackie cleared off and joined the army. Dreno was always rather lost without Mackie there to share his exploits. He's been fucked up all his life, one way or the other.
"Come back to bed," she said, "and let me take care of you."
I will in a while. She kept hold of me for a minute.
"You're a good man," she said. "A decent man. That's why Dreno came here. Because you're the kind of decent man a man like him needed to cling on to."
I still find that hard to believe. I mean, after everything that's happened in my life.
"Believe it," she said, "because it's true."
I nodded. Yeah, well, if it is, it's mostly down to you, Sonia. You make me a better person. I went into my study, turned on my computer, and then switched my phone to mute when it started ringing again. Someone from the Sun I didn't want to speak to. Then I logged on and spent an hour writing something kind but probably anodyne about Matt on Twitter. How could you describe a great character like Dreno in 140 characters? And composing an email to the Arsenal press office with a quote for the Gunners' website. A few minutes later, I got a text from Morris with the name and number of the police officer dealing with the inquiry into Drennan's death. Detective Inspector Louise Considine, LLB, from Brent Police, 020-8733-3079. On the BBC News website, there was a famous picture of Dreno celebrating after scoring a goal for Arsenal against Aston Villa in 1998. But the sole fact beyond what I already knew was that when he'd hanged himself, he had been wearing his white number 8 England shirt. Probably the only one he hadn't yet sold on eBay. Sonia was right, of course. It was less of a surprise that Drennan had killed himself than that players like Gary Speed or Robert Enke should have done it. But I'd always hoped and believed that my old teammate might turn his life around. After all, I was living proof that you could come back to football after a disaster, wasn't I? I sat in an armchair with my iPad and spent another hour watching a selection of Dreno's best goals on YouTube. These were some of the sweetest strikes I'd ever seen, and a few of them had had an assist from me, which was nice. But the accompanying music, Pink Floyd's Shine On You Crazy Diamond, while wholly appropriate for a man like Dreno, did nothing for my spirits, and I started to weep once again. I was about to go back to bed when I noticed another text from Morris, asking me to call him urgently, so I did. "What now?" I asked. "Sorry to call you again, and so late, but I'm at the Crown of Thorns," he said, "and I think you ought to get down here as soon as. Something's happened. Something unpleasant." "Like what?" "Not on the phone, eh? Just in case. Walls have ears." "They wouldn't dare. Not after paying me all those damages for hacking my phone. They might, you know. It's 2:30 in the morning, Morris. I just lost a good friend, and we've got a training session at 10. So let someone else take it." "You really think I need to come to Silvertown Dock tonight?" "I wouldn't have called otherwise." "No one's dead, are they?" "Not exactly." "What the fuck does that mean?" "Look, Scott, I can't handle this on my own. I can't get hold of Joao Zarco. Sarah Crompton and Philip Obday is away on Sokolnikov's yacht." Philip Obday was the London City chairman,
and Sarah Crompton was the club's public relations officer. "I really don't know what the fuck to say here," he continued, "and I'm going to need to say something. You'll understand why when you get to Silvertown Dock." "Say something to who?" "The fucking press, of course. They were here before the police. It looks as if some fucker from Royal Hill tipped 'em off." "Royal Hill? What's that?" "Greenwich Police Station. Look, trust me, it's important you get here and as soon as possible. Seriously, Scott, this is a situation that is going to require some delicate handling." "I'm not sure I'm the right man for that job, especially with the press. Where they're concerned, I feel like I'm wearing boxing gloves when I speak to them. But I take your point. You're right. If it's serious, you need me the same way I need you." I glanced at my watch. "I'll be there within the hour." Chapter 6. In the event, it took only half an hour to drive the 10-mile journey from my flat off the King's Road to the East End. There aren't many people on the road at that time of the morning, but the press were there in force when I arrived. As I approached the gates of the club car park, they surged towards the Range Rover to see who I was. At the same time, I wondered what was so interesting at Silvertown Dock that it could have diverted them from going to Wembley Way. I didn't know it at the time, but Wembley Way was equally popular with journalists that night. There are more newspapers and television stations in England looking for a good story than you might think, especially when it's a story about football. I drove up to the gates of the club car park and waited for our security men to let me in. It was raining heavily now, and while I was waiting, I switched off the windscreen wipers, just to deny the many waiting photographers a better shot of my tired and probably miserable face. The floodlights were on inside the stadium, which was very strange at nearly 3 in the morning. Scott! Since I had no idea of what to expect when I got inside the stadium, I thought it best not to say anything. That suited me just fine, as I don't like talking to the papers any more than I like talking to the police. Sarah Crompton was always trying to persuade me to be a bit friendlier to the press, but old habits die hard. Whenever I get doorstepped by reporters or papped by some monkey with a cannon, I feel half inclined to hand out a taste of what Zinedine Zidane gave to Marco Materazzi in the 2006 World Cup final. Now that's what I call a headline. I found Maurice McShane waiting impatiently for me at the players' entrance, next to the riverside and the special private marina where Viktor Sokolnikov sometimes arrived at the stadium aboard a 35-metre Sunseeker sport yacht. Maurice was a big, fair-haired man with a beard and a voice like someone shoveling grit. To my surprise, he was with the head groundsman, Colin Evans, who Sokolnikov had enticed away from the Bernabeu at great expense. Colin Evans was generally held to be the best groundsman in Europe, and the City pitch always won all sorts of awards for its excellent condition. "The fuck's going on?" I said. "What are you doing here at this time of night, Colin?" Colin shook his head, growled, clearly speechless with anger, and led the way out through the players' tunnel and onto the pitch. He was fit-looking and young for a groundsman, no more than 35, and wearing the same kind of City tracksuit I was wearing. He could easily have passed for a player. "You'll see soon enough," said Maurice. Sounds ominous. The stadium always looked fantastic for an evening fixture when all the floodlights were on. They made the orange seating look a very appetizing and Christmassy shade of tangerine, while the grass seemed to shine like a rare emerald. And for our 60,000 seated supporters, that's exactly what it was. Something very precious, hallowed even. Small wonder that every so often we had requests from fans who wanted to have a relation's ashes scattered on the pitch. Colin would never have allowed such a thing, of course. Apparently it's very bad for the grass, but not so bad for the flowers. Colin's roses always won prizes. He led us along the halfway line through the centre circle to the spot where several policemen were standing, as if about to kick off a game. Normally, I could never make that walk without a feeling in the pit of my stomach that I was about to play a match. On this occasion, however, I felt as empty as the stadium itself.
Dreno's death was still very much at the front of my mind. For a moment I thought I was about to see a dead body, but I certainly wasn't expecting to find what I saw now. What the hell? I put a hand to my mouth and rocked back on my heels for a moment. Nice, isn't it? Said Morris. A hole had been dug in the centre of the pitch. I say a hole, but it was obviously a grave, about 6 feet long and at least 2 or 3 feet deep. A stranger wearing a fawn-coloured duffel coat came towards me. He was holding a police identification card in front of him. I wonder if I might have a word with you now, gentlemen, he said. My name is Neville, Detective Inspector Neville, from Royal Hill. Give us a minute here, will you, Inspector? I asked. Please. I led Morris and Colin a few paces away so that the detective wouldn't hear our conversation. When did this happen? I asked. I came out here just after midnight, said Colin. Originally from the Mumbles in Swansea, he spoke with a strong Welsh accent. We recently had some electric fox-proof fences fitted to stop them crapping on the pitch at night. The lads hate it if they slip in that shit. It's much worse than dog shit. The smell stays with you for days afterwards. Anyway, I was out to check that they were working properly, and I noticed that someone had left some tools scattered across the pitch. A couple of spades and a fork. That's when I found it. I picked up a spade, glanced at the initials on the handle, LCC, and then tossed it aside. How the fuck did they get in here? I said. It's supposed to be ticket only. Colin shrugged. They probably slipped in during the day, when the doors are open to the building contractors, and hid in the stadium. Building contractors? What are they doing? We're having one of the bars refurbished, explained Morris. I grunted. I could hear the internet joke now. Thieves broke into Silvertown Dock to raid the trophy cabinet, but left empty-handed. What kind of a bastard would do this, Scott? Complained Colin. Colin, I said, how long have you been in the game? You know what some of these bastards are like. A rival team's supporters could have done this, but with the results we've had since Christmas, it could just as easily be our own fans. For fuck's sake, our own lot aren't exactly nice. Have you heard the kind of verbal poison that gets yelled from these terraces? Well, it certainly wasn't a fox, observed Morris. I mean, I know foxes are cunning and all, but I never saw one who could dig a nice rectangle like that, not without a ruler. And as for you, I told Morris, sure, it's serious and a pain in the arse, but it could have waited until the morning, couldn't it? I mean, it's just a fucking hole in the ground. Morris McShane was a former solicitor who had been disbarred for professional misconduct after it was found he'd used an anonymous account to tweet some insults about another barrister. He'd also been a successful amateur boxer, almost winning a bronze medal in the light heavyweight division at the 1990 Commonwealth Games in Auckland. Morris was a good man to have around when someone was in a difficult spot, and as able to sort things with his fists as he was with a wad of cash. He said nothing. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and showed me a text he'd received from a reporter on The Sun. Mozza, would you care to comment on the suggestion being made that the grave in the middle of your pitch is a Sicilian-style message for your prop, Viktor Sokolnikov, whose former partner, Natan Fasanovic, turned up in a shallow grave in 1996, having been buried alive? At least, that's what it said on Panorama. Gordon. There was a similar text from the Daily Mail, and I dare say if I'd bothered to look at the texts arriving every minute on my own mobile phone, I'd have found something along the same lines. Would I like to comment? Morris uttered a nervous laugh. No, I fucking wouldn't. Not particularly. Nor is it a conversation I'd feel comfortable about having with Viktor Sokolnikov, especially as he's suing the BBC because of what was said on Panorama, isn't that right? That's what he told me. I put a couple of pieces of Orbit in my mouth and started chewing fiercely, as if I were about to do my imitation of Sir Alex Ferguson, which had become a very popular turn of mine on the team bus. But I do think Victor should know about this as soon as possible, said Morris, so he can respond to it in whatever way he thinks appropriate. You know better than I do, Scott. And I'd prefer it if you or Sarko were to tell him what's happened here. This is well above my pay grade. Yes, I see your point. I glanced back at Detective Inspector Neville. By the way, who brought him along and said he and his size fucking 12s could come here and walk on our grass? I'm afraid that was me, admitted Colin. Sorry, Scott. I was so upset when I saw that hole. But it is criminal damage, so I thought I should tell them. I mean, we do want to catch the bastards who did this, right? Never, ever bring the filth into this club without speaking to me, to Sarko, or to Phil Hobday first. Got that, Colin? Once you involve the filth in this club's affairs, it's as good as sending an email to Fleet Street. Undoubtedly, it was a copper who texted a mate on the Sun or the Daily Mail about this. Hey, guess what? Someone's only gone and dug a fucking grave on the pitch at Silvertown Dock. That's a 200 quid tip. Maybe more if it's a front page. If it wasn't for them being here with their fucking cameras, we could have put out that it was just a hole and not a grave at all. We might still do that if we can get that Rosa in the duffel coat to cooperate. Yes, I see that now. No worries, can't be helped. Look, here's what we're all going to say. We're going to say it looks like the work of some disgruntled fans, kids probably. And we're going to piss on that Sicilian message stuff from an enormous height. The last thing Mr. Sokolnikov needs right now is more wild speculation about who and what he is. The people who committed this outrage probably couldn't even spell Sicilian. Got that? Morris and Colin nodded. More importantly, Colin, I want you to start thinking about if and how and when we can repair the pitch. We're at home again to Newcastle in 10 days. Believe me, I hadn't forgotten. Right then. Let's talk to that Rosa. I walked towards the policeman. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Inspector, I said, especially at this late hour. But I really think we've wasted your time. Apologies for that, too. It seems obvious to me that this is the work of yobs. Disgruntled fans, so-called. That's nothing we're not used to at a football club. I can't imagine you'll be surprised when I tell you that we get threats all the time, and that very occasionally they manifest as vandalism. It's regrettable, but not uncommon. What kind of threats? Asked the inspector. Emails, tweets, the occasional poison pen letter. Boxes of shit in the post, you name it, we get it. I'd like to see some of these, if I may. I'm afraid that's not possible. We have a policy of not keeping anything like that, especially the gift-wrapped turds. May I ask why, sir? Yesterday's shit smells bad, Inspector. I meant the letters and the emails, of course. Detective Inspector Neville was thin, with a hooked nose that made him look like he had a permanent sneer on his face. To my keen but cold ear, his sounded like a Yorkshire accent. I shrugged. We don't keep that kind of thing because, frankly, there's so much of it. Really, it's simpler just to erase or destroy anything that's threatening or insulting. Just in case a player who's been threatened or abused sees it and is disturbed by what he's read. I'd have thought anyone would have a right to know if he's been threatened, sir. You might very well think that. But we take a different attitude. Some of these lads are very highly strung, Inspector, and one or two of them are none too bright. Even threats that are patently absurd can exercise a strongly negative effect on a weaker-minded player at a Premier League football club. And we wouldn't want that, would we? Not with a third-round FA Cup tie against Leeds on Sunday. Nevertheless, a crime has been committed here. A hole in the ground? That's not exactly 7-7 now, is it? No, but with all due respect, sir, that's no ordinary hole in the ground. For a start, there's the shape. And then there's the obvious financial loss. As holes in the ground go, I imagine this is an extremely expensive one. Wouldn't you say so, Mr. Evans? The detective inspector obviously knew the kind of person he was speaking to. What groundsman doesn't moan about the state of a pitch? But even before he started to answer, I wished I'd told Colin to play down the cost of the damage to the police. His being Welsh only seemed to make this worse,
as Colin's manner was very considered and deliberate. "Oh, like that?" Colin shook his head. "Let's see now. The whole pitch cost nearly £1 million to lay down. So frankly, this is nothing short of a bloody disaster. In an ideal world, we'd rip the whole surface up and start again. But halfway through the season, we'll have to make do with patching it up as best we can, I suppose. Of course, even before you think about the grass, there's the undersoil heating system that stops the pitch from freezing at this time of year. That's been damaged and will have to be repaired. And the grass, well, it's not just grass, you see. Artificial fibres will have to be sewn into the pitch alongside the grass so that the roots can wrap themselves around the nylon fibres. Then there's the fact that at this time of year, it's not easy getting new grass to take hold. So we'll need to run the grow lights around the clock. That's expensive as well. I wouldn't think there would be a lot of change from 50 grand to repair this. Seriously. The damage might be even more than that, if the pitch still remains unplayable in 10 days' time. What with the gate and all? An average ticket price of £62 means that the total match day income is around £6 million. So the cost of the damage might be anything between 50 grand and 6 million, said Detective Inspector Neville. That's about the size of it, yes, agreed Colin. Neville looked at me and shook his head. Well, sir, I'd say this is as clear a case of criminal damage as I've come across in a long time. And since a crime has clearly been committed here, then I'm bound to investigate it. Which is what the insurance company would insist on, I'm sure, if Mr. Sokolnikov were to make a claim for this. They always do, you know. Those figures might seem like a lot to you and me, Inspector, I said. But it's not a lot to someone like Viktor Sokolnikov. I'm sure he'd much prefer just to pay for the repairs himself and avoid as much embarrassing publicity as possible, which, if things had been done properly, ought to have been avoided. You know, it's a mystery to me how the press managed to get here before the police. I'm sure no one here would have given them the heads up. Are you suggesting that someone from Royal Hill Station told them? I'm suggesting that if it transpires that the press were tipped off by someone from your station, then Mr. Sokolnikov will want to know why. Especially since it has been drawn to my attention that the press is already suggesting there might be some link with organized crime back in Mr. Sokolnikov's home country of Ukraine. That's the kind of sensational reporting that we'd much prefer to avoid. Which we could still avoid, I think. Look, why don't I just arrange for an executive box to be made available for our next home match, so that a dozen of your officers from Royal Hill can come along and enjoy the game. You'll be our guests, and you'll have a nice day. I'll make sure of it. You mean if I were to forget all about this? That's right. We'll just tell the press that the reports of a grave being found in the central London city's football pitch have been greatly exaggerated. In fact, I insist on it. Come on, what do you say? Let's just forget about it and go home. Doesn't that sound like common sense? What it sounds like is bribery, Neville said stiffly. At the risk of repeating myself, a crime has clearly been committed here, Mr. Manson, and it's beginning to look as if you really don't want the police here at all, which I admit does puzzle me, since it was someone from the club who summoned us here tonight. I'm afraid that was me, admitted Colin. He made an honest mistake, I said. And so did I when I offered you the tickets. I think I must have assumed that you were the kind of bloke who had something better to do than look into the mysterious case of the hole in the ground. You know what I think? I think you're one of those people who just doesn't like the police. Is that what you are, Mr. Manson? Look, I said, if you want a police medal for this, then go ahead. Be my guest. I was just trying to save you the effort of wasting police time on something that will almost certainly turn out to be a random incident of vandalism, and to save the club owner a bit of unnecessary embarrassment. But when did that sort of thing ever matter to the Met? Look, I think we've told you all we know. It sounds to me as if maybe we've got even less time to waste here than you have. Yes, you said an FA Cup third-round match against Leeds. He smiled. I'm from Leeds myself." "You're a long way south, Inspector." "Don't I know it, sir? Especially when I listen to someone like you. I'm just trying to do my job here, Mr. Manson, sir." "And so am I. Only for some reason, you're making mine difficult." "Am I? You know you are. Then go home. We're not talking about the Arsenal Stadium mystery here." "That's an old black and white film, isn't it?" I nodded. 1939, Leslie Banks. Piece of shit, really. Only interesting because the film stars several Arsenal players of the day, Cliff Bastin, Eddie Hapgood. "If you say so, Mr. Manson. Frankly, I've never been much of a football fan myself." That was also my impression. Detective Inspector Neville paused thoughtfully for a moment and then pointed at me. "Wait a minute. Manson, you wouldn't be—" "Of course, you're that Manson, aren't you? Scott Manson. Used to play for Arsenal until you went to prison." I said nothing. In my experience, it's always best when you're talking to the police. "Yes," Neville sneered. "That would explain everything." Chapter 7. Before I tell you anything about what happened to me in 2004, I should first tell you that I am part black. More of a David James or Clark Carlyle than Sol Campbell or Didier Drogba, but I think it's probably relevant in view of what happened. In fact, I'm sure it is. I don't consider myself black, but I am a keen supporter of Kick It Out. My dad Henry is a Scot who used to play for Heart of Midlothian and Leicester City. He got picked for Willie Ormond's Scotland squad and went to the World Cup finals in West Germany in 1974, the year we came so close. Dad didn't play because of injury, which is probably how he found the time to meet my mother, Ursula Stevens, who was a former German field athlete at the 1972 Munich Olympics. She came fourth in the women's high jump, working for German telly. Ursula is the daughter of an African-American Air Force officer stationed at Ramstein and a German woman from Kaiserslautern. I'm happy to say that both my parents and my grandparents are still alive. After finishing his career in football, my dad set up his own sports boot and shoe company in Northampton, where I went to school, and in Stuttgart. The shoe company is called Padilla, and today it generates almost $500 million a year in net income. I earn a lot of money as a director of that company. It's how I can afford a flat in Chelsea. My dad says I'm the company's ambassador in the world of professional football, but it wasn't always like that. Frankly, I wasn't always the ambassador you would have welcomed in your executive toilet, let alone the boardroom. In 2003, aged 28, I joined Arsenal from Southampton. The following year, I went to prison for a rape I didn't commit. What happened was this. Back then, I was married to a girl called Anne. She works in fashion, and she's a decent woman, but to be honest, we weren't ever suited. While I like clothes and I'm happy to drop $2,000 on a Richard James suit, I've never much liked high fashion. Anne thinks that people like Karl Lagerfeld and Marc Jacobs are artists. Me? I think that's only half right. So while we were still living together, we were already drifting apart. I was sure she was seeing someone else. I was doing my best to turn a blind eye to that, but it was difficult. We didn't have any children, which was good since we were headed for a divorce. Anyway, I'd started seeing a woman called Karen, who was one of Anne's best friends. That was mistake number one. Karen was the mother of 2 children, and she was married to a sports lawyer who had cancer. At first, it was just me being nice to her, taking her out for the odd lunch to cheer her up. And then it got out of hand. I'm not proud of that, but there it is. All I can say in my defense is that I was young and stupid, and, yes, lonely. I wasn't interested in the kind of girls who throw themselves at footballers in nightclubs. Never have been. I don't even like nightclubs. My idea of a nightmare is an evening out with the lads. I much prefer dinner at the Ivy or the Wolseley.
Even when I was at Arsenal, the club still had a reputation for some hard drinking. It wasn't just silverware that the likes of Tony Adams and Paul Merson helped earn for the Gunners. But me, I was always in bed before midnight. Karen's house in St Albans was conveniently close to the Arsenal training ground at Shenley, so I'd got into the habit of dropping in to see her on my way home to Hampstead, and sometimes I was seeing a lot more of her than was proper. I suppose I was in love with her, and perhaps she was in love with me. I don't know what we thought was going to happen. Certainly, we could never have imagined what actually did happen. I remember everything about the day it happened as if it has been etched onto my brain with acid. It was after one post-Shenley visit, a beautiful day near the end of the season. I came out of Karen's house after a couple of hours to find that my car had been nicked. It was a brand new Porsche Cayenne Turbo that I'd only just taken delivery of, so I was pretty gutted. At the same time, I was reluctant to report the car stolen for the simple reason that I guessed my wife, Anne, would recognize Karen's address if the story got into the newspapers. So I jumped on a train back to my house in Hampstead, thinking I might as well report the car stolen from somewhere in the village. Mistake number 2. However, no sooner had I got back home than Karen rang me and said the car was now standing outside her house again. At first, I didn't believe it, but she read out the registration number, and it was indeed my car. More than a little puzzled as to what was happening, I got in a taxi and went straight back to St Albans to collect it. When I arrived there, I couldn't believe my luck. The car wasn't locked, but it didn't have a scratch on it. And anxious to be away from Karen's house before her husband came home, I drove off, telling myself that perhaps some kids had taken it for a joyride and then returned it, having had second thoughts about what they'd done. Oddly enough, I'd done something like that as a kid. I stole a scooter and then returned it after a couple of hours. It was naive of me to think that something similar had happened here, I admit, but I was just happy to be reunited with a car I loved. Mistake number 3. Driving home, I noticed a knife on the floor of the car, and not thinking straight, I picked it up. Mistake number 4. I should have tossed the knife out of the window. Instead, I put it in the compartment underneath the armrest. I was so pleased to recover a car I thought had been stolen that perhaps I did exceed the speed limit here and there. Then again, I wasn't driving dangerously or under the influence of drink or drugs. Somewhere near Edgware, I noticed a car in my mirror flashing me and ignored it, as you do. London is full of half-wit drivers. I had no idea it was actually an unmarked police car. The next time I looked, near Brent Cross, the same car was still in my mirror, only now it had a cherry on top. And still not suspecting that anything very bad had happened, I pulled over. You can imagine my surprise when 2 police officers accused me of speeding and failing to stop. I was handcuffed, arrested, and taken to Willesden Green, where to my greater horror I found myself being interviewed about a rape. A man answering my description and driving my car, victim remembered the mark and half the registration number, had picked a woman up at a service station on the A414 and then raped her at knife point in nearby Greenwood Park. There was no doubt my car had been involved. Some of the victim's hairs were found on the headrest. Her knickers were in the glove box, and there was other circumstantial evidence too. Her blood and my fingerprints were on the knife, of course. And in the same glove box as the victim's knickers, the police found a packet of condoms I'd bought at a garage in Shenley. The receipt was still in the ashtray. The sales assistant at the garage remembered me buying them because he'd seen me on Match of the Day mouthing off about some stupid incident in a match against Tottenham. More of that in a moment. Anyway, there were 2 condoms missing from the packet. The rapist had used one on his victim. I'd put another in my wallet when I'd gone to visit Karen, but I wasn't about to tell the police this because I was still hoping to spare her and, more importantly, her husband. I figured the last thing he needed was his wife providing me with an adulterous alibi while the poor bastard was having chemo. Mistake number 5. The victim, Helen Femu, who was Turkish, wasn't at all sure that it was me who'd raped her, however. Her attacker had punched her several times in the face, so hard she had a detached retina, but she thought he was perhaps black or a bit foreign-looking, which was good coming from her, quite frankly. She was darker than I am. Helpfully, the police arranged for Mrs. Femu to see my picture on the back pages of the newspapers, where I'd been apologizing for my conduct after the Tottenham match. One of their players took a dive when I tackled him, and the ref awarded a very dubious penalty that resulted in me shouting in his face, which earned me a well-deserved red card. Arsenal versus Tottenham is always a highly emotional fixture, to put it mildly. Anyway, Mrs. Femu thought it might have been me who'd raped her. And what with that and the forensics in my car, the cops then interviewed me for 16 hours, at the end of which they typed up a transcript that bore absolutely no relation to what I had said on the tape. In the typewritten transcript, I admitted more or less everything. I even admitted doing an OJ and trying to shake off a police car that was in pursuit of my vehicle. In short, they verbaled me, confident that the quality of the recording made of the interview was so poor that the jury wouldn't be able to make out what was said, which proved to be the case. Indeed, the jury was so persuaded by the police transcript that it managed to hear me saying things on the tape that were never even there to hear. Weird, but true. Meanwhile, it transpired that the police had managed to lose the only piece of evidence that was vital to my defense, a used condom that was found in Greenwood Park on the day of the rape, and in the spot where the victim said she'd been attacked. That condom would easily have cleared me. The newspapers were involved, of course. And before I came to trial, the tabloids did their bit for English justice. Having already concluded that I was a monster, and revealing that my nickname at Highbury was Norman Bates, on account of my psycho-like personality on the park, which was a blatant lie, they managed to rake up the fact that I was already technically a rapist. As usually wasn't what they said, it was what they didn't say. They managed to find an ex-girlfriend in Northampton with whom I'd had sex a few days before her 16th birthday. They neglected to mention that I was just 18 at the time, and that she and I had been going out for more than a year. Her father, who was none too keen on someone he described as having more than a touch of the tar brush about him, i.e. me, had found out that we'd slept together, and even though he wasn't living at home with his daughter at the time, he threatened to have me charged with statutory rape. It hardly seemed to matter that this same girl volunteered to be a character witness in my defence. In spite of this, and after a December trial that lasted 2 weeks, I was found guilty at St. Albans Crown Court on the day before Christmas Eve 2004 and sentenced to 8 years in prison. I was sent to Wandsworth Nick. In case you didn't know, it's the largest prison in the UK. They've had a lot of cricketers in there for match fixing, not to mention Oscar Wilde, Ronnie Cray and Julian Assange. But surprisingly, I was Wandsworth's first Premier League footballer. Things went all right for me in the Nick. Everyone likes talking about football in prison, even the governor, and I made a lot of friends in Wandsworth. There's all sorts in the Nick, not just criminals. Some of those blokes I'd trust more than I'll ever trust any copper again. It's one reason why today I'm involved with the Kenwood Trust, which assists the resettlement of offenders. Certainly things went better for me than they did for poor Mrs. Femu, who lost the sight in one eye. 3 months after the trial, she killed herself. I, on the other hand, spent my first year in Wandsworth doing a correspondence course in sports management because I knew eventually that I was going to be cleared. 18 months after I went inside, Karen's husband died of cancer. But frankly, I had no idea that his dying would take quite so long. That's a pretty fucked up place to find yourself in, psychologically, hoping that some poor bloke whose wife you've been shagging will die so that you can get out of prison. But that's pretty much how I was feeling at the time. Straight away she contacted the police to explain that on the afternoon of the rape she'd been with me, but the police said the case was closed and told her to go away. So she took her story to the Daily Telegraph, who started to campaign for my release. Almost immediately, they discovered that Inspector Twistleton, who had led the inquiry into Mrs. Femew's rape, was facing 65 disciplinary charges, including an assault on a black police officer. It soon became clear that not only was Twistleton a racist, in view of some of the words he'd used in my cell, this was no surprise to me, he was also a member of the National Front. Incredibly, the condom used in the rape was now found by someone in Woolston Police Station, and even after 18 months, there was enough DNA there to clear me of any involvement. 3 judges of the Court of Appeal quashed my conviction, and I was released from the cells of the Royal Courts of Justice the same day. Subsequently, 8 newspapers paid libel damages to me, totaling almost £1 million. The police were also ordered to pay £500,000 in damages for false imprisonment. Although on appeal these were reduced to £100,000 because I had chosen to omit telling the police that Karen could have provided me with an alibi. Not that the money was important. The damage was done. My playing career was over. And even without knowing about Karen, my wife had divorced me. On my release, I decided I needed to get away from England. For a while, I went to live with my grandparents in Germany. And then I went to study at the Johann Cruyff Institute in Barcelona, which opened in 2002. I'd done a BA in modern languages at Birmingham University, so I spoke a bit of Spanish. And in Barcelona, my favorite European city, I did a 1-year course in sports management, and then an 8-month postgrad in football management. In 2010, I obtained my UEFA certificates and accepted a trainee coaching role with Pep Guardiola at FC Barca. In 2011, I became the first team trainee coach at Bayern Munich and worked with Jupp Heynckes, who was an old friend of my dad. He was part of the West German squad in 1974, although, like Dad, Jupp was injured and spent most of the tournament on the bench. I've thought about poor Mrs. Femew a lot, however. The only time I ever saw her was in court, and I felt her pain. A couple of years ago, I got involved with another charity called Rape Crisis. I helped to fund a rape crisis centre in Camden because, the way I see it, I was a victim of Mrs. Femew's rapist too. Of her rapist, of the newspapers, and of the Metropolitan Police. I try not to be bitter about what happened. I tell myself that to some extent it was my own fault. And yet I still feel a sense of grievance. I know I should get over it and put it all behind me, and perhaps in time I will. Of course, it's one thing giving good advice to others in such matters. It's something else when you try to take that advice yourself. But here's one truth I've learned that I try to pass on to all my players. When the worst has already happened, nothing can hurt you. That's as true on the football pitch as it is in life, because there is always a next time. I'm not a philosopher of football like João Sarko, you understand. To me, managing a football team is just common sense with a scarf on. Chapter 8. The next day I went back to Silvertown Dock and took another look at the hole with Colin Evans and João Sarko. It was cold, and the sky above the stadium was a dispiriting shade of January grey. The rain and the police had gone, but not the picket of reporters who had already gone to town on Dreno's death, and the Sicilian message that had surely been sent to Victor Sokolnikov. Fortunately, I hadn't had to tell him about it because he'd read the story online and told me he thought the idea of such messages to be preposterous. Where I come from, if you want a man dead, you don't warn him by sending him a message, he had said, and certainly not one as theatrical as this. It's like something from the pages of a book by Mario Puzo. I appreciate you calling, Scott, and your concern for my reputation, but don't worry about me. I can assure you, I am very well protected. This was true. Sokolnikov never moved without at least 4 bodyguards. One of them was a former Russian boxer covered in tats,
He looked like Vinnie Jones' ugly big brother. Now, Sarko stared into the hole and shook his head. "Football," he said. "It's tribal, of course. And this kind of thing is what tribes do, isn't it? It took billions of years for man to evolve from being a beast and a savage, but it only takes 90 minutes on a Saturday afternoon for all of that to come undone." He looked at Colin. "Can you fix this little divot, Colin, before the Newcastle match?" "It won't be easy," said Colin, "but I can fix it, yes. It takes 7 to 10 days for a new pitch or a bit of turf to bed in. But what about the police, boss? I reckon I could get myself into trouble here. This is a crime scene, isn't it? Suppose that bloody Inspector Neville finds that I've filled in his hole. Suppose he comes back here this morning." Sarko pulled a face. Sometimes his face was as rubbery as a comedian's. "To look at the hole again?" he said. "It's just a bloody hole in the ground, isn't it? Besides, it's not his hole, it's our hole. And it doesn't belong in the middle of a football pitch." "Listen to him," I told Colin. "He sounds just like Bernard Cribbins." Colin knew I'd made a joke, although he didn't understand it. I make a lot of jokes like that which nobody understands. That's what happens when you get older. Sarko didn't understand it either, but then he was Portuguese. "Fill it in and repair it," I told Colin. "I'll take full responsibility. You can tell him that. But before you do fill it in, maybe you should dig down a little. It could be that when you disturbed the people who excavated this, they were actually filling the hole in again." "I don't follow you, Scott. Humour me, will you, Colin? Usually when people dig a grave, it's because they want to bury something in it. Something or someone." "You don't mean—" The Welshman glanced at the grave in horror. "I do mean, Colin. I do mean." Sarko grinned. "Perhaps Scott is expecting you to find Yorick in this grave," he said. "Who?" "Terry Yorick," I said. "Defensive midfielder for Leeds United. His daughter Gabby used to do the football on the telly. Nice-looking bird, great pins. I don't watch it nearly so much now she's gone." Sarko laughed at Colin's continuing incomprehension and walked back towards the players' entrance. I followed him closely. "Alas, poor Terry Yorick," I said. "He was Welsh too, poor bastard." "To be or not to be. You know, with an attitude like that, I think maybe Hamlet followed the football team. FC Copenhagen, probably. So, Scott, today's fitness and injury reports, you got them?" "On your desk, boss." "Good." Sarko's phone bleeped. He checked the screen and nodded. "Paolo Gentile. Excellent. Looks like we've now got ourselves a Scottish goalkeeper. Let's hope he's as good as you said he was. Now all we need is a translator. I couldn't understand one fucking word he said, except that one, fucking. I'll translate. I speak good Scottish." "That's a relief." I thought Dennis Kampfner was handling the transfer. "Victor doesn't trust him, so he brought his own agent in. Paolo Gentile. He's your agent too, isn't he?" "Yes. What of it?" Sarko's phone bleeped again. "Now who's this? The BBC? Strictly Come Dancing. They want me for the new series. I keep saying no, and they keep offering me more money, as if. I bet you're quite the twinkle toes. I hate that shit. I hate all those stupid shows. Me, I'd rather read a book." I glanced back over my shoulder and saw that Colin was already in the hole and digging. "Poor Colin," I said. "Get him on the subject of grass seed and he'll talk for fucking hours, but I don't think he's read a book in his life." "He reads. He has a book in his office toilet." "Oh? Yes. Mind you, it's a pretty crappy book. I think maybe when he runs out of toilet paper. It's your book, Foul Play." I grinned. "At least I wrote mine, boss." Sarko laughed. "Fuck you, Scott." You know, it's a pity I didn't think of it before, I said. But I kind of wish I'd persuaded one of the lads to get in that grave before we looked at it with Colin just now. We could have chucked a bit of earth on top of someone and given that Welshman the fright of his bloody life. After what happened to Dreno last night, I worry about you, Scott, really I do. Dreno would have been the first to see the funny side of a joke like that. That's why I loved him. You have a very sick sense of humor. I know, that's why I'm your team coach, boss. A sick sense of humor is absolutely bloody essential when you're training a squad of overpaid young cunts. Fucking with them keeps their feet on the ground. True enough. Look, I'm very sorry about Dreno. I know you two were friends. He was a great footballer. Just not very sensible. I shrugged. Sonia thinks it was inevitable that something like this would happen eventually. In fact, she almost predicted it. See if she can predict the result on Sunday. I could use a little help from the spirits. She already did. We're going to win 4-0. Good. Buy a late Christmas present from me, will you? I sighed. I'll never forget Dreno's Christmas present to me when we were playing at Arsenal. A bottle of suntan lotion. We were still laughing as we reached the tunnel. But the laughter faded a little as we heard a shout, and Colin came running after us, holding a square object in his hands. You were right, Scott. There was something in that grave. This... It's not a grave, I said. It's a hole. Just remember that. He handed me a framed photograph. The glass was smeared with earth and mud, but the person in the picture was clearly identifiable. It was a photograph of João González Sarco, the one that was on the cover of his autobiography. No games, just football. Sarco took the framed photograph from my hands and nodded. This was in the hole? Colin nodded. Last night's rain must have brought some earth down on top of it. That's why we didn't see it then. We might never have found this. It's lucky you suggested digging down a bit, Scott. Isn't it? I said doubtfully. It's a good picture, observed Sarko. Mario Testino took this shot. I look like Bruce Willis, yes? I said nothing. Don't look so worried, Scott, said Sarko. I'm not in the least bit concerned by this kind of thing. I told you. There are times when football supporters are like savages. At the No camp, we had a pig's head thrown on the pitch when Luis Figo was taking a corner. And you should see those crazy bastards at Galatasaray, Coritiba, and River Plate. They probably get this kind of thing all the time. But it's England where I work, and where I make my living, not a country where a man who plays football sometimes goes in fear of his life. The values of this country are good ones, and the people who did this are the exception. What worries me more is Leeds tomorrow. They're always a good cup side. Manchester United 1972, Arsenal in 2011, Tottenham in 2013. And the best FA Cup final I ever saw was a recording of Chelsea versus Leeds in 1970. Now that was a fucking football match. Colin nodded. 2-2 draw, which Chelsea won in the replay, first one since 1912. Sarko grinned. You see, he does read. He handed the picture back to Colin. You hang on to this, a keepsake. Hang it above your desk and use it to frighten the rest of the ground staff. Shouldn't we tell the police about this? Said Colin. Finding your picture in the hole, I mean. No, said Sarko. Don't tell anyone about this, or the press will be all over it. It's bad enough that they know I've been asked to go on Strictly Come Dancing without them knowing about this too. And don't for Christ's sake tell Mario Testino, he'll have a fit. My wife loves that program, confessed Colin. You should go on it, boss. With all due respect to your wife, Colin, I'm a football manager, not a fucking bandido burro. He checked his phone once more. Fuck, he said. My builder, again. I swear that man calls me more than my wife.
Sarko had bought a house in Pimlico and was having extensive building work done, including a new facade designed by Tony Owen Partners from Sydney, Australia. The facade included an ultra-modern-looking Möbius window that had proved less than popular with Sarko's neighbours, and of course, the Daily Mail. From the artist's impression I'd seen in the newspaper, the new facade looked to me like the J.P. Morgan Media Centre at Lord's Cricket Ground. "That's because your wife is at my house," I said, "to get some peace and quiet, not to mention some good sex, and to get away from you. She hates you, just like everyone else." "This architect was Toya's idea, not mine," said Sarko. "I tell her, you want a house that looks Australian, then go and live in Australia. This is London. This is where I live. This is where I make my living. Let's have a house that looks like a London house, not the Sydney fucking Opera House." But this isn't good enough for her, and as usual, Toya gets her way. I swear, this woman is more difficult than any footballer I have ever had to deal with. That's why we love them, isn't it? Because they're not fucking footballers. They're women who smell nice and who have nice legs. That's why we buy them expensive Christmas presents. Who says I buy her an expensive Christmas present? That's you, Scott, not me. I don't buy women presents. I don't have time. You're the ones who likes to buy presents. You must have bought her something, surely. Sarko grinned. Toya's married to Sarko. She doesn't need a Christmas present. Chapter 9. Elland Road, the home of Leeds United FC, is no place for the faint-hearted in January. Even on a midsummer's day, the area is as bleak as the hair on a witch's tit. But in winter, a northwest wind whips off the Yorkshire Dales and seems to take the spirit right out of you. Doubly so when you consider that the stadium is right next to Cottingley Crematorium. And they do say that sometimes when the wind is blowing in the right direction, you can catch the pungent whiff of an afternoon's service of remembrance. The beautiful game was rarely ever played in Leeds, and certainly never when Billy Bremner was the Leeds captain back in the 70s. A time when Leeds United was one of the dirtiest sides in football. And I have the marks on my shins to prove it wasn't much better in the 90s and noughties, when David O'Leary was the manager and the likes of Jonathan Woodgate and Lee Bowyer were there. Although my father knew Billy Bremner very well, Bremner captained Scotland at the 1974 World Cup. I met the man only once, not long before his untimely death in 1997. I mention Billy Bremner because I think there's something very wrong about the statue of Billy that stands outside Elland Road. It's only my opinion, but Billy Bremner looks like he's black. In reality, the diminutive Scotsman who was born near Stirling was a pasty-looking white man with red hair. I don't know why the Billy outside Elland Road should appear to be black, but it's as if he's been partly cremated in the crematorium nearby. The hair is the right colour, as it happens, and so is the Leeds shirt. But every time I see it, I have a laugh, because I'm sure Billy would have fucking hated it. Even the statue of Michael Jackson that used to stand outside Craven Cottage is more true to life than Billy's statue. Weirdly, Billy is blacker than Michael is, although maybe that's not so strange. Anyway, Billy just looks creepy, like a shitty piece of sculpture by Jeff Koons, or a statue of a saint you might see in a shrine in Cuba or Haiti, as if he might come alive to put the fear of God and voodoo into any team turning up to play Leeds at Elland Road. Maybe that's the idea. If so, then it might work even better if the supporters were to carry it round the pitch before the match, because it certainly wasn't working for Leeds when London City went there for the third-round FA Cup tie. Nothing was. Not even a spectacularly tasteless song about Sarko from Leeds fans. It was Leeds United's second loss in a new year that was only 7 days old, and their worst result since losing 7-3 to Nottingham Forest in March 2012. Christoph Bunchen, replacing Ayrton Taylor up front as our number one striker,
gave City fans a very late 12th night present of 5 golden goals in an 8-goal rout of Leeds United that proceeded without reply. This was the biggest win in our club's history, and it was doubly fortunate that Viktor Sokolnikov had flown back from the Caribbean aboard his private Boeing 767-300 just to see the match. Bunchen was City's hero, but Juan Luis Dominguin also scored 2. And this was after Javier Pepe made a 40-yard strike that was the first of the evening and already looks like being the goal of the season. A top-draw goal conjured from absolutely nothing, which departed his right foot like an arrow from a longbow. There was nothing speculative about Pepe's incredible strike. By contrast, Andrea Pirlo's curling goal for Milan against Parma in 2010 seems like a long shot in its full idiomatic meaning. Pepe's shot was something else. Head down, with every sinew of his muscular body engaged, he knew exactly what he was doing, and the ball flew as straight as a high-velocity bullet. By the time the Leeds goalkeeper, Paddy Kenny, had started to move for it, the football was already in the top corner of his net. Small wonder that Pepe was recently ranked by Bloomberg as the 7th best footballer in Europe. But it was Christoph Bunchen who gave the Leeds manager nightmares, and perhaps not just him. Bunchen is only 21 years old and has yet to be picked for his home country of Germany. And this prompted me to think that if the German manager, Joachim Löw, hasn't yet found a place in his team for a player of Bunchen's goal-scoring ability, then Roy Hodgson's England had better watch out for the rest of the German team. It's true that Christoph's first goal was a well-taken penalty after a clumsy challenge brought Pepe down in the box when the score was only 3-0. But the next 4 goals, scored by the young German, were nothing short of sublime. And at one stage it seemed as if it were Leeds United versus Christoph Bunchen, who incredibly doesn't seem to have been ranked by Bloomberg at all. What made this even more satisfying to me was that I had persuaded Zarco to pay the German club FC Augsburg just 4 million quid for the boy when we joined City in the summer. It wasn't that Leeds failed to take their chances. In truth, they only ever seemed to have one chance in the whole match, and that was soon after Pepe's goal, when Lewis Walters intercepted a nonchalant pass by the City centre-back Ross Field and chipped our reserve goalkeeper Roberto Forlan, who had little else to do all evening, only to find our captain, the ever-reliable Ken Okri, hack his effort off the line. At half-time it was 4-0, and the lads seemed to take Zarco at his word when he told them to go and enjoy themselves, and do the same in the second half as they had done in the first. After that, Leeds were seldom threatening. The 5th goal came within seconds of the game restarting, when another scorching shot from Pepe was well saved by Paddy Kenny. He then rolled the ball out to Kevin Beach, who found Bunchen on him in a flash. Beach attempted a desperate square pass to Stefan Signore, but Bunchen read it as if it had been written on the advertising hoarding in 6-foot-high letters, intercepted the ball at speed, sold the poor keeper a sweet dummy, and then towed the ball across the line, 5-0. Bunchen's 3rd goal was pure magic, and was made more impressive by the near-superhuman length of his stride. Bunchen is well over 6 feet tall, and looks more like a defender than a striker, which makes him very intimidating when he's running flat out at you, scornfully hurdling trailing legs that look like obvious penalties if they'd brought him down, and selling dummies as if the Leeds players were toddlers in high chairs. The German must have changed direction 3 times before he found the space for a shot that he seemed to dig out of the grass, and which left the poor keeper dumped on his backside with his head in his hands. For all the world it looked as if he was just checking he could still hold on to something round. Zarco ran the length of his technical area in celebration, threw himself onto his knees, and slid for several yards, ruining the trousers of a good suit, and looking like someone who was already in training for Strictly Come Dancing on ice. With 15 minutes still to go, many of the Leeds supporters were making for the exits, as if they were passengers on the Titanic. Only the lifeboats were gone, and when Leeds conceded a stupid free kick, it's unlikely that any of them were that surprised when Bunchen stepped up to take it and promptly scored again, blasting the ball cleverly underneath the feet of the player's wall, which jumped as one to try to head it clear. We were still celebrating that one in the dugout when Christoph scored the last goal of the match. In truth, it was comedy gold. Paddy Kenny cleared his line, only to gift the ball to Domingen, who volleyed it to Bunchen as if recognising a player who was on the form of his life. The German wunderkind proceeded to run straight at the goalkeeper with the ball balanced on his head until just as the keeper reached him, he dropped the ball onto his toe and tapped it in. It's generally held that the FA Cup is not what it used to be, that the bonus money in the Premier League means that no one much cares about the FA Cup anymore. But that's not how it seemed to us. A cold January evening in Yorkshire never felt as good as it did to me that night in Leeds. We took the ball with us when we boarded the coach to take us to Leeds Bradford International Airport and awarded it to Christoph, who, showing a sense of diplomacy far beyond his years, promptly gave it to the club's absurdly grateful Ukrainian proprietor. As we drove away, it seemed to me that Billy Bremner was shaking both his fists at the sky and the capricious gods of football. On the coach, I was already having to deal with a list of injuries as long as the faces of the Leeds supporters we'd seen outside the ground. The worst of these was our centre-back, Gary Ferguson, whose ankle had locked up again. "There's no diffuse idiopathic skeletal hyperostosis," explained Nick Scott, the team doctor. "He's just knackered, so that's all right." "Fucking hell," I said, knowing full well that Ferguson, who was a Scouser, was sitting right behind me. "The only part of that I understand is him being an idiot. He probably got some osteophytes floating around in the joint which are causing his ankle to seize up." "That explains why his passing was so shit," I said. "Thanks a lot," said Ferguson. "I was trying my best." "I know, that's what made it so fucking painful to watch." "We should get it x-rayed this time," the doctor told me. "I think we've reached the end of being able to treat this with anti-inflammatories." "Oh, we could just shoot the poor bastard," I said. "Might be kinder, cheaper too." Osteophytes. We used to call these bone spurs, or parrot beaks. But whatever you call them, the effect is the same. They severely limit joint movement and cause extreme pain. I knew what that was like, as my own ankles were none too good after a decade playing the game. Sometimes I count myself lucky that I went to prison and I didn't play on into my 30s with the help of corticosteroids injected into my aging joints. As it is, I hobble through my flat in the morning like I'm looking for my Zimmer frame. A few years ago, I saw Tommy Smith giving a speech at a dinner. I was shocked that Liverpool's hardest-ever club captain now needs sticks or a wheelchair to get around. It's a hard truth, but even today, being an athlete can fuck you up. "Talk about a Pyrrhic victory," I said to the doc. "It's the curse of Billy Bremner." "Who's Billy Bremner?" asked Ferguson. "Black bloke, used to play for Leeds," I answered patiently. "And what's a Pyrrhic victory?" I saw no point in giving a history lesson to someone who thought that Napoleon was a type of brandy and that Nelson was a fucking wrestler. It's true I have a university degree, though it's a 2-2 from Birmingham, not a first from Oxbridge. But while I reckon I possess an above-average intelligence, next to some of the lads on our team, I'm Richard fucking Dawkins. "It means a win that's so bloody good it gives you a hard-on," I told him. Even before we reached the airport, the weather suddenly changed for the worse. The team coach felt like our own little snow globe. Chapter 10. We were late getting back from Leeds. The flight was delayed by the snow. As usual, my mind was buzzing after the match, and it was almost 2 a.m. when I finally went to bed. I took the bed in the spare room so as not to wake Sonia, who sleeps like a cat. When I woke up the following morning, it was with the knowledge that she'd already gone to work. She has a practice in Knightsbridge, shrink-wrapping people who have eating disorders, people who are fat or anorexic,
and that there was someone ringing my doorbell. I slid out of bed, hobbled to the entry phone, and found a woman staring up at the camera. For a moment I thought it must be one of Sonia's patients, except that she was neither thin nor fat. In fact, she was just right.
"Mr. Manson?"
"Yes?"
"I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but we did make an appointment for 10 o'clock this morning. My name is Detective Inspector Louise Considine from the police station at Brent. I'm investigating the death of Matt Drennan."
"Right. I'm sorry. Had a late night. You'd better come up." I buzzed her in, threw on a pair of jeans and a sweater, and poured some bottled mineral water into my one-touch bean-to-cup coffee machine. At nearly $4,000, it was the pride and joy of my kitchen. I couldn't cook very much, but I could make a delicious cafe latte. She was better looking than most coppers I'd seen, and believe me, I've seen a lot. Wholesome looking and frankly a bit fairy-like. She had long fair hair, big blue eyes, and a nose that was sort of pointy. She was wearing a short grey coat and leather gloves.
"Did you forget that we had a meeting? Oh dear, I'm sorry. You certainly look like you forgot."
"We had a match yesterday, and the flight back was delayed by snow. Please, take off your coat and have a seat."
"Thanks."
"Want some coffee?"
"Yes, please, if you're making it. Milk and no sugar."
I nodded and flicked a switch on the machine.
"That looks impressive," she said.
She sounded posh. Too posh to be a copper. "It does everything except wash the cup afterwards." She shrugged off her coat and went to inspect some of the paintings on my walls.
"This is good,"
she said, examining a largish picture of a thuggish-looking man with a shaven head and raised fists. He looked like a bare-knuckle fighter.
"He's rather frightening, isn't he?"
"That one's by Peter Howson," I said. "Scottish artist. I bought that painting to remind myself of what it was like to be in prison. There were several times when I found myself sharing a cell with blokes just like him, people who were always ready to put a fist down your throat for no good reason. Every time I look at it, I tell myself how incredibly lucky I am. Lucky that I was able to put all that behind me, unlike nearly everyone else who comes out of the nick."
"It's a nice place you've got here, Mr. Manson. You have very good taste."
"You mean for someone in football?"
"You must be rich to live round here."
"I only work in football," I said. "I make money from something else that doesn't require me to do anything at all."
"Yes, you're a director of Padilla Shoes."
She smiled.
"I Googled you. It was easier than tapping your phone or having you followed 20 hours a day. These days, police work is mostly done with the aid of web crawlers and hyperlinks, HTML and meta tags."
"That explains why you don't look anything like a copper." She smiled.
"How is a copper supposed to look, then?"
"Not like you. You look like you just finished your law degree." I smiled. "I read your business card, or at least a picture of it on my iPhone. LLB, wasn't it?"
She raised an eyebrow at me. "I do have flat feet, and I can say fuck a lot, if that helps."
I brought her the coffee and then sat down opposite her.
"It makes 2 cups at once. Fuck."
"Time is precious."
"Isn't it?"
She tasted her coffee and nodded with appreciation.
Good, too."
"Java beans, from the Algerian coffee stores in Soho."
"I love that place. I should warn you, I'm liable to come here again. This is much better than my local coffee shop."
"And I should warn you, I don't much like the police."
"Yes, I know. I was warned about that by my chief inspector. And from what I've read about you, I'm lucky this coffee isn't poisoned."
I smiled. "I should wait and see if I were you, Miss Considine."
"I don't blame you at all for thinking ill of the police. I'm sure I'd feel the same way if I'd been wrongly convicted of something."
"I was fitted up. That's what happened."
"But the Met is very different today from how it was, even a few years ago."
She had a sexy way of talking, as if she knew the effect her voluptuous mouth had on things as ordinary as words. Every sentence seemed to end in a pout,
She sipped her coffee and glanced around the room again.
I'll take your word for it.
Please do. I was very sorry to hear about Mr. Drennan. But if I'm honest, it seems that I only ever knew him as someone who was famous for being drunk and getting himself into one scrape after another. It's hard for me to connect someone as clownish as him with top-level sport.
What you have to remember is that a lot of footballers, and I do mean a lot, are just overgrown schoolboys. Every team has someone who's as much of a comedian as Drennan was, but there are very few teams that have someone as talented as him. In his day, Drennan was perhaps the most outstanding player in the country. Look, there are a lot of wankers in football. Just watch Soccer AM. But Matt Drennan wasn't one of them.
Yes, I read your tweets about him and watched some of his goals on YouTube.
She shrugged as if she was hardly impressed with what she'd seen. Do you follow a team?
Chelsea.
It figures.
Does it? Oh dear. That makes me sound very predictable. Unlike Matt Drennan. I mean, I know he was your friend, and I'm sorry to say this, but to me he always looked like an accident waiting to happen.
Not like that.
No?
Well, I certainly never expected him to go and hang himself, if that's what you want to know.
She nodded. It is, among other things.
I expect there will have to be a post-mortem and an inquest, I said.
She nodded again.
Will I have to give evidence?
Perhaps. Did you know his wife, too?
Yes, I was at the wedding. Actually, I was at both his weddings.
She says she'd already thrown him out. For good this time, according to her. And that was before he beat the shit out of her.
So I believe. How is she, by the way?
At home now, avoiding the newspapers and the newspapermen who are camped out at the bottom of her drive.
I tried calling her, but...
She's not answering the phone. Now, I appreciate that this might be difficult for you, but I need to ask you some questions about exactly what happened when Drennan was here. After all, you were one of the last people to speak to him before he killed himself. At least according to Maurice McShane, you were. It was on your behalf that he contacted us, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I wanted to help with your inquiries.
Of course.
And I think I was probably one of the last people to see Matt. I told her precisely what had happened.
So he was drunk and he was depressed, she said.
I nodded. Definitely. I even offered to drive him to the Priory. I could see he was in a bad way. But he wouldn't let me. I mean, he was pissed, but he wasn't that pissed. Not by his standards. I mean, he wasn't legless. Besides, he'd been before to the Priory, and it didn't work.
Did he say what he was depressed about?
How long have you got? The fight with his wife would have depressed him. He'd lost his diamond stud from his ear, like I told you. He told me she'd thrown a boot at him, but he didn't say he'd assaulted her. I suppose that might have resulted in a custodial sentence because he'd assaulted her before. That would have depressed him too. I shrugged. What else? Not being able to play football anymore? Getting older? His health? Drinking again? Being broke? Life in general. It's a typical football story, I'm afraid. Look, he certainly didn't mention that he was going to kill himself. But if he had, I'm not sure what I could have done about it.
You could have kept him here and talked him out of it, perhaps?
Clearly you didn't know Matt Drennan. You couldn't talk him out of an off-license or a last game of bar billiards, let alone what you're suggesting, Miss Considine.
So, he didn't say anything to you about his best friend from Glasgow, Tommy MacDonald?
Mackie? No, nothing at all.
You know he was in the army, in Afghanistan?
Kind of. Hey, has something happened to Mackie?
Sergeant Thomas MacDonald was blown up on patrol in Helmand Province last Tuesday. Christ. He died later on, in hospital.
No, I didn't know that.
I nodded.
but it certainly explains a great deal about Dreno's mood. He never really talked all that much about Mackie, at least not to me, but I know he and Mackie were close. You might even say they were partners in crime, since they were always in trouble for one thing or another. Fighting, vandalism, practical jokes that went too far, general bad behaviour. It was nearly always drink-related. When Mackie joined the army, I think my old club Arsenal were more than a little bit relieved. They figured he was a bad influence on Dreno. But actually, I'm sure it was the other way around. Mackie joined the army to get away from Dreno and the drinking. At least, that's what Dreno always said.
Did you know Sergeant MacDonald?
I met him a few times. I couldn't say that we were friends, though. We weren't. I didn't like him, to be honest. I'm sorry he's dead. He served his country, and you had to respect anyone for that.
Why didn't you like him? Any particular reason?
I shrugged. Like I said, I thought he was a bad influence. Frankly, I was very surprised when he went into the army. He'd spent a lifetime sponging off Dreno, and he was the most ill-disciplined sod you could hope to meet. A typically belligerent Scot. It was hard to see why he should suddenly have decided he wanted to do something like join the army, unless it was just to get away from Dreno.
Tell me, what was Matt Drennan wearing when he came to see you?
You mean, was he wearing an England shirt?
No, I mean, what was he wearing?
Leather jacket, jeans, trainers, plain white shirt. There was blood on the collar, and on his earlobe. I already explained that. Was he wearing an England shirt when he hanged himself?
I'm really not at liberty to say.
It was in the Daily Mail.
Then it must be true.
Why do I get the feeling you're not being straight with me, Miss Considine?
One, you don't like the police. You said so yourself, Mr. Manson. And two, I'm not being straight with you because I'm here to ask questions, not to provide you with answers. Sorry. This is a police inquiry into a man's death. Even if it looks for all the world like a suicide, there are still rules of evidence I have to observe. As a police officer, I operate to a different standard than the Daily Mail. Look, all I'm trying to do is build a picture of Matt Drennan's last few hours, so that there's no room for any doubt that he killed himself. And in case that seems a rather laborious matter of dotting the I's and crossing the T's, it is. However, we live in an age of conspiracies, and it won't be long before someone who read a book called Who Killed Kurt Cobain or Who Killed Princess Diana or Who Killed Michael Jackson is tempted to write a book called Who Really Killed Matt Drennan. That's what I'm hoping to avoid, for his sake, for the sake of his family and friends.
Fair enough, and I appreciate you saying so.
I'm glad you think so. I certainly wouldn't like you to sue the Met again because of my incompetence or dishonesty.
I nodded. I'm beginning to see why they sent you to see me.
Oh, good. Then we're making progress.
You are. I'm not sure about the Met.
Do you mind if I ask you a question you might find a little insensitive?
You mean the comments about Dreno being a waste of space weren't?
I didn't say that.
I shrugged. Be my guest.
Thank you. Well, then, it's this. I'm puzzled. You have a university degree. You speak several languages. You live in a £15 million apartment in Chelsea. Why would someone as obviously successful as you, Mr. Manson, still have a friend who was as big a loser as Matt Drennan?
That's not insensitive. It's just a little ignorant of what football is about, Miss Considine. You see, football is an international club, a fraternity, a bit like the Freemasons. Wherever you go, it's almost inevitable that you'll run into someone you once played with or against. Matt Drennan was my teammate. What's more, he was the only teammate who came to see me when I was in prison. He came even though he'd been advised by the people who were trying to manage his image not to come. At that time, it was me who was the loser, not him. I was scum. A rapist. That picture by Peter Howson, that's what people thought of when they thought of me. Everyone but Dreno.
Not many people know it, but Dreno lost a sponsorship deal with a pharmaceutical company because he came to see me in the nick. So, for all his faults, he had a good heart, and I loved him for it. She nodded and placed her coffee cup on the low table in front of her. "Thanks for your help," she said, "and thanks for the excellent coffee. By the way, did you win yesterday?" "Yes, we won, 8-0. I smiled. "That's good, by the way, very good, in case you were wondering." Chapter 11. In the week leading up to the Newcastle match, Kenny Trainor arrived at the club and gave his first interview on the Press Bureau TV sports channel. Our new goalkeeper was a big, fair-haired lad with an easy smile and an accent that was as thick as the head on a pint of heavy. When he spoke, it was like listening to Spud in Train Spotting. As a result, Zarko insisted on my appearing with them in front of the invited newsmen to translate, which added a usefully comic touch to these dull proceedings. Otherwise, it was the usual bullshit about how Trainor was really looking forward to the challenge of the Premier League and working with a world-class manager like João Zarco. Asked why he had decided to join City instead of another club like MUFC, Trainor made no mention of 50,000 quid a week, but instead talked about the quality of the squad and the attractions of living in a great city like London. Asked what he thought he could achieve at a club like London City, which is more or less the same question when you think about it. Trainor declared he wanted to keep a clean sheet for as long as possible and to help City to win the Premier League, Champions League, FA Cup. Trainor and Zarko were also filmed in the doorway of Hangman's Wood, holding up Trainor's new silver goalkeeping shirt with his name on the back. That's the thing I hate most about football, the cliches. You can't blame the players for that. They're just kids, most of them. Trainor's only 23, and he doesn't know any better. No, I blame the fucking reporters for asking the same old tired and predictable questions that produce these cliched answers. Things got a little more interesting when Bill Fleming, an old warhorse of a reporter from STV in Glasgow, suggested that it was extremely insulting to Scots viewers to have what Kenny Trainor was saying translated into English, as if they were ignorant of the language. Zarko paused for a short moment, and then asked me to translate what Fleming had said, which got a big laugh. I think he understood perfectly well, but Zarko's comic timing was always excellent. He waited for me to repeat Fleming's complaint, and then smiled. "I don't mean to be insulting," said Zarko, "but I have been told that it's not just the Portuguese who have a problem understanding Scottish people. It's English people too, so where is the insult in having a translation? That is something I don't understand. Scott Manson is from Scotland, and I understand everything that he says. You, Mr. Fleming, you are from Scotland, but I don't understand anything of what you say. You say you speak English, and I will take your word for it. But this is not how it sounds to me. Maybe the problem is not with me, but with you, my friend. Maybe you should learn to speak better English like Scott here. Perhaps this is something Kenny will also achieve while he is playing at London City. I don't know. I hope so, for his sake. To make yourself understood in a foreign country is not so difficult, I think. Everyone here seems to understand me all right. But I'm no Professor Henry Higgins, and I don't care about the rain in Spain. For sure, I can help to make Kenny a better goalkeeper, but I'm the wrong person to offer him speech elocution on how he can make himself understood. Maybe if he opens his mouth a little when he speaks, it will be better. I don't know. You should try that yourself, Bill. To his credit, Kenny Trainor kept on smiling good-naturedly while his new boss was speaking. Lots of people were laughing, but they did not include Bill Fleming. Later that day, I found myself translating again, this time from German. Our new star striker, Christoph Bunchen, came to see me in my office at Hangman's Wood.
He spoke good English but told me that he preferred to speak in German, in case anyone overheard our conversation. Is something the matter, Christoph?
No, not at all, he said. But I wanted to have your advice about something.
Sure. What is it?
First of all, I want you to know how much I love this club and how much I like living in London.
My stomach lurched a little. Christoph Bunchen was quite likely a star striker in the making, and one we had bought cheaply, but where was this going? What was he going to tell me? That he was a compulsive gambler like Fergie fledgling Keith Gillespie? A secret boozer like Tony Adams? A compulsive gambler and a secret boozer like Paul Merson? Or had he already been tapped up by Chelsea, who had form for this, of course? Or one of the other big clubs? Not that I had much time for the FA's farcical rule against tapping up. Good players were always going to be tapped up. Tapping up, approaching a player contracted to another club without its permission, has always been part of the game. I smiled thinly and tried to contain my jangling nerves. That sounds ominous. Please don't tell me you want to transfer to another club. You've only just got here and made your mark. We need you, son.
This is very difficult for me, Scott.
Look, if it's about pay, then I've already spoken to Zarko. He's confident that we can get you another 10 grand a week.
Thank you, but it's not about money or a transfer. It's about something else. I don't really feel I can be who I am. I'm different from these guys.
He folded his arms defensively, stood back on one heel and then tapped his lips with a forefinger, like Samir Nasri making his famous shush gesture. I still don't get why he does that. Who the fuck is he telling to be quiet? The fans? Different how?
When I was playing in Augsburg, I was living in Munich.
Ah, that's where we met, remember?
Yes, but you want to know why I was living in Munich?
For a brief moment, I wondered if he was a neo-Nazi and then rejected the idea. Christoph only looked like a Nazi. I shrugged. Munich is a nicer city than Augsburg. At least that's my own impression.
Have you heard of a part of Munich called the Glockenbachviertel?
Yes, I think so. It's the trendy part. Lots of art galleries. I often used to go there and look for paintings. Christoph nodded.
There are lots of gay people living in that part of Munich.
He paused for a moment.
That's why I was living there, Scott. Because I couldn't live the way I wanted in Augsburg. What I mean to say is I was living in Munich with a man.
I felt my spirits sink. This was going to be coaching football at its most challenging. The only gay footballers who'd ever stepped out of the closet, as far as I was aware, were Thomas Hitzelsberger and Justin Fashanu. And Fashanu committed suicide, which wasn't exactly an encouraging precedent for anyone else in the game who felt moved to declare his homosexuality. Right. I see.
It's just that Mr. Zarko said some things the other day on television about the Qatari World Cup, about having gay friends, which was very encouraging. And I thought that perhaps it might be all right to be gay at this club. Unlike my last club, where I had to live a kind of lie about who and what I was. Which is hard, you know.
I winced a little at the mention of Zarko and the Qataris. Since his comments about the 2022 World Cup, the London City Press Office had been besieged with threats from anonymous Arabs. We'd had 3 bomb threats at Hangman's Wood. Meanwhile, the Qataris continued to deny any impropriety, and FIFA's executive committee in Zurich had complained to the FA about Zarko. As a result of this, the FA had felt obliged to cancel their invitation to Zarko to become a member of its England team think tank. Zarko's response to all this would certainly have been to repeat his allegations had Phil Hobday not told him to button it. Look, Christoph, if you're asking me for advice on being gay, I can't give you any. I have 1 or 2 friends who are gay, but none of them are in football. But
if you're asking me what I think you're going to ask me, should I tell the guys in the team I'm gay? That's what I want to know. That's what I'd like. Then the answer is no. Absolutely fucking not. Don't ask me to justify it, Christoph, because I can't. But being gay is just not acceptable in football. For the simple reason that the game is the last bastion of open bigotry and homophobia. There are no openly gay footballers in any of England's top 4 divisions. Of course, that's not to say there are no gay players. Everyone knows who they are, or thinks they do. But those players keep it quiet for one simple reason: fear. Not of the other players, but fear of the abuse an openly gay player would receive from the fans. Right now, there are lots of fans on terraces all over England who still sing songs about the Munich air crash and about the Hillsborough disaster, and who make gassing noises towards Tottenham fans who are all presumed wrongly to be Jews. In my time in football, I've heard these bastards sing songs about Sol Campbell's mental breakdown, Dwight Yorke's disabled son, Karen Brady's miscarriage, the floods in Hull, and the excellent public service done by various murderers, including Harold Shipman and Ian Huntley, all of which means that there's quite enough shit that they can throw at you already without giving them anything more. That's why you can't tell anyone, Christoph, wear a pair of rainbow football laces if it makes you feel any better. There are at least some straight players who have done that. Otherwise, you have to keep this quiet. You'll be committing career suicide if you say something now. I know this is not what you wanted to hear, but I'm sorry. That's just how it is. Bunchen sighed. Looking at him now, it was hard to believe the young German could be gay. Then again, I never noticed these things. Sonia claims she can tell, but I never can. A small part of me wanted to applaud him for his desire to be so open, but mostly I felt I'd told him how it was. Individually, most football fans would probably tell you they couldn't care less about someone's sexuality. But on the terraces, a different mood prevails. The Germans have a word for it: Volksgeist. It means the spirit of the people. And the spirit of the people usually collects around the lowest common denominator. Look, you have a wonderful talent. And on the basis of what I saw the other night against Leeds, you have a fantastic future ahead of you, Christoph. You could do anything in the game. You could play for your country, make a great deal of money, and get right to the top of football. And having got there, who knows? In a few years it could be you who leads from the front and who changes things for the better. I, for one, hope they do change. But you're at the start of your career. And right now, my advice to you is never to talk about this with anyone but me at this club. Anyone at all. The fewer people who know about this, the better. I see. He shrugged. It's disappointing. I'm sorry, Christoph. Truly, I wish I could tell you something different. But best keep it quiet, eh? At least until your career is over, and then talk about it. The same way Thomas Hitzelsberger did. He nodded. All right. If you think it's best. I breathed a sigh of relief as he went out of the door. But Christoph Bunchen wasn't the only one in London City with a secret that had required me to play counsellor. The fact that Zarko was having an affair with Claire Barry, who was the club's acupuncturist, had become common knowledge at Hangman's Wood. So common that I had felt prompted to speak to him about it. Me, of all people, offering him advice on the wisdom of having an affair with a woman who was herself married. Claire was a decent woman, but her husband, Sean, was a bit of a thug. And if he wasn't, he knew plenty who were. He ran a private security company that did a lot of work in the Gulf states, which meant he was frequently away. He also employed a lot of people who were used to solving problems with violence. People are beginning to talk about you and her, I'd said over the Christmas holidays, which is a very busy time for an acupuncturist at a football club, as you might perhaps imagine. Tell me to fuck off and mind my own business if you like, but I'm your friend. You've been good to me, And I wouldn't like to see anything happen to you, Joao. The press would love to give you a going over for something like this. Remember what happened to John Terry? They think you're an arrogant bastard and they're just waiting to catch you out. So why don't you cool it for a while? I'm not telling you to forget her, that's up to you. All I'm doing is telling you to keep it zipped for a while, just to put people off the scent. He listened quietly and then nodded. You're right, Scott. You were quite right to tell me. And thanks. I had no idea this was well known at the club. I appreciate it, my friend. And I'll certainly do as you say. I'll tell her it's got to stop. Of course. Zarko completely ignored me. How do I know that? I don't for sure. But a couple of days before the Newcastle game, I noticed he had a packet of single-use, sterile acupuncture needles on his desk. He saw me pick them up and offered an explanation before I could even mention it. Claire has been showing me how to treat my own knee, he said, taking the needles out of my hand. In here? Yes, in here. You mean you sit in here and stick needles in your own knee? Yes, of course. What else would I be doing with these needles? I don't know. Like a lot of ex-players, Zarko suffered from painful knees, and acupuncture was able to provide a more effective and safer form of pain relief than drugs and creams. That wasn't what was suspicious. It was him dropping the needles in the bin while he was talking that made the explanation sound so lame it needed crutches. It looked like someone getting rid of evidence. And frankly, given the number of strokes he pulled, he ought to have been a bit better at it. For example, I knew he had 3 mobile phones, one for work, one for play, and one for something else. The play phone and the one for something else he kept in a drawer in one of the filing cabinets in my office, and took them out when he needed them. We both knew without him having to ask that this was fine with me. This was just one of his funny little ways, and something you had to put up with if you were ever going to be a trusted friend of Zarko's. You've heard of mates' rates? Well, this was mates' traits. You should get her to show you how to do it, he said. Maybe you could treat your ankle in the same way. There's no need to be squeamish about needles, you know. It's just one prick. For a brief, irresponsible moment, I considered telling him that he was the only prick I knew about. Before I thought better of it, he was the boss after all. And if he was still shagging Claire Barry, it was none of my business. Nor was it any of my business when one afternoon I dropped into a BP service station near Hangman's Wood to put petrol in my Range Rover. Now, the club had an account at the nearest Shell garage, and Viktor Sokolnikov always picked up the tab for everyone's fuel, a perk the tax man knew nothing about and which was worth several £100s a week, especially when you were driving a Ferrari or an Aston Martin, as most of the players did at City. Consequently, no one ever went to the BP garage about 3 miles further on, where they had to pay for petrol. No one except me, that is, for I'd always been scrupulously honest in all my dealings with the Inland Revenue, and I always paid for my own fuel. Untaxed perks were definitely not my thing. When you've been to prison, you never want to go back there. Zarko was sitting in his left-hand drive Overfinch Range Rover, identical to my own, which was parked next to a white Ferrari. He was having an animated discussion with the owner of the Ferrari, who I recognized immediately. It was Paolo Gentile, the agent who had handled Kenny Trainor's transfer. Now, when you're a coach, you see a lot in and around a football club that turns out to be not your business. And sometimes, if you want to keep your job, you learn to keep your fucking mouth shut. I learned that in the nick. So I drove away again, without even stopping. Chapter 12. You're a bloody little genius, I told Colin Evans. Colin blushed. He and I and Zarko and Viktor Sokolnikov were standing on the centre spot at Silvertown Dock. I'd brought a ball and had already bounced it several times, just to see how it moved on top of the newly repaired surface. Then I tossed the ball in the air and began to play keepy-uppy, all the time trying to test what the spot felt like underneath my feet. I couldn't tell that anything was different. "Yep," I said. "It's perfect." "Amen to that," said Zarko, and clapped the Welshman on the back. "You've done a great job, Colin. I'm really very appreciative." "We aim to please," said Colin. Victor was comparing the picture that I'd emailed to his iPhone with the ground we were standing on. "Incredible," he said. "You wouldn't know there had ever been anything wrong here." He chuckled. "You know, the next time I have a dead body to bury quickly and without a trace, remind me to contact Colin. We can do it right here." I almost gasped. That was typical of Viktor Sokolnikov, making a joke out of a rumor that would have been acutely embarrassing to anyone else. Then again, he was in a very good mood about something that wasn't anything to do with the pitch. His face was tanned, and he was wearing an enormous Canada Goose coat that would not have looked out of place worn by Serrano Fines at the South Pole. In spite of the bitter January cold, he was smiling broadly. "Come to think of it," he added, "I wouldn't mind being buried here myself. As mausoleums go, I think the crown of thorns would be perfect." "Why not?" said Zarko. "You paid for it, Victor?" "But I'd have to do it in secret," said Victor. "The local council would never give me planning permission to get buried here, not without a great deal of arm-twisting. And bribery, of course. You always need that, even in this country." "We'll bury you in secret if that's what you want, won't we, guys? Just like Genghis Khan." Colin and I nodded. "Sure. Whatever you want, Mr. Sokolnikov." Victor chuckled. "Hey, take your time there. Reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. I'm in no hurry to be under the ground. Let's think about burying Newcastle here tomorrow, before it's my turn." "After the Leeds match," said Zarko, "we're unstoppable. Javier Pepe's goal was probably the best goal I've ever seen in all my years as a manager. And Christoph Bunchen already looks like a star. The team is riding high right now. Those Newcastle boys will be crapping themselves." "Let's hope so," said Victor. "But we mustn't be overconfident, eh? We have a saying in Ukraine, the devil always takes back his gifts. I hear that Aaron Abimbole is going to be fit." Before signing for Newcastle in the summer, Aaron Abimbole had played for London City and Manchester United and AC Milan. In fact, he collected clubs like some people collect air miles. The Nigerian was one of the highest-paid players in the Premier League, and generally held to be one of the most temperamental, too. When he was good, he was very, very good. But when he was bad, he was total crap. Abimbole's leaving London City during Zarko's first tenure at the club had been acrimonious, and prior to his departure, relations with the Portuguese manager, who had bought him from the French club Lens, had become so bad that Abimbole had set fire to Zarko's brand-new Bentley in the club car park. "So what?" said Zarko. "This particular Aaron doesn't have a brother called Moses, so I don't think we have anything to worry about." "He's already scored 20 goals for Newcastle this season," said Victor. "That's twice as many as he scored for us when he was here. Maybe we should worry about that." "He's lazy," insisted Zarko. "I never saw a lazier player, which is why clubs don't keep him. He only scores when it's up his back to do so, but he never tracks back. Not like Rooney. You have Rooney, you have a great striker and a dogged defender. When you have Abimbole, all you have is a lazy cunt." Clearly the United fans had thought the same way as Zarko. I remember watching him play for MU against Fulham, and the fans singing, "Abimbole, Abimbole, he's a lazy arsehole, and he should be on the dole." He had to laugh. "Besides," added Zarko,
Scott here has a brilliant plan to fuck with his mind. Wait and see, boss. We're going to put the hex on him." "I'm glad to hear it." Victor glanced at his watch. Unlike the rest of us, he wore a cheap Timex. The first time I'd seen it, I'd checked it out on Google in case it was actually a valuable antique. But it cost just £7.50, which was another reason why I liked Victor. Most of the time, he wasn't in the least bit flashy. My suits from Kilgore were probably 10 times more expensive than his. He was wearing the coat because it was cold. Only the billionaire's Berluti shoes were expensive. And the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the car park, of course. "And now I'd best be going," he said. "I have an important meeting in the city. See you guys at the match on Saturday. Don't forget, Joao, you're coming to that pre-match lunch I'm hosting in the executive dining room for the RBG." RBG was the Royal Borough of Greenwich. "I wouldn't miss it for the world, boss," said Zarko dryly. "Good, because you're the trophy guest," said Victor. "At least you would be, if we had any bloody trophies." Laughing, he walked back to the players' tunnel, leaving the three of us staring at our much cheaper shoes. "Cheeky bastard," said Zarko. "He's in a good mood," I replied. "I was just thinking the same thing," said Colin. "I know why, too," said Zarko. "This morning the RBG Planning Committee is going to announce that it has granted permission for the new Thames Gateway Bridge. It's going to be worth a lot of money to Victor's company, because they are building it, of course. That's why he's bringing the RBG Council here for lunch on Saturday, to celebrate." "But he's paying for the bridge, isn't he?" I said. "Rather a lot, if the newspapers are correct." "He's paying for some of it, yes. But don't forget, the Thames Gateway is going to be a toll bridge. And the only bridge between Tower Bridge and the QE2 bridge, that's exactly 10 kilometers of river either side of where it will be built. 50,000 vehicles a day. That's what they estimate. At £5 a time, that's 250 grand a day, gentlemen." £5? Who's going to pay that?" asked Colin. "It costs £6 to get across the Severn Bridge into Wales." "Surely it should be £6 to get out of Wales," I muttered. "It's only £2 to go through the Dartford Tunnel," persisted Colin. "Yes, but it takes forever," I said. "That's right," said Zarko. "So you do the math. They reckon the new bridge will make more than 80 million a year just in tolls and pay for itself in less than 5 years. You see? It only looks like philanthropy for 5 years. Then it starts to look like very good business. He owns the bridge for the next 10 years after that, before he gives it as a gift to the people of the RBG. But by then, he'll have made at least 800 million, maybe more." "No wonder he's smiling," I said. "He's not smiling," said Zarko. "He's laughing all the way to the Sumi Capital Bank of Geneva, which, by the way, he also owns." "That must come in handy when you need an overdraft," said Colin. "Did you hear that?" Zarko shook his head and smiled wryly. "Trophy guest, indeed. He never misses an opportunity to have a little dig at me." "Talking of having a dig," said Colin, "that copper came back here to the Crown of Thorns, Detective Inspector Neville. He wasn't very pleased to see we'd filled in and grassed over the hole." "What did he expect us to do with it?" snarled Zarko. "Play around it?" "He said we should have let him know we were going to fill it in, that it was evidence, that they hadn't had time to take a photograph." "I'll send him a photograph of the hole," I said, "only it won't be a hole in the ground." "What did you tell him?" asked Zarko. "The cop. You didn't tell him about my photograph, I hope." "No, of course not. Look, all I told him was what Scott told me to tell him, that he took full responsibility." "What did he say to that?"
He said that suing the Metropolitan Police successfully had made you too big for your boots, and that it was time someone took you down a peg or two. He said that? Colin nodded. The cunt. You sure it was me he was talking about and not Joel? Colin nodded again. Hey, don't drag me into this, said Zarko. I've enough enemies already. You've noticed that too, huh? Chapter 13. João Zarco had been on the front of GQ and Esquire and was frequently voted the best-dressed man in football. On match day, he cut a very dapper figure in his Xenia suits, cashmere coats and silk scarves. Sometimes he seemed to be as famous for his designer stubble, his Tiffany cufflinks and his bling watches, as for his candid thoughts about football. Perhaps that's not a surprise. These days, you don't just judge a club by results, but by the style of the manager. And if you doubt that, then ask yourself this. If you were obliged to support a club because of the manager, who would you choose? Jose Mourinho or Sir Alex Ferguson? Pep Guardiola or David Moyes? Diego Simeone or Rafa Benitez? AVB or Gus Hiddink? These days, it's not just the image rights of players that are important to football clubs. How a manager looks can actually affect the club's share price. Winning is no longer enough on its own. Winning while looking good is the essence of the modern game. I like good suits, but I think it's important that unlike the manager, the coach dresses like his players on a match day. Besides, it looks a bit weird if you take charge of the warm-up in a tailor-made whistle that costs $5,000. I don't like tracksuits very much, but I always wear one on the day of a match. Picking training cones off the pitch and doing mountain climbs alongside the lads is just easier in a tracksuit. London City is nicknamed Vitamin C because the club colours are orange and because it's good for you. No one in East London gives a fuck about Ukraine's Orange Revolution in 2004, which is why the club colours are orange in the first place. A lot of modern kit looks like it was designed by the art class in a primary school. You expect African World Cup sides to wear shirts that look like shit, and even a few Scottish ones, but not big European sides. Was there ever a worse kit than the one Atletico Bilbao wore in 2004, which looked like some fat bloke's intestines? City's kit was designed by Stella McCartney, and so were the tracksuits. I don't mind the kit so much. The orange makes your players easy to see on the park. And on a foggy night in Leeds, that can be a real advantage. It's the equivalent of playing golf with an orange ball. It seems that 73% of golfers find a vividly coloured ball easier to see in flight and on the grass. Come to think of it, that must be why I'm so crap at golf. In truth, Sonia likes the City tracksuits better than I do. It helps that hers is a size too small, and when she wears it, she looks just like Uma Thurman in Kill Bill Volume 1, only without the Hattori Hanzo sword. But when I'm wearing an orange tracksuit, I look like a fucking carrot. We all do, which is why some rival supporters call us cat shit. Apparently some cat shit is orange. You learn something every day. When Sonia puts her tracksuit on, it's all I can do not to put my hands inside her bottoms, so I usually don't bother trying to resist the temptation. Unless it's the day of a big game when, out of solidarity with my players, who are supposed to refrain from sex on the day of a match in order to keep their testosterone levels high, I do my best not to touch her. Testosterone helps players remain aggressive, and it's generally held that aggression helps sportsmen to win. Of course, Sonia knows I find her sexy when she's wearing the tracksuit, and on a match day morning she often wears it anyway and then goes out of her way to be sexually provocative. I don't know what else you'd call it when she wears the tracksuit bottoms a little too far down her butt and with a tiny bit of dental floss that masquerades as a pair of knickers. Then again, she never has knickers like that on for very long, not when I'm around. You wouldn't believe how different Sonia looks when she goes off to her Knightsbridge consulting rooms to listen to girls discuss their eating disorders. Anorexic girls on Tuesdays and Thursdays, fat girls on Mondays and Wednesdays. It would never do for them to be in the same waiting room. She doesn't think my jokes on that subject are very funny, however. Sonia wears a lot of nice Max Mara suits, good shoes and stockings. It's her Dr. Melfi look, which I find almost as sexy as her ass in an orange tracksuit. Unlike a lot of the girls she treats, Sonia has a great-looking ass. She works out a lot, and if I mention her ass so fondly, it's because the part of me that's still a player seems to find it easier talking about how attractive and sexy my girlfriend is than saying how much I love her, which I do. Like a lot of men in football, I find it hard to discuss my feelings. Being a shrink, she's aware of that and makes allowances. At least I think she does. She knew I was already upset about what had happened to Didier Cassel and then to Dreno, which was why I didn't talk about it. And until the day of the Newcastle match, I really thought that the worst had already happened. But in truth it hadn't, not by a long chalk. I expect Ukrainians like Viktor Sokolnikov have all sort of poetic proverbs and sayings for it. But where I come from, we just say this, that troubles come in a packet of 3. Chapter 14. Zarko and I always picked the team in his office at Hangman's Wood before boarding the coach to Silvertown Dock. Organising a squad of overpaid, often intellectually challenged young men can be like herding cats, and it's always better if everyone arrives at the stadium as a team to avoid any confusion. There's a lot of bullshit talked about choosing the tactics before you choose the team, but here's a truth. Unless you want to rest someone for a more important fixture, you always pick the very best players available to you. It's really that simple. Anything else is just fantasy fucking football. The press loves to speculate that one player has been picked at the expense of another, to cause trouble if they can. But if someone has been left on the bench, there's usually a damn good reason, and more often than not it's simply to do with fitness and attitude. Attitude is even more important than fitness, because even when a player is fully fit, he'll sometimes get it into his head that he's not playing well. And if there's one thing that a manager or a coach is paid to do, it's to try and fix whatever is going wrong in a player's mind. To that extent, it's useful living with a psychiatrist, as she gives me some good tips on motivation. Of course, now and then you get a player who pulls a sickie and claims that he's not fully fit, although this isn't nearly as common these days. Thankfully, physios are better able than ever to find out if a player is bullshitting you about a niggling muscle or hamstring, and to treat it, too. Electrotherapy, ultrasound, lasers, magnetotherapy, diathermy, and traction therapy can fix a lot of problems in a short period of time. If all else fails, you can always inject some cortisone into a joint that's giving pain, and few players are even remotely keen on that solution. The truth is, it hurts to have a needle pushed 4 or 5 millimeters into a leg. It hurts like buggery. After we'd picked the team, Zarko left early in his own car to attend Victor's lunch, grumbling about how he had better things to do on the day of a match than meet with a lot of Greenwich planning officers and town councillors. Apart from that, he was in a very good mood and loudly confident that we were going to stuff it to the tune. I waited for the team to show up at the training ground and boarded the coach with them. There are always one or two who manage to be late, and in those cases I have to order them to pay a fine. But today was different. 2 players were late for the team coach, but these were my 2 Africans, Kwame Bochwe and John Ayensu, were both from Ghana, and I had a very good reason for wanting them on my side. So for once, fines were not imposed. We arrived at Silvertown Dock at about the same time as the Newcastle team and let them go in first in order to avoid confusing the sports reporters, who were waiting in the players' tunnel to watch the Yobs walk into the dressing room. In their woolly hats and big Dr. Dre headphones, and dragging carry-on luggage containing all their personal items, our Yobs looked much like the Toon Yobs. Besides, I had an extra reason to want to keep the 2 teams apart for as long as possible.
Fit or not, everyone in the team is obliged to turn up for the team coach on a match day. That's how it works. Even the players who are injured or on the transfer list like Ayrton Taylor are required to put in an appearance, although generally speaking they can remain in their normal clothes. In Taylor's case, this seemed to involve looking like a tramp, which after the match was going to cost him a fine. At Silvertown Dock, it's jackets and ties for players who aren't playing through injury or for disciplinary reasons. I shook hands with the Newcastle management and coaching team, Alan Pardew, John Carver, Steve Stone and Peter Beardsley. I have a lot of time for Beardsley. People talk about Lionel Messi, but in his prime for the Toons, Beardsley was very like Messi. Like him, Beards could beat 3 men, get tripped, stay on his feet, and score a beauty with either foot. Christ, he even looked like Messi. Some of these arrogant young bastards today should be honoured just to be on the same coach as Peter Beardsley. Team sheets were exchanged, and I gave theirs and ours to a club spokesman to read them out to the waiting reporters. As usual, it was all film for London City TV, and must have made some very boring television. Then again, some fans will watch anything to do with football. Feeling the butterflies now. I always get them before a match, even more now that I'm no longer playing. I went along to our dressing room and waited for Zarko to show up and do his pre-match talk. He was pretty good at this kind of thing. There was no one better at understanding and motivating men. He inspires loyalty, and players just want to do well for him. If he hadn't been a football manager, he'd have made a very good general, I think, but not a politician. He was much too direct and straight-talking to be a politician. Although, in my humble opinion, what this country needs most is someone to tell us that we're all a bunch of lazy cunts. The game was supposed to kick off at 4 p.m, but it was now nearly 3, and Zarko still wasn't here. So I picked up the dressing room landline, and I was about to call the dining room when Phil Hobday put his head around the door. He might have been club chairman, but he wasn't above running the odd errand for Viktor Sokolnikov. Phil was smooth and talked the same language as Viktor. He was fond of comparing football clubs to big companies like Rolls-Royce or Jaguar or Barclays Bank. For Phil, London City was a company just like Thames Water. I'd learned a lot from Phil Hobday. Do you know where Joao is, Scott? No. As a matter of fact, I was just calling the dining room to tell him to get his arse down here. Hobday shook his head. He was there until about an hour ago, when he took a call and left. When he didn't return, we thought he must have come down here. Victor's pretty angry that he just buggered off like that without saying goodbye to any of his guests. Even he's gone to look for him. Well, Zarko's not in here, as you can see, although I rather wish he was. I shrugged. I take it you've called his mobile. Tried, several times. But it's pointless. The signal here on a match day is awful, as I'm sure you know. I nodded. 60,000 people trying to get reception. You might just as well get a word from God. Is it possible he went to say hello to the Newcastle manager? That's highly unlikely. There's not much love lost between those two. Besides, it's not considered appropriate to go into the other side's dressing room before a match, in case you hear anything you shouldn't. Talking of which, look, you don't think... Hobday beckoned me outside the dressing room for a moment. You don't think he's with her? Who would that be, Phil? Come on, Scott, stop trying to cover for him. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Our Lady of the Needles, Claire Barry. I know she must be in the ground because I just saw her old man in one of the hospitality bars upstairs. Honestly, I'm sure he's not with her. Look, nothing is more important to Joao Zarko before a match than the match itself. You know that. Not Greenwich Borough Council, not her, not a quick shag in a broom cupboard. If he's not with you, then this is where he would be. I frowned. You are telling me everything, aren't you, Phil? What do you mean? He's not had another hour with Victor and walked out. You know what he's like. Sometimes he can be quite petulant. Phil shook his head. No, absolutely not. They were the best of friends upstairs. Really? I shook my head. Look, Perhaps he got caught short or something. Maybe he's in the bog. I'm sure he'll turn up. This is an important match. I'd look for him, only I've got to take charge of the warm-up. I'll call Morris and see if he can find him. If anyone can, he can. All right. Thanks, Scott. Phil went back to join Victor's important guests, who were probably tucking into their lunch. Hobday didn't drink himself, which was a pity, as Victor always served the best wines in the executive dining room. I could have used a large glass of Bouligny Montrachet myself. I called Morris on the landline and explained the situation. "I'll get straight on it," he said. "And make sure you check the bogs in case he's had an accident." I think that was the first time it crossed my mind that something might have happened to Zarko. He was a strong, fit man. But you read all kinds of things about managers having heart attacks. Almost half the football managers in the English League have had significant heart problems. Gerard Houllier, Glenn Roeder, Dario Grady, Alex Ferguson, Joe Kinnear, Barry Fry, Graham Souness. As high-pressure jobs go, football management is one of the worst. When you're a player, you can run that feeling off as soon as you go on the pitch. But a manager has to sit there and take it. Just look at Arsene Wenger's face during a game at the Emirates and tell me that he's a man who's relaxed about watching his team. And Arsenal are doing well right now. I took the lads outside for the warm-up and tried to concentrate on the game in hand. The music on the loudspeakers in the ground hardly helped. It was Puff Daddy's "I'll Be Missing You." By now I was certain that something must have happened to the Portuguese. Hadn't I seen him rubbing his arm and his chest that same morning as if he was in pain? I also spent some time checking out the opposition, who were warming up in the other half. Aaron Abimbole was playing and always reminded me of Patrick Vieira, the way he dominated the midfield. Tall, with quick feet, good technique, aggressive and very brave. He was everything you want in a player. Well, almost. He had two faults. He was a greedy cunt and he was fucking lazy. Sometimes he just wasn't in the mood, and that was why City had let him go. But that afternoon, he already looked like he was itching to score against his old club, which left me starting to get a pain myself. This was some extra pressure I didn't need. After we'd warmed up, I brought the lads back into the dressing room, hoping to find Zarko there, but in the doorway I met Morris, who was shaking his head. "Can't find the cunt," he murmured. "Keep looking." Morris nodded. "Tell you what, though, there are some right bastards out there if he has gone missing." "What do you mean?" "Unfriendly faces. That is, unfriendly to Zarko. Sean Barry, for one." "He's a City supporter. Why the fuck would he be unfriendly?" "Because he knows that Zarko's been banging his missus. That's why." "Shit. Look, Morris, I don't have time for this. Call him at home. Call him at the fucking Ivy if you have to. Just find him." I turned to face the dressing room. "Right," I said. "Listen up. The boss is feeling a bit Uncle Dick, so I'm going to do the talking today. That means I talk and you listen. Got that?" I repeated this in Spanish and then spoke in English again, doing the same all the way through my team talk. "All right, here's the deal. Normally I'd be telling you that the number one threat out there this afternoon is going to be Aaron Abimbole, and to mark him like you were tied to him with a piece of red rope. But instead, we're going to fuck with his mind, and here's how. We're going to neutralize him, and this goes especially for you, Kwame, and for you, John." They both nodded keenly. "The last time we played those Geordie boys, I noticed you two were very friendly with Aaron, even though he wasn't playing. That was fine. I get that. You're friends. But this is a big game, and this time it's going to be different. The fact is that man still feels just a little bit guilty about the way he left this club for more money. I want to exploit that feeling. So when we're in the players' tunnel waiting to go out onto the park, I want you to blank him. Like he was Idi Amin and Charles Taylor and Lauren Kabila and Jerry fucking Rawlings all rolled up into the one shithead. Kwame and John will tell the rest of you ignorant bastards who those guys are later. Don't get me wrong, Aaron is a nice fella. I never met a nicer one. But being in England has not been easy for him. He's never settled, and it's my impression that he misses home a lot. Seeing you two African lads here today is a little touch of home that he appreciates. Only you're going to disappoint him. Okay? After the game, you can be as friendly as you like with him, but when you see him outside in the tunnel, I want you to treat him like herpes. This goes for all of you. You don't shake his hand, you don't smile at him. It won't matter quite so much when he gets the cold shoulder from the white guys, but from Kwame and John, it will fucking hurt. This is his old club, see? He thinks he can come back here with no hard feelings. Well, we have to make him think again about that. And just to rub it in, I want you to treat the rest of those toons like they were your best friends when you're in the tunnel. All of them. It's just Aaron I want singled out for special treatment. When he goes out on that park, I want to see his bottom lip quivering like someone just stole his fucking train set. Kwame and John thought that this was a great idea. They were laughing and grinning at each other. "That big stupid bastard is going to be so pissed off after the game when we tell him," they said. "Yeah, don't tell him it was my idea. I've got enough on my plate this afternoon without having to worry about him sticking one on me." "What about the official team handshake?" asked Kwame. "Do we blank him then too?" "Absolutely yes," I said, like he was fucking invisible. Minutes later, in the tunnel, I watched carefully as our players lined up quietly, ready to walk onto the pitch. Aaron Abimbole swaggered out of the Toon dressing room, no doubt feeling quite at home, grinning his big grin and glad-handing one or two officials. And he looked genuinely taken aback when he offered a brother's handshake to Kwame Botchway and the Ghanaian turned the other way. I could almost hear him swallow his disappointment, as John Ayenzu did the same. But he kept grinning for a few moments longer as if he couldn't quite believe what was happening. "What's the matter with you guys? What's with the dis?" asked the Nigerian. "Something wrong with you?" Ayenzu ignored him and bent around Abimbole to shake the Newcastle goalkeeper's hand. Since his arrival in London, Abimbole had managed to learn some Brixton Blackman argot. He was a quick learner. "What's cracking, bruv? Break it down for me, man. How come you trying to flex on me?" By now, Abimbole didn't know where to put himself and looked about as isolated and lonely a figure as if he was already on another transfer list. Even his own Newcastle teammates seemed to sense that something was wrong and started to blank him too, which was strange. The two Ghanaians had played their parts to perfection, so much so that I thought Aaron Abimbole was going to cry, and he was the last man to leave the tunnel. But for a while it was a tactic that looked as if it had gone badly wrong. With just 10 minutes of the game gone, Aaron Abimbole scored with a skillful chip when he saw our bright new goalkeeper off his line. It was a sucker goal, and left me feeling a fool for having spent £9 million on someone who looked like he was still keeping goal at Tynecastle, where skills like Abimbole's were in much shorter supply. So much for the Scotsman's idea of keeping a clean sheet for the rest of the season. Fuck off. Now Abimbole was pumped up like a car tyre with a score to settle against his old club, and threatened again just 3 minutes later. This time, our new signing made a great save that spared everyone's blushes, and it's fair to say that while anyone could have saved the Nigerian's first shot, no one but Traynor could have saved his second. Suddenly, the 9 mil looked like a much better spend. And then, innocent face, it all went spectacularly wrong for Aaron Abimbole. For several minutes, he was everywhere. You couldn't have asked for a better work rate. And yet, to my mind, he needed to calm down. It was almost like he needed to prove himself, not just to the Newcastle fans, but also to the City fans too, who booed every time he went near the ball. I could see Alan Pardew felt the same. On the edge of his technical area, he was shouting at Abimbole to stay in position and to pace himself. But the Nigerian wasn't listening to anything except the blood roaring in his curiously shaped ears. A couple of minutes later, having read Dominguez's pass to Javier Pepe on the edge of the box, as if it had been sent by Western Union, Abimbole launched himself from behind at the little Spaniard with both feet, all his not inconsiderable weight, and more stud showing than an England ruck. He virtually chopped the other man's legs in half. I've seen riders come off superbikes at Monza who were moving slower than Abimbola was when he intercepted Pepe. It wasn't so much a sliding tackle as an assault with intent to commit actual bodily harm. And the referee didn't hesitate, showing him a straight red card that brought the whole of Silvertown Dock to its feet, cheering wildly. For although we were a goal down, you could see the effect on the Newcastle players in the Nigerians' dismissal. I might have felt sorry for the boy if I hadn't been so concerned about Javier Pepe, who had yet to move after the tackle. Fortunately, he wasn't injured and was soon hobbling around on the touchline. 4 minutes later, he was back on and scored the equaliser when he ran onto a pinpoint pass from Christoph Bunchen. After that, Newcastle struggled to cope with a one-man deficit. City peppered the Toon box with shots, and by half-time, we were a goal up. As we went back into the dressing room, there was still no sign of Joao Zarco, and Maurice McShane was looking worried. And? Maurice shook his head. I've looked everywhere. He shrugged. Well, not everywhere. It's a capacity crowd here today. 65,000 people. It's where's fucking Wally out there on the terraces, Scott. But I've looked everywhere that's obvious, and quite a few of the less obvious places, too. I've phoned his wife, his agent, his ghost. His ghost? What do you mean by that, Maurice? The bloke who wrote Zarco's book, No Games, Just Football. Phil Kerr. He's here this afternoon. He's always bloody here. Loser. I've called Claire. I've even called his builder. I've also had a quiet word with the police to see if they can help to find him. I've done everything but make an announcement on the Crown of Thorns PA. Don't for Christ's sake do that, I said. The press will wet their pants if they think he's gone AWOL. Well, I think the cat's out of the bag on that one, Scott. Sky Sports have noticed he's not in the dugout. Those penguins have been indulging in an orgy of speculation about where the fuck he is. Any bright ideas from Jeff Stelling? Only that we should send Chris Kamara to look for him. Cammy knows everything about being fucking lost. Very funny, I smiled. No, it is. If I wasn't so frazzled now, I might even laugh. I feel like Charlie Nicholas's haircut. It's been suggested that he's walked out, that he and Victor have had some kind of Barney, and that Joao threw all his toys out of the pram and just buggered off. If that were true, Phil Hobday would have said something, and he didn't. Fair enough. But those two have history. Everyone knows it, even Chris Kamara. Look, try some of the hospitality boxes. Get the security boys to help you. But don't make a big deal out of it. Just say, Zarco's left his mobile phone in the dressing room and we don't know how to get hold of him. Better still, have them search the terraces with the Mobotics, as if we were looking for a hooligan. The Mobotics video system comprised 77 high-resolution cameras, providing cutting-edge crowd management and security. It worked well during our matches, and it was a pity it hadn't been switched on when someone had dug a grave in the centre of the pitch. When we went back on for the second half, the Toons were still moaning to the officials about the sending off, but there was little they could do about it now. Aaron Abimbola was already in a taxi and on his way home, which suited me very well. Pardew had substituted a couple of players and moved to a 3-5-1, but the game was already beyond them. And 15 minutes into the second half, Bunchen scored 2 in quick succession, and that was the way it ended, 4-1. I was dreading the post-match interview on Sky Sports. They were paying for the game, and that meant we had to put someone in front of their cameras. I didn't want to do it, but I had no choice, since in Zarco's absence there was no one else. I knew Jeff Shreves was going to ask me about where Zarco was, and I really had no idea what I was going to tell him. Shreves could be terrier-like with his questions, and I just hoped he would let go and that I wouldn't do a Kenny Dalglish and lose it on live television. Being a Scot, that's always a possibility. That's a great result, Scott, and many congratulations on the win. But the bigger talking point today, I'm sure you'll admit, is the absence of Joao Gonzalez Zarco from the City dugout for the whole of the match. Can you end the speculation about exactly where your team manager was this afternoon, Scott? And perhaps where he is now? I'd love to, but I'm afraid I can't, Jeff. as I have absolutely no idea myself. It's a mystery. The fact is, I haven't seen him since 11 o'clock this morning. There's a strong rumour going around the Crown of Thorns that he and Victor Sokolnikov have had another major falling out, and that João has walked out of the club. Would you like to comment on that? I'd much prefer to comment on today's win, Jeff. I'm delighted with the way we played today. From being a goal behind to 4-1 is a bigger story, if you'll permit me to talk about that for a moment. But João Zarco is a mercurial, not to say controversial, character, and it will be entirely typical for him to do something like that, wouldn't you say? I disagree. It wouldn't be typical at all. João Zarco has always been totally professional in the way he's managed this club. Look, Jeff, I would dearly like to tell you where João is right now. The fact is that no one seems to know. Now, as far as I'm aware, there has been no disagreement between João and Mr. Sokolnikov. I'll go so far as to say that relations between them are excellent right now. I think I should also say that we're a little worried that something might have happened to João Zarco, which is why we're conducting a search of the whole ground. So, if anyone does have information about his whereabouts, we'd appreciate it if you could get in touch. And perhaps you'll let me know if you hear anything, Jeff. Of course, Scott. Finally, we managed to talk about the game. But my mind wasn't on Kenny Trainor's cock-up and the magnificent save with which the Scotsman had redeemed himself, the goals we'd scored, or the sending off. All the time I was thinking about Zarco and wondering if his disappearance might be connected with the photograph of him that Colin had found at the bottom of the grave dug in the pitch. And I don't mind admitting it, I was worried. Chapter 15. In spite of our 4-1 victory and the fact that London City had gone 6th in the table, the atmosphere in the dressing room was a little subdued after the match, as the lads sensed that something bad was happening. Either we'd lost a great manager or we were about to lose one. Nobody was quite sure which it was. But we still got back on the coach as usual and went back to Hangman's Wood so the players could receive treatment on tired and injured limbs. Javier Pepe had 2 enormous bruises on his calves, from where Aaron Abimbole had tackled him, and Kwame Botchway had a thigh strain that looked like it was going to keep him on the bench for a couple of weeks. As the bus drove away from Silvertown Dock, I could see all these illuminated faces staring at their little smartphone screens like bees in a hive. And I thought it best to issue a firm policy about Twitter. Listen, there's enough speculation as it is about where Zarco has got to without your bloody tweets. So how about giving your thumbs a rest tonight? Eh, lads? We'll know what's happened to the gaffer soon enough. What we don't need are any fucking conspiracy theories for tomorrow's back pages. Back at Hangman's Wood, the club physio told Pepe, Botchway, and several others to soak in an ice bath. I'd read a new study which said that ice baths after exercise may not be effective in aiding recovery. All our own anecdotal evidence suggests that they are, and until we receive proof that they don't work, our players will continue to take them. But they are hardcore, and players taking ice baths need carefully monitoring, as spending too long in one can cause a variety of health risks, including anaphylactic shock and an abnormal heart rate. I might not have had an ice bath at Hangman's Wood, but I did feel a profound sense of shock and experienced an uncomfortable sensation in my chest when Phil Hobday telephoned me on my mobile at about 7:30 that same evening with some really bad news. Scott, I think you should prepare yourself for a shock. João Zarco was found dead at Silvertown Dock about half an hour ago. Jesus Christ, Zarso. What was it? A heart attack? It's rather hard to say exactly what killed him, but definitely not a heart attack, I'll say that much. He looked like he'd been pretty badly beaten up. You've seen the body? Oh, yes. His head was bashed in, and it was awful. Anyway, he's dead. Where was he found? One of our own security men discovered the body in a sort of maintenance yard inside the outer steel structure, the actual Crown of Thorns part of the stadium.
It's pretty out of the way, which is why we didn't find him sooner. The uniformed police were here already, of course, but a scene of crimes unit and some detectives are on their way here as well. It's now a murder inquiry.
Does Toya know?
Yes, and I just called Victor at home. He was pretty shocked about it, I can tell you.
I'll bet. Jesus Christ, so am I.
Scott, I'd like you to tell the players, if you would. And I think it would be best if all of them stayed home tonight, as a mark of respect to Joao. The press have got wind that something serious has happened here, and I don't want any of our lads out on the piss and getting himself in the Daily Mail.
Of course. I'll tell them and read them the Riot Act.
And they'd better cancel whatever plans they may have had for tomorrow as well. I know it's a Sunday, but I'm sure the police will want to question everyone who spoke to Zarko today.
I thought for a moment.
Phil, there's something I need to tell you. Look, perhaps I'd better come into Silvertown Dock and do it. Tell me now and let me decide that. There's no point in you being here unless you have to be.
I told Phil about the photograph of Zarko we'd found in the grave and how Zarko had asked Colin and me to keep it quiet.
How come the police didn't see it when they were here?
Because the police are the police. Their hands are usually dirty enough without getting mud on them, too.
You're right, Scott, said Phil. I think you'd better come in and tell the police about this yourself. Under the circumstances, I think perhaps Ronnie Leishman should be here as well.
Ronnie Leishman was the London City Football Club lawyer. What circumstances are those?
You, of course, and you saying things like what you just said about policemen with dirty hands. I think it would be best if you could learn to moderate your dislike of the police while they're investigating what happened to Zarko.
Fair enough.
By the way, where is the picture now? Asked Phil.
In Colin's office. Joao told him he could keep it as a souvenir.
Well, that's something, I suppose.
I'll be there as soon as I can, Phil. As I ended my call with the club chairman, I got a message from Didier Cassell's wife. Our French goalkeeper had recovered consciousness at last. This was good to know. But it wasn't enough to sugarcoat a bitter pill like the one I was about to give the team. Nothing was going to be enough for that. I'd gathered everyone who was at Hangman's Wood in the players' bar. I suppose one or two of them had seen into my eyes, watched my Adam's apple, and already understood the worst. "Ladies and gentlemen," I said, "in any other circumstance but the one in which I am standing here now, the news that Didier Cassell, our teammate and friend, has recovered consciousness and is likely to make a full recovery would be cause for great celebration. But Didier would be the first to tell you that there are no celebrations tonight. Not for him, not for me, not for us. Not at this club. And not for anyone who loves the great game of football. Because what I have to tell you now is that Joao González Zarco is dead." There was a very audible gasp, and one or two of the players sat down on the floor. I can't tell you very much about what happened. Not yet. Suffice to say that the police will want to speak to every one of us here tomorrow. But what I can say now is this. A grief ago, when I lost my friend Matt Drennan, I thought I knew exactly what the acute pain of bereavement felt like. But I was wrong. For much as I love Dreno, I find now he's gone that I love Joao Zarco even more. Joao wasn't just my boss, he was also my friend. And not only that, but my mentor, my inspiration, and my example. The only true philosopher I ever knew, and the greatest football manager that ever lived. I look around this room now and I'm very proud to see Englishmen, Scotsmen, Irishmen, Welshmen, Frenchmen, Brazilians, Spaniards, Germans, Italians, Ghanaians, Ukrainians, Russians, Jews and Gentiles, whites, blacks. All of us playing as one man for the same team. But that isn't what Joao Zarco saw. Not at all.
Zarko didn't see different races or different creeds. He didn't hear different languages. He didn't even see a great team when he looked at you people. When he was with us, what he saw and heard was something very different, something inspiring. What João Zarco saw when he looked at you all was the true family of football, his family and mine. And what he heard was only ever this, that we all speak the same language, a language spoken all over the world, in every country and under every god, a language that unites us. It is the language of love for this beautiful game. Right now we are also united in this terrible, unsupportable loss. United in mourning, united in our remembrance of our footballing family's true father. This is a special day, ladies and gentlemen. Remember it always, as I will. For this was the day, not when Zarko died, but when his family wiped the floor with a great team. He can't be with us to acknowledge that victory, but I promise you he sees it, and he honors it, as I know you will honor him. And I ask you not to go out tonight, but to stay at home and remember him in your prayers, and to remember all of us who have suffered the loss of this man we loved, this beautiful man from Portugal. I didn't say anything else. In truth, I couldn't say anything at all, not anymore. So without another word, I went out to the car park and got into my car. For a moment, I just sat in the snug silence of the Range Rover's wood and leather interior. And then I wept. And when I had finished weeping, I drove west to Silvertown Dock. Chapter 16. East London, a Saturday night. Horrible January weather. The air full of sleet and snow, as if the city were witnessing a returning ice age. The Black River Thames a huge slimy anaconda, and as cold as death itself. Wet, dirty cars jostling for space, and the kinder sentiments of Christmas and New Year all disappeared now, crushed underfoot by the costly imperatives of living in the most expensive city on earth, or just thrown out like a dead Christmas tree. People hurrying into pubs and off-licenses to drink as much as possible before diving into evil-looking nightclubs. The smell of beer and cigarettes and exhaust fumes mixed up into one thick, yellow, all-pervading fog. Ugly buildings, dark and derelict and unfeasibly old, as if any one of them might have known the feet of Dickens or even the hand of Shakespeare. And then the unmistakable silhouette of Silvertown Dock. The crown of thorns was well named. Sharp, intricately plaited, cruel and jagged. The outer shell of steel looked vaguely holy in the dark, as if the bleeding and battered head of our Lord might appear within it at any moment, looking perhaps more than a little like João Zarco. The police were in force at Silvertown Dock, and so were the TV cameras and newsmen. It looked like a repeat performance of the night Dreno had hanged himself. And I wondered why they didn't just use the same pictures of me arriving at our ground that they'd taken then. I must have looked just as miserable that evening, as my rearview mirror told me I did now. I parked my car, walked into the stadium, and thought of how the last time I was here, I hadn't known that Zarco was dead. Instinctively, I made for the executive dining room. It was the obvious place for the police to use as a base for their investigations. Along the corridor leading to the dining room, there were pictures of Zarco looking at his most enigmatic and handsome. I still couldn't believe that I wasn't going to see him again. Muffled against the cold in his trademark end-peel zip-up and cashmere coat, his face unshaven but still handsome, his thick grey hair the same colour as the steel structure outside. A security guard said something, and I shook his hand, as if I were an automatic pilot. "Thanks," I muttered. In the executive dining room, Phil Hobday, Maurice McShane and Ronnie Leishman
greeted me in the doorway, and then turned to face the several strangers who were seated around an Apple Mac on a large circular table. Designed by the artist Lee J. Rowland, the surface of the table was made of leather and resembled a football, the old kind, with the laces in the middle. On an earlier occasion, Phil Hobday had told me it cost a whopping £50,000. Since its arrival in the executive dining room, it had been signed by everyone who'd played or coached at London City Football Club, including Zarko and myself. The photograph of Zarko that we found at the bottom of the grave in the pitch was wrapped in polythene and lying on the table with an evidence number stapled to the corner. A carefully groomed, androgynous woman in her 40s, with short, almost white hair, and a strong but equally pale face stood up. Good-looking in a milfish sort of way, she wore a violet dress and a dark blue tailored coat. She was holding an iPad, which made her seem efficient and modern. "This is Scott Manson, our team coach," said Phil Hobday. "Yes, I know," said the woman quietly. "Scott, this is Detective Chief Inspector Jane Byrne from New Scotland Yard. I know you're feeling very upset, Mr. Manson. I know because we were all just watching your very moving speech on YouTube." "What?" "Yes, it seems that someone recorded it on a mobile phone and uploaded it while you were driving here." "That was supposed to be private," I murmured. "Bloody footballers," said Phil. "Some of them haven't got the sense they were born with." He shook his head wearily, and then pointed at a drinks trolley with so many bottles and glasses it looked like the City of London. "Would you like a drink, Scott? You look as if you need one." "Thanks. I'll have a large cognac, Phil." "How about you, Chief Inspector?" "No, thank you, sir." She handed me her iPad. "Here, see for yourself." I looked at the iPad and saw a paused picture of myself near the end of my little eulogy about Zarko. The title tag was "A Tribute to João Zarko, the greatest football manager that ever lived, by Scott Manson." Someone called Football Fan 69 had uploaded it. "It was a fine speech, Scott," said Ronnie. "You should be proud." 15,000 views already, said Morris, and it's been up there for less than an hour. "It was supposed to be private," I repeated dumbly, handing her back the iPad and taking a large cognac from Phil Hobday's outstretched hand. "Nothing about João Zarko is private now," said Jane Byrne. "At least not until his killer is caught." "His killer?" "That's certainly what it looks like," she said. "The body was quite badly beaten up." With a movement of her hand, she invited me to sit down. She spoke very clearly and very deliberately, as if she was speaking to someone who wasn't very bright. Or perhaps she just realized that I was still feeling numb with shock. "I'm in charge of this investigation," she explained, and introduced some of the other policemen who were also present in the room, names that went in one ear and out the other. She watched me carefully as I drained the glass and let Phil pour me another. "I know as little as you about what happened, so if you don't mind, Mr. Manson, I'll ask the questions for the present." I nodded again as she hit an app on her iPhone that would record our conversation. "When and where did you last see Mr. Zarko?" "This morning, at about 11 o'clock. We were at the club's training facility in Hangman's Wood, where, as usual, on the day of a match, we picked the team. Then he left to attend a lunch, here, in this room. At least that's where he told me he was going." I sighed as it began to hit me again. Yes, that was the last time I saw him. And also the last time I spoke to him. "What time did he arrive here?" she asked Phil. "About 11:30. "What was his mood when he left Hangman's Wood?" "He seemed to be in an excellent mood," I said. "We had a good result against Leeds in the week, and we both thought we were going to win this afternoon. Which we did." She glanced at Phil. "And when he got here? How was he then?" "Still in a good mood," Phil confirmed. "Never better."
I shall want to interview everyone who was at that lunch, she said.
Of course, said Phil. I'll fix it.
Jane Byrne looked at me. Mr. Hobday has told me about the grave that was found dug into the pitch about 10 days ago, and I've read the police report of that incident. According to the investigating detective, Detective Inspector Neville, you weren't very cooperative with that inquiry, Mr. Manson. Why was that, please?
It's a long story. Let's just say that I was more inclined than your detective to think it was just a hole that had been made by vandals, and an inevitable corollary of the kind of fanatical support that clubs get in the modern game.
It looks like you were wrong, doesn't it? Especially in view of the fact that a photograph of Mr. Zarko was found in the grave. This photograph.
It looks like it.
It looks like the photograph, or it looks like you were wrong.
I shrugged. Both.
Why did you choose not to inform D.I. Neville about the discovery of this photograph?
Like I say, the police missed it when they were here, and it didn't seem worth bringing them back again. I figured if they'd really been doing their job properly, they'd have found it in the first place. Anyway, it really wasn't my decision. After all, it wasn't a photograph of me we're talking about. Zarko was the boss around here. That's what being a football manager means, Chief Inspector. He said jump, we said how high. Quite literally sometimes. So it was very much down to him what we did when we were here. And he said we should forget all about it.
So he didn't seem alarmed by it?
Not in the least. You have to remember this, that threats against football managers are an occupational hazard. Speak to Neil Lennon at Celtic or Ali McCoist at Rangers. They'll tell you.
But they're in Glasgow, aren't they? This is London. Things are a little less tribal down here, surely.
Perhaps. Which is probably why Zarko didn't take it seriously when we found his picture in that grave, and why he chose not to report the matter to Detective Inspector Neville.
But now he's dead, and here we are with a mystery.
Yes, it would seem so. The Silvertown Dock mystery.
What do you mean?
Nothing, I said.
No, say it.
It's just that there was a film made donkeys years ago, a creaky old black and white movie called The Arsenal Stadium Mystery, in which a player gets murdered.
I must check that out on DVD.
I could give you my own copy, but to be honest, I wouldn't bother. It really is very old and not at all relevant.
Have you any ideas as to who might have killed Mr. Zarko?
None at all.
Are you being serious?
Yes. Look, this is football, not organized crime.
Really? Come on, Mr. Manson, from what I've read and heard, João Zarko was a man who'd made a lot of enemies.
Who doesn't make enemies in football? Look, I'm not going to sit here and say who they were. Zarko was a man of strong opinions. Sometimes his passion for the game of football upset people. But enemies who might have killed him? I shook my head. I have no idea.
Enemies like who, for instance?
Please, I just lost a very close friend. And this on top of the suicide not so very long ago of another man I was also fond of, Matt Drennan. Perhaps you'll ask me again when I'm thinking straight. But at this particular moment in time, I'm not really in the mood to provide you with a list of possible suspects. Perhaps in the morning.
Don't you want us to find out who killed him?
Of course I do.
Then the sooner you feel inclined to help, the sooner we'll catch whoever killed him.
That's a matter of opinion.
Ah.
What?
Now we're getting to it, she said. To the real reason you don't want to help us with our inquiry, perhaps.
With all due respect, and under the circumstances, I think Mr. Manson has been more than helpful so far, observed Ronnie Leishman.
That's your opinion, said the Detective Chief Inspector. Mr. Manson's hostility to the police is a matter of public record.
As is the hostility of the police towards me, I said. I believe the same public record will show that the police consistently lied about me in court and conspired to have me falsely imprisoned. And by the way,
just in case you feel like you want to wrap this case up very quickly. I have an alibi for the whole of today. There were more than 60,000 people out there who were watching me all afternoon, not to mention 2.5 million people on telly. When they weren't watching my every move, I was in the dressing room with the team. I like to get naked with other men, if you were wondering. She seemed about to say something and then smiled. "I'm sorry," she said. "You're perfectly right, of course." And I apologized. If I'd been through what you've been through, then I suppose I might very well feel the same way about the police as you do. It's perfectly shameful what happened to you, Mr. Manson. Really it is. Look, let's start again, shall we?" She stood up and held out her hand. "Jane Byrne, will you accept my word that I'm not here to protect the reputation of the Met, but to apprehend Mr. Zarko's killer? And may I offer my sincere condolences on the death of Mr. Zarko?" I took her hand. "You know, you're the second police officer I've met who seems like a nice person." "You mean there are two of us? Christ, who's the other?" "Detective Inspector Louise Considine, from the police station at Brent." "Maybe you just prefer police officers who are women." "There might be something in that. Anyway, she's the officer investigating Matt Drennan's suicide." "Well, that's a sort of crime, I suppose." She frowned. "At least it used to be. By the way, how well did you know Zarko?" "Zarko? As well as anyone, I suppose. I've known him since I was a boy. Back in the 90s, when he was playing for Celtic towards the end of his career, Zarko was the first footballer to endorse a pair of Padilla boots. Padilla is a sports shoe company owned by my father." "And how did you come to work with him?" "I got my UEFA certificates in 2010 and accepted a trainee coaching role with Pep Guardiola at Barcelona. Then in 2011 I became the first team trainee coach at Bayern when I was working with Jupp Heynckes, who was another old friend of my dad. Then when Zarko came back here in the summer, I agreed to be his assistant manager." "How do you mean, came back here?" I smiled. "I'll let Mr. Hobday explain that, I think." "Oh, Zarko was manager at this football club before," explained Phil. 7 years ago, before we were in the Premier League. He managed it very successfully, too. It was João who helped get us promoted. And then he left." "Why?" He was sacked by Mr. Sokolnikov. They had very different ideas as to how to run this club. As you might expect, they're both very strong personalities, which meant that they didn't really get on that well. Not back then. We had a series of managers after that, but none of them worked out as well as Zarko, and the fans kept on demanding his return. So that's what happened. Second time around, they got on famously. Wouldn't you agree, Scott? I nodded. "Both of them got older and richer," I said. "Became a little wiser, perhaps." "I shall want to speak to Mr. Sokolnikov," said Jane Byrne. "Tomorrow, I think." "Of course," said Phil. "Just tell me when, and I'll arrange it." "By the way," I said, "Zarko's wife, Toya." I shook my head. "Don't ask her to formally identify the body. She's rather highly strung. I'll do it." She nodded. "If you like, since you say you knew him so well." "Tomorrow I'll answer all of your questions," I said. "Anything you like, and so will the players. Well, you've already heard what I told them on your iPad. I'll assemble the players and playing staff at Hangman's Wood and then bring them here on the team coach." "Thank you. Shall we say 10 o'clock? I looked at Phil, who nodded. "Until then," I said, "I have one request. I'd like to see where it happened." She was quiet for a moment, thinking about it. "I don't want to leave any flowers or a teddy bear," I said. "I just want to see the spot where he died, and then say a short prayer for him." She nodded. "All right, but give me a few minutes to sort that out with the CSU." "Fine," I said.
There's something I want to get from my office, anyway. I'll come back here and find you, all right?"
Jane Byrne glanced at her watch. 9 o'clock, okay?
"Yes."
Before going to my office, I went into the men's toilet to splash my face. Drinking those 2 cognacs had been a mistake. When I came out again, I saw Jane Byrne in the corridor. She had her back to me. She was on her mobile and ducked into the ladies' toilet so that she could hold a private conversation. I paused outside the door for a moment and then pushed it gently open. There was a wall that ran halfway between the door and the cubicles. I could hear her on the other side walking up and down while she was speaking. On the tiled floor, her high heels sounded higher than I remembered them. Quietly, I stepped through the door and listened to what she was saying. Where the police are concerned, it's always a good idea to know what they're up to. And since Jane Byrne was at that moment the only woman in the building, I felt sure I wouldn't be discovered. The Detective Chief Inspector's accent had changed. There was more South London in it now, and rather more malice in what she was saying than perhaps even I had expected. Beat the shit out of him, apparently. That's what it looks like, anyway. Zarko's head was pretty badly swollen. Yes, even more than normal. The CSU says it looks so badly fractured that even if he had survived, chances are he'd have suffered some sort of brain damage. Where was he? That's rather hard to describe. The trouble with modern architecture is that it creates lots of forgotten little places. And that's what this looks like. It's a cross between a shaft and an alcove. Concrete floor, steel girders, wire fence, but open to the elements and covered in bird shit. The security guy I spoke to said it's a maintenance area, but if it is, I don't know what they can be maintaining, other than the steel girders that make up the actual crown of thorns. There was a door at ground level. That's right. Yes, an ideal place to rough someone up. But then again, whoever did it must have had access to the key because the door was locked. I imagine Zarko did. He must have gone there willingly with whoever it was that worked him over. No, a fall doesn't make sense. There's nowhere I can see that he could have fallen from. Yes. I'm with them now. Well, you know, they're bloody footballers. With most of them, there's a peculiar combination of stupidity and ego. I'm dealing with a club chairman who's as slippery as a fucking eel, and a team coach who's Derek Bentley channeling the Guildford Four. Yes, Scott Manson. And I haven't even seen the Russian oligarch who owns this place yet. I'd love to read the Ukrainian police file on that bastard. I bet it's as thick as a fucking toilet roll. That reminds me, Clive, I want all the files on Manson. I want his life story on my desk when I get back to the yard. Oh, and Clive, I need this bastard softened up a bit to ensure his more than willing cooperation. D.I. Neville, the copper who came here to investigate that grave in the pitch, he said Manson was an awkward bastard. Right now, I'm having to lick his balls just to get him to name a few potential suspects. So get a local patrol car to do a tug on his motor and give him an alco test. He's had 2 large ones since he's been here. I'll get one of my officers to text over the index in a few minutes. And Clive, see if you can draft a D.I. Louise Considine from Brent Police onto my team. And Neville too, if his governor will stand it.
I'd had enough to know where I stood with a nice policewoman. I came out of the ladies and went back along the corridor. Phil Hobday followed me as he exited the dining room. His office was near mine, and he said he wanted to make some calls, but halfway there he stopped me. "When you're through with her," he said, "Victor wants you to drop into KPG for a talk." KPG was Kensington Palace Gardens, the ultra-exclusive road in Kensington where Victor lived in a £70 million mansion. I paused. "What about?" Phil shrugged. "I don't know. No, really, I have no idea. And I wouldn't dream of trying to second-guess Viktor Sokolnikov. It's on your way home." "All right." I glanced at the enormous hublot on my wrist. "But I might be late." "How long does it take to say a prayer? I didn't even know you were religious." "I am if it involves the people I love." So what time shall I say you'll be there? I thought for a moment. I don't know. Come on, Scott, this is Victor we're talking about, not a drink in the Star Tavern. The Star was the posh pub in Belgravia where occasionally I met Phil for a drink. Calling it a pub at all was a bit like calling Phil's Rolls-Royce a motor car. Then tell him 10:30. All right. And by the way, good work back there, the way you turned that cop around. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Not bad looking, though, if you like that sort of thing. Phil grinned. As a matter of fact, I do. I like that sort of thing very much indeed. Ambitious, I should say. I like that, too. Outside Zarko's door was a uniformed policeman who was checking his mobile phone. I nodded at him and went into my own adjoining office. The poor copper wasn't to know that there was a door connecting Zarko's office with mine, and that the minute my door was closed, I was through there with the flashlight app on my iPhone to see what I could discover on his desk and in his drawers. I knew there were some sex toys and bondage paraphernalia, a remote control vibrator and handcuffs that no one needed to know about. It wasn't simply the fact that I didn't trust the police to find their own arseholes, let alone Zarko's murderer. It was also that I had his reputation to protect, and not just his reputation, but the club's as well. The Met has a habit of selling sidebar stories to newspapers when they're supposed to be doing something else, and the newspapers have a habit of burying the people they've already praised. Like my old friend Gary Speed. Once you're dead and they've said a few nice things about you and wrung their handkerchiefs a bit, then they can say what the fuck they like. Of course, I already had Zarko's play phone and his something else phone in my drawer, but I had to make sure there was nothing that might have left my friend's family having to deal with a tabloid expose. The real João Zarco, or the João Zarco nobody knew, or just as bad a Twitter storm. Fuck that. I wasn't bent for myself, but I was quite prepared to be bent for my friends and for my club. Chapter 17. Bloody hell, said Morris. Look at that lot, will you? He nodded. They're going to do him proud. Looks like it. We were in my Range Rover, leaving London City Football Club for KPG. It was dark and bitterly cold, and the air was full of sleet, but hundreds of fans had gathered to pay their tributes to João Zarco. And there were so many orange scarves tied to the gates of Silvertown Dock that it already looked like a sort of Hindu shrine. Some of the fans were singing the club's songs, including What Else But the Clash. London calling to the faraway towns, now war is declared and battle come down. A few even managed Joe Strummer's werewolf howl at the end of the lyric. I was silent for a while as the song and the howl stayed in my head, giving me gooseflesh. That's the great thing about football, said Morris. When you go, people like to show their respect. Who else gets that these days? Michael Jackson, I suggested. That hotel we stayed at in Munich, the Bayerischer Hof. They've still got a shrine going outside the front door. Morris winced. That's just the fucking Germans. Hey, careful what you say about the Germans. I'm half German, remember? Well, then answer me this, Fritz. How come they do that? Make a shrine to him, when everyone knows he was a kiddie fiddler. Doesn't make sense. In some ways, the Germans, Bavarians especially, they prefer not to know about that sort of thing. Yeah, well, they've got a form for it, haven't they? Growled Morris, preferring not to know about someone's past. I wish he could have seen that, I said, ignoring the history lesson. Zarco, I mean, not the plastic guy. Did you actually see his body? Asked Morris. Not really, I said. His legs, I guess. Where the body was, it wasn't a very large space.
There were 3 or 4 CSU officers around him, plus all their gear. Spotlights, tripods, cameras and laptops. These days a murder scene looks more like they're shooting a commercial.
What a thing to happen to a guy like Joao,
said Morris.
How old was he anyway?
49.
Christ. Makes you think, doesn't it?
He pursed his lips.
Tragic, that's what it is. Without question. But it ain't a fucking murder.
Listen to him, Inspector Morse.
At least not a murder in the old sense. That is, with intent. Yeah, it's reasonably foreseeable that if you're handing out some GBH, you might kill a bloke. But I don't see any intent here, according to how most blokes round our way would look at this.
Keep talking.
You remember how it was in the Nick. 9 times out of 10, if someone wanted to kill a bloke, they didn't do it with a beating, they used a blade, or they strangled him. And if it was on the outside, they'd shoot him, or have him shot. But they didn't kick the shit out of him. If a bloke dies after a beating, then that's a beating that went wrong, or simply got out of hand. More like an accident, manslaughter. Nah, if you ask me, someone wanted Zarko hurt but not dead. This was revenge, or a warning. But it wasn't supposed to be goodnight Vienna.
I'm no rumpole, but the law says different, I think.
Yeah, well, that's the law, isn't it? There's not much common sense in the law these days. If there was, we wouldn't be in the EU, would we? We wouldn't have the Human Rights Act and all that shit. Abu Hamza, cunts like that make a monkey out of the courts in this fucking country.
Morris paused as some blue light spilled into the Range Rover.
Talking of monkeys, he said, we've got some law on our tail.
I checked the side mirror and nodded. Let me handle it, okay?
Be my guest.
We pulled up and I lowered the tinted window a few inches. A traffic policeman presented himself at the side of the Range Rover. He was already holding a breathalyzer unit in one hand and adjusting his peaked hat with the other. Would you step out of the car, please, sir?
Certainly.
I got out of the car and closed the door behind me. Is this your vehicle, sir? Yes, it is. I handed him my plastic license. What seems to be the problem? He glanced at the license. You were driving erratically, sir, and you were doing 35 miles per hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. If you say so, I said. I really didn't notice the speed. Have you consumed alcohol this evening, sir? A couple of brandies. I'm afraid I had some bad news. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. However, I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take a breath test. All right. But you're making a mistake. If you'll allow me to explain. Are you refusing to provide a sample of breath, sir? Not at all. But I was just trying to tell you that... Sir, I'm asking you to take a breath test now. Either you comply, or I will arrest you. Very well, if you insist. Here, give it to me. I took the little grey unit, meekly followed his instructions on what to do, and then handed it back. We waited a few seconds. I'm afraid the light has turned red, sir. The sample of breath you've provided has more than 35 millilitres of alcohol per 100 millilitres of blood, which means you're under arrest. If you'll please follow me to the police car. I smiled. For what? You just failed the breath test, sir, said the policeman. That's what? Yes, but as I tried to tell you before, I wasn't driving. My friend was. What's that? The car is left-hand drive, you see. There was a long silence, and I tried not to smile. The traffic policeman marched around to the left-hand side of the vehicle and opened the door. Morris grinned at him. Evening, Constable, he said cheerily. I'm teetotal, diabetic, see? So you'd be wasting your time. Incidentally, I said, this is an Overfinch Range Rover. As well as being left-hand drive, it's fitted with Roadhawk, a black box camera system that films what's happening in the front, the rear, and both sides of the car. In case of accident, you understand.
The policeman pocketed his breathalyzer unit. His face was the colour of the night sky in that part of London, an artificial shade of dark mauve. He slammed the door shut on Morris's grin. "Does it record sound as well as pictures, sir?" "No, sadly not." He nodded grimly and then leaned towards me until he was near enough for me to smell the coffee on his breath. "Cunt." Then he turned and walked away. "Good night to you too, officer," I said, and got back into the Range Rover. Morris was laughing. "That was fucking priceless," he wheezed. "I can't wait to see that again. You have got to put that up on YouTube." "I think I've been on YouTube enough for one night," I said. "No, really. Or else nobody will fucking believe it. That Rosa was so keen to nick you, he didn't even notice that this was a left hooker. Straight up. That was comedy gold. Might be better to keep it in reserve. Another time I might not be so lucky." "In the circumstances, you're probably right. I thought you were joking about that bitch back at the Crown of Thorns, but it looks like she's got it in for you, old son." "So what's new?" We drove to the north entrance of KPG on Notting Hill Gate. The south entrance, on Kensington High Street, is reserved for the inhabitants of the Royal Palace. Not that any of the other houses on KPG look to be anything less than palaces. I'd say it's the most exclusive road in London, but for the fact that anyone can live there, as long as they can afford to pay between 50 and £100 million for a house. And it's only the presence of the grey and very grim-looking Russian embassy at the north end that lowers the tone a little. Victor's house was 3 stories of Portland stone, with 4 square corner turrets, and had everything except a moat, a flag, and an honour guard. You can live in a bigger house in London, but only if you're the Queen. I got out of the Range Rover and leaned through the open window. "You take the car," I told Morris. "I'll get a cab home. It's not far from here." "Want me to pick you up in the morning?" I shook my head. "I'll get a cab company to take me in." "Call me when you get home, will you? Let me know if he offers you the job." "You really think he will?" "What else could it be?" Chapter 18. I turned and gave my name to the gorilla in the gatehouse. He checked me off on his clipboard and then waved me through. I didn't have to ring the bell. Another security man was already opening the polished black door. A butler materialized in a marble hallway that was dominated by a life-size Giacometti sculpture of a walking man as thin as a pipe cleaner, and who always reminded me of Peter Crouch. I'd shared this observation with Victor before, and I reminded myself not to offer it again. When you own a famous work of art, I expect your sense of humor about who or what it looks like is limited by how much you paid for it, which in the case of the Giacometti was $100 million. So you do the maths. Clearly Sotheby's or Christie's had a more developed sense of humor than anyone. Anyway, I wasn't really in the mood for jokes. I wasn't in the mood for anything very much except putting my head under a pillow and going to sleep for about 12 hours. The butler ushered me into a room that was in keeping with the Giacometti, which is to say that it was one of those less is more modern rooms that looks like you're in the new money wing of a national museum. It was only the huge cream sofas that persuaded me I didn't need a ticket and an audio-visual aid. The big black log resting on the fire dogs looked as if it had landed on Hiroshima a split second ago, and even the smoke rising discreetly up the enormous chimney smelled reassuringly exclusive, like being in an expensive ski chalet. Victor dropped a copy of the Financial Times and came around the sofa, which took a while, and gave ample time for me to admire the Lucian Freud above the fireplace. Although admire is probably the wrong word, appreciate is probably more accurate. I'm not sure I could have enjoyed the sight of a reclining nude man with his legs apart every time I glanced up from my newspaper. I see enough of that kind of thing in the showers at Silvertown Dock. We embraced, Russian style, without a word. The butler was still hanging around like a cold, and Victor asked me if I wanted a drink. Just a glass of water. The butler vanished. I sat down, stretched a smile onto my face just to be polite, and told him everything I'd learned about what had happened. This wasn't much, but still, it seemed more than enough. Viktor Sokolnikov was in his 40s, I suppose, with a receding silvery hairline that was more than compensated for by the amount of hair growing between his eyebrows and on his habitually unshaven cheeks. His eyes were keen and dark, and they were the shrewdest I'd ever seen. A little overweight, he had jowly sort of cheeks with a near-permanent smile. And after all, he had much to smile about. There's nothing like having several $1 billion in the bank to put you in a good mood. Not that he always was. Right now it was difficult to connect this urbane, smiling man with the guy who'd nutted his fellow oligarch, Alisha Aksionov, live on Russian television after the two got into an argument. I'd watched the clip on YouTube, and not understanding Russian, it was difficult to know what the argument had been about. But there was no doubt that Viktor had effectively given the other, bigger man a Glasgow kiss, good enough to put him down on the deck. I couldn't have done it better myself.
"I was fond of Joao," said Viktor. "We didn't always see eye to eye, as you know, but it was never dull with him. I shall miss this man very much. Joao was a very special guy, unique in my experience, and a great manager. It was a good result today. He'd have been proud. Today, of all days, I'm glad we won."
The butler came back with a glass of water, which I drank almost immediately. Viktor asked me if I wanted another. I shook my head, glanced at the huge cock above me, and told myself I knew where to get a refill if I needed one. After 2 large cognacs, I was feeling just a little crude. We talked some more about Zarko, the plans he and Viktor had made for London City, and some of the more outspoken, even outrageous remarks that the Portuguese had uttered, which soon had us laughing.
"Remind me," said Viktor, "what was it he said to the guy on Sky Sports when the FA chairman publicly disinvited him from the England team commission?"
I grinned. He called the commission a knocking shop. Of course, he meant to say talking shop. At least, that's what everyone supposed he meant. But that was no mistake. He knew very well what he was saying, even before Jeff Stelling corrected him.
"You think so?"
"I'm certain of it. Sometimes he pretended his English wasn't as good as it really was."
"That's true," admitted Viktor. "It was a useful trick. I do it myself sometimes."
Anyway, a commission might as well be a knocking shop for all the good that it's going to do English football. Some of us thought it might actually be the FA's job to look into the declining number of Englishmen playing in the Premier League. It's difficult to imagine what the hell else those fat fucks could be useful for. None of the cunts on the FA board of directors has ever played the game professionally, which says all you need to know. Quite frankly, those self-satisfied bastards haven't done anything to help the English game since they codified the laws of the game at the Freemasons' Tavern in 1863. And it doesn't require the establishment of an England team commission to tell you that the biggest problem with English football is the Football Association itself, the FA by name and FA by nature. Right?
Viktor grinned. "I think maybe you can be quite outspoken yourself, Scott."
I shook my head. "Sorry, Viktor. I was starting to rant. Upset, I guess. Pissed a bit, too. I had 2 large cognacs at Silvertown Dock. Spirits always made me a bit fightable. That's the Scot in me, I suppose."
"In that respect, at least, you are like a Ukrainian or a Russian," said Viktor. "But there's no need to apologize. I like a man with strong opinions, especially when those opinions happen to coincide with my own. That's not a prerequisite for being the manager of London City, although the press would have you think something else. Yes, we had our differences, me and Zarko. But one thing he and I always agreed about was that if ever we fell out again, you were the best candidate to take over as manager.
That's very kind of you, and of him.
The players respect you, and Phil Hobday speaks very highly of you, as did Zarko. You're well qualified, a university degree, all your coaching certificates. You're the most obvious candidate. I only wish I didn't have to do this tonight. But I'm flying to Moscow tomorrow, and I won't be back for several days. We've bought a player from Dynamo St. Petersburg.
I didn't know we were in the market for anyone.
Not just anyone.
You haven't bought the Red Devil? Victor nodded, and I felt my jaw drop. Bekim Develi was generally held to be the best midfielder in Europe. A Turkish-born Russian, he'd been playing for PSG until 75% French tax had driven him back to his hometown of St. Petersburg. Victor had always been keen to have Develi come to London City. They were old friends, for one thing. But Zarko had rejected the idea. It wasn't like we lacked options in midfield. And as far as I knew, Victor had been obliged to accept the decision of his recently reinstated manager.
Bloody hell. Yes, I am going to finalize the deal this week. Dynamo owes me money. Rather a lot of money as it happens, so instead of taking what they owe in cash, I'm taking Develi. But I wanted to talk with you in private before I went, to reach an understanding, man to man.
I nodded.
I'm offering you the job of city manager, at least until the end of the season. Let's see how we get on. You keep us in the Premier League, then that's one reason to keep you on full-time. An FA Cup and a top 4 finish so that we can qualify for the Champions League would count for something too.
I would certainly hope so, I said. Victor paused and lit a cigar. It wasn't anything fancy like a Cohiba, just a little Philip that you could buy at almost any London newsagent.
But to be absolutely honest with you, none of that is a priority for me.
It isn't? Victor shook his head.
No.
Then I'd say that for someone who's the owner of a Premier League football club, you're a very unusual man.
Yesterday I might have told you something else, but today, I tell you frankly, Scott, I don't give a fuck about cups or titles. There's something at stake here that's much more important to me than anything.
I hate to disagree with you, Victor. For me, there's nothing more important than those.
I want the people who work for me to be passionate about what they do, certainly. And of course, this is why I'm offering you the job. But with some strings attached. It's those strings I'm trying to explain here. You see, the one thing I'm really passionate about, more passionate about than football, is my privacy. Nothing is more important to me than this. I don't ever give interviews. I avoid the light like I was a vampire. Everyone thinks that the panel glass I sit behind at Silvertown Dock is bulletproof. It's not. It's camera lens neutralizing. It's also part of the London City contract with Sky that they don't do cutaway shots to my seat. I don't go to film premieres or parties very much, but it's not always so easy to keep out of the public eye, especially with the media you have in this country, and the police you have too. You, of all people, know to your cost that the media and the police here have an uncomfortably close relationship. If the police want to arrest someone at 6 o'clock in the morning, they like to tell the newspapers. But this is not a public service. Someone in the police gets paid for the tip-off. For other stories also.
I nodded. Where is this going, Victor?
We have a saying in my country. If you send a man out to shoot a fox, don't be surprised if he hits a rabbit. In a murder inquiry, the police can go where they want and look where they want, almost anywhere. So, the police won't just be looking for Zarko's murderer. The police will use Zarko's murder as a fishing trip to investigate all of my affairs. Any information they get, they'll share with the media, with Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, with the Financial Services Authority, with the Security Services, MI5 and MI6. With all due respect, sir, this country is a little different from yours. I know our police can behave disgracefully, but what you're suggesting has already happened, Scott. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you see, in the name of national security, this country is much more like Russia and Ukraine than you might imagine. I have my sources in the British government who keep me informed of things that might affect me. I pay very well for this information, and it comes from the highest level. So believe me, it can be trusted. Your detective chief inspector's boss is a man called Commander Clive Talbot, OBE. And at this very moment, he's having a meeting with some shady people in the Home Office. I see. So the quicker Zarko's murder is solved, the better? Precisely. I understand. I frowned. Actually, no, I don't. You say you want Zarko's murder solved quickly. Surely that implies we ought to cooperate with the police. I mean, how else are they to find out who killed him unless we help them? I don't see how we can let them hunt for our fox in any other way. If I can borrow your metaphor for a moment, surely the risk to our rabbit is the price we have to pay in order to shoot the fox. Then let me explain. I want you to hunt for our fox, Scott. Me? Victor nodded. You want me to play detective? I pride myself on knowing the people who work for me, and I think that you would also prefer to have things handled as discreetly as possible out of your loyalty to the club and to Zarko. Am I right? I thought of the 2 mobile phones I'd already taken away from Silvertown Dock, and which were now in the bag at my feet. You had to hand it to Viktor Sokolnikov. He had me sussed all right. Yes, you are. We both know that Zarko pulled quite a few strokes in his time as city manager. It certainly wouldn't help him, and it probably wouldn't help me, if some of those strokes were laid bare in the media. Agreed. You're not afraid of the police, Scott. That makes you a very unusual man. That makes you ideally suited to steer your own course in this investigation, to risk their collective displeasure. You understand? Yes, I think I do. I also have the impression that it would give you some pleasure to embarrass the police a little. Am I right? Of course. But look, Victor, I'm not a policeman. In Ukraine, we say that a policeman is just a thief with no manners. In truth, Scott, have you ever really met a policeman you thought was well qualified for the job? No, of course not. Motorists are the only criminals in this country who are regularly caught and prosecuted. Why? Because they have registration numbers. The police will arrest someone for making a racist tweet, or an NHS manager who's fucked up, but try asking them to catch a burglar, and they wouldn't know how to begin going about it. We live in a country where it is quicker to order in sushi than to summon the police. It's true I don't like the police any more than I trust them, but detectives have their ways. Investigative techniques, forensic reports, informers. I have several reasons for thinking that you can catch Zarko's murderer quicker than the police can, Scott. You are intelligent, well-educated, you speak several languages. You're resourceful. You knew Zarko as well as anyone. You know the club, you know Silvertown Dock, you know Hangman's Wood, and you know football. That woman from the yard, Detective Chief Inspector Jane Byrne, in the days it would take just to bring her up to speed with what you know, I'm certain this case could be solved. I nodded. Perhaps. Forensic reports, I'll get those for you. Believe me, News International aren't the only ones who can pay the police for information. I guarantee to have a copy of the pathologist's report delivered to you before that cop even knows it's finished. As for informers, well, you know the same people the police do. People who've been in prison. Our own club fixer Morris McShane is just such a person, yes? Perhaps information can be obtained from this world also, the criminal world. You could be right about that, Victor. As a matter of fact, Morris has already suggested that Zarko's death was an accident, a beating that went too far. I explained what Morris had said in the car. Victor nodded. You know, I have a little experience of this myself. Back in Ukraine, in the last days of communism and the beginning of the new republic, there was no company law, no law of contract, no commercial law. So, we handled things ourselves. No mafia, just businessmen. To be honest, Scott, sometimes things went a little too far there as well, you know? So, it strikes me that Morris is probably quite right. I nodded. I'm glad you agree, said Victor. But before you say yes, Scott, let me tell you that, in addition to everything I've told you, you'll also have two very important incentives to find Zarko's killer that Detective Chief Inspector Jane Byrne and the police won't have. Like what? The manager's job, for one thing. You'll find out who killed Zarko, and soon. You get the police out of our hair for good, and the city job is yours, permanently. A 5-year contract, on the same salary as Zarko, same bonuses, same everything. That's very generous, Victor. And the other incentive? I know you like pictures, Scott. Victor glanced up at the painting of the naked man. You like this portrait? I hadn't noticed the face very much. My wife, Elizabeth, doesn't like it. She's English, as you know, and she's not what you might call comfortable with the human body. When I first met her, she used to wear a swimming costume in the banya. Banya was what Russians called the sauna. Anyway, I paid $10 million for this painting back in 2008. It's worth twice that now Freud's dead. Perhaps more. Victor stood up. Come with me. There's another portrait I want to show you. We walked through the house into his study where, above a Hitler-sized desk, there was a large and very striking portrait of João Zarco. I'd read about the portrait in the London Evening Standard at the time of its commission. It was painted by Jonathan Yeo, one of Britain's most collectible young artists. Do you like it? He asked. Very much, I said. I didn't know you owned it, Victor. It was a gift from Zarco. I suppose his idea of a joke, to give me a picture of himself. But it's very fine, don't you think? It was having his photograph taken by Mario Testino. Yes, that photograph, which gave him the idea to commission a portrait from a painter. I nodded. I won't say it's an excellent likeness. That much is obvious. But there is something very lifelike about it. And I like the way that the clothes don't matter all that much, the way they fade away. It seems to make him seem altogether more himself. He's not smiling, but there's a real twinkle in his eye, as if he's about to say something else that would get him into trouble. You say more than you know, Scott. When Jonathan Yeo showed the portrait to Zarco, he said he didn't like it, said it made him look too ugly and too grumpy. That's why he gave it to me. But I think it's excellent. I think that in a few years a painting by Jonathan Yeo is going to be every bit as sought after as one by Lucian Freud. Anyway, I want you to have it, Scott. That's the other incentive I was talking about. You're joking? Really? Victor lifted the picture down from the wall. The fact that it was covered in glass made it heavy, so I helped him. I'm perfectly serious, Scott. This picture is yours now to take home with you tonight. I want you to have this so that every time you look at it, you'll hear João Zarco saying what I'm going to say to you now. Find out who killed me and why, Scott. Find my killer. I didn't deserve what happened to me today, not ever. So, take control of the game yourself and don't just leave it to other people like the police. Please, Scott, for me and for my wife, Toya, you must discover who killed me, okay? Next time you look in my eyes, I want to know that you're doing your best to get them. Really, I won't have any peace until you do this for me. Victor could always do a wicked impersonation of Zarco's dry monotone of a voice. And just for a second, this seemed more than mere mimicry. That's what he seems to be saying, said Victor. Don't you agree? I stared at the picture, now leaning against Victor's desk. The man depicted was looking right into my eyes, as if he too was asking the same question as Victor Sokolnikov. Yes, I do. It wasn't quite the ghost of Hamlet's father, but I'll say one thing for Victor Sokolnikov. He always knew how to get exactly what he wanted. Chapter 19. Victor's Rolls-Royce took me and the oil painting of Zarco back to my flat in Chelsea. But in truth, if it hadn't been for the picture, I'd have walked down to Kensington High Street and caught a cab home. When I was a boy, I always wanted to own a Rolls-Royce. But now I felt acutely embarrassed whenever I found myself being driven in one. I hated the glances I got when the car stopped at traffic lights. You could see what was going through the minds of the Londoners who looked inside, even in Kensington and Chelsea. Rich bastard. Cunt. And who could blame them for thinking that about someone who was insensitive enough to ride around in the back of a car that cost 10 times the average London wage? It wasn't even all that comfortable. The seats were too hard. That was bad enough. But I hadn't bargained on there being a host of reporters and TV cameras outside my home in Manresa Road, and I felt doubly embarrassed to be getting out of a Rolls-Royce in front of them, especially with a picture of João Zarco in my hands. In order to get through my own front door, I had no choice but to bite my tongue and speak to everyone gathered on the steps and on the pavement, and it was probably fortunate that the effects of the cognac had worn off a bit by then. João González Zarco was without question the best football manager of his generation, I said carefully, and one of the most truly remarkable men I ever met. It was my privilege to call him a friend and colleague, and the whole game of football is the poorer for his untimely death. He was generous, a gentleman, a lovely man, and I will always miss him. I'd like to extend my sympathies to his wife and family, and to thank all of the fans who have already paid tribute to Zarco. You might say that I'm about to do the same. As you can see, this is a portrait of Zarco by Jonathan Yeo, and I'm going in now to hang it on my wall. Thank you. I have no further comments to make at this time. Of course, all of the reporters wanted to know how Zarco had died, and if I was going to take over as London City manager. But I thought it advisable to avoid answering any of their many permutations of the same two questions. In spite of that, it took several more minutes and the help of the porter to get me and the paintings safely through the front door. When I was finally in my flat, I remembered Sonia was away at a conference in Paris. And before doing anything, I called her just to feel grounded again. Just to hear her voice felt like the best kind of therapy.
and it was easy to understand why she was so good at her job. Although I have to question how it is that you need a psychiatrist to persuade you not to eat that second donut. Then I called my dad, who was predictably shaken by the news. He and Zarko had been on many a golfing holiday on the Portuguese Algarve, where both of them still had homes. After I'd spoken with him, I set about hanging Zarko's picture in my own study, where I keep all my football memorabilia, including a 22-carat FA Cup winners medal from 1888, West Bromwich Albion, in case you were wondering, and the shirt George Best was wearing when he scored 6 against Northampton Town in the FA Cup 4th round in February 1970. When the painting was up on the wall to my satisfaction, I sat and looked at it for a while. I kept hearing Victor's impersonation of Zarko in my head. Now, that's what I call psychology. I called Morris at home. "You are right. Mr. Sokolnikov offered me the manager's job." "Congratulations. You deserve it, my son." "Although only as caretaker, until I fuck up." "No pressure, then." "It all seems a bit premature to me. I mean, Zarko's not even in the ground yet." "Then again," said Morris, "we do have the second leg of the Capital One Cup game against West Ham at home on Tuesday night." "Which I suppose we'll have to play, unless we hear anything from the FA to say we can postpone as a mark of respect." "Thrash the arse off the bastards. That's the only kind of respect that Zarko would have wanted from City. Besides, it's on the telly, so you might as well forget it now." "I suppose you're right. Look, there was something you said this afternoon when we were searching Silvertown Dock. You said that Sean Barry had found out Claire was shagging Zarko."
"That's right."
"How did you find out?"
"Sarah Crompton told me."
"And how did she know?"
"Because she and Claire are best mates."
"So why did Sarah tell you?"
"Because, let's just say that I'm good friends with Sarah, all right?"
"Am I the only bloke at Silvertown Dock who's not getting his leg over someone else who works there?"
"No, there's you and there's the German lad, Christoph Bunchen."
"What about him?" I asked innocently.
"Some of the lads think he's not that interested in girls."
"Some of the lads are a bit excitable jumping to conclusions like that."
"Maybe. But he had a hard-on in the shower the other day. Now, that's what I call fucking excitable."
"Did Sarah tell you that too?"
"No, Kwame did. It's not the sort of thing you'd miss, is it?"
"I don't know. I haven't seen it. His hard-on, I mean."
"Fucking huge, according to Kwame, and he should know."
"Really?" Changing the subject, I said, "Sean Barry. He's a bit excitable too, right?"
"Oh, yeah, very."
"So maybe he killed Zarko, jealous husband and all that?" Morris shrugged.
"Maybe, yeah. On the other hand, I saw him right after the game, and he seemed okay. Chuffed about the result, he was. I mean, he didn't look like he'd beaten the shit out of anyone, or told someone else to do it for that matter. What I mean is he didn't look guilty. But then, you never know with a bloke like Sean."
"You also said there were a few unfriendly faces in the ground when you were doing your Where's Wally this afternoon. Some right bastards, I think you called them. Who did you mean exactly?"
"I did, didn't I? Let's see now. There was Dennis Kampfner. He was none too pleased when Zarko got Paolo Gentile to be the agent on the Kenny Trainer transfer. Missed out big time on £1 million worth of commission. Spitting tacks about that, he was. Ronan Riley. You remember the run-in he and Zarko had at the BBC Sports Personality of the Year?"
"Of course I remember it. It was the only interesting thing that happened all evening. Those things are a pain in the arse."
"It was a proper scrap they had that night, you know. And I certainly wouldn't have put it past those two to mix it again."
"True. They're none too fond."
Then there was that referee Zarko slagged off, Lionel Sharp.
"I hope you didn't see him, Morris, or I'll start to worry about you. He's dead."
"No, but his son was at the game today. Jimmy, I think his name is. He's in the Navy, Marines, I think. Who else? Oh, yeah, some Qatari lads. Not so much where's Wally as where's Ali. Dodgy lot, if you ask me, connected to some of the powers that be in Qatar, where Zarko's name is shit. They've got one of the executive boxes. Come to think of it, they've got 3 or 4 boxes. I've heard they like some coke at half-time, and I don't mean the stuff that comes out of a can. Coke and Lamborghinis, and enough money to put a ceramic brake on your mouth. Christ, Morris, you've got more possible suspects there than the Orient Express. And I haven't even mentioned Semyon Mikhailov. Who the fuck's he? Ukrainian business rival of Victor's, apparently. Huge bloke. Head like a fucking bowling ball. What do you know about him? Only that people are afraid of the guy. One of the security guards who operates the Moby camp, a Russian bloke called Oleg. He spotted him sitting in the crowd. Oleg said he was surprised that the Home Office let someone like that into the country. He's top mafia, apparently. I wonder if Victor knows he was there. There's not much Victor doesn't know. Sounds like we're spoiled for choice. I laughed. Is there anyone we left out? Al-Qaeda, Lee Harvey Oswald? Fucking hell. It's a funny old game, said Morris. Look, Morris, Victor wants me to play Sherlock here and see if I can find the person who did it before the law does, to save him some aggro. Makes sense. When you got that much loot, you got plenty to hide as well. He reckons the Home Office are out to get him, and that I hate the police just enough to have the guts to tell him to fuck off. I don't recall Sherlock Holmes saying that to Inspector Lestrade, said Morris. But fair enough. I guess that makes me Watson, right? If you like. All right, then draw me up a list of possible suspects. People with a grudge who were at Silvertown Dock. Or people who are just villains. And start putting your ear to the pipe. But let's keep all this between you and me. No law for now, eh? I don't like talking to the old Bill any more than you do, boss. Especially after tonight. That woman from the yard was really trying to bring you into line, wasn't she? I have that effect on women, I said. And while you're at it, check on Zarko's ticket allocation. Who his guests were this afternoon, if any. It's usually just his family, but you never know. Right you are, boss. I spent another hour under Zarko's watchful eye, going through the messages and calls on his mobile phones. Zarko's play phone contained a series of texts to and from Claire Barry. Most of the older ones were spectacularly obscene. Sexting, I think they call it. A couple of times I glanced up at his portrait and shook my head. You dirty old bastard, I said. What were you thinking of? Suppose Toya had found these. But the tone of their exchanges changed abruptly when Claire revealed to Zarko that her husband had discovered the existence of the relationship with the London city manager. Sean's reputation had gone before him, and suddenly Zarko's texts became stiff and formal. He told Claire he was breaking it off, and it was clear from our acupuncturist's replies that the end of the love affair had caused her considerable heartache, and him too. It seemed they had been in love with each other, although Zarko, a staunch Roman Catholic, had never made any secret of the fact that he wasn't ever going to leave Toya. I don't blame him for fancying Claire. She was a good-looking girl. I sent her a message of condolence from my own phone, telling her I'd come and see her in the morning if that was okay. Meanwhile, I made a note of Claire's mobile number and decided to try and speak with her about what had happened when I next saw her alone at Hangman's Wood. The Something Else phone had a flat battery, and I didn't have the right kind of charger for it, so I dropped it in my desk drawer. Besides, I now had an important job to do as the new manager of London City. I called Phil Hobday to tell him what he already knew. Next, I called Ken Ockery, the team captain, and informed him that I'd been appointed the caretaker manager. Then I called our first-team coach, Simon Page, and asked him if he would take over from me as assistant manager. And when he agreed, I also asked him to take charge of the training session on Monday morning. Are the police saying anything about what happened to Zarko? Because there's this rumour on Twitter that he was beaten to death." Simon was from Doncaster, and whenever he spoke I was reminded of Mick McCarthy. "It seems to be the theory the police are working on. Not everyone loved the man like you and me, Scott." "That was just his management style," I said. "He didn't mean half the things he said. He was just winding people up, playing mind games." "In any other walk of life, but football, that might be okay," said Simon. "But for a lot of people, you make these kinds of remarks and they don't forget them. They don't forget and they learn to hate. Some of the comments I've seen on Twitter are less than complimentary. Big mouth had it coming, that kind of thing. So I'm glad you made that speech about him at Hangman's Wood tonight. I've been watching it again on YouTube. In fact, I watched it several times. It was good what you said, and it helps cancel a lot of those negative comments out, you know? Everyone appreciated it. I just hope I'll be as good an assistant as you were." "Thanks, Simon. And you will be, I'm sure of it." When we finished talking about the team and our next match, I switched on my Mac and watched myself on YouTube, the way you do. In truth, I wanted to see if I looked in any way equal to the man from whom I had taken over, who was always a master of man motivation. Frankly, I had my doubts about that. Someone behind me had shot the speech on an iPhone. I wasn't sure who, and it didn't really matter. But they'd also filmed some of the players' reactions, and when I looked at them, it was a shot of Ayrton Taylor that caught my eye. Taylor was the player humiliated by Zarko in front of everyone at the training session before the Leeds game, and subsequently placed on the transfer list. He was standing immediately behind Ken Ockery, and at first I didn't know why, but something about Taylor struck me as curious. Then I realized what it was. As Taylor moved his hair with his left hand, I could see that his hand was bandaged. A good coach knows everything about the injuries all his players are carrying, especially those players who are for sale, because the first thing that happens before a transfer deal can be finalized with a new club is that the player submits himself to a medical. And it puzzled me that Taylor's injured hand should have escaped my eye until now, especially as he was left-handed. I could have called Nick Scott, the team doctor, and asked him about Taylor's hand, but by now it was very late and I didn't want to disturb him at home in case I'd made a mistake. So I switched on the television and chose the London City Sports channel on the Sky box. Speeding quickly through the tribute to Zarko, I finally found what I was looking for. Footage of both teams entering Silvertown Dock a couple of hours before the game. I saw myself, ridiculous in my hideous orange tracksuit, leading the players down the tunnel to the dressing room, Ken Ockery joking with Christophe Bunch and Javier Pepe and Juan Luis Dominguin lost inside their own skull candy. And finally Ayrton Taylor, wearing his street clothes. I hit the pause button, and with the Sky remote moved the picture forward frame by frame until I had exactly the view I wanted. This was a shot of Ayrton Taylor's left hand. Quite clearly I saw him glance at the enormous hublot on his wrist, the same kind of watch that Victor had given me for Christmas. Taylor's hand was unbandaged. Whatever injury he had sustained must have occurred between the team's arrival at Silvertown Dock and my speech at Hangman's Wood, an interval of time during which João Zarco had probably been beaten to death. Chapter 20. João and Toya Zarco's house in Warwick Square was a 10-minute drive from my flat in Chelsea. Pimlico is quiet at 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning, and as I drove along the embankment in Sonia's BMW, I hoped I'd be a little too early to encounter any of the photographers and reporters who, according to Toya's text, had been camped outside her front door until the small hours. I was wrong about that. They were there in force and looked like they'd been there all night. Muttering curses, I drove a couple of times around the communal gardens before leaving the car on the opposite side of the square, in front of the large house the Zarcos were converting,
and which was covered in scaffolding hidden behind a mural designed to look exactly like the house next door, and that described itself as noise-cancelling. Erected by the builders to forestall complaints from the neighbours, it didn't seem to be doing its job very well. Despite it being a Sunday, I could already hear the sound of drilling. Texting Toya to tell her I was approaching her front door, I walked round to the other side of the square, and the elegant 6-story white stucco mansion the Zarkos had been renting, while the Lantern Construction Company attempted to complete the extensive conversions ahead of schedule. At the last minute, the melee of newsmen and women recognized me, and desperate for a syllable of something they could report, they surged round me like a pack of beagles, as a policeman helped me make my way up the steps where a house door was already opening. "Scott! Scott! Over here, Scott!" "Sorry to hear about Mr. Zarko, sir," said the policeman. "It's a great loss to football. I'm a London City fan myself." "Thanks," I said, and stepped quickly into the hall. The Sunday newspapers lay unread on the black and white tiled floor, which was probably the best place for them. They were full of Zarko's murder, of course, and most of them carried a list of some of the things Zarko had said, as if to say, here was why Zarko was killed. He had a big mouth. And there was a small part of me that couldn't disagree with that. A tall, thin, blonde woman wearing black-framed glasses closed the door behind me and let out a deep breath. "Hello, Toya. How are you bearing up?" "Not well," she said. "This would be quite bad enough without all that as well." She nodded at the door. "I feel like a prisoner in my own home. They've been there all night. I could hear them chattering away, like they were queuing for seats for the centre court at Wimbledon. Them and that policeman's radio. I wanted to ask him to turn it down, but that would have meant opening the door." I could hear the grief choking her voice. She shook her head wearily, took off the glasses, wiped her pale blue eyes, and then blew her nose with a handkerchief that looked inadequate to the task of coping with so much misery. Putting her thin arms around my neck, she said, "Not that I could sleep, even if I wanted to. There's so much going on in my head right now. I suppose they're just doing their jobs, but I really don't know what they want. A picture of me looking like shit, I suppose, the grieving widow's tears. It's what sells newspapers, isn't it?" She sighed. "Oddly enough, it's the neighbours I feel sorry for. On top of everything else they've had to cope with from us since we moved here, now there's this media circus to contend with." She smelled of white wine and perfume, and she looked very tired. Her strawberry blonde hair was combed severely back from her forehead and fastened tight with a black scrunchie. Like a lot of Australian women, Toya tried to avoid the sun, but her plain black t-shirt and trousers made her look even more pale than she probably was. "I'm so sorry," I said. "Thank you for coming," she replied quietly. "I'll miss him a lot, more than I can say." "A friend emailed me a link to what you said on YouTube," she said. "That was very nice. And I was thinking, at the funeral, I'd like you to speak about him, if you would." "Of course. Anything." I took her in my arms and hugged her close as she started to cry. After a while, she pulled away and blew her nose again. "I must look such a sight," she said. "What are you supposed to look like when your husband dies?" "Like Lady Macbeth, I guess. What's done cannot be undone. I played that part, you know, at the Old Vic. That was how we met, Zarko and I. It was Patrick Stewart, the actor, who introduced us. He supports Huddersfield Town Football Club. Zarko liked it that he still supported the team from his hometown." "I know. Joao told me." "Would you like a coffee, Scott?" "Please, if you feel like making it." We went down an open iron staircase and into a huge, built-out kitchen that looked as clean and functional as a Swiss laboratory. On the wall was a large painting of the Australian outlaw Ned Kelly, as imagined by Sidney Nolan. I knew that Zarko had admired the famous outlaw for the simple reason that, like Kelly, Zarko saw himself as someone who was very much opposed to the ruling establishment, at least in the world of football. On more than one occasion he had suggested that the best way of improving things in the English game would be to buy a guillotine and cut off some heads. "Is it just you here?" I asked, looking for the Brazilian housekeeper, who was usually hovering around the Zarko home.
"I sent Jerusha home. She always goes to Mass at Westminster Cathedral on a Sunday. I'd go myself if I could get out of the door. Besides, it was Joao who hired her, and I'm not entirely sure she's legal. And what with all the cops who were in and out of here last night, I thought it best to send her away while this is going on."
"Probably a good idea," I said. "Best not to tempt them." Toya paused in front of the built-in Miele coffee machine and sighed with exasperation.
"I'm afraid I don't know how to make this work," she said. "Zarko loved being the barista around here. I've never learned."
"Here," I said. "Let me. It's the same model as the one I have at home."
She nodded. "I forgot. Coffee's your thing, isn't it?"
She leaned against the worktop and watched me carefully as I set about operating the machine. "Was it Detective Chief Inspector Byrne who came to see you?" I asked.
"I don't know. I can't remember."
"A woman. Looks a bit like Tilda Swinton." She nodded. "Did she tell you how they thought Zarko had met his death?"
"A blow to the head," she said. "And there were several other injuries that were consistent with him having sustained a severe beating."
She shrugged.
"There were other things, but after that I stopped listening for a while."
"I see."
"She said you'd offer to go and formally identify the body, is that right? Because I'd give anything not to see Zarko laid out on a slab in a morgue. I've always had this thing about hospitals and the smell of ether. I really think I might faint. It's one of the reasons we never had any children, he and I. I'm very squeamish. The sight of blood just makes me shudder."
I had the same feeling about policemen. But yes, I'll identify him. It's not a problem for me.
"Thank you, Scott."
If there's anything else I can do, please don't hesitate to call me. Manresa Road is only 10 minutes away in the car. If you feel you don't want to be alone, you can always come and stay there with Sonia and me.
"Thanks, but no. I'd prefer to stay here, I think. At least for the moment. Besides, the police are coming back this afternoon. With more questions, I expect."
"I get a bit antsy when there's lots of law around," I said. "So I'm not looking forward to all that myself. I'm on my way to Hangman's Wood later on this morning. She, Byrne, wants to question everyone who was at Silvertown Dock yesterday afternoon."
"Sounds a little excessive."
Toya smiled thinly.
"There were 60,000 people there yesterday."
"Everyone in the club, anyway. From the kit man to our star striker. Even Viktor Sokolnikov is going to be interviewed."
"Good. Because personally I'd put him at the top of a list of possible suspects."
"How do you mean?"
"Oh, come on, you know. His background in Russia. All of these oligarchs are dodgy, Scott. Viktor Sokolnikov more than most. Speaking for myself, I never trusted him. I mean, you don't like to disappoint people like that, do you? I'm quite certain that Zarko was afraid of him."
"No, he wasn't," I said.
"Aren't you?"
"No, not in the least."
"I'm surprised. You've seen some of the thugs he has around him."
"They're bodyguards. He has to be careful. Okay, I wouldn't want to tangle with any of them, but Victor's okay. Really." I paused for a moment. "Look, he's asked me to take over as manager, Toya. I wanted you to be the first to know, before I told anyone that I've said yes. It all seems too soon to be appointing someone new, but
there's a Capital One Cup match on Tuesday. Yes, I know."
She nodded.
I appreciate you telling me, Scott. Just be sure you know what you're getting into. And remember what I told you, that Zarko was afraid of him.
Thanks for the warning. But in relation to what exactly?
You remember that Zarko made those remarks about the World Cup in Qatar?
Of course.
It was Victor who put him up to it.
For Christ's sake, why?
I don't know. But I think it was something to do with the naming rights for the Crown of Thorns Stadium. But don't ask me to explain about that because I can't.
All right, but did you tell any of this to the police?
That he was afraid of Viktor Sokolnikov? I might have mentioned it, but I didn't mention the Qataris.
What else did they ask you?
Nothing specific. It was more general stuff, really. Did we have any threats at home? Any anonymous phone calls? Did he have any money worries?
Did he?
No, I don't think so. But he never told me things that he thought might worry me. Anyway, she kept asking me about some photographs of Zarko that had been found in a hole in the pitch at the Crown of Thorns. I didn't know anything about it. He didn't tell me. I felt like such an idiot. Did you know about it?
Yes. He told me to forget about it, not to tell anyone. He thought it was just hooligans, and so did I. I expect he didn't want you to worry. When the coffee was made, I handed her a mug. She kept the hot mug in her hands for warmth, and indeed it wasn't very warm in the kitchen. I still had my coat on and was glad of it. What did you tell her?
About what? Threats, enemies, that kind of thing?
I nodded.
You mean apart from the threats and abuse you guys get during an away game at Liverpool or Man U? What was it they used to sing about him at the Stratford end? One João Zarco, there's only one João Zarco. With a Zarky word and a cheeky smile, Zarco was a fucking paedophile. Charming. I don't know how you stand it, Scott. Really, I don't.
It's rough out there sometimes.
Not that Zarko was any kind of saint. No one knew better than you, Scott, what he was like. He could wind people up like no one I've ever met before, me included. I probably shouldn't have told that detective that there were a couple of times when I could have killed him myself. But I did, and there were.
She sipped her coffee noisily.
So yes, she said, he had his enemies. I'd like to tell you that things were different at home. But we were never going to win any popularity contests around here either. Since we started work on number 12, we've had numerous complaints, not to mention several noise abatement actions. Ironic, isn't it? Me having been in Neighbours for all those years. Zarko even managed to pick a fight with our bloody builders.
What about?
They demolished a bathroom in number 12 we'd planned to keep. There were these two Victorian baths side by side, and they just disappeared, stolen, we think. Anyway, the matter was under dispute until a couple of weeks ago, so it looks like everything has been sorted out. But that hardly seems to matter now.
What will you do?
Go back to Oz, she said. As soon as the funeral is over, finish the house and sell it. I can't bear it here. I couldn't feel less welcome in this square if I was a bloody Nazi war criminal.
I nodded. Look, Toya, I know this is difficult, but if you do think of something that you think might help the police find out who killed him, then I'd appreciate a heads up. It could be anything at all, anything that strikes you as strange, anything you didn't know about, something that might fill in a few blanks, perhaps. As you know, I've got a few reasons for distrusting the police, and I want to make damn sure that no stone is left unturned in finding Zarko's killer, even if I have to turn sleuth myself.
Good. I'm glad.
She nodded.
He was right about you, Scott. He always said that you were the most dependable bloke in the whole club. Just make him proud, okay? That's all I ask. Go and win the next one for Zarko. Chapter 21. I drove back to Manresa Road so that Sonia would have her car when she returned to London from her French conference. We spoke again on the telephone and she told me she was on her way to the Gare du Nord to catch the Eurostar back home, for which I was very glad. Just having her around made me feel better about everything. As soon as the cab company texted me to say that their driver was in front of the building, I grabbed my bag and went outside. It was a bitterly cold January day, and the sun was so ill-defined in the uniformly white sky that it was almost invisible. With my face shrouded in the upturned collar of my new winter coat, a Christmas present from Sonia, I pushed through the many cameramen and climbed into the back of the people carrier. I tried telling myself that I was lucky to be working in a sport which could generate this amount of media attention, that if it were any other game but football, no one would have been there. But it didn't work. I felt beleaguered and under pressure, not just from the press, but from my new job and the extra responsibilities given to me by my employer. How was it possible that I was going to successfully manage a Premier League football team and solve a serious crime? The very next moment, as if he had been reading my mind, I got a text from Simon Page asking me if he thought we should be fielding a full-strength side against the Hammers in a competition like the Capital Cup. It was an easily answered question. In spite of what title-hungry fans thought, you always let the money do your thinking for you. Staying in the Premier League was worth between 40 and 60 million quid a year to a club. A place in the Champions League group stage was worth about 25 million quid. The League Cup was worth shit. I wasn't sure if I even wanted us to stay in the competition. With the Mickey Mouse Cup, sometimes losing was a better outcome than winning. And as poison chalices go, the League Cup was more toxic than most. But even worse than winning the League Cup was the prospect of the winner being obliged to play in the Europa League, a competition that amounted to the biggest fucking headache in football. I texted back one word: reserves. Who knows? Maybe we'd find another star like Christoph Bunchen, but for Zarko sacking it and Taylor, Bunchen would still have been on the bench. I pocketed my iPhone and turned my attention to my iPad. I downloaded the Sunday Times to read on the way to Hangman's Wood. There were a few handsome tributes to Zarko from other managers and players, but as far as the circumstances of Zarko's death were concerned, the writers didn't have much to go on. And quite a bit else of what was printed in that particular newspaper was about the man who was likely to take over from Zarko in the short term, and his own colourful past. In other words, me. I read this with a kind of horrified fascination I might have felt if I had been reading my own obituary, which, given that a small part of me had died with Zarko, was not so far from reality. Following the murder of João Zarco, speculation surrounds the appointment of a new manager at London City. But in the short term at least, the job seems likely to go to Zarco's 39-year-old assistant manager, Scott Manson. Born in Scotland, Manson is the son of Henry Jock Manson, who played for the Edinburgh football club Heart of Midlothian, and won 52 caps for his country. He also played for Leicester City, before founding the Padilla Sports Shoe Company in 1978, which today generates almost $500 million a year in net income. Recently, Manson turned down an offer from the Russian sports apparel giant Konkurencija to purchase the company for $5 billion. Henry Manson was an old friend of the Portuguese manager, who was one of the first players to endorse a Padilla football boot when he was at Celtic. A director of his father's company, which also earns him a salary of over £2 million per annum, Scott Manson was a talented schoolboy footballer and played for Northampton Town while still attending the local grammar school. He was a member of the side that won the 1986-7 4th Division Championship with a record 99 points. Choosing a university degree in modern languages at Birmingham University instead of a career in football, Manson played for and coached his university side, and was a part-time player for Stafford Rangers, where he was scouted by the famous John Griffin, and upon graduation joined Crystal Palace as a centre-back in 1995, under Dave Bassett. After an unsuccessful season in the Premier League, Palace were relegated, and Manson was sold to Southampton, where he scored 16 goals under Glenn Hoddle and then Gordon Strachan. Southampton did well in the 2001-2 season, and even better the year after, when the 27-year-old Manson was sold to Arsenal. But his career as a player ended when, in 2004, he was wrongly convicted of raping a woman at a service station off the A414 in the London borough of Brent. Manson served 18 months of an 8-year sentence before his conviction was quashed by the Court of Appeal, since which time he has been working his way slowly up the ladder of football management as a trainee coach at Barcelona and then Bayern Munich. Zarco had managed La Braga and the Brazilian side Atlético Mineiro before his first spell at London City, but he was sacked in 2006 after a disagreement with the billionaire club owner Viktor Sokolnikov, and went on to manage AS Monaco before his return to London City in 2013, with Scott Manson as his assistant manager. Manson has a German mother and speaks the language fluently. He also speaks Spanish, French, Italian, and Russian, which would be one reason why he might get on well with Ukrainian-born Sokolnikov. Manson, who has an MBA from INSEAD, the International Business School in Paris, is generally held to be one of the smartest men in football, and shares a luxury flat in Chelsea with Sonia Dalek, who is a consultant psychiatrist specializing in the field of eating disorders and the author of several books on the subject. Zarco's death marks the end of a tragic month in English football. 2 weeks ago saw the suicide of Matt Drennan, the troubled ex-England star who was a close friend of Scott Manson and formerly his teammate at Arsenal. Sonia Dalek was actually Sonia Harlech. Her nickname at school had been the Dalek Queen, and I knew she wasn't overly fond of this common misspelling, so I guess she wasn't going to be pleased to be reminded of that. I was aged 40, not 39, and I'd scored only 14 goals while I was at Southampton. I didn't speak a word of Russian, although I'd often wanted to learn. My MBA was from the London Business School, and I didn't earn a salary from Padilla. I had a yearly dividend that was very much less than £2 million. And the Russian company, Konkurentsiya, had actually offered £1 billion for Padilla after buying a 27% share in the company. Apart from all that, the story in the newspaper was 100% correct. The press were outside the gate at Hangman's Wood too. But the entrance to the club's training facility was so far away from the low-rise buildings that it hardly seemed worth coming, and I almost felt sorry for the bastards. I knew most of the players had already arrived, since the car park looked like the Geneva Motor Show. We drove up to the entrance where the team coach had just arrived to take us all to Silvertown Dock. I got out of the car. For a moment I looked through the glass wall of the indoor pitch where some of the reserves were having an informal kickabout. They looked very young. Too young to pit against a side of thugs like West Ham. And I was gambling that in spite of being close to the bottom of the table, the Hammers manager would make the same decision as I had. I figured they needed the money from surviving in the Premier League even more than we did. One player quickly caught my eye. The 16-year-old Belgian midfielder, Zenob Schuurmans, who we'd bought in the summer from Club Bruges for £1 million. I'd seen him on video in a friendly against Hamburg when he'd scored direct from a corner kick. It was no wonder that Simon Page rated Schuurmans as the most talented 16-year-old he'd seen since Jack Wilshere. As I watched, he suddenly turned on a performance of skills that properly belonged in a Nike freestyle football commercial. It was mesmerizing. The best thing I'd seen since watching Zlatan Ibrahimovic play keepy-uppy with a piece of chewing gum. And for a moment I started to dream about what a kid like him might do for us. The next second, I almost had a heart attack as a stray ball hit the glass wall in front of my face. The impact broke only my chain of thoughts. I turned and walked through the front door.
Chapter 22. Several of the older players were waiting patiently inside the entrance and fell silent as I walked in the door. They all looked suitably somber. A few were already wearing black or sporting black armbands. Simon Page tossed aside the mail on Sunday and jumped up off the waiting area sofa to greet me. Morris, too. But I couldn't have felt less like the real manager of London City if I'd been carrying a lacrosse stick. I don't think there was anyone who wasn't aware of the fact that the last time we had done this as a team, Zarko had still been alive. It was then that I noticed the Roman Catholic priest was standing beside Ken Ockery. "Is everyone here?" I asked, one eye on the priest. "Yes, boss," said Simon. As soon as I had everyone's attention, I told them what they all probably knew, which was that I had accepted Victor's offer of the manager's job. "That's really all I have to say for now," I told them. "You'll hear plenty from me soon enough. Which reminds me, if you must tweet, then keep it sweet. Right then, let's get everyone on the bus. The quicker we get there, the quicker we can go home. And by the way, no headphones or skull candy, please. This is the saddest day in the club's history. So please, let's make sure that when we get to the dock, we look like we recognize that fact." "Boss," said Ken, "this is Father Armfield from St. John's Church in Woolwich. Before we get on the bus, if it's all right with you, the lads would like him to say a short prayer for Mr. Zarko. It is a Sunday, you know." "Of course," I replied, and bowed my head in prayer, wishing I'd had the nous to think of inviting a priest along that morning. Zarko had been a staunch Roman Catholic, and so was I. It was being a Catholic that helped get me through prison. At least that's what I told myself. The priest was a welcome surprise, but there was more to come when we got on the bus. To my surprise, all the lads started to sing the FA Cup hymn, "Abide with Me." I was surprised that they knew the words. Many of them were foreigners, after all. Only until I saw that they had downloaded the words onto their smartphones. I might have joined in myself, but couldn't because I was so choked with emotion. And for a moment, I was transported to Cardiff's Millennium Stadium in 2003, and the only FA Cup final I ever played in. I was hugely impressed with his show of loyalty to Zarko, and wished only that Matt Drennan could have been here to hear it, as no one loved the hymn more than he had. The bus route west along the B1335 through Aveley and Wennington was pretty well known to the residents of East London, and to our surprise, London City was a new club after all. Many had lined the route to pay their respects. 20 minutes later, we were driving through the gates at Silvertown Dock, slowly, so as not to crush the hundreds of fans gathered there, or the many bouquets of flowers that had been laid there as a mark of respect to Zarko. The gates themselves were almost invisible, hidden under a mass of orange scarves. Candles had been lit, and the whole area now resembled the scene of some national disaster, a rail crash or royal death. "Is the chairman joining us?" I asked Morris. "Yes. What about Victor? He's coming later on with Ronnie. He decided it was better to meet them here rather than have them over to KPG." "When we get inside, you better put the lads in the video analysis room," I told Simon. "They can watch the Tottenham match while they're waiting for their turn with Chief Inspector Byrne." "Right, boss." "Morris, I want you with me in my office. We got a lot to talk about." "Too right we have." We trooped inside the door of the south entrance, where on a black easel with a black laurel wreath, there was a framed photograph of Zarko, a larger version of the same Mario Testino picture that we had found in the grave. Uniformed officers and men from the Essex Constabulary were already there, of course. Probably they'd been there all night. The corridor leading down to the crime scene was cordoned off with tape. Simon led the players along to the video analysis suite, while Morris and I went upstairs to the executive dining room, where I found Chief Inspector Byrne and the members of her team. Only now she was also accompanied by the 2 detective inspectors she had drafted onto her inquiry, Dennis Neville, who had investigated the hole in the pitch, and Louise Considine, who was, as far as I knew, still investigating the suicide of Matt Drennan. Both of these events already seemed a long time ago. I wished Jane Byrne a good morning, trying my best to conceal my loathing. She had conspired to have me nicked for drunk driving, after all. She smiled thinly, no doubt wondering if I was going to mention it. So was I.
"You remember Detective Inspector Neville and Detective Inspector Considine?" she said.
"Yes, of course," I replied. "Thank you for giving up your Sundays to be here. We're grateful." "Detective Inspector Neville?"
"Sir?"
"I'd like to apologize for not being more cooperative when you were here the last time. Perhaps if we'd taken things a little more seriously, then you wouldn't be here again now." Neville smiled a wry-looking smile, as if he didn't quite believe me. "No, I mean it. But with regard to the picture we found in that grave, it wasn't my call. It was Mr. Zarko's." "I understand, sir." "Are you being looked after all right?" I asked DCI Byrne, politely. "Getting everything you need? Something to drink, perhaps? Tea and coffee?"
"Miles Carroll and his staff are being very helpful," she said.
Miles Carroll was the club secretary.
"They've opened up the staff canteen for us."
"Good. And please order anything at all. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. It's on the club."
"Just to let you know, we've asked everyone who was in the executive dining room yesterday to come back here today. We're going to be interviewing Mr. Sokolnikov, Mr. Hobday, and all of the club's guests from the council. At the same time, we're going to be interviewing the players and playing staff in alphabetical order."
"So I could be in for a wait, is that what you're saying?"
"Actually, no. I was hoping you might sit down with me right now and do what you said you'd do last night."
"And what's that?"
"Help me identify who disliked him enough to kill him, perhaps. After all, you knew him as well as anyone here."
"That's correct."
"Was you always such a big mouth?"
I winced a little at that, but left it alone. Zarko was someone who called a spade a spade.
"I certainly hope not," she said. "That would make my job even more difficult than it is already."
I frowned, wondering exactly what she meant by that remark. "Excuse me?"
"I mean, he does seem to have gone out of his way to irritate people, wouldn't you say?"
Playing mind games with other teams and other managers was just part of his style. Everyone does it, but Zarko being Zarko, people just paid more attention to it. He was quite a charismatic figure. Good-looking, articulate, well-dressed. A breath of fresh air after all the dour Scots managers are used to dominate the game. Busby, Shankly, Ferguson, et al.
"If you say so. But this was more than just mind games, I think. I'm sure you'll agree that pre-match wind-ups are one thing, but this must have been something much more serious. With that in mind, Mr. Manson, I was hoping you and I could arrive at a definitive list of his enemies."
"Sure. Why not? It will save you the effort of having to look them up on Google, I suppose."
"Oh, I've already done that."
On her iPad, she showed me a dozen names I recognized.
"Here."
I nodded. "The usual suspects. Okay. Now all you have to do is round them up, like Captain Renault in Casablanca."
"Actually, I was hoping you might help me to shorten the list." She shrugged. "Or perhaps add a name or two that isn't there already. That's what I meant by definitive."
"All right."
"Please, come and sit down. Talk to me, Mr. Manson."
I followed her to the far end of the room. Out of the irregularly shaped window, you could see the equally irregular steel structure that constituted the exterior of the stadium. The rain had turned to snow. I felt sorry for the fans still out there. I sat down on a leather sofa and reread the list on her iPad. Our knees were just touching, which is more than could be said of our respective characters. She wasn't a bad-looking woman, just a cunt.
"Well, what do you think?"
she asked. "About this list? You know, if you were writing a piece for a newspaper about who disliked João Zarco,
then you've already covered the bases with most of these names. But there's a healthy difference between disliking someone enough to badmouth them and hating them to the extent that you actively want them dead. Some of these men are highly respected figures in football. This is a game that inspires strong feelings, after all. Always has done. I remember my father taking me to an Old Firm match on New Year's Day. That's Rangers versus Celtic, by the way. This was long before the laughably named Offensive Behaviour at Football and Threatening Communications Act, which sounds like an oxymoron. The ferocity of the historic and religious rivalry between those two sets of supporters was truly something to behold. And it's fair to say that murders have been committed because a man was wearing the wrong colours in the wrong part of town. Having said all that, is this where you start to talk about the beautiful game? I wasn't going to mention it. But if you're asking me if I believe any of the men on this list could have killed João Zarco, then the answer has to be a definite no. I handed back the iPad. If you want my honest opinion, this will turn out to be fans. Newcastle thugs bent on handing out a beating to the opposition team manager. Not these men.
I hear what you say, she said, and yet it would seem that some of the men on my list are given to violence. For example, Ronan Riley.
She touched the iPad and opened a file to reveal a photograph of Ronan Riley. He was pictured with Charlie Nicholas, Jeff Stelling, Matt Letitia, and Phil Thompson. He looked like he was sitting in for Paul Merson on Gillette Soccer Saturday. Nice suit. Not sure about the earring. What about him?
Riley and Zarco actually came to blows at the BBC Sports Personality of the Year party last year, didn't they?
So? Riley's a hard man with strong opinions. I respect that.
He's certainly a quick-tempered one. I've been reading up. In 1992, in the first year of the Premier League's existence, he received more red cards than any other player.
I'll take your word for it. But look, that was more than 20 years ago. And I dare say he took most of those for the team. Professional fouls and that kind of thing. The last I heard, even the Met wasn't prosecuting people for getting sent off. But time will tell. It's an easy nick.
And yet it seems that even when he's off the park, Riley has form for this sort of behaviour. He's handy with his fists, is Mr. Riley. When he played for Liverpool, there was an incident at a nightclub where chairs were thrown and another man was assaulted. Riley was charged with a fray.
He went to trial and was acquitted.
Yes, the trial was in Liverpool, added DCI Byrne, where he was a very popular man with the red half of the city.
It's true, I said. The outcome might have been different with more toffees on the jury. Or if a few bent coppers had testified against him, that always helps with the local clear-up rate. She ignored that one.
And then, before he was on television, he was manager at Stoke City, wasn't he? Where he punched a player in the dressing room and broke his jaw by all accounts, for which he was almost sacked. She smiled. Honestly, how anyone can call this the beautiful game escapes me.
Like I say, passions run high sometimes. Besides, I think I'm right in saying that the player, who was no saint himself, withdrew the complaint.
Riley was here yesterday, at Silvertown Dock. Did you know that, Mr. Manson?
Yes, and I'm not surprised. It was a big game. Pretty good one, too, for us. I shook my head. Look, you asked my opinion, and that's all it is, my opinion. I know Ronan Riley. He's not a bad man, just one with a short fuse. That fight at the Sports Personality of the Year, it was just handbags.
It looks a bit more than that to me. I've seen the fight on YouTube. Blood was spilled. I could show it to you if you like. Refresh your memory.
No, thanks. I've seen enough YouTube videos for one weekend. So maybe they expected people would pull them apart sooner than they did. Besides, they'd both had a drink. Several, probably. I know I had.
And that makes it all right, I suppose, Mr. Manson.
No. but it makes it easier to understand.
Would it surprise you to learn that Riley was absent from his seat for 15 minutes during yesterday's match?
Have you tried to buy a drink here at half-time? It can take a while.
Oh, it wasn't then. It was during the first half. You see, Sky Sports has made all their footage available to us, from all of their cameras, so we can time his absence precisely. And he's clearly missing from his seat for a full 15 minutes, at about the same time that people were beginning to realize João Zarco was missing. I could show you that too, if you like.
15 minutes of looking at what, an empty seat? I got better things to do with my time.
Come now, Mr. Manson. What could be more important than finding your friend's killer?
Look, have you asked Riley where he was?
Not yet, but I intend to ask him this afternoon. I just wanted to get your input first.
On what? Riley's mind, his criminal credentials? Look, I'm just the caretaker manager here.
You appear to be taking rather a lot of care right now, Mr. Manson.
It seems I have to with coppers like you around, Miss Byrne.
By the way, congratulations.
On what? Not getting nicked last night or landing this job?
She smiled. The job, of course. But beating an Alco test, that's a cause for celebration too. And hey, unlike so many other people in football, you didn't even have to call Mr. Loophole.
You've got a nerve, I said.
I don't know what you mean, Mr. Manson.
Trying to set me up like that? Don't bother denying it. I know you were behind that little stunt. You and your friend, Commander Clive Talbot, OBE, thought you could soften me up, did you? Make me more cooperative? Next time you use the ladies' loo in this place, you'd best make sure you're the only lady in there, using the word in its loosest possible sense. She frowned, as if she was trying to remember if she'd bothered to check all of the cubicles, and then coloured a little. I see. I'm sorry not to have been more help to you, I said. I don't remember anyone who I think might have killed Zarco, but I have remembered why I don't like the police. As if you'd forgotten. Are we done here? Is that all? Not quite. Mrs. Zarco says her husband was having an affair with the club acupuncturist, said DCI Byrne. She's Mrs. Claire Barry, isn't she? That's her name. Her husband, Sean, runs a private security company called Cautela Limited. According to Google, they just landed a big contract to look after some of the teams for the World Cup in Russia and Qatar. Zarco wasn't very complimentary about the Qataris, was he? Many of the people Cautela employs are ex-MI5, MI6. They could be out of a job if it doesn't go ahead. For that reason, they might have been pissed off at him on both counts, business and personal. Maybe enough to work him over. You tell me, Miss Byrne. You're the one with all the Home Office connections. I stood up. Just so as you know, João González Zarco was my friend. But I really don't care all that much if you manage to find his killer. It certainly won't bring him back. The only things I care about are this football club, its fans, and the match on Tuesday night. You've made yourself very clear, Mr. Manson. That being the case, let me be equally clear. I hate football. Always have. I think it is the greatest curse of modern life. Until yesterday, the only time I've been in a football ground was in May 2002, when as a young WPC, I went to help police a game at the Den. Millwall lost a playoff game to Birmingham City, and I was just one of 47 police officers who was injured trying to contain the violence that resulted, to say nothing of 24 police horses. What kind of person would stab a horse with a broken bottle? Or for that matter, a young WPC, namely me. So, I have nothing but contempt for people who go to football, and nothing but contempt for the overpaid adolescents who play the game, not to mention the egomaniacs who manage these so-called clubs. I will find Mr. Zarco's killer, I promise you that. But if while I do it, I can also bring disgrace upon the game and this place,
then so much the better.
You can do your worst, I said, but I've a feeling it won't be anything to compare with the disgrace the police managed to bring on themselves at Hillsborough.
Chapter 23.
How did that go?
Asked Morris. As well as could have been expected, which is to say not well at all. Detective Chief Inspector Jane Byrne is a piece of work and no mistake. I think you can safely say we already hate each other.
After what happened last night, I can't say I'm surprised. But a friend of mine at the yard says she's headed for the top.
The top of what? A pile of shit?
That bad, eh?
Let's just say she's not a lover of the game. And right now she seems to like Ronan Riley for Zarko's murder.
I never like that cunt much myself.
Him or Sean Barry.
Sean?
Morris made a face.
Actually, I don't think it can have been Sean who killed Zarko.
No? The phone on my desk rang. It was Simon Page. There are 2 people from the FA here, he said. Apparently they just missed us at Hangman's Wood.
The FA? What the fuck do they want?
It's the DCO and the Fatso. They want urine samples from 4 random players. The DCO was the doping control officer from UK Anti-Doping, and the Fatso was what we called the Football Association's supervising officer. They had enormous powers, and it was wise to cooperate with them in whatever way they wanted. Famously, a UK anti-doping team had given the tennis player Andy Murray a drugs test when he was just about to go to Buckingham Palace to collect his OBE. They pick their moments, don't they? You'd better give them what they need. I put the phone down.
Who was that?
Asked Morris. Drug testing, as if having the police here wasn't enough of a hassle. You were saying about Sean Barry.
It seems that finding out about Zarko and his missus prompted him to reveal that he'd had a girlfriend himself, more than one as it happens. So we can rule out jealousy. Apparently he's more upset about Zarko's death than his wife is. Thinks it's going to damage our chances of winning anything this season.
He could be right. I suppose your friend Sarah Crompton told you that too.
Yes.
So we're crossing him off our first team list?
I reckon.
What about that ref son, Jimmy Sharp? What did you find out there?
He's on the bench too. He's applied to Campion Hall at Oxford University. Wants to study theology as soon as he's out of the Royal Marines. I'm told he wants to go into the priesthood. There was an article about him in the Daily Telegraph a few weeks ago.
On the face of it, hardly the type bent on revenge.
Good cover, though. I mean, if you were going to do someone in, it wouldn't half throw 'em off the scent if they thought you had the hots for Jesus. Don't forget the Reverend Green in Cluedo.
It's Mr. Green these days. He's considered more PC. Apparently the Yanks who bought the rights to the game objected to the idea of a clergyman being a murderer.
Stupid cunts.
Morris laughed.
Dennis Kampfner, I don't know about. Not yet. As for that Russian bloke, Semyon Mikhailov, he owns a large energy company, not to mention a bank or 2, and a Russian football club, Dynamo St. Petersburg.
That's interesting. Victor is buying a player from them. Says they owe him money.
From what I've heard, I'm not sure which will be worse, owing Mikhailov money or having him owe you. He's seriously bad, that man. But so far, all I've got are a few sharp intakes of breath. He's looking for a house in Chelsea, I've heard. Best place for him, I reckon. But I can't imagine he'd actually misbehave while he was trying to set up home here. Wait a minute. Victor's not buying the Red Devil, is he?
That's what he says, but keep it under your hat.
Good luck to him. They say Bekim Develi liked French grub even less than he liked paying the top rate of French tax. Word is, he's put on £30 since he went back to play in Russia.
Just what we fucking need. Phil Hobday appeared in the doorway. "How's it going, Scott?" "It's just beginning to dawn on me how much work I have to do." "For anything worth having, you have to pay a price, Scott, and the price is always work and self-sacrifice. More than that if you're looking for sporting immortality. In that case, it's only necessary that you die a little, maybe twice a week. You won't mind if I borrow that for my next scene talk, will you? It's not exactly Henry V, but be my guest. The match on Tuesday night, perhaps we should try to get the FA to have it postponed." I thought for a moment. Fuck up the rest of our season? I don't think so. Maybe we can make Zarko's death work for us, if that doesn't sound too cynical. What I mean is perhaps we can get the best out of the lads, as a mark of respect for Zarko. Besides, I'm sure all the fans would like to mark his passing. "Well, you're the boss now," said Phil. "That's what I keep telling myself. Difficult decisions, that's what management is all about. Get used to them. Morris, go and see if the law's finished at the crime scene, will you? I want to go and take a look at the spot where Zarko died a bit later. And close the door on your way out. I need to ask our club chairman an awkward question. Maybe two." "Yes, boss." Phil sat down on a sofa arranged along the wall and waited for Morris to leave my office. Even on a Sunday, he wore a well-cut three-piece suit, an Hermes tie, and a matching silk handkerchief in his top pocket. Phil was in his early 60s, not very tall, with a full head of white hair. He'd started life with a top American law firm called Baker & McKenzie, which in 1989 became one of the first international law firms in Moscow. And it was there he had met Victor during the privatization of the Volga Automobile Company. Phil had helped turn Volga into the most popular car maker in Russia. He might have known nothing about football, but he knew plenty about mergers and acquisitions and capital market transactions. And according to Victor, he spoke perfect Russian. "Since you mentioned immortality," I said, "maybe now's the time to mention commissioning a statue of Zarko." "So ask Victor. You'll be seeing quite a lot of him from now on, Sunshine. More than you know." "Yes, but I figured you were the go-to man for this. After all, there is a statue of you in, where is it now? The Volga factory in Nizhny Novgorod. I mean, who do you go to in order to arrange these things?" "Do you think we should have a statue of Zarko outside the Crown of Thorns?" "Yes, as long as it doesn't look like the one of Billy Bremner, especially as that one doesn't look anything like Billy Bremner." "I'll mention it to Victor." Phil grinned. "But that wasn't what you wanted to speak to me about in private, was it?" "No. You know, Victor has asked me to play in a new position that's not exactly our usual 4-4-2. He wants me to become a new sort of midfielder, the clean-up other people's mistakes kind, who's supposed to make sure our back four avoid any defensive duties at all." "I get it. Someone with positional discipline but full of confidence in his own ability. Keeps the ball for long spells, works out well for everyone. A bit like David Luiz." "I was thinking of it being a bit more like Hercule Poirot." "Who does he play for? Anderlecht?" "Come on, Phil, I'm betting this was your idea." "Why is that?" "Because it's the smart thing to do." "Victor's smart?" "If Victor was really smart, he'd get a smaller yacht, one that doesn't draw attention, like yours. No, you're smarter. Besides, the Times said so when it interviewed you. You were described as one of the most high-profile lawyers in the UK. But from what you said, it was my impression that you'd much prefer to be low-profile, that you're the grey eminence behind this particular cardinal." "You're pretty smart yourself, Scott. I don't know many football managers who know books by Aldous Huxley." "There's me and there's Roy Hodgson. Only don't tell anyone. Being smart in football is only one down from being gay." "So?" "You know, it might have been my idea. I can't remember for sure.
However, if there's one useful piece of advice I can give you, it's this. At our football club, if you've got a good idea, if there's something important you want done around here, then it's usually best to make sure you let Victor think it was his good idea first.
All right. Was it Victor's idea to get Zarko to slag off the World Cup in Qatar? Or yours?
Who told you that?
Toya.
Okay. He nodded. It was my idea.
Why?
You know that we still haven't sold the stadium naming rights or acquired a shirt sponsor. But we'd negotiated a deal with a Qatari bank, the Sabara Bank of Qatar, a deal worth about £200 million.
Yes, I can easily see why you'd want to piss them off. Sure.
As a matter of fact, that's exactly what we wanted, to piss them off big time. We'd agreed a deal with Sabara, and then, just before the deal was announced, Victor found another willing sponsor, Jintian Niao 3Q Limited.
Catchy. I can see that on a football shirt.
But only if we buy a few really fat players, like Bakim Develi. According to Forbes, Jintian is the largest mobile phone operator in China, bigger than Vimpelcom and worth about $30 billion. And they're about to launch a new smartphone and a new 4G network in the UK. Jintian was willing to pay us £500 million for a 10-year deal. So we hit on a scheme that might persuade the Qataris to change their minds and cancel their sponsorship. That's where Zarko came in with his comments about the 2022 World Cup. It was working, too. The Qataris were royally pissed off with us, and the Doha Stadium looked like it was never going to happen.
Until yesterday, when Zarko was killed.
I fear so. Now the only impediment to their completing the deal has been removed.
You know, that's a pretty big motive to kill someone right there, Phil.
I wouldn't have thought the Qataris had anything to do with it. They were pissed off, sure, but not that pissed off.
£200 million being the kind of insignificant sum anyone could overlook.
I know these guys. I've had dinner with them. This kind of thing just isn't their style.
If you say so, Phil. I'm just guessing here, but I assume this is the kind of information we're hoping to conceal from the law.
Very much so. It's not that there was anything illegal, mind. It's just an issue of commercial sensitivity.
I can see what was in it for Victor, and perhaps for you.
But what was in it for Zarko? Football is becoming more and more expensive, Scott. 350 million quid spent this summer in transfer fees by English football clubs. Another record signing at Real Madrid. That extra sponsorship money from the Chinks would have come in very handy, even for someone as rich as Viktor Sokolnikov.
Every little helps, eh? I bet he shops at Tesco, too.
You know, in 5 years, I'm betting 300 million won't be enough to pay the top transfer fee.
You could be right. Let's hope it's us who are doing the selling, eh?
Phil stood up and walked to the door.
Before you go, I said, I've got a Russian name for you. Semyon Mikhailov.
Phil stopped halfway there. What about him?
He was seen in the stadium yesterday afternoon.
Seen by who?
Someone who works here. I've heard he's dangerous.
Very dangerous. But not dangerous to us. And you can take my word for that. Victor's taking Bakim Develi from him in part payment for a debt when he travels to Russia tomorrow. Mikhailov isn't about to do anything to spoil that.
You know, if I'm going to find Zarko's killer before the cops do, then it would help if I knew what you know.
Fire away.
Did Zarko have any reason to be afraid of Victor?
Why would Zarko have been afraid of Victor?
Not just Victor, perhaps. You too, Phil.
Me? What on earth makes you say that?
Because Victor knows some shady people. People like Semyon Mikhailov. And so do you.
This is Toya again, isn't it? You can tell she used to be an actress. She has a very vivid imagination. Look, Scott, why would Victor and I ask you to look into Zarko's death if we had anything to do with it?
Sometimes, if you want to stop the other side from scoring, you park the bus in the goal mouth. Similarly, asking me to look into Zarko's death just frustrates the police, makes it hard for them to get a result. That's how it works. If all we want to do is not concede, then we severely reduce their chances of winning.
True. But I think Victor mentioned bonuses, didn't he? Maybe I need to mention them again. Thanks to your father, you're already minted, of course. But I know you well enough to believe that you're someone who wants to succeed in your own right. This football club is going to be one of the great clubs, Scott. You can achieve great things at London City. Things you weren't ever able to achieve as a player with Southampton and Arsenal. All you have to do is prove that you really want to manage here.
Chapter 24. Just after 11 o'clock, Sarah Crompton appeared in my office to show me a draft of the press release announcing that I was to be the new city manager. Sarah was a great-looking brunette in her 40s, slim and elegant, and always dressed in a two-piece suit from somewhere like Chanel or Max Mara. Before joining London City, she'd worked at Wyden and Kennedy in Amsterdam, an American-owned advertising agency responsible for Nike's Write the Future campaign, which hit cinemas before the 2010 World Cup. That's the one with a bearded Wayne Rooney living in a caravan because Frank Ribery had stopped his shot going in. Sarah was smart and articulate, and while I was speaking to her, even with Maurice McShane still in the room, it wasn't obvious to me what she and he had in common beyond a love of sports. Sarah was an accomplished golfer, and with a handicap of just 6, she could easily beat me. I had a lot of time for this woman, for any woman with a brain like hers. In many ways, she reminded me of Sonia. Since Victor and Phil had already approved the press release, I had little to add to it except the fact that I wasn't looking forward to the challenge. I suggested that trying to live up to the example set by one of the great managers of all time was a choice of words that suited me rather better. There were quite enough cliches in football reporting, without me adding to the already enormous ziggurat. I also told her I didn't want to do any interviews until well after Zarko's funeral. I don't want to make your job more difficult or anything, I said, but I'm upset by what's happened, and I'll need a little time to get over it. Also, I'll need a little time to grow into the job before I feel even half comfortable talking about myself as the manager of this club. There's a lot of interest from The Guardian in you being one of only 4 black managers in the Football League. You, Chris Hughton, Paul Ince, and Chris Powell. I hadn't really thought of it like that, I said. Maybe you should, said Sarah. No, I told her. Players get bought because they're good players, regardless of colour. And managers get hired because they're good managers. I don't for a minute believe that some kind of affirmative action program by the FA is going to fix anything. If we can get a few players on the board of the FA, then maybe things will change for the better. Any players, not just black ones. Until the FA stops being a club for footloose royals and fat white businessmen, then nothing can happen for the good.
So say that.
Maybe when I've got my feet under the table a bit more. When City have won something, not before.
All right, she said. But maybe there's one interview you should do now. Hugh McIlvanney from the Sunday Times. You know him, don't you?
I nodded. A little.
He sent me an email, a very nice email, actually. He's writing a piece for next Sunday's paper about Zarko and says he'd welcome your input. And let's not forget that he is the best sports journalist in the country.
I couldn't disagree with that assessment. It wasn't the fact that McIlvanney was a Scot that made me like him. It was his sheer ability as a writer. He never disappointed you. When George Best had died in November 2005, it had been McIlvanney who had written the most eloquent appreciation of George in his Voice of Sport column. I still remembered a particularly favourite phrase of mine that he'd written then. Trying to explain how or why the sight of men playing about with a ball can hold countless millions in thrall from childhood to dotage is a task beyond rational argument. But we never needed anything as prosaic as logic when George was around. Amen. Mac hadn't always written kind things about João Zarco. Once he'd described his approach to football as forensic, and the man himself as the reigning master of sporting realpolitik. But he was always scrupulously fair. Yes, I told Sarah, I'll speak to him, but only because it's a piece about Zarco. Sarah put out the press release on Twitter, and almost immediately I started getting texts from other managers that were an understandable mixture of commiserations and congratulations. From Porto, Zarco's hometown, I received an Instagram of Estádio do Dragão, where underneath a mural of the club's famous dragon, there was now an enormous brooding photograph of Zarco, flanked by two members of the Portuguese National Republican Guard. While from Glasgow, where Zarco had ended his career as a very popular player with Celtic, every inch of the green railings that surrounded Jock Steen's statue was now covered with lengths of black ribbon. In the Brazilian city of Belo Horizonte, where for a while Zarco had managed Atlético Mineiro, the Estádio Raimundo Sampaio, a ground that always reminded me a little of Arsenal's old stadium at Highbury, the pitch was now covered with flowers. It seemed that the man's death had touched people all over the world. One or two of these texts I answered, but I was rather more interested in reading the hundreds of texts that were on João Zarco's something else mobile phone. Mostly these were to and from Paulo Gentile, who, as well as having been Zarco's agent, had been the club's agent too. At least, he had been in the recent transfer of Kenny Trainor. The texts between Gentile and Zarco were undated, and often deliberately obfuscating, but it was quickly obvious that Zarco had taken a bung on the Trainor transfer. For a £9 million transfer, an agent would have made close to £1 million in commission. That was just normal pay for a top 10 football agent like Paulo Gentile. And indeed, it made much bigger fees on higher-priced players. When Henning Bauer went to Monaco from Bayern Munich for €50 million, Gentile had walked away with a cool €5 million. Put simply, a bung is an illicit payment made to ensure that a player transfer deal is completed satisfactorily. A club sanctions a payment to an agent, some of which then gets secretly handed back to a manager in cash. Famously, during the scandal that followed on from the transfer of Teddy Sheringham to Nottingham Forest, Terry Venables alleged that Brian Clough liked a bung. And not very much has changed. Managers and agents are perhaps more careful of the FA and the Inland Revenue these days. But as anyone in football will tell you, illicit payments are more or less impossible to police. I would never take a bung myself, but if an agent and a manager decide between them that cash should change hands, then I don't see how it can be prevented. Zarco and Gentile were wise to be cryptic. The penalties for taking a bung were severe, as the former manager of Arsenal, George Graham, would testify. He was the first and only casualty of the bung scandal that hit football in 1995. He lost his job and was punished by the FA with a year-long ban from football. What was less obvious was exactly how and when, and in what form, the bung on Kenny Trainor was to be paid to Zarco. I had to read the text several times before I could get any kind of a handle on what had happened between the two men. Chapter 25. Zarco, Tuesday, 2045. VS says DK is history. KT's yours now. Gentile, Tuesday, 2047. KT is cool with that? Zarco, Tuesday, 2048. If he wants to come to SD, he is yes. Gentile,
Tuesday 2049. I just wish I could have seen DK's face when you told him. Zarko, Tuesday 2052.
He was very pissed off.
Gentile, Tuesday 2053. Good. Shall I call KT tonight? Zarko, Tuesday 2054.
He's expecting your call at home.
Gentile, Tuesday 2100. Okay, I will call him now. Zarko, Tuesday 2103. Good.
NB, he's Scots. If you don't understand him, his text English is better than his spoken.
I assumed VS was Viktor Sokolnikov, DK was Dennis Kampfner, KT was Kenny Trainer, and SD was Silvertown Doc. Gentile, Tuesday 2145. Okay, I called him. He's good. Watch this space. We're going to talk again in the morning to finalize details. Zarko, Tuesday 2200. WTF? Why not tonight? Gentile, Tuesday 2211. Because he says he feels bad about DK. He's been with DK for a couple of years. Thinks they're friends. Zarko, Tuesday 2215.
You told him that V won't use DK for the deal. End of story. Doesn't trust him.
Gentile, Tuesday 2220. Who does? Of course I told him. Look, don't worry, he'll get over it.
Zarko, Tuesday 2221. I hope so, for your sake.
Gentile, Tuesday 2225. Believe me, they always get over it when you tell them how much they're going to get paid per week. Zarko, Tuesday 2229.
I can never understand that. Players get paid monthly like everyone else.
Gentile, Tuesday 2240. Yes, but they can only understand these sorts of figures when you tell them how much per week. It's like they're autistic.
Zarko, Tuesday 2245. I thought autistic people were good with numbers, like Rain Man.
Gentile, Tuesday 2250. Thick, then. All footballers are thick when it comes to numbers. Have to be. Otherwise, they wouldn't need agents. Zarko, Tuesday 2255.
True. You have the skill set of the Borgias. Are you by any chance related?
Gentile, Tuesday 2300. LOL. So far, this was all entirely above board, but as the texts became more cryptic and numerical, paradoxically it became more and more obvious that something even dodgier than a straight bung was about to go down. Gentile, Wednesday, 1330. Okay, you have new GK.
Zarko, Wednesday, 1400. And?
Gentile, Wednesday, 1402. He's very happy, at least I think so. I don't understand everything he says.
Zarko, Wednesday, 1406.
Makes two of us. Gentile, Wednesday, 1430. There's a quit in it for you, as discussed. Zarko, Wednesday, 1440. You remember how I want this? Gentile, Wednesday, 1450. Sure, 50K in the hand, balancing some SSAG with Monaco STCM. Tomorrow, no fail. Zarko, Wednesday, 1455. You have contact and AC details. Get a taste yourself. Gentile, Wednesday, 1525. You sure? Zarko, Wednesday, 1600. Sure, but Friday or Monday too late. Must be tomorrow, before it's in the paper. Understand? Gentile, Wednesday, 1605. Okay, understood. Gentile, Wednesday, 1700. Hold on. Where do you want the 50K?
Zarko, Wednesday, 17:30. Tomorrow. Usual BP on A13, 1500. On the few occasions that I'd heard agents and managers talking business, some of them would mention a quid in a kind of shorthand, coded Polari way, almost as if trying to conceal the real monies that were involved in modern football. A quid was a million quid, just as 10 quid was 10 million and 50 quid was 50 million. It was yet another reason to despair of the attitude to money in football. With the likes of Eden Hazard, Robin van Persie and Yaya Touré on £180,000 a week, it was easy to forget that fans could be asked to pay up to 126 quid, real quid, not millions, for a matchday ticket at Arsenal, which represents a quarter of the average weekly wage. But it seemed that things had not quite gone to plan, and probably explained why I had seen the two men arguing at the service station in Orsett near Hangman's Wood, which was certainly BP on A13. Zarko, Thursday, 1500. Where are you? Gentile, Thursday, 1502. In traffic. Be there any minute. Zarko, Thursday, 1515. Still waiting. Gentile, Thursday, 1519. More traffic. Be patient. Zarko, Thursday, 1521. Easy for you to say. Did you buy SSAG, like I said? Gentile, Thursday, 1522. Yes, no problem with that. But there was a problem with the 50K. I couldn't get it today. Zarko, Thursday, 1524. WTF? So why am I waiting here? I told you I needed that for the weekend, what I needed it for. Those guys will be very pissed off if I don't give them what I promised. Gentile, Thursday, 1525. Arriving. Zarko, Thursday, 1630. That was a waste of time. Gentile, Thursday, 1645. I told you, you'll have it day after tomorrow. I'll bring it to the BP. Zarko, Thursday, 1650. Be sure you do. My first thought was that Monaco STCM was something to do with AS Monaco FC, the football club, and that SSAG was perhaps a player, although it hardly seemed likely that an agent would have been encouraged to buy a player, unless it was one of those offshore Tevez-type economic rights schemes that had given lawyers and accountants so much well-paid work on the back of a talented footballer. But things were about to become even more confusing for me, and it seemed very much more awkward for Zarko, to say the least. Gentile, Friday, 1800. Tell me, did you know that MSTCM is owned by SCBG? Zarko, Friday, 1847. SCBG? Remind me. Gentile, Friday, 1850. Sumi Capital Bank of... Zarko, Friday, 1900. Fuck. Gentile, Friday, 1915. But surely VS knows what you're making from KT deal. It's why he agreed to bring me on board, isn't it? To give you a taste. Zarko, Friday, 1930. Yes, he knows about that. But he doesn't know I use most of the quid to buy into SSAG. He wouldn't like that. Gentile, Friday, 1937. Okay, but MSTCM wouldn't necessarily tell SCBG about the SSAG purchase, client confidentiality, etc. Zarko, Friday, 1948. This is VS we're talking about, not some muppet at the FSA. VS can go places that others can't. He is omniscient and omnipotent. I am fucked. Maybe not right now, but later on. I typed a few of these abbreviations into Google on my desktop PC. Monaco STCM
was actually Monaco's short-term capital management, an investment company wholly owned by the Sumy Capital Bank of Geneva, which was in turn owned by Viktor Sokolnikov. And SSAG looked like it was probably Shostka Solutions AG, which, according to the newspapers, was the Sokolnikov-owned construction company that had the contract to build the new Thames Gateway Bridge. According to what I found on Google, SSAG shares had shot up following the news that planning permission for the bridge had finally been granted. And from the texts I'd read, it looked as if Zarko had used most of his bung for a bit of offshore insider trading to buy into his employer's company before the news that all planning objections to the bridge had been lifted could be made public. Since the announcement, the shares had risen by almost 30%, which meant that if the £50,000 mentioned in the texts represented £500,000, bar 50k, presumably £50,000, then 450,000 invested would have turned into almost 600 grand, which is a hell of a return and thoroughly illegal. Zarko, Friday 2100. On second thoughts, don't bring 50k to the BP. Prob best we're not seen together in public for a while. Anywhere. Gentile, Friday 2200. Okay, you're right. Where then? Zarko, Friday 2210. Use 123 this time. Gentile, Friday 2213. Okay, will you be there? Zarko, Friday 2215. Maybe, not sure. Before the game, I have a lunch in director's dining room with VS and some people from the council, so if I'm not there, just leave it where you left it last time. Gentile, Friday 22:25. Will do. Should beat Newcastle. Zarko, Friday 22:45. Scott has good idea to psych them out. You wait and see. Gentile, Saturday 1000. Have 50k. Zarko, Saturday 10:10. Glad to hear it. Gentile, Saturday 11:17. On my way to SD. Gentile, Saturday 11:45. Arrived at SD. Zarko, Saturday 11:48. If we meet anywhere in the ground outside 123, just blank me, okay? Gentile, Saturday 11:55. No problem. I'm not going to stay for the match. Zarko, Saturday 12:10. I appreciate this. Gentile, Saturday 12:10. No problem. Football Focus thinks it would be a draw today. Zarko, Saturday 12:15. Is that Keon or Loro? Gentile, Saturday 12:18. Loro. Zarko, Saturday 12:19. Both good defenders, but Keon is smarter. Besides, you can't have a haircut like Lawrenson's and be taken seriously. Put your money on City. Gentile, Saturday 12:23. I never bet on anything that's not a sure thing. Zarko, Saturday 12:45. Sensible guy. Gentile, Saturday 1300. Delivered as promised. Just missed you, I think. Easy as 123. Good luck this afternoon, and enjoy your weekend. I'm off home now. I have to fly back to Italy this evening. Gentile, Saturday 15:15. A thank you would be nice. Gentile, Saturday 15:25. Whatever. At airport. Gentile, Saturday 1900. Back in Milan. Where the fuck are you? There were no texts from Zarko after 12:45 p.m. And according to Phil Hobday, Zarko had left the director's dining room at about 1:05 p.m., after which he hadn't been seen alive again. Where had he gone after that? It was impossible to imagine him being forced to go somewhere against his will, without someone noticing. Zarko's face was in a 30-foot-high mural on the side of the stadium. He wasn't exactly anonymous. Surely someone must have seen him. These texts begged several other questions, too. If Paolo Gentile had brought a 50-gram bung to Silvertown Dock and left it hidden somewhere for João Zarco, where was it now? Was it even where he had left it? After all, 50 grand is a pretty good reason to beat someone up and rob them. Unless, of course, he hadn't brought it at all. And they'd quarrelled again. Wasn't it possible that the texts Gentile had sent to Zarco after 1 p.m. had just been a cover? And where better to be now that the police were investigating Zarco's death than safely at home in Italy? On the other hand, maybe Toya was right after all, and Zarco had good reason to be afraid of Victor. A better reason than even she knew. Just what would Victor have done if he'd found out that Zarco had bought shares in SSAG on an insider tip? In the hope of learning more, what was 1, 2, 3? Who were the guys he'd needed the 50 grand for? Could they have been sufficiently pissed off at Zarco to have killed him? I called Paolo Gentile on the number listed on Zarco's mobile phone. But I wasn't at all surprised when the call went straight to his voicemail. I left a message asking Gentile to call me, urgently. By now I'd also realized just how sensitive all of these texts were, and how dearly the police would have wanted to see what was on Zarco's phone. Of course, I knew that I was committing a serious offense by not handing it over. Withholding evidence in a murder inquiry carries a prison sentence, and I knew all about what that was like. I had no wish ever to go back to Wandsworth. But Zarco's reputation and that of London City were of greater consequence than this. For the first time in my life, I knew the absolute truth of Bill Shankly's famous quote when he was still the manager of Liverpool. Some people believe football is a matter of life and death. I can assure you it is much, much more important than that. And how? Chapter 26. I went along to the Players' Lounge where everyone was watching Sky Sports, just for a change. Tottenham versus West Bromwich Albion, the first of 3 Super Sunday televised matches. In the studio before the match, there was, of course, plenty of talk about Zarco's death and my appointment as manager, which the 3 pundits seemed to think was a good thing. I tried not to pay attention to it, but I'd always respected Gary Neville. That back pass to Paul Robinson in the Euro 2008 qualifier against Croatia aside, you had to admire a man who, at the age of just 23, had the strength of character to tell Glenn Hoddle just what he thought about the faith healer the England manager had brought into the squad. Every so often, an attractive uniformed WPC with a clipboard from the Essex Constabulary would summon one of the players or staff who'd been at Silvertown Dock the day before for a short interview with a detective. But this seemed to be taking a while, and some of the lads near the end of the alphabet were impatient to get back home, to spend what would have been a rare Sunday with their families. A few of the others were behaving in a rather boorish and tiresome way towards the poor WPC. When she came into the room, one of the younger players said, "Hey lads, the stripper's here!" And I quickly gained the impression that this had been going on for a while. "That's enough of that," I said firmly. "This woman has got a job to do. Try to remember that this is a murder inquiry, and treat her with respect." Which was good coming from me. Everyone groaned, not because they disagreed with me, but because Tottenham, who were just 3 points behind us in the table, scored first. "Hey, boss, can you get someone to turn the heating on? It's brass monkeys in here," someone said. "We've asked Big Simon, but nothing seems to happen." Which explained why a moody-looking Ayrton Taylor was wearing a black shearling coat from Dolce & Gabbana, which seemed to match his curly rockabilly hair. On the other hand, since the coat cost $7 grand, maybe he just didn't want to leave it lying around for someone to fuck with. Give it a haircut, perhaps. I couldn't blame him for that. Players were always pissing around with each other's clothes, cutting the arse out of a pair of jeans, and sometimes far worse. I'd looked at that coat in the shop myself and decided that A, $7 grand was far too much to pay for a coat, and B, I looked like a tit in it anyway. That was how Sonia came to buy me a nice grey cashmere coat from Xenia. Taylor's hand was still bandaged, but he wasn't trying to hide it in his pocket as perhaps he might have done if he really had battered Zarko to death.
"I'll see what I can do,"
I said. Then I caught Taylor's dark eye.
"Ayrton, could I have a word with you, please?"
"Sure." We stepped outside and walked down the corridor until we came to a bulletproof glass cabinet containing Viktor Sokolnikov's most precious possession, a replica of the famous Jules Rimet trophy that he had bought from the Brazilian Football Confederation for $50 million. The real one was in a vault in Victor's bank, but most people believed the one on display at Silvertown Dock was the real thing. "What happened to your hand?" I asked.
"I punched a locker door yesterday after the match," said Ayrton.
He was English, from Liverpool, but had grown up in Brazil, where in spite of a father who wanted him to become a racing driver, he had learned to play football.
"Why, for Pete's sake?"
"Because I was frustrated, I suppose."
"About what?"
"I wanted to play yesterday, of course. There's nothing worse than seeing your team do well without you, even when you're injured. Christ, you should know that, boss. I just wanted to get on the park and score a goal myself."
"You still feel that way?"
He nodded at the trophy. "There's a World Cup coming up soon. The only way I can get picked to play for England is if I'm playing regular football and scoring goals. But there's not much chance of that happening now." "Show me the door," I said.
"What?"
"The door you punched," I said. "Show it to me."
"Why'd you want to see a fucking door?"
"Just humour me." Taylor shrugged and led the way downstairs to the dressing room, where there were 27 locker doors made of polished oak, each of them behind an individual seat upholstered in orange suede. He led me to the number 7 locker, which had Christoph Bunschen's name on it. I opened the door and saw that it was split all the way through the wood, as if it had been struck with considerable force.
"Christ, how hard did you hit it?"
He looked sheepish.
"Hard enough. I used to study karate in my spare time and thought I could still do that kind of stuff. But it seems I can't do that either."
"Have you had an X-ray?"
"No need, I can tell it's not broken. I bruised the bones, that's all."
I took his hand by the fingers and turned it over.
"Nice bandage. Who did it?"
"The wife, Lexi. She used to be a nurse. She was waiting at Hangman's Wood for me to drive me home last night. You know, I lost my license a while back. She always picks me up after."
"Why her and not the team doctor?"
"Because I was embarrassed about it."
"You're fucking crazy," I said.
"You could have broken it." "I figured it was better than hitting Christoph," said Taylor, "given that it's him who's got my place in the team."
"True."
Then he smiled. "Oh, I get it. You thought maybe it was me who smacked Zarko."
"Someone did."
"It wasn't me. Between you and me, I hated the bastard, sure, and he probably had it coming, but not from me. Besides, I've got a witness who saw me do this. Manny." Manny Rosenberg was the kit man. "Maybe you hit the door because you'd already hit Zarko. Good way of explaining your hand. You could have hit the door to disguise the bruising. But you don't really think I hit him, do you?"
"Not really."
I glanced at the Jules Rimet. "How old are you anyway, Ayrton? 28? "Yes. This is my last chance." "You know we've had offers for you from other clubs." "I know. But Fulham and Stoke City don't exactly blow me hair back." "Can I be frank with you?" I nodded at the iPhone in his unbandaged hand. "That's to say, I don't want to read anything I say now on Twitter." He nodded and dropped the phone into his coat pocket. "I thought the way Zarko treated you was unfair, but you should never have sworn at him like that, even though he threw a cone at you. In my day as a player, managers did much worse than that. It's good to get angry in football. It's an emotional game. Big Ron Atkinson chased the player around the dressing room at Villa and ended up punching the wrong bloke. Laurie McMenemy had a rut with Mark Wright in the showers at Southampton, and when he was at Forest, Cloughie punched Roy Keane. Really? Jesus.
I can't imagine anyone punching him. Keane says now it was the best thing that ever happened to him. Players do things that piss coaches and managers off, like being lazy in training. And when that happens, they deserve a kick up the arse. What happened was my fault. You were a lazy bastard, but I should have been the one who kicked your ass out, not Zarko. I was taking the training session and it should have been me who bawled you out. Thank you. You won't get a place in the England squad if you're a lazy cunt. You know that, don't you? Yes. I admire fair play and sportsmanship, but there's no place in my squad for anyone who doesn't work hard in training. If you're prepared to do that, then I want you in my team. As far as I'm concerned, everything that happened between you and Zarko is water under the bridge. If you can tell me now that you want to stay here at City and work your fucking balls off for us. Do I want to stay here? I never wanted to leave. And you'll work hard for me? Yes. You mean it, boss? I put my hands on the boy's shoulders and looked him squarely in the eye. Of course I mean it. We need an experienced player like you, Ayrton. There's bags of talent here, but apart from Ken Ockery, there's no one in our squad who can steady the younger lads and help to keep them going if we're still behind with 5 minutes left to play. When we lost 4-3 to Newcastle just after Christmas, you were the only one who was still looking for the equaliser at full time. You may be a lazy bastard in training, but in a match, you've got that never-say-die attitude that wins games, Ayrton. There's no obligation to win when you're playing football, but there is an obligation to keep trying. That's what the fans believe, and it's what I know. The number of games I've seen won in the last minute. You're right, boss. Arsenal against Liverpool in May 1989, Man U against Bayern Munich in 1999, Man City against QPR in 2012. That's what I'm talking about, son. The really beautiful thing about football is that at any moment, a match can turn the other way. A goal changes everything. The last minute of the game is always, without exception, the most important minute of the match. And yet the number of times you see a winning side relax before the whistle has gone. People used to talk about Fergie time as if by chewing the fourth official out, it'd unfairly get a few more minutes of extra time, so that Man U could steal the match. Bollocks. It was just that Fergie had schooled his players never to give up. The players saw him walking up and down, getting mad, and they knew that he hadn't given up, so they didn't either. That's what people didn't understand. What they still don't understand. He smiled, and it was the first time I'd seen him smile in ages. I'm really off the transfer list? You can play on Tuesday night if Simon thinks you're fit enough. Fucking brilliant. Ayrton pulled his phone out of his pocket. Can I tell Lexi? Yes. She'll be over the moon, boss. There's no way she wanted to leave London to live in fucking Stoke. But no tweets. In fact, if I were you, I'd stop tweeting altogether. There's only cunts that pay attention to Twitter. Yes, boss. Whatever you say. And no more punching lockers. I didn't know it, but I'd just made one of the best decisions of my new managerial career. Chapter 27. I went outside onto the pitch for a cigarette break without the cigarette, to breathe some fresh air and clear my head a little. Mist hung over the stadium like a poison gas rolling across a line of trenches, and the East London air tasted fresher than it looked, with just a hint of salt blown in off the last high tide. Just to walk on the pitch made me feel grounded, and I longed to run up and down for a while. Instead, I fetched a football and for several minutes played keepy-uppy, what the Americans call ball juggling. It wasn't that I was particularly good at it, but for me, there was always a zen-like absorption to be found in doing this. It clears the head wonderfully, because it's impossible to think of anything else while you're trying to keep the ball off the ground. Sometimes it's as good as meditation, perhaps better, in that it helps to keep you fit as well. Get off the fucking pitch, you stupid bastard!
I looked around to see Colin Evans striding down the touchline like an army sergeant. When he saw it was me, he slowed his stride and checked his anger. "Sorry, boss," he said. "I didn't know it was you." "No, you're right, Colin," I said. "I shouldn't be on the grass. Well, with all these coppers around, I just had to get outside for a few minutes. And then I couldn't help myself." "That's all right," he said. "I expect you have a lot on your plate right now." "More than I can eat," I frowned. "That reminds me, I'm hungry." Leaving Colin, I went up to the players' dining room and collected a chicken salad from the buffet, but not before thanking the kitchen staff, or at least as many of them as I could see, for coming into the dock on what was supposed to have been a day off. Sometimes being a manager is as much about diplomacy as it is about football. As I see it, you have to make up for all the dimwits who surround you. Like those dimwit players at our own club who didn't jump to their feet when Peter Shilton, the player with the most caps for England ever, came to visit our dressing room. Zarko had gone mad at them for the lack of respect. 125 caps, and an England career that spanned 20 years, and they didn't get off their fucking asses. With my back to the room and sitting at a corner table, I'd hoped to snatch lunch without being bothered by anyone. But I wasn't there for very long before Detective Inspector Louise Considine was hovering over me with a coffee cup in her hands and a curious look in her eye. "Mind if I join you?" she smiled. "On second thoughts, please don't answer that. I'm so not up to anyone being aggressive to me today." "Please do," I said, and for a moment I even stood up, politely. "No, really, you're very welcome." "Thank you." "Hard day?" "Yes, but I don't want to talk about it." We sat down. She was wearing jeans and a tailored tweed jacket with a matching waistcoat. The handbag slung over her arm was old but classic, something her grandmother had given her, perhaps. "So I assume they must have drafted you in for your footballing expertise, Miss Considine. Not that you'd know very much if you support Chelsea." I frowned. "Why do you support Chelsea, anyway?" "Because Jose Mourinho is the handsomest man in football," she said. "I don't know." "That was obviously before you met me." "Obviously." She sipped the coffee and grimaced. "This isn't a patch on the coffee you make at home," she said. "I'm glad you think so." "Who needs a man to be handsome as long as he makes excellent coffee?" "It's a point of view. Every man needs a skill, right?" "So when they sack you from London City, you can open your own coffee shop?" "I've only just got the job," I said. "It's a little early to be thinking about the sack." "Not at City. How many managers has the club had since it came into being? A dozen?" "Maybe. I never counted." "You're number 13 by my count." "I guess I deserve that after my Chelsea remark." "Yes, you do." She smiled and stared out of the window at the pitch. Light filled her clear, perfect blue eyes, so that they resembled two matching sapphires. Suddenly I wanted to lean forward and kiss each of them in turn. "Then if I might mention manager number 12 for a moment," I said, "and the crime scene. Have the forensics people finished down there?" "Yes. Who should we return the key to?" "You can give it to me," I said. She laid a key on the table. I picked it up and dropped it into my pocket. "Find anything interesting?" I asked. "No," she said. "Not a thing. But then I haven't yet had a chance to go crawling over the ground with a magnifying glass." "I suppose you wouldn't say even if you had." "Walls have tweets," she said, "especially around here." "Footballers and their smartphones, eh? I sometimes wonder what they did before them." "Read books like everyone else. Then again, maybe not. Did you know that one of your players, and I won't say who, is illiterate? He couldn't read his own statement." "That's not so surprising. English is a foreign language for a lot of—" "He is English."
"You're joking."
Louise Considine shook her head.
He really can't read.
That's what illiterate means, Mr. Manson. Oh, and another of the players thought Zarko was Italian.
I finished eating and sat back on the chair. We have all sorts of nationalities here. Sometimes I have trouble remembering these things myself.
Now that I don't believe. You being such a polyglot.
I'm half German, remember? And you know what they say, a man who speaks 3 languages is trilingual, a man who speaks 2 is bilingual, and a man who speaks 1 is English. She smiled.
That's me. O-level French and that's it, I'm afraid. I can barely tell my could from my could.
Now I know that's not true.
Maybe.
They're like children sometimes, footballers. Very large, very strong children.
And how? 2 of them wept like babies. Iñárritu, the Mexican, and the German, Christoph Bunchen.
That's nothing to be ashamed of. They're sensitive lads. I wept myself when I heard the news.
Yes. I'm sorry for your loss. Again.
I nodded back at her. You know, it's been a while since Matt Drennan hanged himself, but the police still haven't released the body so his poor family can bury him. Why is that, please?
I don't really know. I'm no longer on that case. At least not that particular case.
Case? I didn't realize it was a case. What's taken so long?
These things can take a little time. Besides, the circumstances of Mr. Drennan's death have obliged us to reopen a previous inquiry.
What exactly does that mean?
She looked around. Look, perhaps this isn't the right place to tell you about it.
We can go to my office if you like.
I think that might be better.
We got up from the table and went along to my office in silence. She walked with her bag slung over one shoulder and her arms folded in front of her chest, the way women do when they're not entirely comfortable about something. I closed the door behind us, drew out a chair for her, and then sat down. I was close enough to smell her perfume. Not that I could tell what it was, merely that I liked it. In spite of who and what she was, I liked her too. So, what did you want to tell me, Miss Considine?
I'm sorry to land it on you like this, she said. Really I am, especially now. But you'll hear about it soon enough. Tomorrow, probably, when we make it official.
She paused for a moment and then said,
We're reopening the police inquiry into the rape of Helen Femiu.
I was silent, as for a moment it was the 23rd of December, 2004, and I was back in the dock at St. Albans Crown Court, about to be sentenced to 8 years in prison for rape. I closed my eyes wearily, half expecting that Louise Considine was going to tell me that I was under arrest again. I lowered my head onto the desk in front of me and let out a groan. Not again.
I'm afraid so.
Christ, why? To my surprise, she laid her hand on my shoulder and left it there.
Look, Mr. Manson, you're not a suspect, so there's no need for you to worry. No need at all. I promise you, you're in the clear. If anything, this is good news for you. You have my word on it.
I sat up again. That's easy for you to say.
It really is good news, you know. It will completely remove any lingering suspicion that in spite of your acquittal, you might have had something to do with it.
I don't understand, I said. Why now? It's been almost 10 years. And how does Matt Drennan's death have any bearing on what happened to Helen Femiu?
Well, you see, we found a suicide note in Mr. Drennan's pocket. In the note he talked about you. In fact, his suicide seems to have had quite a bit to do with you, Mr. Manson.
I find that hard to believe.
Rather than me try to explain what I mean, the quickest thing would be if I were to let you read it, the note. I have a PDF of it here.
She picked up her handbag, took out an iPad, and then showed me an image of a handwritten note. I didn't recognize the childlike handwriting, but the signature at the bottom with a smiley face inside the capital D of Drennan was familiar.
Although on a suicide note, it struck me as rather strange. Then again, it was quite typical of the man. I imagined him writing the note, then signing it with the smiley face out of sheer habit, as if he'd been signing an autograph for a fan in a pub or outside a football ground. Drenno was never too busy to sign an autograph for whoever asked him. It was one of the reasons why so many people loved the man. Dear all, I've come to the end of my rope, if you'll excuse the cliché. My time in football being over now, there doesn't seem to be anything worth living for. My life at the bottom of a glass isn't any kind of substitute for how things used to be when I was a player. I figure it's better to check out before I really fuck up big time. Tiff, I love you. I love you. I am so sorry for everything. But I want to say an especially big sorry to my pal Scott Manson. Feeling guilty at having let you down so badly for all these years. I kept my mouth shut when I should have said something long ago. It was me that put Mackie up to stealing your new car back in 2004. Just a joke. I knew how much you loved it. But I didn't know Mackie would nick it and then do what he did. It was him that raped that lassie. I couldn't say then because I couldn't grass him up. See, he did time for me years back in Scotland when I fucked up the first time. I tried to get him to hand himself in, but he just wouldn't do it. Every time I used to see you in the nick, it used to cut me to pieces. I made Mackie join the army to serve his country by way of atonement. He's dead now, so it doesn't matter, I suppose. Wanted to tell you the other night, but didn't have the guts to look you in the eye, Scott. Anyway, that's it for now. Cheerio. See you in God's dressing room. Matt Drennan. I've managed to get hold of a photograph of Sergeant MacDonald, she said. And if you'll forgive me, I think it's fair to say that he looks not unlike you. He was part Nigerian. It might account for why Mrs. Femu was prepared to identify you as the rapist. I nodded slowly. You're nodding like it seems to make sense, she said. It certainly explains one or two things that have always puzzled me about what happened back then, I said. Such as? I told her how my car had disappeared from outside Karen's house in St. Albans and then reappeared again, and how Drenno had visited me regularly in prison. He obviously felt guilty, she said. I suppose so. And now I come to think of it, Mackie had a conviction for car theft. Drenno used to say he'd nicked cars too when he was a kid in Glasgow, only he never got caught. I sighed. The fucking idiot. Drenno was always playing stupid practical jokes like that. Every day. And I mean every day. Sometimes it seemed to me that he wanted to make people laugh more than he wanted to play football. Once some bloke's wife bought him one of those fat Mont Blanc Meisterstück pens as a birthday present, and Drenno filled it with his own piss. Stupid, juvenile, but at the time very funny. So he must have known that you were having an affair with this woman, Karen, and where your car would be. Did you tell him? God, no. But for all his stupid larks, he was actually quite clever, so he must have worked it out. And now I seem to remember that one day he tailed me in his car from the Arsenal training ground at Shenley. I was sure it was him, and then I wasn't, if you know what I mean. But it must have been him, I think. I should have known there were no lengths Drenno wouldn't go to for the sake of a practical joke. I nodded. Wait, I remember now. My car keys. He came to the garage with me when I bought the car. He said he was thinking of buying one the same. Maybe he did, for all I know. Anyway, he must have rung up the salesman, pretending to be me, told him I'd lost my key, and asked him to order me a spare from Germany. That's the only way they could have done it, if he gave that bastard Mackie a key. Louise Considine nodded. I know Helen Femu is dead and it won't help her. But rape is a serious crime, and we're reopening the inquiry because we have to, although it seems pretty cut and dried. I may have to interview you formally so that you can tell me the full story again. I hope you'll understand. And I give you my word that when I do, the press won't know about it.
Thank you. She touched my hand.
I'm sorry I had to mention it at all, but you had to know the truth about what happened. I think you know that, don't you?
Yes.
I'm just sorry it's going to change your perception of Matt Drennan.
I shook my head. It won't, you know. I honestly can't find it within me to condemn him. After all, he's paid a dreadful price. He's dead. That's much, much worse than anything that happened to me. Chapter 28. Sometimes modern buildings function in ugly, hidden ways, never quite conceived by the men and women who designed them. They have their own inbuilt wastelands, leftover spaces which go unseen by the public, and which often end up having minor, unplanned alternative uses. The place at Silvertown Dock where Zarko's body had been found was such a space. A forgotten area that existed in the bird-shit gap separating one independent structure from another. A no-man's land space between the seating bowl and the outer steel frame. In an attempt to hide this particular space, or perhaps to protect it from illicit use, a crude triangular gunmetal grey door with a weather-tough ABUS padlock had been installed. And stepping through it now, I found myself in a similarly triangular concrete spot that was dominated by a long, sloping, polished steel column that reached up through the uppermost branches of the distinctively jagged support structure and into the afternoon sky. I closed the steel door behind me, sat down on my haunches, and looked up and around, trying to picture the dreadful fate that had befallen Zarko. As Jane Byrne had observed, with no windows in sight, there was nowhere he could have fallen from, unless he'd jumped off the very top of the building. And it was just the kind of secluded, fag-end place where a savage beating could have been handed out to Zarko without any fear of disturbance. It seemed a lonely, awful place for a convivial man like him to have ended his life. I'd hoped in some vague way to connect the scene of the crime with the texts on Zarko's something else phone. Could this be the 123 where Paolo Gentile was supposed to have brought 50 grand in cash? The key to the door had a plastic tag on the end, which read SD Outer Ground 28-1, which was a long way from 123. And since there was no roof, it was hard to imagine that Gentile would have left 50 grand exposed to the elements, even if the money had been inside one of those overboard waterproof holdalls that yachtsmen use. Suppose someone from building maintenance had come in here and found it. There were a few brushes and brooms stacked in the corner, which seemed to suggest that might have been a possibility. The keys to the door's padlock, 2 of them, had been easily located. They were still in the dock caretaker's key safe. Had there ever been 3 keys? No one was quite sure, but other such padlocks had been supplied with 3. If I'd hoped to have some great detective moment and somehow see the crime in my mind's eye, it didn't happen. Right then, the only insight I had was that I was entirely unsuited to any of the tasks my new employer had given me. I felt cold and more than a little bewildered, especially after Louise Considine's unwelcome news. Things were moving much too quickly for me right now. It was all I could do to remember where I had parked my car, which was when I remembered that Morris had done it for me. I stood up and went outside again, locking the door carefully behind me. I was halfway back to my office when I saw Simon Page striding towards me, with a face like a calamity was about to befall us. "Disaster," he said. "Bloody disaster." "What is?" "That stupid fucking German puffer's only gone home. That's what's fucking happened." "You mean Christoph Bunchen?"
For Christ's sake, Simon, keep your voice down. If one of these coppers hears you using words like that, they'll nick you for whatever it is they nick you for now when you call someone a puff. Hate crime or something. I'm sorry, boss, but I'm at my wit's end trying to find him, that's all. Look, what's the problem? The police said they could go home after they'd been interviewed. Maybe the police did, boss, but UKAD certainly didn't. He was one of the 4 players drawn at random to give a urine test. Oh, fuck. I'd forgotten all about them. That's right. After his interview with the police this morning, it seems that Chris buggered off in a taxi back to Hangman's Wood, like everyone else when their interview was over. I told him before he left the room with that WPC to come straight back, but the daft bastard must have forgotten. At least I hope he just forgot. Anyway, the drug testers are about to go home. Unless we can find him in the next 15 minutes, he'll be in breach of the strict liability rule on dope tests and charged with failure or refusal to take the test. You've tried his mobile and Hangman's Wood? I've tried his mobile, his landline. I've rung Hangman's Wood. I've done everything but send a fucking carrier pigeon to his mum and dad in Germany. So unless he's remembered, and he's already on his way back here to take the test, he's buggered, and so are we without a fucking striker. Because you mark my words, that's exactly what's going to happen if that stupid crowd doesn't take that fucking test. They'll slap a ban on him for sure. We've still got a striker. I had a conversation with Ayrton Taylor an hour or so ago and took him off the transfer list. Thank fuck for that. But you're right, this is serious. Look, I'll come and speak to the doping people now. Don't get your hopes up, boss. These people can be right bastards when they have a mind. We went down to the doping control station near the dressing room. All the big clubs have them now. It's just a suite of antiseptic-looking rooms, including a lavatory, some chairs, a table covered in a black cloth, a sink, a box of sample collection bottles, a chiller cabinet containing plenty of bottled water. Sometimes you have to drink a lot of water before you can pee. And on that particular afternoon, an air of crisis. On the wall was a poster that read, "Cannabis, success, make your choice. It's your career." Seated under the poster were 2 men wearing shirts and ties and blue blazers, and faces as long as 2 streaks of dope-free piss. They got to their feet as we came through the door. "Scott Manson," I said, "acting club manager." "Hello," said a man holding a clipboard. He showed me a plastic identity card on a red ribbon around his neck, and then shook my hand. "My name is Trevor Hastings, and I'm the doping control officer with UK Anti-Doping, and this is the Football Association's supervising officer. Pleased to meet you, gentlemen." "Is Christoph Bunchen available to take the test?" he asked politely. "I'm afraid there has been a misunderstanding," I said. "You'll be aware that João Zarco was murdered here yesterday afternoon, and that the police are here now. They've been interviewing the players and playing staff, and it's beginning to look as if Mr. Bunchen, who is German and doesn't speak the best English, has confused the meeting he was supposed to have with you to give a urine sample with the meeting he had with police officers earlier on today. As far as we can determine, he's gone home. We've called him and left messages instructing him to return here as soon as possible, but so far without success." The DCO looked at his watch. "I understand what you're saying, Mr. Manson, but I have to inform you that the player was informed he would be subject to a drugs test today, and he has already signed a consent form. So unless the player presents himself for a test within the next 10 minutes, he will be in breach of Part 1, Section 5A of the FA's anti-doping regulations, and the penalties set out in Regulation 46 will apply to this violation." Simon opened a copy of the FA's procedural guidelines that was lying on the station table and started to look for the relevant section. "I understand that," I said, "but it seems to me that some people might think it a little unreasonable not to cut someone a bit of slack under these extraordinary circumstances. It's been a while since I read the regulations, but I do think you ought to reconsider your position here. I'm afraid a breach is a breach. It's for an FA disciplinary commission to decide on whether or not that breach is justified. At a formal hearing.
I see. Fucking hell, said Simon, who always got more Yorkshire when he was angry and upset. Have you seen the penalties in Regulation 46, boss? It's a minimum 1 year suspension for a first violation. 1 bloody year. Christ, that could end the German lad's career. And all because of a silly misunderstanding? Listen here, Mr. Hastings, you've got to be joking. I don't think Mr. Hastings is joking, Simon. He's just doing his job. Aren't you, Mr. Hastings?
Yes, I am. I'm glad you see it that way, Mr. Manson.
And I think we all recognize the gravity of what might happen here.
Thank you.
Those regulations are there to uphold and preserve the ethics of sport, and to safeguard the physical health and mental integrity of players. Isn't that right, Mr. Hastings?
That's correct.
I gestured towards the regulations in Simon's hand. May I? Simon sighed a sigh that sounded like there was a large dog in the room and passed them to me. Aye, maybe so. All of that times 10 with a cherry on top, but it's still bloody unfair to the lad. And I say that as someone who's hated the Krauts all his life. Why don't you go and get us all some tea? I said to the big Yorkshireman. Aye, perhaps I will. Sorry about that, Mr. Hastings, I said after Simon had gone. He's feeling a bit emotional right now. We all are.
That's quite understandable.
I'm glad you said that. How long have we got before we're in breach? I asked the DCO.
7 minutes, he said.
I found the relevant section of the guidelines and considered it very carefully. I knew that Christoph's whole career depended on what I said next. The failure or refusal by a player without compelling justification to submit to drug testing after notification is prohibited, I said, reading out the guidelines. The expression compelling justification shall embrace and shall only embrace circumstances where it would be wholly unreasonable to expect a player to submit to drug testing in the circumstances pertaining at the time, bearing in mind the limited commitment that this entails.
That's right,
said the DCO.
You know, Mr. Hastings, I'm not a lawyer,
but I've had considerable experience of the law, not all of it welcome. And I wonder if you've ever heard of the rules of natural justice. Hastings shook his head. It's a technical term for the rule against bias and the right to a fair hearing. And it does seem to me that the duty, your duty, to act fairly trumps everything that the FA have written down here. I suggest that any court of law would think it more than a little unfair of you to come here today of all days, a day when we're in mourning for our late manager, and a day when the police are conducting an inquiry which, with all due respect, would seem to take precedence over anything that the FA could fairly ask of us. Having said all that, I'd have thought that there are not one but two very good reasons to support a compelling justification argument such as I've just described. And I haven't even mentioned the special relationship that existed between the late Mr. Zarko and Mr. Bunchen. You see, it was Mr. Zarko who brought young Christoph from Augsburg in Germany, and who gave him his big chance just the other night against Leeds United. Mr. Bunchen is very upset, perhaps more upset than any of the other players. I hardly like to mention this to you now. However, you leave me no choice. Earlier on, one of the police officers informed me that Christoph Bunchen wept when he was questioned about Zarko's death. If I'm honest, I'm not in the least bit surprised that he's forgotten that he was supposed to take a drugs test. It might save us all a lot of time and embarrassment if you were to take that into account. I'd said enough. In my mind, I was already phoning Ronnie Leishman and instructing him to start preparing the club's legal case for the FA hearing, whenever that might be. I was thinking of Rio Ferdinand in 2003, and the 8-month ban he'd undergone for missing a drugs test, not to mention a 50-grand fine. Everyone in the game knew Rio was as straight as an arrow,
but the farts on the FA still went ahead and busted him, making him ineligible for the 2004 European Championship in Portugal, which the Greeks ended up winning. How did that happen? I'll be outside if you need me.
Chapter 29. In the corridor outside the drug testing station, I found Simon speaking agitatedly on the phone.
"Where the fuck are you?"
Simon caught my eye and then handed me his phone.
"It's Christoph," he said. "Daft bugger says he's at a fucking football match."
"Where the fuck are you?" I yelled into the phone. I was speaking German now in case I was overheard. When there are UKAD people about, it's best to be a little close-lipped. "We've been trying to get hold of you for ages."
"I'm at Craven Cottage," said Christoph.
"What the fuck are you doing there?"
"I came to see Fulham play Norwich City. With a friend. It's my local team."
"Don't you ever answer your phone?"
"I honestly didn't hear it until half-time."
"At Fulham? Don't make me laugh. There's never that much noise at Craven Cottage. The neighbours wouldn't allow it."
"It's true, boss. They're 4 goals up."
"You must be on fucking drugs, son. Look, you know you've missed giving a urine test. That's bloody serious, Christoph. You could be facing a ban."
"Yes, I know. And I'm really sorry, boss."
"The guys from UKAD are still here, debating your fate. In 5 minutes, you might have a lot more time to watch football than you could ever have imagined." The door to the drug testing station opened, and the 2 officials from UKAD emerged. "Hang on," I said. "I think we're about to learn if they're going to cite you for a breach of the code or not." I lowered the phone and waited, my heart in my mouth. Mr. Hastings looked at me and nodded what looked like his acquiescence.
"Under these exceptional circumstances, it's been decided that no further action will be taken."
I let out a sigh of relief and nodded. "Thank you," I said. "Thanks for being so reasonable, gentlemen." As the 2 UKAD officials left, I almost punched the air and cheered, and so did Simon.
"Blimey, what did you do, boss? Put a gun to his head? I felt sure that boy was fucked."
It probably wouldn't be the first time, I thought. In German, I said to Christoph, "Did you hear all that?"
"Yes, boss."
"Did you forget about the UK doping people, or are you just an idiot?"
"I guess I'm just an idiot, boss."
I frowned. "What the hell's that supposed to mean? You mean you didn't forget?"
"I went to a friend's birthday party in Soho on Thursday night, you see. A gay party. And by accident I took some Tina. Someone slipped it into my drink, I think. For a laugh. At least, that's what they told me. I mean, I really didn't know until it was too late."
"What?"
So Christoph Bunchen hadn't forgotten about the UKAD officials at all.
He'd panicked and taken off because he knew he was guilty. I now realized just how close we'd been to an even bigger Adrian Mutu-sized disaster. I hadn't a clue what Tina was, but I assumed it must be a drug of some description, and not the kind you could ever have argued was a cold remedy.
"It was a soft drink, I swear. An orange juice."
"Oh, I guess that's all right then."
"I've never taken that stuff before. It just happened. And when those 2 UKAD guys showed up at the dock this morning, I freaked out, I guess. I promise it won't happen again."
"You're bloody right it won't. And don't tell me any more, not another bloody word. But you are so fucking busted. See me in my office at Hammond's Wood tomorrow morning after training and we'll discuss your punishment. But I can tell you this, don't expect to go home with any bollocks in your wife fronts." I handed Simon back his phone.
"What's he got to say for himself?"
he asked. Simon didn't need to know. A trouble shared is never a trouble halved, not in football, and certainly not with a man like Simon, who, in spite of his tall, handsome, silver fox appearance, was possessed of a hard, gloomy northern disposition. He wasn't called Foggy for nothing. He had only one expression, and that was stoic. Even his smile looked like ice forming on a line of gravestones. Born in Barnsley, he'd played football for Sheffield Wednesday, Middlesbrough, Barnsley and Rotherham United. Hence what was truly surprising about him was that he should ever have left Yorkshire. This was entirely due to his much younger Venezuelan wife, Elke, whom he'd met on a trip to Spain, where he had a holiday home. It was said that she'd refused to marry him unless he lived in London. I certainly couldn't blame her for that. But Simon hated the south of England almost as much as he hated Southerners. And to say he was one of football's hard men was like describing the SAS as butch. He said, Entschuldigung, I replied. That's just German for I was a stupid cunt. That's what I thought it meant. I went back to my office where I found Morris glued to the television set. You're not going to believe this, he said. I glanced at the screen. It was the weather report. After what I just experienced, I think I could believe anything, I said, even a warm, sunny day in January. No, wait a minute and the news will be on again. This is just priceless. The law's only gone and arrested Ronan Riley. You're kidding. I kid you not. For murder? No way. Dunno, they're not saying. Apparently they went to Riley's house to interview him and he legged it out of the window. He was doing an OJ down the drive when they nicked him. Maybe it was to do with something else. Let's hope not, eh? And then we can get back to normal. A few moments later, Riley was on screen, being led to a police car in handcuffs. It looked better, even on the BBC. He was wearing a wife-beater and had a black eye. The famous scar on his forehead that was the result of a juvenile gang fight was even more pronounced than usual. He did at least seem like a murderer. There were guys in Wandsworth prison who looked less obviously criminal than Ronan Riley did. Morris laughed. I never like that cunt, he said. Yes, you've made that clear before. And with good reason. He's never had a decent word to say about this football club, not ever. You think I'm exaggerating, boss, but I'm not. He hates us. Even before Zarko came back here, he hated us. Every time he was on Match of the Day, he was giving us stick for this and bad-mouthing us for that. I'm surprised he's got the nerve to show his face in this ground. And then Detective Inspector Neville could be seen leaving Riley's home in Coombe Lane without answering any of the reporter's questions. Hold up, said Morris. That's the cop who was here earlier on today. That's right, I said. Detective Inspector Neville. Blimey. Maybe it really was Riley that topped Zarko, said Morris. I mean, why run away if you're not guilty? I can think of a few damned good reasons. Christ, who'd have thought? Ronan Riley a murderer. We don't know for sure that's what it's about. What else could it be? They don't arrest you for nothing, boss. That's certainly not been my own experience. We waited a moment, and then the Sky reporter mentioned the fight Riley had had with Zarko at the BBC Sports Personality of the Year and started to speculate that Riley's arrest might have something to do with the Portuguese manager's death. See, said Morris. He thinks so too. Believe me, I said, I've been there. Where Riley is now, I mean. People jump into conclusions, no smoke without fire, guilty until proved innocent. Talk about Super fucking Sunday. You don't know the half of it. I told him about the UKAD officials and how Christoph had narrowly escaped being busted. What is Tina, anyway? Crystal meth. Methamphetamine, popular with PNP boys having a chem session. PNP? Party and play. Crystal meth's a gay drug, popular in the clubs. How long would that stuff stay in your urine? Up to 5 days, I reckon. 90 days if you were to use a hair follicle test to look for it, which they can, of course, provided you've got a bit of hair, unlike him. Morris nodded at the TV and laughed cruelly as Sky re-showed the footage of a handcuffed Riley being led to the police car. It couldn't be denied. Ronan Riley was a bit of a slaphead. It was hard to connect him with the mop-top and babe magnet who'd once played for Everton and was married to a former Miss Singapore. You just made picking the side for the game against the Hammers a lot easier. I picked up my phone and started to type a text to Simon. If Christoph can test positive for drugs today, then he could test positive on Tuesday night. Ayrton can play instead of the German lad.
Ayrton? I thought he was on his bike to Stoke.
Not anymore. I asked him to stay on. Morris nodded.
That was smart. We need his experience. It's the one thing that Mr. Sokolnikov, for all his millions, can't buy.
Chapter 30. I spent the remainder of the afternoon in my office, avoiding the police, fielding calls and texts, drinking tea and studying the previous Hammers match on my iPad. I'd always liked the Thames Ironworks, as we used to call them at Arsenal. That was their name back in 1895 when the team was formed. I'd nearly signed for them myself once. You always had the feeling that the Premier League was never quite the same without West Ham, like in 2011. There were plenty of other sides who never looked right in the Premier League, but the Hammers weren't one of them. It was always a tough game when we played West Ham, and thanks to the likes of Harry Redknapp and Frank Lampard Sr., they'd always had a pretty good academy, one that had produced 9 England internationals, including Bobby Moore, which meant that we were probably in for a few surprises on Tuesday night. Just before 5, when I was getting ready to go home, Victor put his head around my office door. He was wearing a long brown canali coat with a fur collar, and in his hand was a beautiful Bottega Veneta briefcase.
"How's it going?"
he asked. "Victor, what are you doing here?" I asked.
"I came to see that woman," he said, "Detective Chief Inspector Byrne, to tell her what happened at the lunch yesterday."
"And what did you tell her?"
"That everything seemed normal. Zarko was his usual ebullient self. I had no sense that this was a man who thought that someone was going to beat him to death. He was in a good mood."
"You asked me to investigate his murder underneath that copper's high heels. With respect, it might help if you were to afford me the same opportunity to question you a little. After all, you were one of the last people to see Zarko alive. Maybe I can learn something useful I didn't know before. Something you overlooked when you talked to the police, perhaps." He glanced at his cheapo watch and nodded.
"Sure, good idea."
That was Morris's cue to make himself scarce again. As he opened and closed the door, I caught a glimpse of a couple of Hulk-sized bodyguards outside in the corridor. I thought it best to keep my questions very respectful indeed. Victor shrugged off his coat and sat down on the sofa.
"Did you see the news on television?"
he asked me.
"About Riley?"
"Yes."
"Do you think he killed Zarko?"
"I honestly don't know, Victor."
"If you're innocent, why run away?"
"I've been wondering that myself."
"They used to be friends, he and Zarko. Did you know that? Long before all that stupid business at the Sports Personality of the Year, when Riley and Zarko were still playing back in the early 90s, there was an incident on the football pitch during a match. Riley used to play for Benfica. This was at the same time Zarko was playing for Porto. Anyway, words were exchanged, and Zarko elbowed Riley in the face, which almost cost him an eye and ended his season. Indeed, it almost ended Riley's career."
"I didn't know that."
"It's in Riley's book, which is long out of print, so I don't suppose anyone really remembers it now. But I do. I remember it because I remember everything I read. I don't say I have an eidetic or photographic memory. Frankly, I don't believe they exist. However, my memory is exceptional."
"Since you remember so much, tell me more about the lunch, about Zarko and how he was the last time you saw him."
"Like I say, he seemed himself,"
explained Victor.
dry and funny as he always was, and confident about the match, of course, always confident. Sometimes too confident. He had steak for lunch and a glass of red wine, just the one. What else? Yes, he had a hat with him and a pair of sunglasses. A hat? What kind of a hat? Malcolm Allison, Roberto Mancini, or Tony Pulis? Malcolm Allison, I don't know. I've never heard of this man. A Roberto Mancini, I think. A woolly hat. Well, yesterday was a very cold day. City colors? Actually, no. The orange ones make your head look like a flower pot. A black one. He was wearing the hat and a pair of scary-looking motorcyclist's gloves with black knuckle armor. He was scared of you. Did you know that? Sophocles says that to him who is in fear, everything rustles. Victor smiled. Believe me, Scott, around me, there is always a lot of rustling. Everyone seems to hear it. Everyone except me. It's said, mostly by people who are my enemies, that I have ties to organized crime. This is not true. But what is true is that this was not always the case. When I first started doing business in Russia and Ukraine, it was more or less impossible not to make deals with so-called Russian mafia figures. But let me tell you, if I may, something about the Russian mafia. It does not exist. It never did exist. It was convenient for the racist government in Moscow, Boris Yeltsin's government, to blame all of the country's problems on so-called ethnic gangs. The Georgians, the Chechens, the Tatars, the Ukrainians, and the Jews. Always the Jews. But you know, mostly these were just businessmen who saw an opportunity and took it. In a country where opportunity had not existed in almost 100 years. Were they greedy? Yes. Were they ruthless? Sometimes. Was I one of these men? Undoubtedly. Did I make a fast buck after the collapse of the USSR? Certainly. Did I do it by means that would not satisfy the SEC or the FSA? Perhaps. Did I ever have anyone killed? No, I did not. He meant this little speech to be reassuring, I think, and yet somehow it wasn't. For one thing, there were the bodyguards outside, and for another, there was the simple reality that even if Victor was just a businessman, he knew plenty of people who operated on the edge of the law. He grinned. Next, you're going to be asking me for my alibi, Scott. It's just as well I spent the whole afternoon with those people from the Royal Borough of Greenwich. They'll vouch for me. I'm glad to hear it, because I think Zarko had a good reason to be afraid of you. He'd done something wrong, something illegal. So, you know about that? Victor's cold, dark eyes narrowed. I can see I wasn't wrong about you, Scott. I made the right choice. Let's hope you still think so at the end of this conversation, Victor. I'm not an idiot. I knew there was a good reason Zarko preferred us to use Paolo Gentile rather than Dennis Kampfner for the trainer transfer. I suspected he was going to take a bung on the deal. Partly, it's my fault. Let me explain. You see, a long while back, Zarko had begged me for a share tip. I hate doing that kind of thing, but he insisted, so I told him about this energy company in the Urals. They just had a big find of oil, and it was generally held that the shares would go through the roof. I had bought some, and so I believed did he. Except that there hadn't been a big find of oil. It was all a fraud, and instead the shares went down the toilet. Zarko lost a lot of money. Not as much as I did, but then I can afford it. I felt bad about that, very bad. He lost at least £250,000, I think. So, when he asked if we could use Gentile as the agent on the trainer transfer, I agreed, so that Zarko could recover what he'd lost. I even pretended to believe what Zarko told me, that Dennis couldn't be trusted. Yes, it's true, I turned a blind eye to being robbed by my own manager. Victor lit a little cigar with a gold lighter. That's the thing about owning your own football club. The anti-smoking laws just don't apply. You remember when people first had cars? Well, of course you don't remember it. What I mean is that in 1865, the British Parliament passed a series of acts called the Locomotive Acts, which applied to self-propelled vehicles on British roads. A law that was copied in America, by the way. For safety reasons, a man with a red flag was obliged by law to walk 60 yards ahead of each vehicle. It's the same with me. My money walks 60 yards ahead of me with a red flag, and everyone sees me coming, in the full sense of this figure of speech. Like a patsy, you know? What else do you call someone who always has to pay full price? And no one ever gives me value for money, not unless I push hard for it, which means, of course, that I'm always seen as ruthless and grasping, but only because I want the same value for money as anyone else. You're well off in your own right, Scott, well off and comfortable, but not rich, perhaps. But when you're very rich, you get used to people robbing you, my friend. To some extent, you learn to put up with it. I've been ripped off by everyone. My PA, my lawyer, my pilot, my driver, my butler, my ex-wife, my accountant. You name it, Scott, they've ripped me off. When you're as rich as me, it's an occupational hazard. I suppose they think I'm so rich I won't notice. But of course I do. I always do. It's a sad fact, Scott, but when you're as rich as I am, the only people you can trust are the people who don't want anything from you. It was extremely disappointing to find that Zarko was stealing from me. But it wasn't exactly a surprise. It's as simple as that. Not quite. The narrow eyes narrowed a little more. He picked a piece of tobacco off his tongue and said, "Explain, please." When Zarko learned that the planning objections to the Thames Gateway Bridge were about to be rejected by the Royal Borough of Greenwich, he used the money from the bung to buy shares in SSAG, almost £500,000 worth. This I didn't know. Him and Gentile. Wait. Victor sighed wearily. Don't tell me he used the same company to buy the shares that he did to buy those Urals Energy shares? Monaco STCM? I'm afraid he did. It was only later on that he discovered Monaco STCM was partly owned by the Sumi Capital Bank of Geneva. Idiot. If you'll forgive me, this is why people go to prison, Scott. Because they're stupid and they make stupid mistakes. He was afraid you'd find out, and that you'd be angry. He was damn right. I didn't know this, Scott, but now that I do, I am angry. Perhaps I would have sacked him if I'd found out. Perhaps I might have been obliged to sack him, you know. It's such a stupid thing to have done. Maybe I would even have hit him. Victor smiled wryly as he realized what he'd said. Yes, I might have hit him for being greedy and for dropping me in the shit, which this does. But let me be quite clear, Scott. I would not have had him beaten to death. Insider trading, even by proxy, is a serious matter. Difficult to prove, but serious. and yet not so serious that I would have had him killed. Even so, I shall certainly have to take legal advice in this matter, just in case it is suspected that I gave Zarko this information so that he might profit from it.
How did he find out? Do you have any idea?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. Perhaps he saw something on my laptop once, read an email on my iPhone. I don't know for sure. But more importantly now, how did you find out? And does anyone else know about this? In particular, the police.
Gentile knows, but that's all. I only know because Zarko used to keep a burner phone in my cabinet drawer, which he used for, well, I assumed it was for making arrangements with his mistress. In fact, I think this particular phone was exclusively for speaking with Gentile.
And this phone, you still have it?
Yes.
I should like to see it, said Victor. It may even be that I will have to give it to my lawyers, just to protect myself. You understand?
I want to speak to Gentile before I do that. I'd like to use it to lever some more information out of him, if I can.
Be very careful, Scott. While I'm not connected to the world of organized crime, the same can't be said of Paolo Gentile.
You mean he's linked to the mafia?
Gentile lives in Milan, but he is originally from Sicily. A few years ago, he was investigated by the Italian authorities for his links to a man called Giovanni Malpensa. Malpensa is the head of a family that controls the Palermo district of Trebia, not to mention a stake in several Italian football clubs. Gentile may not be dangerous, but Giovanni Malpensa certainly is.
And you still allowed the trainer deal to be made by this man?
You think one agent is any more honest than another? Come on, don't be so naive. Dennis Kampfner has some very crooked friends in Manchester's drug-dealing underworld. This is not surprising, of course, because there's more money than ever in football. It's a whale tied to the side of the ship that's the world economy. And more money means there are more sharks feeding on it. In 2013, BT paid almost $1 billion for Champions League and UEFA football broadcasting rights. But do you honestly think that means the game has become any less corrupt than it ever was? On the contrary, football and money go hand in hand. Football itself has become an important marketing tool. Perhaps the biggest marketing tool there is these days. How else are you to reach the all-important market of men, life's decision-makers? Whatever the women's groups say should happen, it's still men who make the big financial decisions in any household, which means they're the most important audience to reach anywhere in the world. From Qatar to Queensland, football is now the lingua franca of the world. It's why people are prepared to bid so much for World Cup rights, even to the extent of paying millions of dollars in bribes.
Which reminds me, I said, I understand we're to be the Subara Stadium.
Yes, the Subara. It's a little like the Emirates, don't you think?
And yet we could so easily have been the Jintian Niao 3Q. Victor made a comic, sad face.
Yes, it's a great pity that isn't going to happen. Unless, of course, you feel inclined to accuse the Qataris of murdering Zarko, Scott. That would certainly be a game changer. It would leave the field clear for the Chinese. Again. Of course, if you did that, you'd be a friend to me.
He laughed a big, jolly laugh.
Not to mention Ronan Riley. He'd be pleased to have the Qataris accused of murder, too.
He was smiling, but it was hard to know if he was joking or not. That was the thing about Viktor Sokolnikov. He was a hard man to read. Look, Victor, I think I should make one thing quite clear. I'm not going to accuse anyone of murder unless I'm absolutely sure they did it. Not for you, not for Jintian, Niao 3Q, not for anyone. Right now, I've no idea who killed Zarko. No idea at all. And I really think it's best I keep any theory in this matter in reserve until I have some pretty hard evidence. Don't you? Well, please make sure you let me know, first of all. I shall be very interested to hear what you have to say on the subject. Very interested indeed.
Thanks for being so frank with me, Victor.
No problem.
Since you're being frank, let me ask you one more question.
Fire away.
That argument you had with Alicia Aksionov on Russian TV, when you nutted him in the teeth, what was it about?
Victor grinned sheepishly. What else but football?
Chapter 31.
It was almost 7 o'clock when I decided to pack up and go home. I was tired. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to seeing Sonia and doing not very much. Morris tossed me my car keys and wished me a good night. You staying in the office? I asked.
Just for a short while,
he said.
I made a call to a mate, someone I knew in Wandsworth. He's always been good for information. You know, the sort you can't get on Google. And he said he'd call back before 7:30. I was thinking that if this was a professional job, I mean the meet and greet on Zarko, then he'd probably know about it. There's not much he doesn't know.
Thanks, Morris.
Careful driving home, boss. It's pretty murky out there.
I went along the corridor towards the main stairs. It kept you fit walking around and up and down the dock. There were only 3 floors, but at the highest point of the Crown of Thorns, the building was almost 10 stories high, a height of more than 100 feet, and it could take you a full 10 minutes to make your way around the entire floor. Some of the security guys and postboys used Segways, those electric stand-up scooters, but I preferred to walk, especially on a day as busy as this one, when I'd been unable to get into the gym. Things were much quieter now, and almost everyone had gone home. A yard or two ahead of me, a uniformed police officer seemed to be walking in the same direction, and in his wake, I could detect a faint whiff of something sweet and vaguely familiar.
Are you lost? I asked helpfully. This place is like the maze at Hampton Court. Each floor looks the same.
Looking for the stairs to the main entrance, he muttered.
Then you are lost, I said. The main stairs are back the way you just came. This way are the stairs to entrance Z, which leads to the car park.
The car park will do, he said vaguely. That's where I left my car.
Everything about this copper seemed vague, except the smell, which at last came to whichever part of my memory dealt with something as elusive as the proper names for scents. I could never identify perfumes. I never knew the name of the stuff Sonia preferred, but I did know the smell that was coming off the copper's clothes. When you spend 18 months in Wandsworth, you get to know the smell of marijuana, the way you know the stink of your own unwashed body. And there was something else that was strange. The car park I was going to was the players' car park, not the place where the police had parked their own vehicles. That was outside the front entrance. I came abreast with a man and glanced over at him. He wasn't the copper who'd been stationed outside Zarko's office that morning, while detectives conducted a fruitless search of his desk and filing cabinet drawers. That man was long gone. This one was different. Perhaps a little too different. Have you got the time?
Sure.
The man stopped and lifted his wrist, which gave me a chance for a closer look at him.
7:05,
he said. Thanks. He was tall, with slightly too long hair, and badly pitted skin on his face. But it wasn't any of this, or the dope on his breath, that gave me pause for thought. It was the job stoppers that were tattooed on his knuckles. Back in the nick, there were plenty of cons who went in for prison tats. With ACAB being one of the most popular, it stood for All Coppers Are Bastards, and was a sentiment with which I heartily agreed. But it seemed unusual that a policeman should have had those 4 initials on his knuckles, just as it seemed unusual that a policeman from the Essex Police, which was the force on the scene, should have been wearing a badge on his flat cap from the Surrey Constabulary. The cap badges were the same colour, all right, blue and red, but the Essex badge had 3 scimitars, and this one had a lion couchant. I could see why the Essex law had called in detectives from the yard. That made sense. But I really couldn't understand why the Essex police should have felt they required the help of the Surrey Constabulary. I told myself that it wasn't any of my business if a copper should have been sneaking a quiet toke on an upper floor when things were a bit slack. The job was probably very boring. I told myself that maybe the rules about coppers not having tattoos on their hands had been relaxed since I'd had much contact with the law. I told myself that my hatred and distrust of the police was becoming an obsession, and that I should tell Sonia and ask her if she thought I needed professional help. I told myself I had enough trouble with the Met without pissing off the Surrey Constabulary as well. I told myself I just wanted to go home and have a nice bath and eat the sushi dinner I supposed Sonia had ordered in for us from the Jap restaurant on the King's Road. I told myself that if he was impersonating a police officer, then he'd leg it when I asked to see his warrant card, and that I'd better be ready for a thumping. He nodded and turned away. "Just a moment," I said. "Would you please show me your warrant card?" "Come again?" "Your warrant card. I'd like to see it, please." "Don't need one, sir," he said. "Police Act 1996. Besides, I'm off duty. My warrant card is in the car downstairs. I was just dropping off some spare forensic kits for the coppers here. I'm not even part of the local force, so it wouldn't be right for me to be carrying a warrant card. If I was arresting you, sir, then I would certainly need my card, although the uniform is meant to be a bit of a clue for dozier villains." "All right," I said. "Sounds fair enough. But only if you can tell me what the local force is." "You what?" "Simple. The uniformed coppers here. Are they Metropolitan Police or Surrey Constabulary? And which one are you?" The man faced me down. "Look, sir, it's been a long day, and I really don't need someone getting clever with me right now. So why don't you just fuck off?" Now, ordinarily, I'd say that was standard chit-chat from a copper, and I'd have taken it too. But not this time. "You know, if I was impersonating a police officer," I said, "in a building where there are lots of coppers, I might have a joint in the car outside just to calm my nerves a bit, to give me the bottle for the job, whatever that might be." The man shot me a sarcastic smile and then ran for it, which was like a hare setting off in front of a racing dog. As a defender, I'd earned my fair share of red cards. Sometimes you have to take one for the team. A striker gets through and then you simply have to chop his legs and bring him down. Like Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I'd seen some pretty criminal tackles in my time too. None worse than Roy Keane in 2001, when he tackled Alf Inge Haaland. I still remember the red card the Man U captain had got from David Elleray, again, when he took down the Manchester City midfielder. But that's football, as Dennis Law has famously said. As tackles went, this one was just as high as Roy's, and of course was well off the ball. And it was probably just as well that the fake copper's leg wasn't on the ground when I struck with both feet against his knee. Otherwise, I could have done him a lot more damage. The man went down, and he must have banged the back of his head on the floor, because he lay there stunned, just long enough for me to get up and call Morris on my phone. A few seconds later, the two of us were marching the still groggy man back to my office for a little Q&A. A quick search of his pockets revealed another copper's warrant card, not to mention a couple of joints, and an automatic pistol that gave me more than a pause for thought. "It's a Ruger," said Morris, examining the gun carefully. "Is that fucking real?" I asked. The fake copper sat down on the chair opposite my desk.
"What do you think?"
he sneered. "It's real all right, boss." Morris thumbed out the magazine and inspected the bullets. Loaded, too. He smacked the man on the back of the head. "What are you fucking thinking of, you stupid cunt, bringing a gun to football? There's tooled up and there's tooled up, but that shooter's just asking for trouble."
"Fuck off," said the man.
I was still searching his pockets. Wallet, car keys, a map of Silvertown Dock with an X to mark the spot somewhere on the second floor, a couple of grand in new 50s, a mobile phone, and a door key with a number on it. "Tell you what," I said, "it's handy that we got so much law upstairs. Makes it easy for us. And for you."
"How's that?"
"Tell us what you were up to and we'll let you go," I said. "Or else we'll hand you over to the filth. It's as simple as that." The man moved suddenly for the door, but Morris was there before him. Or more accurately, Morris's fist was. It connected with the side of the fake copper's head like a wrecking ball and sent him crashing onto the floor. "Fuck," said Morris, shaking his hand and flexing the fingers. "That hurt." The burglar was still lying on the floor. "Not as much as it hurt him," I said. "He's out cold, I think. Still, can't be too careful, eh?" I pulled open my desk drawer and found the handcuffs I had taken from Zarko's desk the night before. The ones I guessed he'd used for his sex games with Claire Barry. I took the key out of the lock, dropped it into my pocket, and then cuffed the unconscious man's hands behind his back. "That's handy," said Morris. "Christmas present from the wife?" "Don't ask. You play your games, and I'll play mine." Morris chuckled obscenely. We pulled the man back onto a chair and waited for him to stop breathing so loudly and to straighten up again. For a moment we thought he was going to puke, so I put a wastepaper bin between his feet, just in case. "Tell us what you were up to and we'll let you go," I said. "My guess is that you've got form for this kind of thing. A professional. Talk to us and you can be on your way." "That's a good offer, cuntface," said Morris. "Me and the boss here, we've both done some birds, so we got no love for the law. You cooperate with us and you can be on your toes again. But stay stum, and we'll hand you over wearing a fucking ribbon on your hat. With this gun in your pocket, you'll get 5 years. The man shook his head.
"I've got nothing to say to you."
I looked at the key for a moment. According to the plastic identity tag it was wearing, this was the key to an executive hospitality box, number 123. "Is this where you were supposed to go?" I said. "Box 123? To get something for someone? Some money, perhaps?"
"Fuck off, you muppets."
"Muppet, am I?" Morris grinned. "You got that right, sunshine." He twisted the man's ear. "And you know what my Muppet character is? Animal." "Stay here with him," I said. Morris pushed the magazine back into the handle of the little Ruger. "No problem," he said. "And while I'm out, find out who owns Suite 123 and everything about them." Chapter 32. There were 150 executive boxes at London City, all of them on the second floor. For £85,000, that was the starting price for the present season, you got a private box about the size of a decent caravan, a fully equipped kitchen, a private lavatory, 15 seats for every competitive home fixture, a support team of elegant hostesses to greet guests and serve food and drinks, a widescreen television, and bedding facilities. The more you paid, the nearer the halfway line you were, and the bigger the box was. All the suites were furnished differently, according to the taste, or lack of it, of the person or company owning it. Most were owned by companies like Carlsberg and Google, but the name on the door of Suite 123 was an individual and an Arab one, Mr. Sadi bin Iqbal Khatta al-Armani. I unlocked the door, switched on the lights, and went inside. The room felt cold, colder than it ought to have been. I checked the sliding doors, which were still locked behind the pulled-down roller blinds, then looked around. Mr. Al-Armani's suite was furnished like the interior of a private jet. All thick green carpets, polished ebony panels, and expensive white leather armchairs. He probably owned a private jet like this, too. Occupying a whole wall was a silver print of Montefresco's famous photograph of Vinnie Jones squeezing Gazza's bollocks, signed by both players, the poster, not the bollocks, and a framed number 10 Argentine shirt belonging to Diego Maradona that had also been signed. On an ebony wood table stood a pile of dinner plates edged in gold, a canteen of gold cutlery, a gold table lighter, and several gold ashtrays. The widescreen television on the wall was an 84-inch Sony, which looked as big as the sliding doors that led out to 15 seats that were just 50 feet above the halfway line. Everything looked like it was of the very best quality, even though the taste left something to be desired in my own eyes. I don't much care for all that Bin Laden bling. It was obvious Zarko had been there. A black woolly hat lay on the table, and his Dunhill chestnut leather grip was on the white leather sofa. I opened the bag, half hoping I would find 50 grand and Zarko's lucky football scarf inside it, which was still missing. But apart from a pair of motorcycle gloves, it was empty. I went into the lavatory. There were gold fittings on the sink and on the cistern, and on the wall, an aerial photograph of the Al Wakra in Qatar, the so-called Vagina Stadium. Opening the door to the kitchen, I switched on the light and walked the length of the room to the window. I opened the cupboards and the fridge. I even opened the dishwasher, which was switched on and had run a cycle, because a little light on the door indicated as much. There were 3 coffee cups in there, which wasn't much washing up to have warranted switching it on. Glancing around, I saw a pair of grey steel Oakley sunglasses that lay on the worktop. I picked them up. They were Zarko's. I knew that because I'd bought them for his birthday. I had told him they matched the colour of his hair, which they did. Otherwise, I'd found nothing that left me any the wiser as to why a man with a gun would have taken the risk of impersonating a police officer to get in here. On the face of it, I couldn't see why anyone would have burgled the suite, not for an empty bag. I weighed the cutlery in my hand. At best it was dipped, and hardly worth the risk. The framed Maradona shirt wasn't worth more than a few £100. After all, he'd signed so many. At 15 to 20 grand, the telly was probably the most expensive thing in the suite, but it weighed a ton and wasn't exactly the sort of thing you could tuck under your coat. The only interesting fact I discovered was that the suite was owned by an Arab who appeared to be from Qatar. Why had Zarko arranged to have Paolo Gentile come here, of all places, with 50 grand? After all, the Qatari who owned the box was hardly likely to think fondly of a man who had been so vocal in his opposition to a Qatari World Cup. And you could just tell that 50 grand was chump change for a man like that. None of it made sense. I sat down and noticed that the stereo was still on. I turned up the volume and found myself listening to Talk Sport. Don't get me wrong, I like Talk Sport. Most of the pundits know what they're talking about, especially Alan Brazil and Stan Collymore. But this was one of those post-mortem phone-ins, when football fans would ring in with their opinions on the weekend's games. Their comments were always the same. X should be sacked, Y should never have been bought, and Z was rubbish. Talk bollocks would have been a better name for what most of the fans calling in had to say. I turned it off, picked up Zarko's bag and his hat and his sunglasses, locked the door of 123 behind me, and went back to my office. The fake cop was where I had left him, handcuffed on the chair, staring morosely at the floor. There was a little bit of blood on his nose. I found a tissue and wiped it, but only to prevent it from dripping on the carpet. With a man's gun lying on the desk, Morris was in front of my PC. "Has he said anything?" I asked. "Not yet." What did you find out about Suite 123? I asked.
The suite is owned by an Arab gentleman from Qatar, said Morris. Mr. Sadi bin Iqbal Qatar al-Armani from the Bank of Subara, and according to Forbes, he's worth $6 billion. Mr. al-Armani has owned one of the top-priced boxes here for the last 3 years. Although he doesn't actually appear to be a very keen fan of football, he hasn't been to a match since the beginning of the season. Probably too busy finding oil and shitting money. Not that this is at all unusual at our club. There's at least half a dozen others who own a hospitality suite who have never shown up to a game. Wanker bankers, mostly. No wonder the fucking fans go mad when they see so many empty seats going begging. Some of these rich bastards have probably forgotten they even own these boxes. Not surprising when you think about it. 85 grand when you're worth several $1 billion. What's that? A fucking pizza. Yesterday wasn't an exception to Mr. Armani's general no-show rule. None of the tickets allocated to Mr. Armani shows up on the computer as having been used. And whoever Joao Zarco went to see in that box, it doesn't look like it was a man with a towel on his fucking head.
Possibly that's why he went there, I said. Because he knew it wasn't going to be occupied. A nice quiet place for Gentile to leave a bung, and for Zarco to collect it. Only I don't think he did. He took a bag there, all right. This bag. But the bag was empty.
So maybe the bung didn't get paid after all, said Morris. And Zarco went looking for Gentile. He found him somewhere, dragged him into that maintenance area to give him a piece of his mind, and got more than he bargained for.
And no one recognized him? I shook my head. Wearing this hat and these sunglasses, I can easily see how he made it to the executive suite without attracting attention. But he seems to have left them there. Who owns the suites on either side of 123? Morris typed out the numbers on my keyboard.
122 is owned by a Chinese gentleman called Yat Bangguo. Runs something called the Top Dollar Property Company. 124 is owned by Tempest Terror and Inc. They're the people who make games for people like Xbox and PlayStation, including Total Football 2014. The Tempest Terror people were there yesterday, used all their tickets. Mr. Bangguo only used half his tickets. 121 is owned by Thomas Unclis.
Thomas Unclis was the previous manager for London City, when they'd been in the Championship League. He'd been sacked unceremoniously by Victor after a few unlucky results.
All of them had catering and hostesses. Might be an idea to speak to some of those girls and see if they noticed anything unusual in 123.
Have you ever spoken to one of those girls?
Can't say I have.
Most of them aren't English, and about the only footballer they would ever recognize in a million years is David Beckham. Still, it couldn't do any harm, could it? See what you can find out.
Sure thing, boss.
I looked at our prisoner. What do you think, Mr.? Morris pushed back from my desk and handed me a driving license and a Tesco loyalty card.
This cunt's name is Terence Shelley, lives in Dagenham, and he shops at Tesco. Apart from that, I know fuck all about him.
Well, every little helps, doesn't it? I picked a football off the floor and bounced it hard on the back of Shelley's head. Hello? Is anyone at home? Talk to us, Mr. Shelley, or you're the Sweeney's fucking dinner. Shelley said nothing. I'm tired. My friend here is tired. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going home, he and I. But we're going to leave you somewhere safe overnight to reflect upon your situation. Manacled to a nice heavy kettlebell. All right? That is, unless you talk to us now. So, what do you say?
Bollocks,
said the man. You know something, Terry? I said. I can call you Terry, can't I? You should be on TalkSport. Chapter 33. Sonia didn't much care for football and tended to spend most weekends alone at her own flat in Kensington. This was just as well as Saturdays and Sundays are always the busiest times at a football club. If we played on Saturday, she would come around on Sunday morning, and if we played on a Sunday, she would arrive on Sunday night. It was an arrangement that seemed to suit us both very well. I was especially looking forward to seeing Sonia after her shrink's weekend in Paris. As a leading authority on eating disorders, she was much in demand as a speaker at practitioners' conferences. But whenever she was away, I felt a definite lack of equilibrium in my life, as if something important was missing from what kept me going. You might say that without her, I had too much football, that she was the vital ingredient in the gestalt that made me a complete man. But to put it much more simply, she made me happy. We always talked a lot, mostly about books and art, and we joked a lot too. We shared a sense of humor, although sometimes it did seem that I had the lion's share of it. We were also very attracted to each other, which meant that we always had great sex. I never knew a woman who enjoyed sex with me as much as she did. She was keen on games and on trying to find ways of pleasing me in the bedroom. Not that this was very difficult, but for a number of reasons. The affair I'd had when I was married, the fact that I'm in a very physical profession, and because I'm very fit being the most important ones. She thought that I was also highly sexed, when in fact I don't think I am. I was just as happy with what you might call main course sex as I was with the many sauces and pickles she was fond of devising. Frankly, I think that if anyone was highly sexed, it was her. She couldn't get enough of it. But, like a lot of blokes in football, I was often too knackered to have sex every night of the week, which she'd have liked, I think. In fact, I'm sure of it. Before she'd gone to Paris, she'd told me that she was going to visit a lingerie shop called Fifi Chachnil in the Rue Saint-Honoré to buy something seductive to wear for me just as soon as she was back in London. She was always doing things like that, and while I never asked her to, I have to confess I never tired of seeing Sonia in sexy underwear. In fact, I'd come to appreciate it very much. I suppose I liked her wearing it because it was the absolute antithesis of my own very masculine world of liniment and sweat, jockstraps and shin pads, muddy boots and Vaseline, dubbing and compression shorts. The lingerie she bought and wore was improbably, impossibly small and delicate and lacy and utterly feminine, or at least so it seemed to me. And of course she had the most fabulous figure. Her bottom was quite perfect, and she had a stomach like a washboard. For a woman who spent a lot of time in an office, she was very fit indeed. Whenever she dressed up, as she usually did when she returned from a weekend away, she would light lots of tea lights and scented candles and answer the door wearing something diaphanous and wispy. After the weekend, I needed a bit of that. But more importantly, I needed a lot of love from the woman I loved. The death of Zarko and the revelations about Dreno's friend Mackie, not to mention the crisis with the UKAD people and the pressure I was getting from everyone, had left me feeling very raw indeed. I turned into Manresa Road and saw the lights on in my flat, which lifted my spirits. In my mind's eye, I was already stepping out of a hot bath into a large towel to be dried carefully by her. At the same time, I saw that the press had gone from outside my building. Now that Ronan Riley had been arrested, they had other fish to fry. I breathed a sigh of relief, parked the Range Rover in the underground car park, and already happy to be home, I rode the lift eagerly up to my floor. My only regret was that I'd not bought flowers. A white orchid, perhaps. She was very fond of orchids, or some sort of present. I loved buying her presents. But as I opened the front door, I knew immediately something was wrong. For one thing, there was no scented candle on the hall table, and for another, the Louis Vuitton Bisson 70 suitcase I'd bought her for Christmas was standing on the floor, next to the matching beauty case I'd got for her birthday. I joked that I was planning on turning her into a proper wag, which she thought was very funny. But in truth, there was never any danger of that happening. Sonia was much too clever to be something as pejorative as that. I picked the bison up by the handle to check the weight. It was heavy. Too heavy for a weekend in Paris. Besides, I knew she'd been home to her own flat already. Another reason I knew something was wrong was that the television was on. She seldom ever watched television, and certainly not the news, which she said was mostly disasters and sport. Sonia only watched television when she was trying to take her mind off something at work. A patient, or a paper she was preparing for a journal. She was wearing a rather businesslike two-piece suit with a pencil skirt, and a white shirt, which was the very opposite of what I'd thought she'd be wearing. She got up when I came into the sitting room. That was another bad sign, I thought. It was as if something formal was about to happen, which of course it was. Nobody ever sits down to give you bad news. "I'm sorry I'm late," I said warily. "But since this time last night, it's just been one thing after another. But all that can wait, I think. It looks as if you've got something important to tell me."
"I suppose I should congratulate you," she said, "on your new job."
I hesitated. "Thanks, but I've got a feeling that in about 5 minutes, congratulations are going to seem like the wrong word. I'm looking at you, baby, and I can tell that I'm about to see a card come out of your pocket. So say what's on your mind, eh? Before you lose your nerve for whatever this is about."
"Okay, I will."
"Thank you."
"Now that you've been given this job, Scott, I've got a feeling that we're going to see even less of each other than we do already. And, well, the fact is, I want a bit more than that during the weekend. The fact is, I want a lot more than that."
"Such as?"
"You remember that Nike ad we saw in the cinema? With all the famous footballers and the Elvis Presley song?"
"A little less conversation, a little more action?" She nodded.
"That's the very opposite of what I want in life, and what I need from a man. My man."
"I see. At least I think I do."
"And it has to be said that in the bedroom things aren't very good either. At least not for me. You're always tired, Scott."
I nodded. I can't deny that. I went to my cigar humidor and took out a cigarette. Once a week, usually it was a Sunday night, I smoked a single cigarette, which always felt like a real pleasure. Used like that, just a couple of puffs, the way South American Indians had smoked the stuff. Tobacco seemed to have almost medicinal qualities. "You don't mind, do you?" I asked, lighting up. But under the circumstances, I let out a sigh that was 1/3 smoke and 2/3 disappointment. "You know how to pick your moments, Sonia. I'll say that for you."
"Don't feel sorry for yourself, Scott. It really doesn't suit you. You're not the type."
"No, you're right. I'm just tired, that's all, as per usual. But actually, to be honest, I don't understand, Sonia. Really, I don't. I thought we made a pretty good couple. At least I did when I looked at you. I even managed to like myself when I was with you, which, believe me, takes some doing. But what I was actually thinking was this. I couldn't believe I was never again going to see her naked, or get the chance to marry her even. And that seemed too much to bear.
"Listen, this won't help at all, but I'll try to explain it to you, Scott. I owe you that much. I love you, and maybe you love me, but I can't ever be part of the most important thing in your life, which, of course, is football. I've tried, believe me, I've tried my best to like it. But a while ago I realized it just wasn't going to happen, no matter how hard I tried. The fact is, I can't be interested in the very thing that's about to take even more of your time than it does already, if such a thing were possible. You do see that, don't you? I used to think it was just a game, but it's not. It's much more than that, with you and with a lot of other men like you. It's a way of thinking about the world, A philosophy of a kind. And why not? It seems to work for a lot of people. It's no accident that the Premier League is like a mini footsie of successful companies. It's pure capitalism. The strong survive and the weak get relegated.
No, I said. You make it sound almost Darwinist.
Oh, but it is. You're just a kind of selfish gene, that's all. Yours is a football-centered view of evolution. Because football is what everything comes down to with you, Scott. Results, the team, the next match, the January window, a good cup run, the closed season, the top 4, relegation, 3 points, a penalty not given, a red card that should have been. It's never-ending and unrelenting, and I can't take part in it because I feel nothing at all for it except the wish that the last match really could be the last match. And if what I've said doesn't make any sense to you, then forget it. And we'll make it just this. Even though a large part of me wants to stay with you, Scott, I can't stay. Because I won't be a football widow, like the rest of those women you call the wags.
No one's asking you to be like that, Sonia.
Maybe you're not. But the imperatives of your job certainly are. And have you ever wondered why the wags are the way they are? Why they occupy themselves with shopping and fashion and hair extensions and manicures and boob jobs? Of course you haven't. But I have. Those women are desperately trying to make their stupid boyfriends and husbands pay some attention to them. That's why. They're trying in vain to compete with the most jealous mistress or wife of them all, which is football itself. Well, I won't be a part of that. I have my own life, my own interests, my own ambitions, and they don't include a good run in the FA Cup. We'll both have some bad nights for a while, but we're both grown up enough to know that will pass.
Some fucking Sherlock I was, I told myself. What chance did I have of spotting Zarko's killer when I hadn't even been able to spot the disappointments felt by the woman I loved? Jesus, baby, it sounds like you've been saving this up for a while.
Maybe I have. Maybe I was just waiting for the best time to say it. The best time for me, that is. You see, I met someone in Paris. He's just a businessman. Don't worry, nothing happened between us. I would never do that to you. But I will be seeing him again. Maybe nothing will come of it. Who knows? But on Saturday he goes to the theatre, and on Sunday he likes going to Tate Britain, and he's never been to a football match in his life.
So he's the guy.
Make a joke of it if it makes you feel better.
It doesn't, but I thought it was worth a shot. I would try to persuade you to change your mind, Sonia, but after a speech like that, I can see it would be pointless. You've thought this out, which is more than I have. Perhaps I should have done. So, I'm sorry.
You'll be fine, Scott. You're strong, very strong.
Am I? I took a last puff of my cigarette and then stubbed it out. Right now, I don't feel very strong.
Of course you are. Just look at the way you smoke. 2 or 3 puffs off 1 cigarette a week. Your strength astonishes me sometimes. You know, if it was anyone else but you, I wouldn't be leaving you right now. Not after the 24 hours you've just had.
I smiled. You notice that?
I read the newspapers.
Do you now? I pulled a face.
At least I do when you're not around to look disapproving. Is there a law against reading the Mail on Sunday?
No, but perhaps there ought to be. There's a law against everything else that's unwholesome in this country.
Chapter 34. After a miserable night, I was up early to visit Silvertown Dock before driving on to Hangman's Wood. It was a very cold morning, and I was a little worried about Terence Shelley, who had locked up in the maintenance area, the same one where Zarko had been found dead. Even in a policeman's coat and uniform, he would have spent a very uncomfortable Sunday night in the open air,
handcuffed to a 20-kilogram kettlebell. But if he had, I doubt he could have felt as bad as I did after the events of the previous night. I hadn't felt as bad as this since my first night in the Nick. On the way, I listened to the news on the car radio. Ronan Riley had been released on bail, which was the clearest indication yet that the police did not suspect him of murder. It seemed that plainclothes police had arrived at his house in Highgate, hoping to question the match-of-the-day pundit about Zarko's death, and found a party in progress. Mistaking the police for other guests, an unnamed female had admitted them to the house. Apparently it was Riley's birthday, which might have been why he had decided to celebrate with several prostitutes and a quantity of cocaine. This was probably also the reason why he had decided to climb over the wall of the back garden and run away, in the hope of denying any knowledge of what was happening in his house. I felt almost sorry for Riley, because if there's one thing the BBC doesn't like, even on grown-up programs like Match of the Day, it's pundits who use prostitutes and cocaine. Does anyone remember Frank Boff? I rest my case. But I still smiled as I tried to imagine how Zarko would have greeted the morning news. Zarko would have loved it. Toya called and left a message for me to call her back. She sounded like she still hadn't been to bed. Death is like that. It stops you from sleeping, which, even when everything is rosy, can seem a little too close for comfort to being dead. I was feeling too sour to speak to her. Too sour and more than a bit sorry for myself. But I was trying to get over my troubles. Just about the last thing Zarko had said to me before I left my flat that morning was to pull myself together. "Come on, Scott," he said as I'd stared at Jonathan Yeo's uncanny portrait of the Portuguese manager, now hanging on the wall of my study. I'd been online to look at some of the other portraits Yeo had painted, and thought the one of Zarko was as good, if not better, than the picture he'd done of a rather haunted-looking Tony Blair. "You'll get over it, just like Sonia said you will. You had some good times, you and her. That's the way to look at it. And don't hold it against her. What she said was right. Football is football, and nothing else matters very much. Not to guys like you and me. That's why we're in the game, right? If we cared about anything else, we'd be lawyers and bankers and fuck knows what. Me, I should have your troubles. Don't you think I'd like to be around to have a nice girl like that dump me? Sure I would. And we both know you'll get another soon enough. Handsome guy like you. Fact is, you probably already know the girl you're gonna sleep with next. That's how it works. Never forget, always replace. That's what my father used to tell me when a girl gave me the sack. It's good advice. Sure, you loved her, and maybe she loved you, like she said. But in 6 weeks you'll wonder why the hell you ever cared. Besides, you've got other fish to fry right now. Find out who killed me and why, Scott. Find my killer. I didn't deserve what happened to me. No more than you deserve to be dumped by Sonia. So, please, take control of the game yourself. And don't just leave it to other people like the police. For them, this is just another job. Please, Scott, for me and for Toya, you must discover who killed me, okay? Really. I won't have any peace until you do this for me. When I arrived at the dock, there was a police boat parked by the marina, and several divers bobbing up and down in the Thames. I didn't envy them, but I did wonder what they were looking for. Morris had already released our burglar and brought him back to my office, where, still handcuffed, he was warming up with a cup of tea. Steam was emerging from the cauldron of his manacled hands, which were still trembling with cold, and he seemed to be as grateful for the heat from the mug as he was for the hot drink inside him. Secretly, I was relieved that the man looked none the worse for wear, but for the sake of appearances, I decided to play the hard guy. I'd seen enough real hard men in Wandsworth to carry this off without any self-consciousness. "So, you didn't freeze to death after all," I said. "Maybe now you'll talk to us, you stupid cunt." He sipped his mug of tea and nodded his alacrity. cold had turned his nose the shape and colour of a tomato. And had it not been for the gun he'd been carrying, I might have felt sorry for him. In Wandsworth, some of the old lags had always said that you should never carry a gun unless you're prepared to use it. Because if you don't start talking, you can spend the rest of the fucking day where you already spent the night, freezing your nuts off outside.
"You'll really let me go, if I tell you?"
he asked. You have my word. You can even keep the money you were paid. I'm assuming the $2,000 in 50s was your fee.
"What about me gun?"
Would you have used it?
"Just for show. Made a noise if necessary. I'd use blanks, but you can't get 'em. There's just no call for them these days."
That's a comforting thought, said Morris. You can have the gun back too, I said, but not the bullets. We'll hang on to those, just in case you come back here with an attitude.
"Fair enough, Governor."
But don't dick us around with any lies. My girlfriend dumped me last night, and I'm not in the mood to be patient. He finished his tea, replaced the mug on my desk, and shook his head.
"I should have known better than to rob someone from my own fucking club. That's right, I'm a City fan myself, so I had my doubts, yeah? It felt unlucky. Any other London club, the Yids, the Arsenal, Chelsea, Fulham, the Hammers, I'd have been laughing to do a job there. But not City."
More facts, less fart, I said.
"I'm just saying I didn't want this job, that's all. It felt unlucky. But the guy who paid me to do the job, an Italian bloke called Paolo Gentile, he was paying good money."
Gentile. It figures.
"Anyway, he told me to collect a package that was in Suite 123. I was on my way there when you spotted me."
You're lying, I said. I already searched that suite from top to bottom and found nothing.
"Yeah, but did you check the fridge? Inside the freezer cabinet?"
No.
"That's where it is, apparently. The package I was supposed to grab. Job couldn't have been simpler, you'd have thought. A quick in and out. But it's always the easy ones you fuck up, not the ones that require some planning."
Whose idea was the plod uniform? Asked Morris.
"Mine. The Italian bloke said the place would be swarming with law because of Zarco's murder. So I thought I'd be all right dressed like this. Blend in like. I thought no one would face down a copper. Not even another copper. Rented it off a mate who's a real rozzer in Teddington, I did. Cost me 200 quid. Never gave a thought to the fucking cat badge until you mentioned it."
Blimey, said Morris. The old bill these days is getting to be like Berman's and Nathan's. All right, I said. Then what?
"There's a FedEx box in my car, with a way bill already filled out for an address in Italy and everything. Business documents, it says. That's what I was told, anyway. I was to put a package from the freezer in the box and take it to the FedEx office in Dartford, first thing this morning. Unit 14, Newton's Court. Apparently they open at 7:30 a.m. It was all on account so I wouldn't have to pay anything."
How did you get the job?
"On the phone. Friend of a friend."
And you spoke to Gentile on the phone?
"That's right. He was in Milan, he said. It wasn't even stealing, he said. It was him what put the package there in the first place."
What about the key to the box? How did you get that?
"From Mr. Gentile's offices in Kingston. Really, that was the only part of the job that involved any breaking and entering. I had to get in there on Sunday morning and collect the key from his office drawer. And $2,000 in 50s that was in the cash box. Straight up, Gov. That's the God's truth. All of it, I swear."
All right, I said. Wait here with my friend.
Chapter 35.
I went back up to the suite, opened the fridge, and plucked the freezer door towards me. The package was there, just like Terence Shelley had said it would be. A large jiffy bag that was wrapped in a thick plastic bin bag. I opened it up and found 10 pink bricks of nice new 50s. The bricks of notes were a little hard, but none the worse for a weekend below zero. Hot money never felt so cold. It was clear Shelley had spoken the truth. If the FedEx box was in his car as he'd said it was, then I'd send him on his way like I'd promised. Quite apart from the risk to Zarko's reputation, the last thing I wanted was Detective Chief Inspector Byrne upsetting our new goalkeeper by asking him about the details of his own transfer. The chain of causation was beginning to seem clear enough, too. Zarko would have known that the Qatari guy who owned Suite 123 wasn't likely to be using it for a while, and figured he could use the room as his letterbox. Gentile would have taken the 50 grand to the suite and left it in the fridge freezer as instructed in Zarko's texts. But when the news of Zarko's death broke, the Italian agent must have realized that only he and Zarko knew about the bung, and figured that he might as well try and recover the money. It was just sitting there, getting cold, and with the key it would have been easy enough. But at the same time, Gentile couldn't have risked leaving the cash there for much longer, as there was a match against the Hammers on Tuesday night. And unlike Zarko, he had no way of knowing if Suite 123 would remain unoccupied by its usual owner. It was time I spoke to Gentile, so I called him on my mobile, and on this occasion he answered.
"Scott," he said, "I was just about to phone and congratulate you. It's too bad about João. He was truly one of the greats, and I shall miss him a great deal. But I hope you and I can do business together in the future."
I'd met Paolo Gentile on several occasions. It was hard to be the assistant manager of a top English football club owned by a billionaire and not have met Paolo Gentile. Where there is a huge picnic laid out on a perfect lawn, there are also wasps, and Gentile was one of the largest and most persistent. FIFA seemed to have him under permanent investigation, but nothing ever stuck. And unlike most English football agents, who couldn't have looked less like their clients, Gentile was smooth and cool and strikingly handsome, in a very Italian way. He always dressed well, in Brioni, and his many white Ferraris were his trademark, and just the thing to excite the impressionable and usually car-crazy young men who were the subject of his relentless human trafficking. Incredibly thin, he seemed to survive on a diet of tennis, cigarettes, and coffee. Gentile had a hooked nose that lent him the profile of some Renaissance princeling or Doge of Venice, and he was just as cunning as either. My Italian was usually better than his English, but on this occasion I wanted him to be the one who was paying close attention. And so I sat down on the sofa and continued the conversation in my own first language. "That all depends, Paolo," I said. "You see, I've just been having a little chat with a friend of ours, Terry Shelley. I caught him raiding the fridge here yesterday evening. It seems as if he was trying to find you a late-night snack. That's what 50 grand is to someone like you, isn't it, Paolo? A snack."
"Terry Shelley? I don't know him, Scott, unless he's the boy who plays up front for QPR.
Nobody plays up front for QPR, Paolo. If they've any sense, they sit back and defend. And if you've any sense, you'll sit back and try to do the same. Only the ball's already in the back of your net, old son. It only remains for me to decide on the proper course of action, whether to involve FIFA or the Metropolitan Police. After all, there is a murder inquiry going on here at Silvertown Dock, and you were trying to get hold of what the police might consider to be vital evidence that might shed some light on who killed João Zarco."
"I had nothing to do with what happened to Zarco," said Gentile. "Really, I am as mystified by what happened as you probably are. But you know that already, of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't be calling me like this, would you? And you must also have the money, too. Perhaps you have even decided to keep it for yourself. I certainly couldn't stop you. So the only question is, what else do you want, Scott?"
"Some information."
"Perhaps I can help you. But let's be quite clear. It's you I'm speaking to, right? Not the police.
You know about me and the police, Paula. We're not really on speaking terms. Haven't been for a while.
Yes, I thought that was still the situation. I just wanted to hear you say it. In Italy, we have a different attitude to the police than you do in England. You make jokes about the law-abiding Germans, but I think no one in Europe is quite as law-abiding as the English.
You're forgetting I'm half German, half Scots.
That's true. So then, let's talk. What do you want to know?
I know about the insider share deal with SSAG. And to be fair, I should inform you that so does Viktor Sokolnikov.
That's a pity. Is he going to inform the Financial Services Authority?
Probably not if he can avoid it. Viktor likes to keep a low profile where he can. He's going to speak to his lawyer before he does anything. But even if he did speak to the FSA, you can probably blame what happened on Zarko.
Thanks for that, Scott. I appreciate the heads up.
Look, the only thing I don't know about is the cash part of the bung, what he wanted it for, and what the urgency was. So tell me about Saturday morning.
Are you turning detective at the same time as you become the new city boss? I've heard of Total Football. What's this, Total Football Management?
You might say I'm playmaking here, yes. Making space for the truth, perhaps. I figure it's my job to sort things out here as quickly as possible. Not just the football, but the rest of it too. The unsolved murder of a club manager is very bad for player morale.
True.
Gentile paused long enough to light a cigarette and inhale sharply.
So then, we'd done business like this before, Zarko and I. He would use an executive box when he knew it wasn't going to be occupied. It was convenient for him and convenient for me, too. I went to the box as instructed. I left the bang in the icebox as instructed. Zarko wasn't there when I got there, and he wasn't there when I left. That's all I know about Saturday morning.
And why did he want the cash? I mean, he seemed to be in a hurry for it. In his texts, he said he wanted it for the weekend.
That's true, he was. But I don't know why. Look, why does anyone want cash, Scott? Paper is nice to have around. You put it in your safe and you use it for holiday expenses, to pay the babysitter, to give to your mama at Christmas. Lots of managers like a bit of cash in hand, literally. They're old-fashioned like that. You'd be surprised who else likes a bang. It's not just the usual suspects. It's like drugs in sport. Nobody takes drugs until they get caught. And even then, it's a mistake, someone else's fault, a cold remedy that turned out to be something bad. It's the same with bangs. Everyone is against it until they get one. And is it any wonder with all the money that's sloshing around football right now? BT pays out £900 million for broadcast rights to the Champions League, and right the way down the food chain there are people saying, "Dove la mia parte? Where's my slice of the big pizza?" That's just economics, Scott. The law of supply and demand. Except that Adam Smith forgot about the law of television sport and the law of 200 grand a week and the law of insatiable greed. You can't change that. All you can do is take advantage of it.
Did Zarko mention he was scared of anyone? I'm wondering if he wanted the 50 grand to pay someone off. Someone who'd threatened him, perhaps. I take it you heard about the grave that was dug in our pitch, with Zarko's photograph at the bottom of it?
He said something about it, yes. But it didn't seem to have scared him. He thought it was just hooligans. Frankly, he was rather more alarmed that Sokolnikov might discover the fact that he'd bought shares in SSAG, that he'd get fired, or worse.
What did he say? Can you remember?
Most of our communication was done by text, you understand, for reasons of confidentiality. But he did say something about it in a conversation we had. On Saturday morning, He called me from Hangman's Wood and said something to the effect that he wouldn't be surprised if he was found floating in the Thames when Victor found out what he'd been up to.
He actually said that?
I thought he was joking. And to be fair, he was laughing when he said it. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was fear making him laugh. Yes? On the other hand, if Viktor Sokolnikov was going to take him out, I can't imagine he'd have done it at the dock. With his money and connections, he could surely have arranged something a little more discreet. His kind of money buys you a lot of discretion.
So it would seem. What about the room itself, Suite 123?
An Arab's idea of luxury. A bit like a cabin on a luxury yacht, what can I say?
No, I meant, was there anything unusual about it that you noticed?
Unusual? No. Well, maybe a couple of things, yes. The dishwasher was on. That struck me as odd for a suite that wasn't supposed to be in much use. And there was a pair of sunglasses on the floor. I assumed they were Zarko's, and I put them on the worktop.
So it'd been there already when you turned up?
Yes, just to make absolutely sure the room was empty, probably. His leather bag was on the sofa.
Anything else?
He paused. That really is everything I can remember.
All right. I thought for a moment. By the way, what have you heard about Bekim Develi? He's coming here.
The Red Devil? It's news to me. But if he is moving to London, I'm not surprised. At a match against Zenit a couple of weeks ago, one of Dynamo's black players was getting abuse from the crowd, and Develi made his citizen's arrest during the game. He went into the crowd and hauled a fan out, a man he claimed had been one of the ringleaders. He was pretty rough with him, too. Almost started a riot. The fan was sent to prison, and Develi's had death threats ever since.
He should fit in very well around here. Getting death threats is par for the course at Silvertown Dock.
After my call with Gentile was concluded, I stepped into the kitchen, placed Zarko's Oakley sunglasses on the tiled floor, and opened the curious-looking window, like one of the awkward rhombus-shaped windows in that talking shop for the awkward squad that is the Scottish Parliament. Several pigeons flew away in a loud flurry of wings that made my heart leap in my chest for a moment. There was talk of employing a hawk or a falcon to control the pigeons at the dock. Apparently they were very effective, and as far as I was concerned, it couldn't happen soon enough. If only we could control players as easily. Then I walked back to the kitchen door and turned to face the room. You might say I was trying to see things just as Paolo Gentile and Zarko had seen them. I'd watched Inspector Morse do something vaguely similar on the telly, and figured it certainly couldn't do any harm. I checked the bin, but it was empty. What's more, it looked clean as a whistle. In a framed colour photograph hanging on the wall, the former Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Hamad, and his glamorous wife, Sheikha Mossad, were pictured holding the World Cup under the proud eyes of FIFA's diminutive president, Sepp Blatter, a man whose knowledge of football was doubtless enhanced by his having been the former General Secretary of the Swiss Ice Hockey Federation. Mr. and Mrs. Rich were smiling proudly and looked like two cats that had got all the cream. It was always nice to remember that the future of football was in such safe hands as these. I leaned out of the window and stared up at the pale winter sun. It wasn't the view of Silvertown Dock that made me yawn, but the fresh air. From my current vantage point, the outer part of the stadium was closer to the inner structure than on the ground floor. I could almost have reached out and touched one of the crossbeams. I looked down through the polished, plaited steel to the ground, about 50 or 60 feet below the window, and then glanced back at the 50 grand that lay on the worktop. What the hell was I to do with a 50 grand bung? I could hardly give it to the police, or keep it myself, as Gentile probably assumed I would do. Of course, strictly speaking, it was money paid to Gentile and Zarko that should never have been paid at all, which made it Victor's more than anyone's.
It seemed almost pointless to reimburse a man for whom 50,000 was less than 0.0006% of his total wealth, but it looked as if this was probably what I was going to do. My phone started to ring. It was Phil Hobday. "I believe Victor promised you sight of an autopsy report," he said. "Yes, I was wondering if he was serious about that." "Victor never makes idle threats," said Phil. After what Paolo Gentile had told me, that wasn't exactly what I wanted to hear at this particular moment, and I reflected that the chairman might have chosen his words more carefully. "Is this from your source in the Home Office again?" "Actually, no. Since March 2012, all forensic work in the UK is contracted out to the private sector." "That doesn't sound very reassuring." "Maybe not. Anyway, it's here in my office, if you want to come and get it. In fact, I wish you would. I'm afraid I opened the envelope before I knew what it was, and now I'm rather wishing I hadn't." "I'll be there in 5 minutes. Chapter 36. While Morris escorted a grateful Terry Shelley out of Silvertown Dock, I got up and locked the door to my office before making myself a very strong cup of coffee with an espresso machine that sat on top of the filing cabinet. If there'd been any brandy around, I might have added some of that to my mug instead of milk from the refrigerator. I figured I needed something strong inside me, if I really was going to play detective for the whole 9 yards. And it was impossible even to imagine catching Zarko's killer without knowing the exact circumstances of how the man had met his death. I could see no way of avoiding it. Ignoring a text from The Guardian soliciting my opinion on the absence of black goalkeepers in top-class football. Why was it, for example, that City had chosen a Scot instead of the equally talented Hastings, Obasanjo, or Pierre Bozize? I settled down to read. I had never seen an autopsy report, or had anything to do with one before. In fact, I hadn't even seen a dead body, unless you count the guy in the next cell at Wandsworth Prison who got a shiv in his neck and died later in hospital. The closest I'd come to seeing an autopsy had been on the telly, when the almost infamous German anatomist Gunther von Hagens had dissected a cadaver live on Channel 4 television. It had been fascinating to see the human musculature in close detail. I was, of course, especially fascinated to see those more vulnerable parts of the human leg that give all footballers problems from time to time. The anterior cruciate ligaments, the knee cartilage, the hamstrings, and the groin. I remember gasping that something as simple as a length of tendon at the back of the knee could be so fucking painful when it tore, and that an Achilles could reduce you to a whimpering puppy when it snapped. For me, it was like my teacher at school explaining how the Pythagorean theorem works infallibly, or in the case of the anterior cruciate ligament, doesn't. Some of those creationist bastards in the US who are forever arguing intelligent design. I'd like to see them do that while trying to play on to the end of a match with a torn adductor muscle. But while there had seemed a purpose to the carnage wreaked upon a human body by von Hagens, and a genuine investigative value to his carving up a cadaver like a pig carcass in a butcher's shop, what I was reading now seemed like something altogether different. The pale, rubbery bodies von Hagens used had hardly appeared to be human at all. More like something from the special effects guys at Pinewood Studios. Perhaps because they had been emptied of the one thing that had made them human, life itself. And turning the pages of my friend's autopsy report felt uncomfortably personal, even transgressive. I had never sat in a steam bath with any of von Hagen's cadavers, or embraced them fondly at Christmas, or joined them in joyous celebrations as our team won a match. I hadn't known them for most of my life. I hadn't spoken to them less than 72 hours ago. It was a little like the computer guy taking your PC to bits in order to fix it, with all of the inside bits laid improbably open for inspection.
Except, of course, that no one was going to fix João González Zarco now. I suppose the moment when it hit me for the first time that Zarco really was dead and wouldn't be coming back, that my friend and mentor was gone forever, was when I saw a photograph of him lying on the pathology table, with a Y-shaped suture zippered up the front of his pale and naked corpse. What a waste, I thought. What a waste of a spectacularly talented man. I tried to ignore the many other colour photographs and to concentrate mostly on the text, which was of course written in cold and scientific legalese. The tone was measured, matter-of-fact, dispassionate like a medical textbook, with very little use of the past conditional tense and almost nothing supposed. Wounds and injuries were simply described and evaluated in an efficient way that rendered them less extraordinary and perhaps, for the detective at least, easier to deal with. Had Detective Chief Inspector Jane Byrne attended João Zarco's autopsy? According to the notes, this had taken place during the course of a single hour the previous afternoon. I didn't envy her if she had. There were better ways to spend your Sunday than listening to the sound of a sternum being snipped open, or the sight of a human crown being removed with a saw like the top of your boiled egg. Perhaps she was used to it. She certainly looked like she was. You can get used to anything, I suppose. More than likely she'd have freaked out at the sight of a badly broken leg on a football pitch, though. I'd seen more than my fair share of those, and I don't think there's a more traumatic sight in sport. I'd seen several players faint at the sight of a career-ending leg break. What I was looking at now was bad enough. But I owed it to Zarco to steel myself to keep reading. Unfortunately, there was no cortisone injection I could give myself in order to carry on turning the pages. Poor Zarco. The pictures of his body, as found by Phil Hobday and the security guards from the dock, showed a man who looked like he had played 90 minutes in goal with his clothes on. These had been examined first, and it had been concluded that the body had been clothed at the time of death. The pathologist had matched his injuries to the bloodstains on Zarco's white Turnbull & Asser shirt, his grey Charvet silk tie, and the beautiful black silk coat from Xenia he had been wearing on the morning of his death. $2,000 it cost him. But it did not look quite so beautiful now, after he had crawled some way along the wet ground and several pigeons had come and crapped on him. The knees of his suit were almost as dirty, and I was reminded of the night when we had beaten Arsenal, and Zarco had done a Wayne, celebrating with a massive slide on his knees that took him from the technical area right down to the corner flag. Of Zarco's lucky club scarf, from a shop called Savile Rogue, it was made of cashmere, there was no sign. The injuries to his body were all blunt trauma injuries, mostly to the head and upper torso, consistent with a severe beating. A violent impact to the front of the skull had resulted in a depressed fracture that had been the most probable cause of death. From the shape of the head fracture, it seemed more than likely that Zarco had been struck with a blunt instrument, although so far no murder weapon had been found, which probably explained the police divers in the Thames. The right-hand side of the chest area was badly bruised, several of the ribs cracked, and his fingers and knuckles badly bruised as if he had fought back. And underneath the fingernails of his right hand, the pathologist had found minute traces of skin and blood that were not Zarco's. This did not surprise me. Zarco had never been the type to turn the other cheek, certainly not as a player. Once, when he'd been playing for Celtic, he'd responded to a couple of hard punches from the Rangers player, Nwankwo Nkomo, with a well-placed and rather more effective headbutt that had broken Nkomo's nose. Even as a manager of La Braga, Zarco had had his fair share of brawls and fisticuffs, most famously in the tunnel at the San Siro when he'd mixed it with Howard Page, the manager of AC Milan, with the result that FIFA had banned them both from the touchline for several games. Zarco was no shrinking violet, and I couldn't see that anyone taking a swing at him wouldn't have received something in kind. The pathologist also found several blue woolen fibres underneath Zarko's fingernails that could not be matched to anything that the Portuguese had been wearing at the time of his death, and which, it was implied, might have come from an assailant's clothing. This seemed to suggest the possibility that Zarko had grabbed hold of the lapel or the collar of whoever it was that had attacked him. Also consistent with a violent struggle having taken place was the way Zarko's tie had been found around his neck. It had been knotted much too tightly, almost as if an assailant had used it to try and strangle him with. Traces of Zarko's vomit had been found on the ground. This was thought to be consistent with his having sustained a hard blow to the stomach. Of more palatable interest to me were the contents of Zarko's pockets. And there were colour photographs of these, too. His regular mobile phone, the one his wife knew about, some loose change, a money clip, a wallet for credit cards, a set of keys, which didn't include a key to the door of the maintenance area where his body had been found, a wedding ring, a leather Smithson notebook in which he would write things during a game, the hard box for his Oakley sunglasses, a Mont Blanc pen, a business card from a councillor with the Royal Borough of Greenwich, a piece of white moulding from a ceiling, rather strangely, a gold coin, a Silvertown Dock pass, which had been on a silk lanyard around his neck, and the Hublot watch and light blue prostate cancer silicone band that had been on his wrist. After Zarko's father, Jose, died of prostate cancer, Zarko had become a tireless supporter of Prostate Cancer UK, growing a terrible moustache every November to help raise funds was only a small part of what he did for this charity, which had already tweeted their grief on learning of his death. On the ground surrounding the body were found several brooms and brushes, a couple of buckets, and some window cleaning equipment. Small litter included 11 cigarette ends, most of which were English or American brands, although one was Russian, some spent matches, a button, a few copper coins, a McDonald's wrapper, several old city ticket stubs, a styrofoam Starbucks coffee cup, a football program, a month-old copy of the London Evening Standard, and an empty half bottle of vodka. None of this looked like it was going to provide the vital clue that would solve the mystery of Silvertown Dock. I closed the report and locked it in my filing cabinet before unlocking my office door again. Rather shamefully, perhaps, my first reaction on having finished reading the report was to congratulate myself on being alive when someone else, someone close to me, was not. But this, in the great scheme of things, is really all you can ask. To be around when others have had their heads bashed in is not much of a philosophy. But in the absence of something better, it serves just as well as anything else. Chapter 37. When the training session at Hangman's Wood was over, I sat down with Simon Page and some physio reports and made the team choice for the match on Tuesday night. Christoph was out of the team in favour of Ayrton, and we had some of the more experienced players like Ken Ockrey at the back. But the rest of the side was taken from our reserves and under-21s. At their pre-match press conference, the Hammers had announced that they intended to field a full-strength side for the Capital One Cup match. Since the last cup won by West Ham had been the UEFA Intertoto Cup in 1999, an out-of-season competition that was generally held to be a joke. And before that, the FA Cup in 1980, when they defeated Arsenal, the club had decided that they owed it to the supporters to actively compete for some silverware. I was surprised at this decision. Then again, it's an easy mistake to make, to pay attention to what the fans want instead of what's best for the team. I decided that we were going to stick to our guns, the young guns, that is. But my mind wasn't really on team selection. I kept on thinking about Zarko's sunglasses on the floor of Suite 123 and what they were doing there. I had a theory
but as with all good theories, I needed to conduct an experiment in order to test it. I rang Morris.
"I want you to do me a favor," I told him. "There's a place called the Mile End Climbing Wall on Haverfield Road in Bow. I want you to go and buy some rope." "Don't do it," said Morris. "You're too young to die. 200 feet of rope, to be exact. In fact, I want everything you'd need to go climbing on the Crown of Thorns. A helmet, a padded harness, the rope, and someone who knows how to use that gear. If Sir Edmund Hillary is knocking around, tell him there's 200 quid and a pair of tickets in it for him, if he'll come back to the dock with you. Otherwise, bring back anyone else who looks like he knows his ice axe from his elbow. I need 2 things from him. One is to lower me safely out of a high window. The other is to keep his mouth shut. If there's no one prepared to help, we'll just have to work it out ourselves. But I want to do this today, before it rains or snows again." "All right, will do. It's your neck. What's this about, boss?" "I'll explain everything when I see you." A couple of hours later, Morris was back at the dock, accompanied by a thin, intense-looking man with red hair and a beard. He was wearing a green Berghaus fleece and carrying a large coil of rope and a rucksack full of gear. His name was Sean, and he was from Bethnal Green, which is, of course, where a lot of great alpinists have hailed from. I was still wearing my tracksuit and a pair of trainers from the training session at Hangman's Wood. I led the 2 men up to suite 123 and closed the door behind us.
"What is this room, then?"
asked Sean. "Private hospitality suite. Belongs to some guy from Qatar."
"Really? Looks like the inside of my dad's Jaguar."
I showed Sean into the kitchen and then opened the kitchen window. He peered out of it and added circumspectly,
"That's about a 50-foot drop."
"About that, yeah. I figure 20 feet to the descending crossbeam and then another 30 or so to the ground."
"You're serious about this, aren't you?"
"Very."
"That crossbeam looks a bit awkward. You wouldn't want to have to climb on it, especially in this weather. It looks slippy."
"Probably."
"What the fuck's the point of it, anyway? The beam, I mean. In other words, does it have a function?"
"It's modern architecture," I said. "There's no function, just form."
"So what's this all about?" he asked. "Are you an adrenaline junkie, or did you just drop your mobile phone out of the bleeding window?"
"Let's just say I'm doing it because it's there."
"Comedian."
Sean smiled a thin sort of smile.
"Everyone thinks they're Mallory and Irving these days. You ever done any climbing before?"
"Only the stairs," I said.
"Got a head for heights?"
"I guess we'll find out."
"True," Sean sighed. 200 quid and a couple of tickets, right?"
I nodded and handed over the money and the tickets for the Hammers match, which had been in my pocket. "Paid in full."
"Cheers, mate. I'd have preferred tickets for Tottenham myself, but I suppose these'll do, yeah. Thanks."
All the time he kept glancing around as if checking out his surroundings.
Sean went out of the kitchen and into the sitting room.
He pointed at the sliding door.
"What's out there?"
Morris lifted the roller blinds and then opened the door to reveal the stadium seating, and in the centre, the pitch.
"Ah," said Sean. "Now that's what I'm looking for."
He pointed at some of the seats in front of the hospitality suite.
"First principle of climbing, find something stronger than yourself to tie a rope onto. These seats will do fine."
When he'd finished tying the rope onto the seats, he fetched the climbing harness from his backpack and fed the long piece of webbing around my waist, through the buckle and then back again. With the 2 leg loops he did much the same. He checked the 3 buckles were fastened to his satisfaction and then tugged a loop in front of my navel towards him.
"This is the belay loop," he explained. "The single strongest point of the harness and the bit that's going to attach you to life. Are you left-handed or right-handed?"
"Right-handed." He attached a carabiner to a belay device and clipped it onto the belay loop. Then he took a bite of rope and forced it through the bottom of the belay device.
"This lower part of the rope is your brake," he explained. "The brake hand is your right hand, and that never comes off the line. Not for a moment. The guide hand on the upper part of the rope is your left hand. You're safely tied in now.
I'm beginning to think my 200 quid is well spent, I said.
Hopefully you won't ever know just how well, said Sean. Now all you have to do is belay.
Having showed me the basics of belaying and letting me practice a little, we were ready to go.
If you start to fall too quickly, then bring your brake hand, your right hand, down between your legs, and the bend in the rope will arrest your descent. Understand?
I understand.
He handed me a helmet and I strapped it on. A few minutes later I was out of the window and leaning back with both hands on the brake rope as instructed. Each time I loosened my double grip on the brake rope, I could descend. Take your time, said Sean. A couple of feet at a time until you get your confidence. From the kitchen window, I let out the rope in short increments until I was standing on tiptoe on one of the main beams on the crown of thorns. And now that I was there, I was able to inspect the steel surface of the descending beam more closely and confirm what I had strongly suspected, that Zarko had actually fallen from the window of the kitchen. It hit the main beam on which I was standing, then slid round and down at an angle, shifting a trail of dirt and bird shit from the polished steel. I sat down, let out some more of the guide rope, and followed the trail along the beam on my arse, down and around like a child descending a water slide, until about 40 feet further on, the trail in the dirt and bird shit moved abruptly to the left and then terminated. It was here that Zarko must have slipped off the beam and fallen a second time, this time onto concrete about 20 feet below, where Morris was now standing, to confirm what I now knew for sure. That Zarko hadn't been beaten up, and that all of the injuries detailed in the autopsy report were surely consistent with a fall from the kitchen window of Suite 123. Given that you couldn't actually see the window, any window, from the ground, it was an easy mistake for the police to have made. I'd made the same mistake myself when I'd first seen the crime scene. But crime it was, not an accident or even a suicide. Zarko might have been worried that Viktor Sokolnikov was going to find out about his insider dealing, but he certainly wasn't the type to throw himself out of the window. I could never imagine him committing suicide. Besides, on Saturday morning he'd been in a good mood. He was always in a good mood before a big game, especially one he thought we were going to win. No, someone had pushed him out of that kitchen window, pushed him to his death. It was the only possible explanation for how his sunglasses had come to be found lying on the floor by Paolo Gentile. Chapter 38. After Sean had gone, and I was alone again with Morris in Suite 123, I told him about the 50 grand I'd found in the freezer, and then explained my theory about what had happened to Zarko, that someone had pushed him out of the kitchen window. There's a tiny blood stain on the beam immediately below this window, I said. That must have been how he got the blow to his head.
Makes sense, said Morris. It certainly explains why the door on that maintenance area was locked from the outside, because no one opened it.
And it explains why no one spotted someone as famous as him going down there in the first place, because he didn't. At least, not using the stairs.
But why do you believe that Paolo Gentile found the sunglasses exactly like he said he did? Asked Morris. Maybe he was lying. Maybe he and Zarko argued about something, the bung perhaps. Maybe it was him who pushed Zarko out of the window.
It's true they'd argued about the bung before, I said. I saw them arguing about it at a service station in Orset. But the bung was paid, after all, the cash part anyway. So they could hardly have argued about that.
Yes, but he did fuck off to Milan that very same day. He didn't even hang around for the match. And that's exactly what I'd have done if I'd topped Zarko. Caught the next flight home. Once someone is in Italy, it's not so easy getting them back here to face charges. If you got money there, you can give the Italian lord a runaround. Look at Berlusconi. He's got away with it for years.
I still don't buy it, Morris.
It was Zarko who persuaded Victor Sokolnikov to use Gentile on the Kenny Trainer transfer instead of Dennis Kampfner. Victor was a golden goose for an agent like Gentile. There's no telling how many golden eggs Zarko could have persuaded our mega-rich proprietor to lay for our Italian friend. I just don't see Gentile doing it. He had too much to lose by killing him. All right, that makes sense. Now Victor, on the other hand... Don't tell me you fancy Victor for it, said Morris. I don't know. Maybe. There's a YouTube video of him nutting his fellow oligarch, Alisha Aksionov, live on Russian television. He looks like he means it too. If Victor had found out about Zarko buying shares in SSAG, he might have been angry enough to hit him. But he was with the people from RBG when Zarko went missing, wasn't he? Only some of the time. On Saturday afternoon before the match, when Phil Obte came to tell me that Zarko had gone missing, he told me that Victor was looking for him too. But yesterday, when I spoke to Victor in my office, he told me he was with the guys from RBG for the whole afternoon. One of them is mistaken, or lying. Fucking hell, Scott. Be careful. You've only just got this job. Listen, someone was in here with Zarko. I think whoever it was sat down and had a cup of coffee with him. There were just 3 mugs in the dishwasher, which was still on the first time I came in here. A dishwasher's cycle is a pretty good way of getting rid of your fingerprints. So, suppose that Victor found Zarko in suite 123. Maybe they sat down over a coffee, and Zarko decided to confess all to Victor, who went nuts. Frankly, who could blame him? On the evidence of what's on YouTube, there's no doubt that Victor can handle himself, and that he's got a temper. By his own admission, he used to be a rather more hands-on businessman than he is now. That is, hands on someone's coat lapels. Yeah, but why would he ask you to investigate Zarko's murder if he was the one who did it? Doesn't make sense.
I've been wondering about that. But it's not like I'm Lord Peter Wimsey, is it? I'm just some cunt in a tracksuit. So perhaps I was only supposed to muddy the waters for the police and stop them from finding out that he killed Zarko himself. Which so far has worked rather well, wouldn't you say? I mean, the cops don't know shit about what really happened. They're outside playing Jacques Cousteau looking for a murder weapon, a blunt instrument that doesn't even exist. The only metal pipe that hit Zarko on the head was the one weighing several tons below the kitchen window. Without what I know, the cops don't know anything very much. They don't know about this room, Paolo Gentile, the bung on Kenny Trainer, the cash in the freezer, the shares bought in SSAG, and the fact that Zarko was feeling nervous about Victor Sokolnikov. At least he was, according to Toya. She's afraid of him too. And here's another thing, Morris.
Oh, fuck. I don't think I want to know.
Victor gives me the job of replacing Zarko as manager of London City. One of the top jobs in football. I'm on the same money as Zarko, plus bonuses. Victor even gives me a valuable portrait of Zarko to help sweeten the deal. To incentivize me, he says. Now, suppose I do find something out. Something that incriminates Victor himself. What do? Naturally, I don't go to the cops. He knows I hate the cops. According to Victor, that's one of the very reasons he asked me to play sleuth for him. Because he knows I won't rat him out to the law. So if I do find something, the chances are that I'll then do one of 2 things. Either I'll have it out with him, and he'll persuade me to keep my mouth shut. Perhaps he'll try to bribe me, I don't know. Or I'll suppress the evidence altogether, in the interests of my oh-so-generous employer.
And, of course, my own bright future with this football club. Hold up a minute. What? There's a third alternative here that maybe you ought to consider, boss. That Viktor Sokolnikov doesn't bribe you or persuade you to keep your mouth shut. Instead, he puts the frighteners on you. He threatens you. Some of those bodyguards who work for him, they're very scary guys. I was in the steam room at Hangman's Wood with one of them, and he's got more fucking tattoos than a beach in Ibiza. Proper Russian mafia tattoos, too. None of that Mum and Dad and Scotland forever bullshit. These are tattoos that mean stuff to those in the know. You mark my words, boss. If you have it out with Viktor, you might just disappear. This is the East End of London, remember? People have been disappearing round here since the Prince is in the Tower. Someone shoves you in that river one dark night, you might never be seen again. It's not just me who thinks so. That's what the Leeds fans were singing about Zarko when we went to Ellen Road, remember? The fans might not have known about Zarko's photograph in the grave we found out there, but it didn't stop the flat-capped bastards from filling in the gaps, so to speak. He's getting murdered in the morning, ding-dong, the bells are going to chime. Vic and his mafia will soon fucking have you and get you to your grave on time. I'd forgotten that. All I'm saying is, be a bit careful, yeah? This isn't handbags on the pitch with Mario Balotelli, boss. You're up against someone with a very murky past. I watched that Panorama special on Viktor. He's got more skeletons in his fucking cupboard than the Museum of Cairo. So, promise me you won't accuse him, or anything daft like that. Not without speaking to me first, eh? Fortunately, all the evidence is very circumstantial, I said. So, unless I find some real hard evidence, I'm not about to do anything crazy. I shrugged. But the fact is, I'm still going to have to consider my position here. How do you mean? I mean that if I do finally conclude that the person who killed Joao Zarco was the proprietor of this club, then I can hardly remain here working for him. That would be impossible. Quite apart from anything else, I'd always wonder if the reason I got the job was to keep me on side. But the fact is, I loved Zarco. I might not be able to tell the police about it, but I couldn't be around someone who'd killed Zarco or had him killed. You do see that, don't you? It would be a betrayal of my friendship for Zarco. He may not always have been entirely honest, but he was always a good mate to me. And that's what counts, Morris. Would he have done the same for you? I don't know. It's what I think that matters, Morris. It's my bloody conscience that's affected here, not Zarco's. When I was in the Nick, I read Dante's Inferno. Being in a hell like Wandsworth, it seemed appropriate. Dante places Brutus and Cassius in the worst part of hell because they chose to betray their friend Julius Caesar rather than their country. I feel much the same way about Zarco. All right, I get that. But how will you decide if Victor's guilty? I don't know. I suppose I'll keep my ears and eyes open for some clue as to his guilt or innocence. And then, when I've thought about it for a while, I'll make my decision. To leave this club or to stay. I shrugged. That's something real I can do. There won't be a big reveal in the fucking dining car or the library when I've decided what really happened. I'll just resign. Simple as that.
Chapter 39. A little later on, Detective Inspector Considine appeared in my office doorway. She was wearing a black coat and a little black dress. She had very bright red lipstick for a policewoman, and she looked smiley and nice. "I'm beginning to feel like the bad penny," she said, "always turning up." You know, I've never really understood what that means. I suppose you'd have to understand the value of a penny first, and it strikes me that you don't.
Haven't done for a long while. Not with a flat like that in Manresa Road.
I smiled. You like my flat, don't you?
Who wouldn't? It makes my own flat look like a broom cupboard.
Drop by sometime and I'll make you another coffee.
I'd like that. Listen, there are 2 reasons for my being here now. One is to apologize for yesterday. I'm afraid I was rather abrupt in the way I told you that Matt Drennan's friend had raped Miss Femu. That must have come as quite a shock to you. Not to mention your friend's part in covering it all up. I'm sorry about that. Really I am. I was only doing my duty in telling you, but...
Forget about it. Like you say, you're only doing your job.
Honestly, I could have handled it better.
Apology accepted. And the other reason?
You're going to hate me.
No, I'm not.
Another equally unpleasant duty, I'm afraid. Only this time I'm going to do my utmost to handle it with more sensitivity.
Which is?
Maybe you don't remember, but you volunteered to identify Mr. Zarko's body.
Oh, Christ, yes, I did, didn't I?
I'm sure you can think of 100 things you'd rather do this afternoon, but it is important, a legal requirement. Fortunately, his body isn't so very far away from here, in East Ham, so I can drive you there myself. Now, if it's convenient. Later, if it's not.
I glanced at my watch. Now is good, as it happens.
All right, then. Let's go.
She made a quick call to the mortuary to let them know we were on our way. Every time I saw her, I liked her a little bit more. Maybe it was because she was posh. I like posh, good-looking birds. But mostly it was because she was clever. I followed her outside to a black Audi TT and got in. A minute or so later we were heading north, away from the dock, and up East Ham High Street. All I really know about you is that you studied law, I said. Did you ever want to be a lawyer, or did you just watch too many episodes of Inspector Morse?
Actually, I really wanted to be a vet, but I abandoned that idea because I used to faint at the sight of blood. I'm still pretty squeamish sometimes.
Forgive me, but a career in the police doesn't seem like an obvious alternative, especially under the present circumstances.
True. Most of the time I'm okay with these things, and I absolutely adore working in the police. It's just now and then that something makes me feel a bit dodgy. I've got several strategies for dealing with it. Bodies, I mean. What about you? Will you be all right with this? With seeing Mr. Zarko's body?
I'll let you know when I see him.
What, you mean you've never seen a body before?
You make it sound like I should have done. I'm only 40, for Christ's sake. My parents are still alive, and so are my grandparents.
Oh, I see. I thought when you volunteered, it had to be because you were cool with this kind of thing.
I volunteered because I hoped to spare his wife, and because I've known him longer than she has. But I'm not in the least bit cool about it, Miss Considine. In fact, you might tell me one of your strategies for dealing with your squeamishness, just in case I go wobbly on you.
It's just a bottle of smelling salts. Sal volatile. I keep some in my handbag. I know it sounds a bit old-fashioned of me, but it's actually quite scientific, you know. They give it to weightlifters before they compete in the Olympics, because the ammonia triggers an inhalation reflex and activates the sympathetic nervous system, and this elevates the heart rate, blood pressure, and brain activity, thus counteracting the faint. Before I see a body, I just take a whiff of the stuff, and I'm usually fine. Now it's just another tool in my forensic kit.
Well, if I keel over, don't forget to loosen my clothing, will you? I'm a bit old-fashioned myself. Besides, I like to wake up with a smile on my face.
You're very funny, do you know that?
I'm glad you think so. When we got nearer the East Ham mortuary, she pointed left and said,
I think West Ham football ground is about half a mile that way, on the Barking Road.
With all the stiffs in their team, it's certainly handy for the mortuary.
You're playing them tomorrow night, aren't you?
Yes. It's the second leg of our semi-final match in the Capital Cup. Would you like to come as my guest? We can have dinner afterwards in the director's box.
I can hardly say no if I'm to be your guest, can I? But what if you lose? Won't you be in a filthy temper? Throwing football boots at people and that kind of thing? You might throw a boot at me. I wouldn't be at all surprised after yesterday.
That's Sir Alex Ferguson you're thinking of, Inspector. Besides, we're not going to lose. We're going to win. And I promise not to be in a filthy temper. But bring your smelling salts just in case.
Are you planning another inspiring team talk, is that it? Like the one on YouTube?
When they win, it won't be for me. It will be for João Zarco.
That might work for the team, but it won't work for me. I think if I come to the match, it had better be because I'd like to see you smile sometime. And only if you promise not to tell anyone that I'm coming. I'd hate the news that I was at your game to get as far as Stamford Bridge.
It's Stamford Bridge, and I don't believe you've ever been to a game of football in your life, Miss Considine. Just beyond the park, she pulled up on a double yellow line in front of a small 60s-style building that most resembled a public library, with what looked like a little chapel on the end. There was a fence and a hedge and a large oak tree in the garden. She smiled a disarming smile.
All right, it's a fair cop. I haven't. And I lied about supporting Chelsea. But it cannot be denied that Jose Mourinho is a very handsome man. Very handsome indeed.
I can deny it, Miss Considine. I can deny it on a stack of Bibles.
It's Louise. If I'm going to switch allegiance from Jose to you, I think we'd better be on first-name terms, don't you?
Agreed. Louise. I smiled. Is this just to make me feel better before we go in there?
You'll have to wait until tomorrow night to know for sure, she said.
She got out of the car, opened the gate, and then pulled onto a short driveway. Inside the door of the mortuary, she handed me a little glass ampoule covered in cloth.
I'm only going to say this once, she said. Just break it under your nose if you feel faint.
A mortuary official greeted us. He was small and balding with a gold tooth, and had an Arsenal pin in his lapel, which struck me as brave so close to Upton Park. He showed us into a room with a curtained window.
You ready?
Asked Louise. I nodded. She broke one of the little white ampoules under her nose and inhaled sharply. The atmosphere in the room was suddenly filled with a strong smell of ammonia, and then she was gasping and blinking like she was in bright sunshine and knocking on the window glass. The grey curtains parted to reveal Zarco's body lying on a trolley. Most of him was under a green sheet, but I could have wished his head had been covered too. He had been such a handsome man, every bit as handsome as Jose Mourinho, whom he had known well, of course, since they were both Portuguese. His habitually unshaven face was badly bruised, and his skull bashed in like a discarded plastic water bottle. It was the only part of his face that had any colour. The grey hue of the remaining part made him look like an extra in a zombie movie, but it was Zarco all right. I recognized the grey Brillo-pad hair, the sulky mouth, and the broad nose. I'd have recognized that nose anywhere. I'd seen it hovering over a glass of good red wine often enough, savouring the bouquet like a true connoisseur. I remembered the dinner we'd had at 181 First, a restaurant in Munich, when he'd come to offer me the job at London City, and the €200 bottle of Spätburgunder he had ordered to cement the deal, and how much he'd enjoyed that particular red wine. I remembered how the restaurant was in the Olympic Tower, and that it had been a revolving room and the fantastic 360-degree view of Munich it had afforded us. And how even now I could remember our table, and the way that it and the whole restaurant had turned, and how I'd drunk too much that night. We both had, and then the whole world was spinning. Until the moment when Louise, bless her, had something under my nose, and I was reeling away from the ammoniac smell in her hand and the next world's window.
Are you all right?
She asked as I staggered through the mortuary door. Outside in the fresh air, I wiped a tear from my eye and nodded. It's him, I said. It's Zarco. Sorry about that.
Don't be.
She took my hand and kissed it quickly.
Come on. I'll take you back to Silvertown Dock.
Chapter 40. On my way home from the dock to Chelsea, I dropped in to see Zarko's widow again. It wasn't as if I had anything particular I wanted to tell her, but after not taking Toya's call that morning, I'd called her back several times without success. I'm not sure who else she had to rely on, apart from Jerusha, the housekeeper, but I was determined not to abandon my friend's widow just because I didn't like her that much. Like a lot of Australians in London, she was a little too contemptuous of Britain and its awful weather for my taste, which begged the question, if you don't like it, then what the fuck are you doing here? The one time I'd been to Australia, I'd enjoyed myself a lot. At the same time, however, when you were there, it was easy to see why so many Australians came to live in London. The weather was actually the least important part of why anyone chose to live in London. Apart from the weather, everything was better than in Australia, especially the football. I rang the bell without success. The copper guard in Toya's door recognized me from before and told me she was still at home, but that he hadn't seen her all day, which worried us both a little. So he allowed me to shout through her letterbox. And when eventually she came downstairs and let me into the house, I found her wearing a long silk dressing gown, and it was obvious that she'd been in bed. "I'm sorry," I said. I was starting to get a bit concerned. So was the copper outside. "I'm not the type to do myself in, Scott. Not for any man. And certainly not for one who was cheating on me with some little bitch at Hangman's Wood." "Did the cops tell you that?" "They didn't need to. I knew what he was up to. I knew, and I learned to look the other way, because I figured it wasn't going anywhere, okay? Don't get me wrong, I loved Zarko, but there were times when he couldn't keep it zipped. And to have an affair at work, that was just stupid." She lit a cigarette. "Would you like some tea?" I took off my coat and we went down to the spaceship of a kitchen, which gave me a welcome opportunity to change the subject. "I'm sorry I woke you up, Toya." "That's all right. I took a pill after I called you this morning and I've been asleep ever since. Really, it's lucky you woke me up. I've got so much to do." She glanced at her watch, and apparently very little time in which to do it. Jesus, I had no idea it was so late. I must have slept for 8 hours. "That's good," I said. "It's probably the best thing there is for grief." I was looking forward to going to bed myself. Sonia had sent me a neutral sort of text, saying that she hoped I was all right, and I replied that I was. But thoughts of Louise Considine notwithstanding, I knew I would feel a lot better as soon as I was fast asleep. "I identified his body," I said, "about an hour ago. I thought perhaps you should know." "Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. I know it must have been very upsetting for you." I shrugged that off. "Have the police got any ideas yet?" she asked. "About who killed Zarko and why?" "I don't know." "What about you?" "No," I lied. "Nothing yet, but it's early days." She poured the tea and we sat down at the long wooden table. "You asked me to tell you about anything unusual that happened," she said. "Something that might fill in a few blanks, you said?" "Well, there was something. My builder came round, Tristram Lambton. He's been handling the work on number 12. He said he'd come to pay his respects, but it wasn't long before he mentioned the real reason he was here. He asked me if Zarko had left an envelope for him." "An envelope?" "I hate to mention this right now, Mrs. Zarko," he says when he's finished being sympathetic, "but your late husband had agreed to pay me in cash for some of the building work. Did he leave something for me, perhaps? An envelope?" "How much cash?" £20,000, he said. "That's pushing any normal envelope," I said. "I know builders like cash in hand, but 20 grand needs 2 hands, maybe 3 or 4. "Tell me about it." But I can't honestly say I was entirely surprised. Zarko had all kinds of fiddles going, as you probably know. He was a typical Portuguese, always making bloody deals, he was. It was meat and drink to the man.
All right, Del boy.
She took an angry puff of her cigarette.
Anyway, I told him that Zarko hadn't mentioned any cash to me, but I went and checked the safe just in case. But there wasn't any envelope, at least not one containing thousands of pounds. And Tristram said something like, well, if you do come across it, then please let me know. And I said that 20 grand wasn't exactly the kind of sum that I was likely to find in Zarko's sock drawer. And that's how we left it.
I nodded. What kind of guy is this Tristram?
Posh boy, nice looking, plenty of money and a Bentley. Good builder, though. Our architect seems to rate him very highly, and so did Zarko.
I'll speak to him, I said. I'll speak to him after I've had my tea.
Thanks, Scott. I appreciate it.
I stayed another 15 minutes for appearance's sake. The house felt odd without Zarko's loud voice and his laughter. Even the cat was looking a little bewildered. I used Toya's lavatory, put my coat back on, went outside, and walked around to the other side of the square. It was dark and well past the usual going-home time for builders. But from the lights and noise behind the Lambton construction mural that hid the facade of number 12, it was plain that they were still working hard. I could hear what sounded like a carpenter at work, hammering one nail after another into some wood. I went through a wooden gate in the side of the mural and down the side of the house, which had been largely transformed by the addition of a huge modern window. I walked down a flight of stone stairs and found myself facing a man wearing a hoodie under a hard hat, with a roll-up in his mouth and a plank on his shoulder.
"Here,"
he said in a thick foreign accent.
"What you up to, sunshine? You nicking tools or something?"
No, I wasn't nicking tools.
"'Cause people nick our tools, and the boss, he say it's us. Threaten to take it from our wages."
No, that's not what I want.
"What do you want? You here to complain? Because I just work here, see?"
I'm looking for Mr. Lambton. I'm a friend of Mrs. Zarko. The man's dark eyes narrowed.
"Sure, I know you," he said. "You're the football guy. Scott Manson. Used to play for Arsenal, I remember. Now you manager of City. Me, I like Arsenal. They good team. Better than City, I think. Arsenal is cake your mother makes. Homemade. Good cake. City is cake you buy in shop. Not as good. More expensive, too."
He took a last puff on the roll-up and then threw it into the house.
"Hey, you got any tickets?"
No, I don't. And I'm still looking for Mr. Lambton.
"There's two Mr. Lambtons. Brothers, see? Tristram and Gareth. Which one you want?"
Tristram.
"Okay. You wait here, and I find him."
He put down the plank and walked into a maze of scaffolding that was lit by a bare bulb, leaving me alone with my thoughts, which were a knot of this and that. If I'd had a little more time, I might have been able to think things out, to perceive what was significant, and to separate what was important from what was not. Being a cop on the Zarko inquiry might have presented them with a few more challenges if they'd been facing a full-strength West Ham on Tuesday night. There was no doubt about it, I was feeling under pressure. In Toya's loo, I'd glanced at a newspaper article about the fun of being a fantasy football manager. And I thought, if only football was all you had to deal with, then the job might seem as fun as that. It's all the other shit that life throws at you. Your girlfriend dumping you, the Inland Revenue telling your accountants that they think you owe them more tax, fucking reporters camped outside your house, gay players taking drugs, one of your oldest pals hanging himself. That makes the job so fucking difficult. I took my iPhone out of my backpack, in the hope that I might deal with some of the shit heaping up at my door. An email I'd been composing for Hugh McIlvanney about Joao Zarko looked unimprovable, so I sent that with a copy to Sarah Crompton. Jane Byrne wanted to stage a reconstruction of Zarko's last moments with the help of Crime Watch, at our next weekend home fixture. I said yes to that. Another one from UKAD invited me to a meeting at the FA head office so that my memory could be refreshed regarding drug testing protocols. Stupid studs. Could I do an interview with Football Focus? Fuck off. I'd already said no to Gillette Soccer Saturday and TalkSport. I had an old mate from Southampton who'd been given the manager's job at Hibs, and did I have any advice for him? Knowing Edinburgh, I did. Don't let the bastards get you down. Then I scrolled through some texts. The rape crisis people wanted a donation, to which I said yes, and Tiffany Drennan informed me that Dreno's funeral would be on Friday, to which I also said yes. Victor had sent me a text saying he would be back from Russia in time for the match on Tuesday, and that Bekim Develi would be coming with him. And the Red Devil himself had sent me a text in which he told me he was looking forward to playing for City and felt sure that ours would be a very successful relationship. I texted him back a one-word, welcome. Meanwhile, on my iPad, I quickly Googled Warwick Square and discovered that it had its own website, with an active residents association and a useful table of property prices. Flats were a staggering £2 million, while what few houses there were for sale started at a cool $8 million. It never surprises you what your own house is worth, but it always surprises you the price that other people want for their houses. Can I help you? The man looking at me was 30-ish, thin, and about 6 feet tall. He wore a brown Crombie coat with a velvet collar and a yellow hard hat. I'm a friend of Zarko, I said. Yes, I know, he said. I've seen you on the telly, haven't I? On a question of sport. You've got a good memory. Is there somewhere we can talk? What about? I understand you went to see Mrs. Zarko, I said. About some money you say you're owed, 20,000 quid to be exact. Tristram Lambton hesitated. It's all right, I said. You say you recognize me off the telly? Well, that should reassure you I'm not from the Inland Revenue or the Home Office. I don't care who you're employing on the site and how you're paying them. I'm here to help Mrs. Zarko, if I can. There's my car. Let's talk there. The Bentley was silver grey with all the extras. When you shut the door, it sounded like you'd walked through the entrance of a very exclusive gentleman's club. It smelled like one, too. All leather and cigars and thick pile carpets. I didn't know that Mrs. Zarko wasn't aware of my arrangement with her husband, said Lambton. I felt really awful about it afterwards, but I thought, widowed or not, the best thing for her now would be to complete the building project as quickly as possible so she can flog the place and get on with her life. Which does seem to be what she wants to do. Frankly, the whole job has been a bloody nightmare from start to finish. That's certainly the impression I got. But what was your arrangement with Mr. Zarko? The Zarkos have been getting a lot of complaints about the building work from the neighbours, in particular the people at number 13, next door, as you can imagine, which means that I've been under a lot of pressure from the Zarkos to get this building finished as soon as possible. And the only way I can get the lads to work the overtime I'm asking them to do in order to make that happen is to pay them double time in cash. Money really does talk to these boys. That was my arrangement with Mr. Zarko. He'd pay the double time himself, the weekends too. On Saturday, he was supposed to stump up the 20K that would help me to get things finished before the end of March, which is ahead of schedule, I might add. But you know what happened? It's really too bad. I liked him a lot. Now I've no idea what I'll do. I mean, that's the end of the double overtime and working on a Sunday. Not necessarily. I'd anticipated this moment. In Toyer's lavatory, I'd separated the bung money into two amounts, 20 grand and 30 grand. The 20 grand was still in the jiffy bag. The rest was in a compartment in my backpack. Here, I said, the 20 grand he was planning to give you. That's brilliant. I know it sounds a lot, but these Romanian boys are hard workers and worth every penny. I mean, they really do want to bloody work, unlike some of our own.
But don't get me started on that. He laughed. Now, if you can just sort out Mr. and Mrs. van der Merwe at number 13, everything will be perfect.
What would you suggest?
Seriously?
Chapter 41. Pimlico is like Belgravia without rich people. The folks in Pimlico aren't exactly poor. It's just that much of their wealth is tied up in the value of their flats and houses. Number 12 was an end-of-terrace property. The house next door was a 6-story white stucco mansion from the early 19th century with a fine Doric portico and a black door that was as polished as a guardsman's boots. Or at least it would have been if it hadn't been covered with a fine layer of builder's dust. There was a blue plaque on the wall, but it was too dark for me to identify the famous person who had once lived there. But I knew the area quite well. Gianluca Vialli had lived around the corner when he'd been player-manager of Chelsea until 2001. And if anyone deserved a blue plaque, it was him. The 4 goals he'd scored against Barnsley were among the best I'd ever seen in the Premier League. I pulled the old-fashioned doorbell and heard it ring behind the door, but I think I might have heard it ring in Manresa Road. At least a minute passed, and I was about to give up and go away when a light went on in the portico. Then I heard several bolts being drawn, and a largish key being turned in a probably Victorian lock. The door opened to reveal an old man in a brown corduroy suit. He had a sort of Dutch painter's beard and moustache that was white but stained with nicotine, and wild grey hair that seemed to be growing in several different directions at once, so that it looked like the Maggie Hambling seascape on my wall. On his nose was a pair of half-moon glasses, and around his neck was a loosely tied beige silk scarf. He had one of the weariest faces I think I'd ever seen, not so much lined as cracked. You wouldn't have been surprised to see a face like that shatter into a dozen pieces. "Mr. van der Merwe?" "Yes. Forgive me for interrupting you," I said. "My name is Scott Manson. I wonder if I might come inside and talk to you for a moment." "About what?" "About Mr. Zarko." "Who are you? The police?" "No," I said, "not the police." "Who is it, dear?" said a voice. "Someone about Mr. Zarko," said Mr. van der Merwe. "He says he's not the police." His voice, no less weary than his face, sounded a bit like someone looking for a channel on a shortwave radio, and his accent sounded vaguely South African. A woman as anxious-looking as a stolen monk scream came into the hall. She was old and small, with a mountain of fairish hair, and wore a thick white sweater with a South African flag on a breast that was as large as my backpack. "You'd better come in," said the man, and shuffled to one side, which was when I noticed he had a crutch to help him walk. The hall was dominated by a film poster for a creaky old movie called Passport to Pimlico, an Ealing comedy from a few years after the war. The old couple looked as if they'd been in it. On a table was a blue glass figurine, possibly Lalique, of a semi-naked woman. Some open mail from Mr. John Cruikshank, M.A., lay next to it. There was a strong smell of furniture polish in the air, and a large pile of newly washed yellow dusters on the stairs. They ushered me into a large sitting room full of furniture that had seen better days, but possibly a couple of world wars too. There were books and paintings, and everything looked like it had been there for a very long time. A thin layer of more recently acquired dust covered the back of the long leather sofa they invited me to sit on. A younger woman, quite good-looking, wearing jeans and a fleece, was seated at the opposite end. She noticed me wiping my fingers on my hand, and immediately producing another yellow duster, angrily set about wiping the sofa. "This is my daughter, Mariella," said Mr. van der Merwe. "Mariella, this is Mr. Manson. He wants to ask us some questions about poor Mr. Zarko." Mariella grunted irritably. "Not exactly questions," I said. "Is it just the 3 of you here?"
That sounds exactly like a question, said Mariella.
It was just small talk, I said. Maybe a bit too small for some.
My son-in-law John lives here too, said Mr. van der Merwe. He's away at the moment.
Would you like a drink, Mr. Manson? Asked his wife. A sherry, perhaps?
Yes, please. All three of them went out of the room, leaving me to stare at the ceiling for several minutes. Through the wall I could hear the sound of one of Lambton's Romanian workmen hammering nails. And then someone started with a drill. It was easy to see why the Van der Merwes had felt moved to complain about the noise. Listening to that for 12 hours a day would have driven me mad. All the same, it was hard to imagine them harassing a tardy postman, let alone a gang of Romanian builders, as Lambton had alleged. They arrived back as a little trio, Mr. van der Merwe bearing a single glass on a silver tray, his wife carrying a bottle of sherry, and their daughter holding a plate of sliced ham. "Is that a Stanley Spencer?" I asked, pointing at a painting on the wall.
"Yes," said the old man.
"It's nice," I said, with considerable understatement. Spencer was one of my favorites.
"Mr. Zarko liked a drop of sherry," explained the old man, "particularly this Oloroso, which goes well with Iberian ham."
I tasted the sherry. It was delicious. "When was Zarko last here?" I asked.
"Several weeks ago, and on more than one occasion. He came to apologize for all of the building work next door, which has been going on for the best part of 6 months now, quite intolerably. Well, you can judge for yourself if anyone could live with that noise from first thing in the morning until 8 at night. At our time of life, you look forward to peace and quiet, for reading and listening to music. It wouldn't be so bad if we were deaf, but we're not."
"Yes, I can quite understand how irritating it must be," I said. "And you have my sympathy." Mariella spotted another cloud of dust falling from the ceiling onto the sideboard and went after it fiercely with the duster.
"We tried to reach some accommodation with him about it," continued Mr. van der Merwe, "but I'm afraid we failed."
"What sort of accommodation?"
"A financial settlement," said Mr. van der Merwe. "We had hoped we might all go back to South Africa for a while. That's where we come from, originally."
"From Pretoria,"
his wife said, helpfully.
"It's really lovely there at this time of year. Around 25 degrees, every day."
"But the airfares are very expensive," continued her husband. "And so is accommodation. Even a cheap hotel costs a lot of money."
"Do you know South Africa, Mr. Manson?"
asked Mrs. van der Merwe. "A little. I was there for the World Cup in 2010. My ears are still recovering from all the vuvuzelas." When the old couple looked at me blankly, Mariella said,
"The Lepatata Mambu."
She looked at me and shrugged.
"That's the proper Tswana name."
"I see."
"Pretoria is very beautiful at this time of year,"
repeated Mrs. van der Merwe. "Couldn't you have gone somewhere else?" I said. "Somewhere nearer, perhaps, like Spain. It's warmer there than it is here at this time of year, and cheaper to get to." I started to stuff my mouth with the ham. That was delicious, too, and would maybe save me from having to make dinner. Now that Sonia was gone, my enthusiasm for doing anything but make coffee in the kitchen was much reduced.
"We've never really liked Spain," said the old man. "Have we, dear?"
"We don't speak the language," said his wife. "South Africa was the only real alternative for us."
"Mr. Zarko did make us an offer," said the old man, "to cover the expenses of our temporary relocation. But it simply wasn't enough, so we turned it down. I think he thought we were trying it on, but we really weren't, you know. It was almost disappointing."
"Look," I said, "do you mind me asking how much money he did offer to compensate you for all you've suffered while the work has been going on?"
£10,000, wasn't it?" said the old man.
His wife nodded. Yes, I know that sounds like a lot of money, and it is, but the flights alone were about 3,000 or 4,000. I made a quick mental calculation, picked up my backpack and took out 4 bundles of cash. It's always nice being generous with someone else's money. Not that this was entirely my own idea. It was Tristram Lambton who had put the germ of the idea in my head, and it seemed as good a way of getting rid of Zarko's bung as anything else I could think of. "There's £20,000, I said, feeling a sense of relief to have got rid of yet more of Zarko's bung. "To cover all your expenses and to compensate you for what you've had to endure these past few months." "What?" Mr. van der Merwe's jaw had started to sag in a rather alarming way, as if it had a stroke. "I don't understand. Mr. Zarko is dead, isn't he?" "Look, please don't ask me to explain. But I'm quite sure he'd have liked you to have this money." The van der Merwes looked at each other, bewildered. £20,000? said Mrs. van der Merwe. "It's very generous of you," said the old man. "Of Mrs. Zarko. But really—" "Are you serious?" asked her daughter. "Very." "No, really, we couldn't," said the old man. "Not now he's dead. It wouldn't seem fair somehow. I mean, on the television it said the man had been murdered. We couldn't accept it, could we, dear? Mariella, what do you think?" "Oh, Dad," his daughter said irritably. "Of course we can accept it. It only seems unfair, but it isn't unfair at all. After all you've gone through, it's exactly what you and Mum should do." "But Mrs. Zarko is a widow now," said his wife. "She can ill afford this kind of expense, surely. That poor man, what his wife must be feeling now. We should speak to John. Ask him what he thinks." "We'll take it, Mr. Manson," Mariella told me firmly. Her parents looked at each other uncertainly, and then Mrs. van der Merwe began to cry. "It's all been very trying for my wife," explained the old man. "What with the noise and everything, she's quite exhausted." "We'll take it," repeated his daughter. "Won't we? I think we should, and I'm speaking for John now, too. If he were here, he'd say that this is absolutely the right thing to do. Yes, we'll take it." The old man nodded. "If you think so, dear, then yes." "Good," I said. "I think you're doing the right thing, too." I got up to leave with Mr. van der Merwe accompanying me to the door. "You've been very kind to us, Mr. Manson," he said. "I don't know what to say, really. I'm almost speechless. It's more than generous." "Don't thank me, thank Mrs. Zarko. Only not right now, eh? Perhaps when the work is complete and she's finally living next door. You might thank her then." Yes, I will." He held my hand for a moment too long. There were tears in his eyes, too. "The blue plaque outside," I said in the hall, anxious to be gone from my good deed. "I'm just curious. Who was it who lived here?" "Isadora Duncan," he said, and pointed at the glass figurine on the hall table. "That's her." "The stripper," I said. "If you like." He smiled uncertainly. "Yes, I suppose she was, really." Isadora Duncan wasn't really a stripper, not as such. I knew that. It was just my way of making him think a little less highly of me. That seemed only proper. After all, it wasn't my money I'd just given away. Chapter 42. I shouldn't have been nervous, but because this was my first match as the new manager of London City, I was. The previous Saturday's game against Newcastle didn't count. Then I'd been talking to a football team that Zarko had picked, and which was playing for him. All of the players had wrongly assumed that at some stage, Zarko would turn up in the dressing room and hand out praise to those who'd played well, and more importantly, bollockings to those who'd played badly. No one ever wanted a bollocking from João Zarko.
But the game against West Ham was very different, and everyone knew it. A manager's first match in charge sets the tone for how his tenure is perceived, not just by the owner and the sports writers, but more importantly by the club's supporters, who are as superstitious as a wagon load of gypsies. My ex-wife's brother refuses to go to an Arsenal game without his lucky cat's whisker. He's just one of many serious, rational men who follow football but who believe in jinxes and curses and the acts of a capricious God who ordains a win or a loss. A bad defeat in this first match will be like an albatross around my neck. I don't know what Napoleon's opinion of Premier League football was, but he knew the value of luck, and I badly wanted to be lucky with my first game in charge. In spite of what Jeff Boycott says, good luck is the most valuable commodity in sport. I'd even managed to convince myself that the League Cup was worth the candle. If we beat West Ham, we'd be in the final. And now that the match was less than an hour away, the idea of my first trophy as manager of City was looking much more persuasive. Hadn't the League Cup win cemented Jose Mourinho's reputation in his debut season as manager at Chelsea in 2005? Of course, none of this meant I was any less inclined to play a stronger side against the Hammers. I was sticking to my young guns, come what may, with only 5 of our regular first-team players in the side. Ayrton Taylor, Kenny Trainor, Ken Ockery, Gary Ferguson, and Javier Pepe. 3 of our back 4, Ken, Gary, and Javier, were first-team regulars, of course, and I was trusting that they would steady the rest, none of whom, with the exception of Kenny and Ayrton, was older than 22. I wasn't and never had been a believer in what Alan Hansen had famously said, that you don't win anything with kids. Our second youngest player, Darryl Hemingway, who had bought in the summer from West Ham's Academy of Football for $2.5 million, was just 17. I'd watched Darryl play when he was still at Hainault Road and thought him as promising a midfielder as I'd seen in a long time. He reminded me a lot of Cesc Fabregas. He wanted to show his old club the mistake they had made getting rid of him. Darryl was playing alongside our youngest, the 16-year-old Zenob Schuurmans from Belgium, and Iñárritu, the 20-year-old Mexican that João Zarco had bought from Estudiantes Tecos in Guadalajara. Iñárritu's was an interesting story. The young Mexican had fled his country after police rescued him from a kidnapping ring tied to the local Gulf cartel, which had abducted him. Iñárritu had narrowly escaped death when members of the drug cartel filmed him on their phones being dangled outside the window of his apartment building, the 90-meter-high Plaza building in Cuauhtémoc, in the hope of making his father, who was a wealthy banker with BBVA Banco Mer, pay a $10 million ransom. The kidnappers had actually dropped him, accidentally, and Iñárritu had only survived because he had fallen into a window-cleaning cart a couple of floors below. The Mexican was keen to play, although, following a broken leg against Stoke City, who were always good at breaking legs, he was still getting himself back up to first-team fitness. Playing 4-3-3 requires enormous stamina from your midfielders, but given our 3 had a combined age of just 53, I figured they could probably run around all night without much of a problem, even Iñárritu. I had no real worries about him either. Iñárritu had been fond of Zarco, and wept openly when the news of his death was announced. I knew that if anyone was going to play his heart out in memory of the Portuguese, it was the young Mexican. Of the 3 up front, Jimmy Ribbons on the wing was returning from a groin strain. There are plenty of players who are right-footed, too many if I'm honest, but Jimmy was naturally left-footed, which was odd as he was actually right-handed. They say left-footers are a dying breed, but they're often very good technically, and the importance of having a great left-footer in your team cannot be overstated. Most teams will try hard to hang on to a good one. Messi is a lefty, and so are Ryan Giggs, Patrice Evra, and Robin van Persie. But Jimmy had a good right foot too, and we usually played him on the right side, which made his sweet left foot even more unpredictable. As a defender, I always found natural lefties more difficult to deal with, and perhaps the best of these was Giggsy. On the left wing was Sultani Boumediene, a 24-year-old from Israel who was almost as good with his left as he was with his right. Nicknamed the Comedian for obvious reasons, he was indeed a bit of a joker. Sultani had previously played for Haifa and had been Israel's most prominent Arab footballer before joining Portsmouth, from whom City had bought him during the garage sale that followed Pompey's relegation from the Premier League in 2010. Ayrton Taylor was, of course, our centre-forward. The newspapers said he'd lost his mojo and had no chance of playing for England again. But although it was 5 weeks since Ayrton had scored a goal, at least a goal that was not disallowed, I knew that he was keen to show that the sports writers were mistaken. I was confident that his disciplinary problems were behind him. I suspected that these were mostly the result of the relentless ribbing he'd endured at the hands of his teammates, following an incident in a London nightclub, when 2 girls had spiked his drink with Rohypnol, and back at his flat had photographed him on their iPhones in a state of disarray. They subsequently sold their story and the pictures to a Sunday newspaper. It was, they famously remarked, like taking candy from a baby. Footballers are a merciless lot, and for several weeks afterwards, Ayrton had found his shearling coat pockets filled with packets of Haribos and lollipops. If anyone was going to score a goal for us, I felt it was Ayrton Taylor, despite William Hill, Bet365 and Ladbrokes giving odds of 4-1 against him scoring at all. Odds like that were too good to miss, even for me, especially as I still had 10 grand of Zarko's bung left in my bag. "You want to be careful, boss," Morris said when I told him what I was planning to do with the money. "This isn't a £5 Yankee. If Sport Radar or the FA finds out you've got 10 bags of sand on with a bookie, then they'll have your guts for fucking garters." He was right. What I was doing was expressly forbidden by the FA's betting rules. But we'd done it before, of course. Everyone in football was betting on games week in, week out. And provided you never did anything as bent as betting against your own team, there was, in my opinion, nothing wrong with this. It's no different to what boys in the city do all the time. "I take it you want me to use our mate Dostoevsky," he said. Dostoevsky was what we called a professional punter whom we'd met in the Nick. For 5% of a bet, he'd put a house to let for anyone on anything. Of course, for the usual commission. Besides, if I win, the money isn't for me. It's for the Kenwood Trust, an anonymous donation. Seems appropriate somehow, don't you think? That some old con should benefit from a dodgy bet? Morris laughed indulgently. "That sense of humor of yours, boss, one day it's gonna get you in trouble." "I'm an old con myself, Morris. What do you expect?" "On the other hand, maybe you should mention it in the team talk before the match. They might play a bit harder if they know you got 10K on Ayrton Taylor." "This is Zarko's night, Morris, not mine. It might be me giving the team talk, but it's him they're going to be playing for. There won't be in any doubt about that. I promise you. The minute they walk into that dressing room, they'll know exactly what this match means. Not just to me, but to anyone who supports this football club. Anyone who fucks up tonight is going to have to explain himself to Zarko, not me. You see, he's going to be there, Morris. Zarko's going to be with us all in that dressing room." Chapter 43. Zarko might have been dead, but I was certain that the Portuguese's memory could still inspire the City team to victory. And not just his memory. I didn't blame him, but Morris probably thought I was crazy, or even worse, that I was going religious on him, that I was going to tell him that Zarko's spirit would actually be present in the dressing room. Of course, I didn't believe this any more than he did. However, I did want the players to think something like that, which was why, before any of the players arrived in the dressing room, while Manny Rosenberg was still laying out the kit, I went in there with a hammer and some nails and hung Zarko's portrait on the wall. I'd brought it with me from Manresa Road especially for this purpose. Manny was a tall, thin man with thick white hair and heavy black glasses. He looked like Michael Caine's older brother. Sounded like him, too. He was about to lay the black armbands on each shirt when I stopped him. "I'll give those out tonight if you don't mind, Manny," I said. "As you wish." He handed them over. "I want to make this feel personal," I explained. "I take it that picture's not permanent," he said, with one eye on the portrait. "I wouldn't want to leave anything as nice as that in here. You know what these sods are like. Balls getting kicked around, boots thrown, so-called practical jokes." "No, it's just for tonight." "Wise?" Manny nodded and gave it a longish appraisal. "Who did that, then?" "An artist called Jonathan Yeo." "I know. He's a Tory politician's son. I read about him in the paper. That's a good portrait, that is. Lad's got talent. Not easy to capture with a brush, a man like João Zarco, and what made him tick. But he's done it very well, so he has. Soft, twinkly brown eyes, big broad nose, sulky mouth, with just a hint of a sneer. Face like an African tribal mask when you think about it. Hard as fucking wood, but full of mischief, too. There was always so much going on behind the eyes, you know? Like now. I mean, you can look at this painting and tell exactly what's in Zarco's mind." "What's in his mind, Manny? Tell me. I'm interested." "Easy. He's thinking, if these overpaid cunts don't win this fucking match tonight, out of respect for my memory, I'm going to haunt the bastards forever. I'll sit in their fucking Ferraris and their ridiculous Lamborghinis and scare the cunts off the road and into a ditch. And they'll deserve it, too." I grinned. "Maybe you should do the team talk, Manny." "Nah, they're so gullible they might actually believe me. Besides, you'll know what to say, Mr. Manson, sir." "I hope so." Of course, I thought long and hard about what I was going to tell the players. Every word, every inflection of my voice would be important. I knew they would be looking for something extra from me tonight, a reminder of who and what they were playing for. And as I looked into Zarco's eyes now, I could hear the advice he had once given me about how a manager talks to his players. I was grateful to Manny for reminding me of what Zarco had said. "I've heard a lot of dressing room team talks in my time, Scott. We both have. Most of them were a joke. David Brent in a tracksuit, a shop steward on a soapbox, a travesty of what it means to manage players. You know why? Because most managers and coaches are stupid, ignorant men who've had no real education and possess no imagination. Can you picture some of our own players becoming managers? Jesus Christ, they can't even manage their pet dogs, let alone men. Their brains are in their feet. They haven't got the words, at least not ones that don't have 4 letters. I don't know why, but a lot of guys in football think they've got to behave like that Marine drill sergeant in full metal jacket. Fuck this, fuck that, kicking lockers, punching the air. Ridiculous, embarrassing, futile. When I was a player and I heard this kind of thing, I wanted to laugh every time. This kind of talk is going to motivate me? I don't think so. You shouting in my ear like I'm some guy in the army is going to make me score a goal? Not a chance. Half the time I think maybe the managers are shouting because they really don't know what to say. They're angry because they don't have a solution to the problems they see on the pitch. Sure, sometimes you have to be a bully, but motivating players is something else. To motivate men in sport is like motivating people in any other walk of life. You need 2 things. First thing is you need to understand people, and you can only do that by listening to them. Too many people talk, but they don't listen first. Listening is essential. Get to know your players. Talk to them quietly and with respect, and treat them like individuals, like human beings.
Second thing you need is to have earned people's respect. People respect experience, and mostly that means experience of life itself. Now, I don't know many men who have as much experience of life as you, Scott. After all that's happened to you, I see a man who other men will always listen to. Sure, you played professional football for years. You've been where they are, but this is the very least you can expect of a manager, that he's done the job himself. More important than any of this is that you've survived the worst things that life can throw at you and come out the other side. You're a survivor. That makes you a man that other men will listen to, even me. But when you do speak, what will you say? Actually, speaking to players is simple. You have to say a lot, but in as few words as possible, because they have very short attention spans. You have to make every word count. Simplicity is the most sophisticated motivational tool in the world. It takes real intelligence to know what not to say, as well as what needs to be said. I'm not talking about doing it in 140 characters, but frankly, men who can say what needs to be said in less than 1,000 words are the best men in football. A couple of hours before the game, Simon Page arrived with the team from Hangman's Wood. Full of noise and jokes, and excited to be playing a match, they trooped into the dressing room, but gradually fell silent when they saw me, already sitting there, below the portrait of Zarko. I was wearing a black suit, a white shirt, and a black tie, and I probably looked like a funeral director. At least, I hoped I did. The lads changed into their kit and waited quietly for me to say something. For once, nobody had his ears full of music or a PS Vita in his hands. I think if I'd even seen one of these stupid handheld game consoles, I'd have thrown it into the bin. This was no time for games. But I wasn't ready to say anything yet. I wanted my words still to be ringing in their ears like the noise of the crowd as they waited in the tunnel. Instead, I handed each man his black armband, told him to wear it on his left arm, and reminded him that there would be a minute's silence on the pitch before the match. Just before the team went out onto the pitch with Simon to warm up, Victor arrived in the dressing room with Bekim Develi. They'd just flown into the nearby London City airport on Victor's private jet. Silvertown Dock was the only ground in the country you could fly to and be in the stadium within 20 minutes. He was dressed for Russian cold in a long-haired beaver coat, and Develi was wearing something similar. These two bearded men looked like the brothers Karamazov. The dressing room always stiffened when Victor appeared. He was essentially a shy man, and in spite of his lavish generosity, he lacked the common touch. Maybe it was the fact that he was Ukrainian, or maybe it was because he was sometimes embarrassed to be quite as rich as he was. But sometimes Victor expressed himself a little awkwardly. "I just came down to wish you luck tonight," he said, "and to introduce you to Bekim Develi, who I think you will all agree is certainly the best midfielder in Europe. Now that the objections to Bekim's coming to this club have been thrown out of the window, he is joining us from Dynamo St. Petersburg, where, as many of you will know, he was on loan from Paris Saint-Germain." I wasn't sure what Victor meant by this remark. After all, he wasn't to know that I had discovered, more or less, the way in which Zarko had really been killed. Was it possible that he was unconsciously referencing the manner of Zarko's death, a Freudian slip or something like it? A tasteless joke, even? Surely not. It wasn't long before Victor's words started to feel like a piece of grit in my shoe. "At the press conference tomorrow," continued Victor, "Bekim will be introduced to the world as our last, and with due respect to Kenny Trainor, our most important January signing. Before then, I'm sure you'll all want to make him feel very welcome at London City, just as I'm sure you're going to beat West Ham tonight."
Victor certainly saw his gift to me hanging on the wall of the dressing room, but he didn't mention Zarko at all. Perhaps he was leaving that to me, but it surprised me a little, as did the fact that Victor was wearing Zarko's lucky scarf, the one I'd looked for in Suite 123. Bekim Develi shook hands with everyone as they went outside to warm up. He was a tall man, well over 6 foot, powerfully built and handsome too, with a square shovel of a red beard and, fortunately, not nearly as fat as had been rumoured. But he smelled strongly of cigarettes, and I hoped he wasn't a smoker. I shook his hand and handed him a black armband. "What's this?" "I'm surprised you have to ask. Didn't Victor tell you?" "Tell me what?" Just as I was about to say something rude to our new star signing, Victor came over and started speaking to Develi in Russian. Although I don't know the language, it was quite clear to me that Zarko's death was news to the footballer, which left me in little doubt that in spite of having shared a private jet from St. Petersburg to London, the two men simply hadn't discussed it. I was astonished by this. "That's Zarko's lucky scarf," I said as I handed Victor a black armband. "Is it?" he asked nonchalantly. "It's from Savile Rogue," I said, pointing out the JGZ written on the logo, just in case anyone nicked it. "They make cashmere football scarves." "Cashmere, eh? I wondered why I liked it so much." "Perhaps if he'd been wearing it, then he might still be alive," I said pointedly. "Where did you find it?" "He left it in the executive dining room on Saturday," said Victor. "I took it with me when I went to look for him. I thought someone ought to wear it tonight, just in case we need any luck." "Do we? Need any luck tonight?" "Of course we do," I said, "because if we lose, luck or the lack of it will be the best way of explaining why the other side won." Chapter 44. When I came out of prison, one of the first things I did was to go on holiday to Nîmes in France. And while I was there, I went to see a bullfight in the Roman amphitheatre they have in the city. I loved every bloody minute of it. And not just me. I've never seen a stadium so packed, the people so overwhelmed, so blinded with sunny tears and emotion. I told someone here about it, some twat from the BBC, and they were very disapproving, the way people are about bullfighting. They said, "That's not a sport." And I said, "You're right, it's not a sport. It's not something you watch or enjoy like a game of fucking tennis. No, it's something you feel in every fibre of your body because you know that at any moment the matador could easily slip or make a mistake, and then there would be a black Miura fighting bull putting all its half-ton weight into the stiletto tip of one lethal horn as it bears down on that man's thigh. Of course, that's not a fucking sport," I said. "It's so much more than just a sport. It's life in the moment, because the future is promised to no one. It's the same with football, guys. We only pretend that it's a fucking sport in order not to frighten women with this, our passion for the game. The truth is that sports are for children on a summer's day, or idiots with stupid hats who go to flirt with chinless wonders, wearing tailcoats and maybe look at all the pretty horses. Because if you were to walk out there now and ask any one of our supporters if they are here to be entertained or to see anything pretty, I promise they'd look at you like you were fucking crazy. And they'd be right to do so. They'd tell you that they haven't paid 75 quid for a seat to be amused. Some of you people are on £100,000 a week, but football is worth so much more than that to those people outside, a hell of a lot more. To most of those men and women, this team is their whole fucking life, and the result of any match means everything to them. Everything. So let me enlighten you, gentlemen,
Nobody at this club is playing for $100,000 a week. You're playing so that our supporters can go to work tomorrow morning and feel a sense of pride that their team won in grand style last night. And any man who thinks differently ought to put in for a transfer right now, because we don't want you at Silvertown Dock. It doesn't matter who they are, players or supporters. It's believers we want here. The believers, gentlemen. That's who we play for. That's what we are. We're men who believe. If this sounds a little religious, that's because it is. Football is a religion. I'm not exaggerating. The official religion of this country is not Christianity or Islam. It's football. Because nobody goes to church anymore, certainly not on a Sunday. They go to football. Take a walk around this building sometime, guys, and listen to the prayers from our believers. That's right. This is their cathedral. This is their place of worship. This team is their creed. If that sounds blasphemous, I apologize, but it's a fact. This is where the believers come to commune with their gods. Every week I look up from the dugout, and I see signs hanging from the stands that read, "Have faith in Zarko." But right now, their faith is being tested, gentlemen. That faith has been severely challenged. Right now, they're feeling a tremendous sense of grief and loss, as I am, and as I hope you are too. Look, I'm not going to give you any Coach Carter bullshit and tell you that this is the most important match in our club's history. I wouldn't insult you. What I will say is this. It's up to just 11 of you to restore that faith. And that's more important than anything. I pointed to Zarko's picture on the wall. Take a good look at that man before you walk out there. Ask yourself what it would mean to him if you won this game tonight. Really look him in the eye and listen to his voice in your head, because I promise you that you'll hear it as clear as a bell. I think he will tell you this. You're not going to win this game for me, or for Scott Manson, or for Mr. Sokolnikov. You're going to win this game for all those believers out there. Some of you will struggle tonight. Some of you will not perform to the best of your ability. You know something? I don't care. What I do care about is that you try your utmost and that you do not give up. Not until you've heard that final whistle. In case you never noticed, that's why supporters stay right until the end of the game, because they don't give up, and nor should you. So all of you who are playing tonight will be out there for the full 90 minutes, together as a team. And unless you got a broken leg, don't even think of coming off. I mean it, gentlemen. There will be no substitutions at halftime or any time. You are the best that this club can field tonight. So, forget whatever you've read in the newspapers or heard on the radio. I've picked you because I think you're 11 men with something to prove to the fans, to Zarko, to me, and to yourselves. But mostly, I picked you because I think you will beat these guys tonight. I sincerely believe that, which is why no one is coming to help you out. Not the spirit of Zarko, or God, or me. Just them, the believers. Chapter 45. Every football fan in Silvertown Dock had found a paper square taped to his seat. One side of the square was the club's Ukrainian orange, and the other side was black. When the referee blew his whistle to begin a minute's silence for Zarko, everyone lifted up his square of paper, flipped it over, and the whole stadium turned from orange to black. You could have heard a ticket drop. And I was grateful we were playing a class club like West Ham, who can always be relied on to respect football traditions. It was very moving to see. The match was finally ready to start. Wrapped in my cashmere coat,
I settled down on my Recaro-heated seat in the dugout, with Simon Page beside me, and glanced around Silvertown Dock in wonder. As usual, Colin Evans looked to have done a fantastic job. In spite of near-freezing conditions, the pitch looked like a bowling green on a summer's day. Although as things turned out, it was a little harder than usual. A message on my iPad informed me that it was a capacity crowd, and it certainly looked and sounded that way. The atmosphere in the stadium was quite extraordinary, a strange mixture of grief and excitement. There were tributes to and pictures of Zarko everywhere you looked. And when the minute's silence was completed, the home fans began to sing, to the Beatles' tune Hello Goodbye. Joao, Joao Zarko, I don't know why you say goodbye, we say hello. They also sang Pat Boone's Speedy Gonzales. Speedy Gonzales, why don't you come home? An attempt by the Hammers fans to make themselves heard with a spirited rendition of Bubbles proved to be in vain. My satisfaction at the way things had begun lasted precisely 38 seconds. Ayrton Taylor was dispossessed by Carlton Cole straight from the kickoff, and a quick through ball from him was neatly transferred from Ravel Morrison to Jack Collison, who sent Bruno Haider running swiftly down the right. West Ham's young Austrian striker glanced up as if to cross, but he had only one thing on his mind. Right on the edge of the penalty area, he stepped inside Ken Ockrey and onto his stronger left foot. The shot Haider then curled into the far top corner, had so much topspin it might have been struck by Andy Murray, and let down by some horrible defending. Poor Kenny Trainor had no chance of getting a hand to the ball. 1-0 to them. The West Ham fans behind our goal were predictably delirious with joy. Otherwise you might have been forgiven for thinking that a second minute's silence was underway. Such was the reaction of the orange-wearing supporters. I lifted the iPad in front of my face, so that the television cameras watching my every move and scrutinizing the succession could not read my lips, and swore loudly several times. But it was a spectacular goal for the young Austrian, and given his age and experience, he could have been forgiven for taking off his claret and blue shirt and running towards the television cameras to celebrate. Frankly, if I'd had a six-pack like that, I'd have taken my shirt off too. But the referee felt obliged to give him a yellow card, for which he was justly booed by everyone, even our supporters, who could appreciate the excellence of Haider's strike. Personally, I don't blame the referees, but IFAB's stupid Law 12 regarding fouls and misconduct, which just ensures that no one gets any advertising without paying for it. Well, that's a good start, I told Simon. To be fair, it was a pretty speculative shot. The Austrian kid was as surprised as we were when it went in. Simon's Yorkshire sensibilities were much less forgiving than my own. I think that minute's silence sent our back four to sleep, the dozy cunts. I'm surprised their number 10 didn't read them a bedtime story while he was scoring their fucking goal. The match restarted, and for a while our players kept on troubling the goalkeeper. The only problem was that it wasn't their goalkeeper we were troubling, but our own. A clumsy backheel by Gary Ferguson had Kenny Trainor sprinting across the penalty area to clear the ball with both shins, before Kevin Nolan could pounce on it. And Javier Pepe headed a parabolic West Ham corner that hit his own post and then almost rebounded off Ayrton Taylor's head into the back of the net. When George McCartney lost West Ham's ball, Nolan, as tenacious as a fox terrier, won it back, and he kept on dropping deep, robbing Schuurmans and Iñárritu and sending long balls to Downing on the left. Nolan then combined with Mark Noble and lofted the ball straight up to Cole and Haider, both of whom had good attempts saved by Kenny Trainor. The rest of the time, we were chasing our own tails, and we could easily have been 3 goals down within 20 minutes. Cole looked like a man much younger than his years. It was hard to believe that the player troubling our back four so relentlessly had started his career at Chelsea in 2001. With every minute that passed, he seemed to grow in fitness and confidence, running at our defence with increasing purpose. But West Ham's second goal was an absolute howler. Raphael Spiegel, the Hammers' goalkeeper, rolled the ball out to Leo Chambers, who punted it up the pitch in the hope that Cole would run onto it. The ball fell just short of the penalty box in front of Kenny Trainor, who was so far off his line he might have been hiking back to Edinburgh. The ball bounced, and probably Trainor expected it to rise to his chest. Unfortunately for him and for us, the ball kept on rising off the hard ground, and when Kenny finally realised it was going to sail over his head like a balloon and started to scuttle back in pursuit, it was too late. By the time Kenny caught the ball, it was across the line. He already looked like a fool, and his hurried retrieval of the ball and quick return to the right side of his goal line only made him look even more ridiculous. Leo Chambers had scored West Ham's second from at least 70 yards.
Does that stupid Scots cunt think nobody noticed it was a fucking goal, or what?
Said Simon. I groaned and buried my head in the collar of my coat, in the hope that I might not hear the laughter of the West Ham fans or the curses of our own.
Kenny did everything but try to hide the ball up his fucking jersey, said Simon. He must think he's Paul Bloody Daniels.
Jesus Christ. I was beginning to detect the sour taste of disaster at the back of my mouth. Cursing his own stupidity, Trainor booted the ball up the pitch in irritation, and it curled away into the stands.
He wasn't so much off his line as out of his fucking mind, said Simon.
I jumped off my seat and walked to the edge of my technical area, intending to shout something at Trainor, but by the time I got there I realised the futility of doing so. I knew he was feeling like a cunt, and my endorsement of an opinion now shared by 60,000 people would hardly have helped the young Scotsman's confidence. But nor did the referee, who proceeded to give him a yellow card for kicking the ball away. Probably he was feeling guilty about the yellow card he'd given to Bruno Haider and was looking for an excuse to even the score. Referees are like that sometimes.
What the fuck? I yelled. How is that a yellow card, you mad fucking idiot? Goalies are supposed to kick the ball away, you stupid cunt.
The fourth official marched towards me, arms held wide, as if expecting me to run onto the pitch like some twat of a fan and collar the referee. And seeing this incident, the referee, Peter Pedo Donnelly, came running towards us at a lick. A lay preacher and former army sergeant, and easily the country's highest-profile referee. Donnelly had been the recent winner of an online poll for the Premier League's worst referee. In the previous season, it had the highest average number of yellow cards per game, 5.14. I should have minded my mouth, but I didn't.
How is that a fucking card? I yelled again. It can't be for time wasting. Look, the West Ham players are still off the pitch down there, celebrating. The boy was just irritated with himself and put a bit more welly into the kick up the pitch than was normal. The wind caught it, probably. And if the yellow wasn't for that, then where's the dissent? The cunt knows it's a fucking goal. He's not completely stupid. If you don't mind your language, I shall cite you for dissent, said Donnelly, and then send you to sit in the stands. Under the special circumstances in which this match is being played, I'm being lenient with you, Mr. Manson. Next time, it'll be different, okay? I turned away angrily and sat down. I hate that fucking man, said Simon. Thinks he's still in the fucking army, so he does. Bastard. From now on, you'd better watch your language, boss. He's got your card marked. Nothing he likes better than to make an example of people who use profanity, which is what he calls swearing. Thinks it's the curse of the modern game. Or at least that's what he told Alan Brazil on Talk Sport the other week. The cunt.
I wasn't too worried. Not yet. We gave Raphael Spiegel a scare when Ayrton Taylor hit the post from 15 yards, and Jimmy Ribbons ran through onto a clever chip from Iñárritu. But with only Spiegel to beat, he was adjudged offside, when the replay clearly showed this was not the case. Besides, League Cup games are often high-scoring fixtures. Who could forget Arsenal's 6-3 victory over Liverpool in the 2006-2007 quarter-finals? And I figured we could easily overturn a 2-goal deficit. At least, I did, until just before half-time, when West Ham scored their third. After a dubious foul and another yellow card, this time given against Iñárritu for a trip on Leo Chambers, Cole rifled a free kick towards a mass of orange bodies around the penalty spot. The ball ricocheted off Ken Ockery's knee straight in front of the foot of Kevin Nolan, who flicked the ball up and then volleyed it over the heads of our so-called defensive wall. Bruno Heider ran onto it and scored with an almost suicidal diving header that was faintly reminiscent of a kamikaze pilot at Pearl Harbor. Kenny Traynor got a hand to the header and was unlucky only to tip the ball into the top corner of his net. 3-0. "It's not his night," observed Simon. "It's not anyone's fucking night so far," I said, with my hand in front of my mouth, "least of all Zarko's." "The man must be turning in his grave." It didn't seem worth mentioning that Zarko wasn't yet in his grave, that he was probably still on a cold slab just a couple of miles north of where we were now, at the East Ham mortuary. But I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd sat up on the slab and shouted a couple of choice swear words in Portuguese. Caralho or conna. I'd often heard Zarko use words like that. I sat back in my seat, laid my hands on my head and stared up at the black ceiling that was the night sky. Light snow was starting to fall, and in the powerful floodlights that ran around the entire circumference of the Silvertown Dock Stadium, it looked like the myriad pieces of a betting slip, torn up and thrown into the air by an angry god, who'd made a heavy bet on us winning this game, but not as heavy as my own. "That was the most piss-poor 40 minutes I've ever seen us play," said Simon. "We were disjointed, uninspired, ragged, lazy, not to mention unlucky. And that's just our fucking back four. The rest looked like they were wishing William Webb Ellis was playing for us, that he would pick up the fucking ball and run off with it and never be seen again. I tell you something, boss. When the whistle blows for half-time, it'll seem more like a fucking armistice. As for that cunt of a referee, I think he must think he's playing bridge, the number of fucking cards he's shown." I didn't answer. The linesman's flag had gone up, and we had a corner, but it was poorly taken by Jimmy Ribbons. The ball could have been made of concrete, and swinging on the end of a crane, such was the apparent reluctance of any of our forwards to head it, and Spiegel gathered it safely in his hands as nonchalantly as if he'd been jumping for a nice shiny apple on a tree. "What are you going to say in the dressing room?" asked Simon. "What can you say to turn it around when you're 3-0 down at half-time?" "Liverpool did," I said, "against AC Milan in 2005. I shrugged. "Besides, I think you just told me what to do, Simon. To turn it around. And I don't think I'm going to say anything at all." And then the referee blew for half-time. I might have breathed a sigh of relief, but for the fact that there was still 45 minutes to come, and our players were walking in with bowed heads to whistles and jeers like they had spent the first half collaborating with the Nazis. The West Ham supporters in the far corner of the dock started to sing Bubbles again, and this time you could hear every stupid word, like you were in the Bobby Moore stand at Upton Park. Chapter 46. I followed the team into the dressing room. A strong smell of liniment, deep heat, and even deeper shame greeted my flaring nostrils. Through the adjoining wall we could hear the sound of the other team loudly congratulating itself on an excellent first half. I wanted to punch my way through the breeze blocks and point these players out to my own. "Look," I wanted to tell them, "the Hammers think this game is in the bag. And who could blame them for thinking that after the way you lot have been playing? Not me. The ladies' team could give West Ham a better game than you've done up until now. I'm embarrassed to be the manager of such a worthless bunch of no-hopers. That song they're singing is about you. The way they've sucked you in tonight and blown you out of their fucking arses, like so many shitty bubbles." Instead, I pushed my hands into my trouser pockets and looked at the ceiling as if searching for some inspiration. but none was there. And really, what was there to say? I'd already said everything that could be said before the game. To say anything else now would only look like I'd wasted my breath the first time. Besides, I'd have probably started to swear and chew the carpet like Hitler, and that wasn't going to help anyone, not tonight. They say actions speak louder than words, and short of throwing boots and punches and kicking backsides, I decided there was really only one thing I could do. The lads were all looking expectantly at me now, waiting for the full Al Pacino, the any given Sunday, inch by inch, I don't know what to say speech that was going to work a miracle in their thick heads and turn the match around. I was all through with motivation. But I could perhaps offer a moment of epiphany, one simple symbolic gesture that would allow a leap of understanding where another 1,000 words would not. I walked up to Zarko's picture and lifted it away from the wall. I stared at the face for a moment, caught the expression in the eyes, and nodded. Then I twisted the picture around on its cord and placed it back against the wall, face first, so that the Portuguese would not have to look at the players who so far had disgraced his memory. At least that's what I wanted them all to think. Then I picked up my iPad and left the dressing room. For a moment I stood outside in the corridor with all the noise of the stadium in my ears, wondering where to go. There were dozens of eyes on me now, policemen, officials, security men, ball boys, television technicians, and stewards. I had to get away from them too, and as soon as possible. I remembered I still had the key to the drug testing station. I went in there and locked the door behind me. I used the lavatory and drank some water. Then I sat down at the table with the black cloth on it and stared crossly at my iPhone and my iPad. As usual, the iPhone wasn't picking up any texts or receiving calls, for which I was grateful, but there was a good Wi-Fi signal in there, which meant there were some emails on my iPad, including one from Louise Considine, expressing concern for my humor and letting me know that it would be perfectly fine by her if I couldn't face having dinner with her after the match. I realized I'd almost forgotten about lovely Louise sitting upstairs in the director's box. And immediately I emailed her back to say that after the match I was very much looking forward to her company, one way or the other, to celebrate with or more likely to help me drown my sorrows. Ignoring an email from Victor suggesting that it was time we considered some substitutions, I sighed, opened another bottle of water, and wished it could have been whiskey. Brian Clough once said that players lose you games, not tactics. And while I could obviously have picked a different team, I didn't honestly think I should have done. There's a lot of bollocks talked in pubs and television studios about tactics, and nearly always by people who haven't coached and couldn't manage their own Ocado order. As far as I'm concerned, tactics are what fucking generals use to get a lot of decent men under their command killed in as short a period of time as possible. I knew I'd made the right decisions, because whatever people say, making them in football is a lot fucking easier than making them in life. That's why so many people go into football in the first place. Not that any of it really mattered, as my doubts about Viktor Sokolnikov now seemed so compelling that I could see no real alternative to offering him my resignation immediately after the match was over. Because that's what you do when you think you've been played for a fool, by a crook. I couldn't prove anything, of course. But perhaps, after the match, I might privately share a few of my suspicions with Louise. Given the likely result of the match, my resigning would probably suit not just Victor, but the supporters too. You see, it wasn't only the players who had been jeered at the end of the first half. I could still hear someone shouting, "You should be ashamed of yourself, Manson," when I'd walked off the pitch at half-time. This didn't bother me very much. When the world has fallen in on your head once before, it means you know where the tin hats are when it seems about to happen again. A few tossers handing out abuse from the stands is how you know you're doing a good job, Because if everyone agrees with you, then it's obvious that it's a job that absolutely anyone could do. It was Zarko I felt sorry for. I'd honestly believed his players would have wanted to honour his memory with a famous victory. It wasn't that West Ham was so good. It was just that ours looked like a testimonial side. A few VIPs and guest players invited to kick a ball around to raise a bit of cash for one of yesterday's stars. I was also sorry for the friends and relations of Zarko, the ones for whom he always arranged complimentary tickets to City matches. It can't have been very nice for them to see such a poor excuse of a football match. I knew they were here because Morris had sent me a list of their names before the game. Many of them were regulars at Silvertown Dock, and had also been at the ground on Saturday for the match during which Zarko had been killed. His brothers, Aníbal and Hermenegildo, his uncle Jacinto, and his sister Branca, his best friend Dominic Racine, who had been managing PSG until he got sacked for, it was generally reported, failing to get the best out of Bekim Develi. And retired players like Paul Becker and Tano Andretti, who had been with Zarko at La Braga. 2 tweets from Andretti about Zarko had been universally quoted in all of the newspapers, not least because it was a little unusual that an Italian footballer should have chosen to commemorate his Portuguese friend with 4 lines from Percy Shelley's Adonais. Peace, peace, he is not dead, he doth not sleep, he hath awakened from the dream of life. And 'tis we, who lost in stormy visions, keep with phantoms an unprofitable strife. On that particular night, against a rampant West Ham side that looked like it was going to score at least another 3 goals in the second half, I certainly felt it was an unprofitable strife in which we were now engaged. I glanced at my watch. There were 5 minutes to go before the second half started. I unlocked the door and went back outside to the dugout, where the mood of the crowd was a strange mixture of dejection and delight. Our own supporters, quiet and subdued and fearing the worst, and the West Ham fans, who were sensing a great victory and daring, perhaps, to dream of their biggest win since beating Bury 10-0 in 1983. It seemed my career in top-flight football management was over before it had begun, because everyone would assume I'd just not been up to it. I could hardly help that. Perhaps I'd get another chance to manage a smaller club. A club where the owner was not the type to have his manager thrown out of a window and then make a joke about it afterwards. Another email pinged onto my iPad. A list of names that Victor thought should be on the field instead of the kids and half-wits that were already walking back out of the tunnel. I ignored it. Besides, there was another list of names in my head as I took my place alongside Simon Page in the dugout. It was hard to imagine Victor giving the blunt Yorkshireman my job when I resigned. "What the fuck happened to you?" he asked. "1 manager disappearing at this club is unfortunate, but 2 looks like fucking negligence. In case you didn't realise it, boss, the ceiling is coming down on our heads. We're getting done here. Maybe you should have wrung a couple of necks and kicked some fucking asses. I know which asses I would have kicked. That Scott's twat in goal for a start. He should never have come that far off his line. Not for a 50-50 ball like that." "We can still win this," I said. "Did you not think you should have told them that?" "I did, but I did it my way, just like Frank Sinatra. I recall the regrets and the times when he bit off more than he could chew right enough, but I don't remember him staring down the barrel of a 3-goal deficit." "Simon, shut the fuck up." "Yes, boss." The players took their places in the centre circle. It was always my favourite moment of the game, when I had the sense that anything could happen. But for a few seconds I wasn't paying much attention. I'd found the list of names that Morris had sent me and was reading it again on my iPad. All of the names on Zarko's list of comps I was familiar with, bar 1. Chapter 47. Somehow the crowd at Silvertown Dock had managed to lift its spirits. Hope springs eternal in the breast of any football fan. That's the wonderful thing about football. It's about so much more than just football. That's what people who don't go to football can never understand. If it wasn't like this, then no one would go. So when the Hammers fans started up with Over Land and Sea, our fans dug deep into their reserves of optimism and quickly drowned them out with a spirited rendition of Sitting in Silvertown Dock, to the tune of Otis Redding's Sitting on the Dock of the Bay. It was one of those transcendent moments when you feel part of a much larger soul and realize that at the end of the day, football is the only game that has ever really mattered, that will ever matter. England has given the world a lot, but football is its greatest gift of all. I don't know much about schizophrenia. I once saw a film called A Beautiful Mind about a Nobel Prize-winning economist called John Nash, who was a schizo. For half of his life, he seems to have been a genius. For the other half, he was barking mad. I'm not sure I'd want to make too much of a comparison between The Beautiful Game and A Beautiful Mind. But as soon as the second half began at Silvertown Dock, it was clear to me that our team of kids and half-wits was displaying a very different personality to the one they had exhibited during the first half. I won't say that the team was bordering on genius, because that's a word that gets overused in football. But like Nash, they seemed to be greatly gifted and, frankly, extraordinary. By contrast, West Ham's players looked like they were playing with lead in their football boots, and they did not have another shot at goal until the 90th minute, when Kenny Trainor saved a thunderbolt from Bruno Hyder with what looked more like an audition for the role of the Roman god Mercury. Such was the distance he covered and the speed with which he did it. The tenor of the new half was set immediately when Ayrton Taylor scored within 12 seconds of the game restarting, finding the back of the net with a rocketing Roy the Rovers volley that punished a miskicked clearance by Spiegel. The crowd at the dock went wild, 3-1.
"Fucking hell," said Simon after we'd finished celebrating. "Now that's what I call a fucking goal. That might just be the fastest goal in Premier League history."
Nope, that was Ledley King, Tottenham against Bradford in 2000. 10 seconds. Besides, this isn't a Premier League game.
You know what I mean. Top 3, then.
Might be.
If Taylor can do it twice more, I'll lick the ball clean after the match, and his balls as well, if he asks me nicely.
I'll remind you that you said that, you big daft Yorkshireman. But it was Zainab Schurmans who scored our second after 58 minutes. And it was only when I'd watched the replay several times that I understood exactly what he'd done. It was the kind of something-out-of-nothing goal that you might have seen painted onto a vertical sheet of glass by Picasso in a single, simple, uninterrupted line with a very fine brush. Much later on, Sky Sports showed Zainab's goal in slow motion, accompanied by Glenn Gould playing the first of Bach's Goldberg variations, which only seemed to underline the perfectly sublime and almost draftsman-like quality of what was happening in the picture. Today, it's a goal that even professional players never get tired of watching, in an attempt to deconstruct what makes a perfect footballer. Javier Pepe drives a long, low pass along the ground to Schurmans, who has his back to the goal. With his right foot, the young Belgian controls and flicks the ball around Chambers in one elegant pirouette, collects the ball on the other side of the defender at the same time as he blocks him with his arm and hip, and coolly opens his body to deliver a clinical finish with the toe of his left foot straight underneath Spiegel and into the far corner of the net. There was nothing flashy about the goal, or the way Zainab celebrated afterwards. You would have said it was a mature player's goal, but for the fact that the Belgian was just 16 years old. He collected the ball from the back of the net and jogged quickly back to the centre spot, high-fived Jimmy Ribbons and Ayrton Taylor, and looked for all the world as if he just wanted to get on with the game as quickly as possible, with the least amount of fuss. 3-2 to West Ham. "I don't care if we win or draw now," I told Simon. "I've just witnessed one of the best goals I've ever seen in my life, from a player in a team of which I'm the manager."
"I couldn't agree more. Jesus Christ, I'm supposed to try and coach that lad on Thursday. I reckon he could teach us both a fucking thing or two, eh? That boy could play for another 15 years, and he'll never score a better goal than that. I grinned as I saw a few West Ham heads fall. Look at them. That's their game plan finished. They know now they're just hanging to the lead by some well-chewed fingernails. As the match restarted, Sam Allardyce, West Ham's manager, was shouting at his men. No one can shout as loud as Big Sam to keep possession. Now that they'd lost control of the tempo of the game, it was surely good advice. Staying deep and passing the ball among themselves, forcing us to come and chase it, was the best way of keeping hold of their one-goal advantage. Unfortunately, they hadn't taken account of the speed of our left winger. A simple back pass from a careless defender to Spiegel was pounced on by Jimmy Ribbons, forcing Spiegel to the ground, and on the hard, slippy surface of the dock he came scything towards the winger like a jackknifing, articulated lorry, collecting the player's legs and only then the ball in the process. The referee did not hesitate and pointed to the penalty spot. Ayrton Taylor's penalty was a masterclass in how to take one. A long, fast run-up with litres of venom in the strike, like Mike Tyson punching an opponent, as if he actually hoped that the ball might strike Spiegel hard in the face and drive the bone of his nose up into his brain. The kind of penalty that makes a goalkeeper want to get out of the way of the ball. 3-3. There were just 5 minutes of normal time left. I jumped out of my seat, fisted the air, and walked to the edge of my technical area, applauding furiously. "That's the way to take a fucking penalty," I yelled. "Well done, Ayrton. Fucking brilliant. Now let's show these cunts what we're made of." The fourth official turned to stare at me. "You've been warned about swearing before," he said, and waved Pete O'Donnelly towards us. "What?" I said. "You're joking." Donnelly listened to the fourth official for a moment, and then walked over to my technical area. "You were told before about swearing at players," said the referee. "It was my own player," I said. "Besides, I wasn't swearing at him, I was congratulating him." "Tonight of all nights, I'd have thought that you might moderate your language," said Peter, "out of respect for Zarko's memory." "I'm not going to take any lectures from you about Zarko's memory. Nobody has more respect for his memory than I have, so don't even think about sending me off." "I've had enough of this," said Peter. "I deem your behaviour inappropriate, Mr. Manson, and I'm sending you out of your technical area. Go, now." He pointed to the stands behind me, and then wrote my name on his yellow card. Then he turned and walked back to the penalty spot to restart the match. I turned to the fourth official. "You know something? He's a cunt, and so are you." Meanwhile, the crowd started to jeer, and then to chant, "Pedo, pedo, pedo, pedo." One of the stewards pointed to an empty seat behind our players' bench, and feeling rather aggrieved, I sat down next to our technical staff. But this seat wasn't far enough away to suit the fourth official, and to my amazement he followed me and ordered me out of this seat too. Much to my irritation, I was obliged to get up a second time and to sit down alongside the real fans. "Did it hurt when you pulled that card out of your arse?" one fan shouted after Pedo. "Great game," said another, shaking my hand. "Well done, mate." "Fucking marvellous," said another. "Don't worry, that's just Pedo being a pedo." I glanced at my watch. Normal time was now over. I looked anxiously at the fourth official to see how much added time there would be. If I'd not been looking at him, I suppose I would have seen our fourth goal, and until I watched the replay on the big screen at the Riverside, I had no idea who scored. West Ham had one last strike at goal by Bruno Haider, saved brilliantly by Kenny Trainor, who cleared his lines with a huge kick and sent Sultani Boumediene sprinting for their goal. If West Ham hadn't been lying so deep, the Arab lad would have been offside. As it was, he checked his run just before the penalty box, looked as if he was going to shoot, which sent the hapless keeper to one side, and then tapped the ball gently straight into the net. 4-3. The crowd was in ecstasy, and I found myself being hugged by nearly everyone around me. "You're a fucking genius, Manson," said one fan. "What a team you picked." I nodded.
For a young team lacking experience, it was hard to imagine that a team composed entirely of all our first-choice players could have done any better. Our midfield looked every bit as good as Arsenal's, perhaps even better. I had every reason to feel pleased. Meanwhile, the fourth official lifted his electronic board to reveal that we would play 4 minutes of extra time. But this was the moment I had been dreading. In memory of João Zarco, the crowd began to sing another favourite city anthem, Auf Wiedersehen, Sweetheart, as sung by Vera Lynn, which seemed especially appropriate on that particular night. No fans are as sentimental as football fans, which is another reason I love it, because I'm a sentimental bastard myself. Of course, it's one thing promising, as the song says, not to let the teardrops start. It's quite another to deliver on that, when 60,000 fans start singing a song like this one. Which is how I missed the 5th goal as well. I was crying my eyes out when the crowd around me jumped up as one. And again, I had to wait for the replay on the big screen to see the goal. Having scored a superb goal himself, Zainab now had a wonderful assist, running the length of the pitch, drawing 2 defenders onto himself, and leaving them both for dead, hitting a fantastic cross to the opposite side of the penalty box to find Iñárritu arriving like Bond's Aston Martin at the end of Casino Royale. To say the Mexican boy struck the ball hard on the volley hardly describes what happened. He belted it, so hard that the ball turned in the air like a living thing, as if it was actually trying to avoid the keeper's hands. 5-3. And West Ham's rout was complete. The match restarted, with the crowd chanting for 6. A minute later, the referee blew full time, and the dock erupted. It felt like the proudest moment of my life. As a fitting tribute to João Zarco, it could not have been bettered. And this feeling was only enhanced by the realization that I had almost certainly guessed the identity of Zarco's murderer. Chapter 48.
Whatever happened to dinner?
Asked Louise Considine as we drove swiftly away from the dock in my Range Rover. The fans were still celebrating loudly, and would be for the next few hours. There would be some sore heads at work tomorrow, I thought. I'm afraid there's not going to be any time for dinner, I said. We've got something much more important to do right now.
Like what? I'm hungry. What could be more important than feeding me?
You'll see.
You really don't mess around, do you?
She said. How do you mean?
Well, let's see now. We're driving west, she said. It's a bit too late to go to a restaurant in the West End. And since I'm supposed to be a detective, I would surmise that we're going back to your flat in Chelsea, where I imagine you're planning not to feed me, but to take me to bed.
I didn't answer. It was a nice idea, and for a moment I let my imagination run free with it. She was a nice girl, bright, funny, and very pretty. And whenever I was with her, I found it hard to believe she was in the police. And even harder to believe how much I liked her in spite of that. Taking Louise Considine to bed was a very attractive idea, and one that would probably keep me awake for the rest of the night. Especially now that she had led me to form the impression she was not averse to the idea.
I suppose you're much too excited to eat after a match like that, she added. I suppose you want to make the most of all that excitement. At your age, I imagine you have to strike while the iron's hot.
I grinned. The Viagra of football? Yes, there might be something in that, I suppose. I'm not sure my heart could stand too much of it. But I do feel pretty high after what happened tonight. And at my age, that doesn't happen very often.
Don't get me wrong. I rather like the idea of you all sweaty and excited and keen to score.
I laughed. Is that what you think?
Of course. I assume that's why you rushed us away from the ground when everyone else who was there seemed keen to celebrate. But I'm glad. As a matter of fact, I'm rather keen to score myself. And after a match like that, I'm up for anything, even extra time.
How would that work?
I was thinking that you might want me to stay for breakfast.
You really do like my coffee, don't you?
Sure. Although I imagine the coffee's only the second best thing I can put in my mouth while I'm there.
I laughed again. She really was a hell of a girl.
"How old are you, anyway?" she asked.
40. That's not so old.
"It is for me. I've never slept with anyone over 30. However, I do have a question first."
Fire away.
"I was under the impression that you already had a girlfriend, Mr. Manson."
I did have one. Sonia gave me the sack on Sunday night.
"Did she give you a reason?"
She said that when she finishes work on a Friday, she wants a proper weekend.
"Yes, I know what that's like myself. I mean, I've had boyfriends who didn't like the unsocial hours I keep."
She wanted someone to go shopping with after a week at work. Stuff like that. A Saturday and a Sunday with newspapers, which doesn't include football.
"And now you want to bring on a substitute? Is that it?"
Louise shrugged.
"Well, why not? I'm cool with that, I suppose. Just as long as this isn't a friends with benefits sort of thing."
You're hardly a friend, I said. Besides, I already told you, I don't much like the police.
She smiled a big smile. "How's that working out?"
For some reason, I seem to be getting over it.
"I'm delighted to hear it."
And now I feel I really do owe you an apology.
"For what?"
Because I may have misled you. I wasn't actually taking you to my flat in Chelsea at all.
"Oh, I see."
She sounded disappointed, which left me feeling pleased. I snatched up her hand and kissed it. No, you don't. Not yet. I'd like you to spend the night with me, very much indeed, Louise. I can think of nothing nicer, and I sincerely hope you will, at the earliest opportunity. But the fact is, I've been investigating Zarko's death myself, and right now I'm taking you to meet the person who I think killed him, so that you can get the collar and the credit.
Louise took her hand away and put it to her mouth. "You're joking."
No, I'm not. I've thought about almost nothing else but Zarko's death since Saturday night, and now I'm confident that I've found the culprit.
She turned in the passenger seat and let out a gasp. "Oh, my God! You are serious, aren't you? Jesus, Scott! Are you sure you know what the fuck you're doing?"
I told her a small part of what I now knew. She didn't need to know about the bung and about the inside share deal. There was only part of the story she needed to know about now.
"That does sound fairly convincing," she admitted. "And now I'm sort of embarrassed."
Why?
"You've done my job, that's why. How would you feel if I did your job?"
Anyone can do my job. Being a football manager is just selecting the best eggs.
"I don't understand."
Doesn't matter. Look, don't you want the collar? This will be a big feather in your cap, I'd have thought.
"Well, yes, of course, but—"
I'd much prefer you to get the credit than the bitch you're working for. I'd rather not tell anyone than tell her.
"Jane Byrne? Yes, she is a bit of a bitch, isn't she? But you know, I really should inform her of what's happening, otherwise she's going to have my guts."
Why don't you wait until we've confirmed my suspicions? You can tell her you didn't know what I was going to do until I'd done it, that you had no choice but to wait for me to make my play.
She thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, you're the manager."
Besides, you owe me this, after the way you handled telling me that it was Drenner's friend Mackie who raped Mrs. Femiu.
"That's true,"
She winced.
"Shit.
What?
It looks like I'm working tonight, after all."
I grinned at her. Did you have other plans?
"I did when I got into this car. Now they'll have to wait. It's disappointing."
That's how I feel about it, too.
"Good. I'm glad."
But I have to see this all the way through, for Zarko's sake.
"Don't worry. I understand all that. But you're going to have to make this up to me."
How?
"I've been thinking about that."
She nodded.
"Yes. When this is all over, I'd like you to take me to your lovely flat and do whatever you like to me for 24 hours. I would say 48 hours, but I know you've got an away game against Everton on Saturday."
That's quite an invitation, Louise.
I'm glad you think so.
Anything?
Anything at all.
Christ, I said. No one has ever said anything like that to me. I turned down a side street and stopped the car.
What are you doing? She asked. Why have you stopped?
I'm a bit old-fashioned, I said. I can't think about doing anything until I've kissed you.
Neither can I, she said,
and then let herself be kissed. She even allowed my hand up her skirt.
Put your finger inside me,
she said after a while.
Every time you touch your face, I want you to know exactly what you missed having tonight.
Chapter 50. What will happen to them? I asked Louise. My rapprochement with the police force was progressing very nicely indeed. It was the following evening, and Louise had not long come from the police station in Greenwich. We were lying in bed in my flat at Manresa Road, and I had just spent an energetic hour making love to her. I had enormous regard for the police and the job they did, especially when the police looked like Louise Considine, who was now naked in my bed, with her thighs still wrapped around my waist, and my cock shrinking slowly inside her.
To the Crookshanks?
Yes.
That all depends on the Crown Prosecution Service, she said. But speaking as someone who studied law, I think manslaughter might be a lot easier to prove than murder. The scratch on Mariella Crookshank's neck and the fibers from her sweater we found underneath Zarko's nails are certainly enough to prove that she pushed him, but not enough to prove she actually meant him to fall to his death. So far she's been a hard nut to crack, doesn't give away much under questioning. I'm not sure she even knows herself if she meant to kill him or not. Frankly, she's an even bigger bitch than Jane Byrne.
I can almost believe that. Did Jane give you any grief for what happened?
Some.
Sorry.
Don't be. It's nothing I can't handle.
I nodded glumly. It's the old couple I feel really sorry for. I mean, if the Crookshanks go to prison, it will be pretty tough on Mr. and Mrs. van der Merwe. Louise shrugged as if she didn't care one way or the other. Don't you think so? I asked.
I wouldn't feel too sorry for them either, she said. They left for South Africa this morning.
You're joking.
First class. It seems they think their daughter and her husband can cope with all of what's going to happen quite well on their own. The prospect of 25-degree temperatures in January was just too tempting, I suppose.
Except that it's now February.
Is it?
Believe me, I should know. Today is February the 1st. The January window just closed, and Victor can't buy any more players. Which is probably just as well, since I'm not so sure about the one we just bought. Louise groaned a little as I slipped out of her. Then she rolled on top of me and kissed me on the forehead.
Anyway, she continued, it will be months before the Crookshanks come to trial, by which time the van der Merwes will be back home. The building work and the football season will probably be over.
I guess.
And you'll have been confirmed as the new city manager.
That already happened, I told her. I spoke to Victor Sokolnikov after I left you last night and told him about the Crookshanks. I'm signing a new contract on Friday. So, he was as good as his word.
Did you tell him that for a while you were convinced it was him who had killed Zarko?
No. But I did ask him to explain exactly what he meant by that remark he made, to the effect that all objections to the arrival of Bekim Develi had been thrown out of the window. He said that he was referring to the Home Office. Apparently, they had originally objected to him because Develi had planned to open a nightclub as well, which is against the rules for what they call a Tier 2 sports migrant. Anyway, he's given up that idea, and he's just going to play football, which is how it should be. Football comes first. Football always comes first. Without football, life would be meaningless.
That's not exactly Aristotle, Scott.
Actually, you're wrong there. It is. Louise frowned. Aristotle really did think that football contained the meaning of life.
Bollocks!
No, he did. Listen, this is what he says in his book, Nicomachean Ethics. I paused for a moment to remember the quote exactly.
This is going to be a joke, isn't it?
On the contrary, I think he knew exactly what he was saying, and as usual he was right. Aristotle says this: every skill and every inquiry, and similarly every action and choice of action, is thought to have some good as its object. This is why the good has rightly been defined as the object of all endeavour. Everything is done with a goal, and that goal is good. I shrugged. Well, don't you see? A goal changes everything. Now that's a philosophical truth. The end. You've been listening to January Window by Philip Kerr, narrated by Andrew Wincott. Want to find out more about Whole Story audiobooks? Visit us at www.wholestoryaudioBooks.co.uk. Here you'll find hundreds of best-selling titles, together with sound clips, narrator profiles, author interviews, and much more. Alternatively, contact us using the details on the cover to receive updates on new releases. Whole Story Audiobooks. The whole story as the author intended.